Liangjie. Liangjie. A somewhat exasperated mature female voice came. Jing Liangjie looked up in a daze, squinting. He had dozed off. Staring blankly at the blonde woman before him, Jing Liangjie came to his senses. He had become Tsunade's disciple, and for some inexplicable reason Tsunade was suddenly insisting on going on a long journey. Worst of all, she was actually asking him to act as the temporary leader of Konoha. No, Master Tsunade. This is too big a responsibility, and this position is far too important. I can't do it. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said coldly. Tsunade's brow furrowed deeply, her fist slowly clenching. Liangjie, I'll give you one more chance. Say that again. Jing Liangjie took a deep breath. Even if you say it again, I still won't. Host refuses the village chief position. System will unbind. System will automatically destroy host's bodily functions. Jing Liangjie barely swallowed the second half of his sentence. Ever since arriving in the world of Naruto, he had obtained a manga artist system. As long as he drew manga, he could gain power. Jing Liangjie knew the plot all too well. Not only would pain come to Konoha to cause destruction, but in the later Great Ninja War even Kakashi would become cannon fodder. Strengthening himself was urgent. Liangjie wished he could draw manga every day. But the system's strict demand forced him to accept the position of acting village chief. Tsunade frowned and asked unpleasantly, Liangjie, go on. You still won't what? Hearing the system's voice, Liangjie had no choice but to steel himself. I won't refuse either, Master Tsunade. Rest assured I will manage Konoha well. Jing Liangjie forced a smile and said, his tone lacking confidence. Tsunade nodded and said happily, good, this is my disciple. Then Konoha is in your hands. Master Tsunade, come back soon. Jing Liangjie waved his hand casually. Tsunade's face broke into a smile and she turned and walked out of the Hokage building with Shizune. Looking at the Hokage robe on the desk, Jing Liangjie smirked. This world of Naruto seemed a little different. He wondered where his original body had come from, that he had become the disciple of Senju Tsunade. But this might be the butterfly effect. This guy had the same name as him, Jing Liangjie, but in his past life he had been a proper Chinese citizen. And Tsunade was so unreliable, leaving the position of Hokage to a mere elite jounin like him. He wasn't even sure if the subordinates would rebel. But now it seemed things were already settled. The third Hokage had died around this time and Naruto was training with Jiraiya. Sasuke hadn't defected yet and Neji was still alive. It was a relatively peaceful period. No major events had occurred. This was indeed good news. Jing Liangjie's lips slowly curled up. Since there's no other option, I'll just do my best. But thinking about it, he started to get a headache again. Acting Hokage was still Hokage. How was he supposed to deal with Danzo? That woman Tsunade had definitely gone to Tanzaka Street and wouldn't be back anytime soon. That meant he would have to face Danzo head-on. Whatever happened, he had to bear it along with the old counselors. Each one of them was a headache. Forget it, take things as they come. Next he would have to convene a meeting that was pretty much the custom of Konoha. He couldn't avoid it. He wondered if Danzo would cause trouble. If he had any objections, he wouldn't do it at that time, right? Liangjie slowly put on the Hokage robe. Looking at himself in the mirror. Star-like eyebrows, sword-like eyes, a high nose bridge and a height of 1.8 meters, the Hokage robe exuded an inexplicable aura of dominance. He was quite satisfied with his appearance. In the afternoon, the inauguration ceremony officially began. Jing Liangjie slowly walked to the stage and said with a forced authoritative tone, Master Tsunade has temporarily left Konoha for some reason. I will be acting as the Hokage from now on. As he spoke, Jing Liangjie's eyes turned to Danzo. Danzo was squinting slightly, seemingly unfazed by the matter. Jing Liangjie understood that this old man wasn't going to cause trouble right now. He then looked down at the crowd and said, I hope that when Master Tsunade returns she will see a stronger Konoha. So everyone in Konoha train hard. That's all I have to say. If you have any questions about training, come to me. As for other things, forget it. After saying this, Jing Liangjie vanished instantly. Danzo's smile grew brighter. A little brat, this was the perfect time. Maybe he could snatch the Hokage position before Tsunade returned. By the time she came back, everything would already be settled. Even Tsunade would be powerless. Meanwhile, below the stage, Sasuke was deep in thought. This Jing Liangjie had barely shown his face all this time. But being entrusted with such a responsibility by Tsunade, could he be a hidden powerhouse? If so, there was still value in staying in Konoha. Back at the training ground, Sasuke began his day's training. But the whole day's practice left him unsatisfied. Kakashi stood nearby with his lazy eyes, calmly saying, haste makes waste. Right now you need accumulation. Kakashi-sensei, I'm still weak. Don't you have any other methods to teach me to become stronger? Sasuke said coldly, his face expressionless. Kakashi rolled his lazy eyes. Who told you to be such a freak with such a strong desire for power? Low-level jutsu are just a matter of quantity, they won't bring real strength. If he really taught those jutsu it would be pointless. Even so Sasuke probably wouldn't agree. Sasuke's combat style was built around the Sharingan. Kakashi really had nothing to teach. Didn't the acting Hokage say? If you have questions go ask him. Since you've hit a bottleneck why not go to him? Alright. Sasuke nodded and said decisively. Watching Sasuke's figure grow distant Kakashi let out a sigh. What an unlovable disciple. It's up to you now Jing Liangjie. Kakashi knew that Sasuke's character was strong-willed. The sense of crisis from being gradually surpassed by Naruto and the culprit behind the massacre of his clan drove him forward. These urges constantly pushed Sasuke forward. But he really had nothing left to teach. He could only pass the buck. On the other side Sasuke was also a bit nervous wondering if this Lord Jing Liangjie could meet his needs. After all he was an Uchiha. But for the sake of power Sasuke still resolutely stepped into the Hokage building. Tap. 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 Sasuke noticed the wide-open office door knocked lightly and walked straight in. Kill Ryosuke buried in paperwork slowly raised his head. Uchiha Sasuke. What is your business? As Kill Ryosuke sized up Sasuke was also sizing up Kill Ryosuke in return. Sasuke couldn't help but pause for a moment. There seemed to be an elusive aura around Kill Ryosuke. No matter how he looked at it it felt mysterious. Only then did Sasuke feel relieved. Since Master Tsunade had decided to let Kill Ryosuke take charge of Konoha he must possess extraordinary abilities. Sasuke raised his head slightly and spoke with a hint of urgency. Lord Ryosuke, I wish to enhance my strength but I know not the path forward. Despite his usual aloof demeanor, Sasuke was remarkably earnest when it came to improving his own strength. Sasuke wasn't a bad person despite having some of the Uchiha clan's bad temper. He was a genius after all. Kill Ryosuke raised an eyebrow slightly. If you Sasuke don't know the way forward why come to me? Isn't there still Kakashi? Suddenly, Kill Ryosuke remembered something. Kakashi seemed to have nothing left to teach Sasuke. But if Sasuke were allowed to continue like this, his next step would likely be defection. That simply wouldn't do. Although according to the original story Sasuke would eventually return to Konoha after much hardship. But even he himself was affected by the butterfly effect. What if a similar butterfly effect occurred with Sasuke? Wouldn't that be terrible? But Kill Ryosuke was also well aware of his current situation. Even his own power came only from drawing manga. As for guiding others, wouldn't that be like a half-filled bucket sloshing noisily? He might even lead people astray. But it was his own words that told these fellows to come to him whenever they had questions. With a turn of his eyes Kill Ryosuke thought of a way. He would first stall this fellow for now. As for the rest he'd deal with it later. Although these kids were ninjas at this age their hearts were still full of passion. Despite Sasuke's cold and arrogant expression he was merely consumed by hatred. An idea struck Kill Ryosuke. He slowly looked at Uchiha Sasuke then spoke with authority, I can feel that burning desire to grow stronger within you. Sasuke abruptly raised his head staring coldly at Kill Ryosuke and spoke impatiently, then acting Hokage-sama, can you grant me the possibility of becoming stronger? Kill Ryosuke had no doubt that if he said no this fellow would probably defect from Konoha within days. So his task now was to stabilize him. Of course, but there is one thing you must do. Kill Ryosuke raised his head with a faint smile. A trace of a smile appeared on Sasuke's cold face. Lord Ryosuke, if you have any mission please entrust it to me. As long as I can become stronger I will surely complete it. At this moment Sasuke, for the sake of revenge and self-improvement, even defecting from the village was acceptable, let alone completing some mission. It's not that difficult. I just want you to go to my residence. There you will find the answer. Kill Ryosuke waved his hand casually. In the end Sasuke left the Hokage's office. But as he walked out of the office his face was filled with confusion. Did he agree or not? How was his path to strength related to Ryosuke's residence? Sasuke shook his head. Then putting on his usual stay-away expression he walked out of the Hokage building. How did it go, Sasuke? Did Lord Ryosuke agree? Kakashi walked over with his listless deadfish eyes looking somewhat curious. Sasuke nodded then shook his head. I need to complete a mission. Lord Ryosuke asked me to go to his residence. Lord Ryosuke said that the answer to making me stronger lies there. Kakashi frowned slightly. He had heard about Kill Ryosuke before. But about this mysterious disciple of Master Tsunade Kakashi didn't know much. Kakashi put away his Ika paradise and said seriously, I believe Lord Ryosuke is a very powerful ninja. Remember Senior's inch punch? That's the terrifying technique that can stack with Tenshu power. Could it be? This is it. Sasuke raised his head, his face full of astonishment. Kakashi narrowed his one visible eye and stated firmly, "That's right, as far as I know that technique was created by Lord Ryosuke himself." Sasuke had been fortunate enough to witness Tsunade use that technique once. It wasn't a technique, it was a catastrophe. In an instant it struck from point-blank range. The force erupted violently, reducing even a 1,000-meter-tall boulder to rubble. If this technique was truly created by Lord Ryosuke, then he must be an incredibly powerful master. With this thought, Sasuke became even more confident. Without hesitation he headed towards the residence where Kyo Ryosuke had previously lived. The door was unlocked, making it easy for Sasuke to enter. However, even with preparation, Sasuke was still startled by what was inside the room. The room wasn't dirty, but it was somewhat messy. Art supplies were scattered everywhere. Against the wall a bookshelf was packed densely with books, more precisely manga. Sasuke walked around the room twice but found nothing special. Have I been tricked? Lines of black streaks appeared on Sasuke's forehead. Thinking about it, it was quite possible. Somewhat angry, Sasuke set his sights on the manga on the bookshelf. Since you love manga so much, this will be the price for deceiving me. Sasuke's hands formed seals in a fluid sequence, his lips pursed slightly, about to release the Phoenix Fire technique. But at the last moment he stopped the technique. Each volume of manga displayed the author's name. Kyo Ryosuke. All these densely packed books were actually his manga works. Sasuke casually took down a manga volume from the shelf. Battle Through the Heavens. Sasuke was curious about what content was inside such a resounding title. But wasn't this a bit indulgent? Just one look, just one look. With this thought, Sasuke slowly opened the manga. Opening it, he saw Kyo Ryosuke's signature inside, confirming that this book was indeed drawn by him. The moment he slowly turned to the first page, Sasuke felt a shock in his heart. Battle Power Level 3. Despite saying he'd only take one look, Sasuke became hooked after that single glance. After all, Sasuke was still a child. Moreover, he was extremely proud, always carrying the arrogance of "my fate is determined by me, not by heaven." That was why Kyo Ryosuke resorted to this tactic, hoping these manga would keep Sasuke occupied. But at that moment Sasuke suddenly put down the manga. No. There's a big problem with this manga. No wonder Sasuke Uchiha was utterly astounded. The manga's power system had never existed within the Naruto world, its very appearance was unprecedented. It was only natural that Sasuke, encountering it for the first time, would be captivated. Yet what truly startled him was the manga itself, especially when he read of the elderly master within the ring teaching the protagonist the flame-scorching art. Sasuke suddenly heard a hoary voice murmuring softly, then growing steadily clearer, until it resonated with unmistakable clarity. Alarmed, he dropped the manga instantly. Unaware half an hour had already slipped away. Sasuke frowned in quiet bewilderment. Why do these manga volumes hold such hypnotic allure? Time itself seems to vanish while I read. Enough, I must stop now. So this Konoha village has truly decayed, even its acting Hokage is negligent. The Uchiha clan prided itself on strength above all, even in ruin, even when reduced to mere remnants. And after the clan's annihilation, Sasuke devoted himself solely to slaying that man, to avenging his slain parents. Day and night he trained without respite. Now Konoha held nothing left to teach him. Even if knowledge remained, it likely crumbled into oblivion the moment his surname Uchiha was spoken. He turned his gaze sideways, and saw the author's name inscribed upon the manga's cover. Of course, he's a fraud. There's nothing here that could make me stronger. Yet as he stared at the manga in his hands, hesitation flickered across his face. Just one last glance, only one final look. Unbidden, Sasuke opened the manga again, and fell headlong into its depths, utterly entranced. Once more that ancient voice returned, mystical, profound, ringing clearly in his ears. This time every syllable pierced through with crystalline precision. Scorch the heavens and earth with fire, make it mine. Draw chi inward, let it flow into spirit and spleen. Forge the body as vessel, fuse with celestial flame. Guard the spiritual altar, still the heart, calm desire, gather chi and guide the spirit. The voice swelled, multiplied, coalescing into a complete cultivation manual. Sasuke could not fathom how this was possible, yet his body moved of its own accord, following the method instinctively. Guided by chakra, a peculiar energy kindled within his dantian. Sasuke's eyes flew open, his expression shifting wildly. The flame-scorching art. How have I mastered it? This is from the manga, how could it possibly be real? How could I possibly learn it? Yet reality stood unshakable deep within his dantian, a faint flickering ember glowed. He strode outside into the courtyard, formed several hand seals, and unleashed the great fireball technique with a thunderous roar. A torrent of flame erupted from his mouth. Sasuke felt it unmistakably, the heat, the intensity, the raw power of his fire far surpassing anything before. It's true, it's truly real. strength can be gained. He gasped aloud, stunned into disbelief. And if the manga spoke truth, that this art evolved with cultivation, then its ultimate form would be effortless dominion over heaven and sea. His entire being surged with exhilaration, his limbs trembled with suppressed fervor. Then I will kill that man. Without pause, Sasuke sat cross-legged and began circulating the wondrous technique once more. Again and again he practiced until his body ached with exhaustion, before finally ceasing. Yet disappointment lingered. The ember in his dantian had grown only marginally. At this rate, when would vengeance ever come? A flash of sharp insight lit his eyes as he gazed toward the room. If the manga had granted him the flame-scorching art, could it also reveal the divine flames? Hope flared anew. Sasuke rushed back inside, seized the volume Battle Shatters the Heavens, and began turning its pages with reverent care. Before him unfolded a vast turbulent world, a young prodigy cast down from glory, reduced in mere 3 years to the scorned useless one. Beneath that simplicity lay boundless desolation. This time Sasuke felt a resonance. This fate mirrored his own with uncanny fidelity. Even that bumbling fool now surpassed him. Was he not likewise fallen from genius to disgrace? Never mock a youth's poverty. What a stirring defiant cry. His eyes blazed, purpose rekindled. Guided by the elder master within the ring, the youth reclaimed his path, step by step triumphing over foes who once eclipsed him. It was nothing short of an epic saga. Sasuke closed his eyes tightly. The artist who crafted such a work could not possibly be as ordinary as he first assumed. A flush of shame rose within him. Such a master had been so grievously misjudged, and yet had woven profound truths into ink and paper, enabling him to grasp them. Could this be an entirely new Kekkai Genkai? Sasuke dared not imagine the acting Hokage's true strength, but still his brow remained deeply furrowed. There was but one reason. Though he beheld that grand storm-tossed world, though he witnessed dazzling kinetic battles, he remained utterly without insight. Eyes snapping open, Sasuke sat hollow-eyed, raking fingers through his hair in agitation. If I continue like this, I'll gain nothing. Am I truly worthless? Worthless, less than even that dead last. No, I am Sasuke Uchiha, a genius of the Uchiha clan. I refuse to yield. And with renewed resolve he reopened Battle Shatters the Heavens. This time his understanding deepened, but that elusive epiphany refused to surface. Still his flame-scorching art strengthened ever so slightly. Perhaps that at least was a blessing. Frowning, Sasuke surveyed the manga volumes scattered around him. Must I, like the protagonist, seek out the divine flames hidden across heaven and earth? Yet this world holds no such marvels. Cursed, will Sasuke Uchiha truly stall here forever? His pride would not tolerate defeat. So he prepared to try again, while simultaneously in the Hokage building Kyoriyasuke stared in surprise. Sasuke Uchiha has mastered the flame-scorching art, congratulations host. 200 energy points awarded. Sasuke Uchiha has acquired the flame-scorching art, congratulations host. Art acquired. Kyoriyasuke's body underwent subtle extraordinary changes. His chakra flowed, not along its customary paths, but along an entirely unfamiliar meridian. Chakra never circulated like internal energy arts did, never tracing defined channels. Yet now it did precisely that, filling Kyoriyasuke with quiet elation. Even more astonishing was the slow-burning flame now alight within his dantian. Kyoriyasuke set down his brush and asked, bewildered, system, what is happening? Why have I suddenly mastered the flame-scorching art? This defied comprehension. After all, the flame-scorching art was a cultivation technique he himself had devised for Battle Shatters the Heavens. How could Sasuke Uchiha glean it from the manga, and why had Kyoriyasuke, its creator, instantly attained it too? Soon the system responded as well. Reporting to host. Disseminating manga content can earn system energy points. When others learn and comprehend the techniques within the manga, the host gains direct mastery. Jing Liangjie abruptly pushed the documents aside. Such an important matter, and you failed to mention it earlier. Yet upon hearing the monotonous voice he decided it was better not to quibble with a system like this. However, he had drawn so many manga over the years, yet none had been seen by anyone. Sasuke's arrival this time was an unexpected delight. If not for this, he might never have discovered this hidden function of the system. Thinking of the benefits he had gained, Jing Liangjie couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. As long as others learned something from the manga, he would obtain energy points, including the knowledge the learner had mastered. Where else could one find such a good deal? It was nearly dusk. Sasuke, clutching several books, walked into the Hokage building. His face was etched with hesitation. At last he gently knocked on the door. Sasuke, is there something you need? Jing Liangjie straightened slightly and asked with a dignified air. Hesitation flickered across Sasuke's face once more. After a long inner struggle he stepped forward. Lord Liangjie, may I borrow this set of manga? After careful consideration he realized that if he lent out the manga and others learned from it, he would naturally master the content as well. It was far better than keeping them locked in his room. Still he needed to issue a precaution lest these manga volumes seem too cheap. I believe you have found the path to greater strength. You understand how invaluable these are. Jing Liangjie raised his head slowly and spoke gravely. Sasuke's expression darkened. Is it because of the Uchiha clan? No, it has nothing to do with the Uchiha. I simply want you to take this seriously. Take them. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he spoke lightly as if it were nothing. In contrast, a burst of joy erupted on Sasuke's face. Really? Thank you, Lord Liangjie. He hugged the manga tightly, his voice brimming with delight. At this moment these were not merely a few volumes of manga, they were a method to grow stronger and even more the leverage to kill that man. Look at you all tense. Go on. Jing Liangjie lowered his head and waved his hand, speaking indifferently. After stepping out of the Hokage building, Sasuke couldn't help but glance back. A sigh escaped his lips indeed. Though he is only the acting Hokage, his strength remains unfathomable. No wonder he is the disciple of Master Tsunade. In Sasuke's eyes, the feat of blending martial techniques and methods of strengthening into a manga was extremely difficult. Just as when he first saw this technique he was utterly astonished. Then in the blink of an eye that astonishment transformed into admiration. Just as in the original story, Sasuke at this time desired power with an extreme fervor. It was precisely for this reason that he had left the village in pursuit of power. But now within these books Sasuke saw a possibility and infinite potential. That was a terrifying ability, one that could be gained simply through learning. Lord Liangjie didn't make things difficult for me, he lent me these precious items without any trouble even though I am of the Uchiha clan. Clutching these treasures that could elevate his strength, Uchiha Sasuke rushed back to the clan compound without delay. Back in his room, Sasuke carefully opened the manga. But the result was largely the same. It seemed nothing had changed except that the faint flame in his dantian had grown a little larger. What use is this? Such a minor enhancement is far from enough to catch up to that man. I need to become stronger. Yet as he found no new discoveries, Sasuke grew increasingly agitated. To be precise, this behavior continued for an entire day. Most of that day Sasuke wasted in frustration born from his inability to learn anything else from the manga. Before resting, Sasuke opened the manga once more, and this time an illusion seemed to appear before his eyes. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully a youth for being poor. A young man said with a furrowed brow, determination in his voice. Sasuke's eyes widened. Wasn't this the scene where the protagonist was humiliated by a broken engagement? Why was he here? Sasuke watched as the protagonist, after being rejected, went alone to the back mountain. Sasuke followed. Accidentally bumping into a passerby, he realized that he seemed not to exist in this world. Is this really an illusion? Sasuke frowned, puzzled. But in an instant a thought struck him. I can see them, but they cannot see me. Then wouldn't I be able to learn from the ring old man's teachings? At the thought Sasuke's mouth went dry. In a flash Sasuke stood to the side, listening intently as the ring old man imparted the burning art. Then the old man began to refine pills with the bone spirit cold flame. Sasuke couldn't help but become immersed. He was completely unaware that another faint flame was slowly kindling in his dantian. The flame blazed and the surrounding scene gradually faded away. Sasuke frowned, unsure of what had just happened. But the abruptly appearing flame in his dantian instantly seized his attention. I knew it. I knew none of this was in vain. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not bully a youth for being poor. Sasuke leaped to his feet, speaking with pride. After all, he was still young at heart. He slowly extended his finger. Without forming any hand seals, a wisp of flame appeared on his fingertip. The moment the flame emerged, the surrounding temperature dropped by more than a notch. Though it was fire, it radiated a bone-chilling cold. The bone spirit cold flame on Sasuke's fingertip pulsed slowly. Under his manipulation it shifted into different shapes, crude but still wondrous. As expected of the bone spirit cold flame, this power is truly formidable. At the same time, Jing Liangjie, who had just stepped out of the Hokage building, suddenly halted. A surge of power abruptly materialized in his dantian and a pale flame grew from a tiny spark into a full flame. Jing Liangjie extended his finger and a pale flame appeared on it. The temperature around him plummeted instantly. It was a chilling cold that seemed to pierce the heart. Bone spirit cold flame, is it? Jing Liangjie gazed at the small flame on his fingertip, a smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. The system's voice rang out at the perfect moment. Uchiha Sasuke has mastered the bone spirit cold flame. Congratulations, host, you have earned 400 energy points. Jing Liangjie said calmly, just in time, the energy points are exactly enough. System, begin. Putting together the accumulated points, it was almost enough. In Jing Liangjie's mind a dazzling spinning wheel appeared. Though it looked vulgar and tacky, the rewards on it were extremely tempting. The wheel refreshed every so often. This time the rewards on it were particularly enticing. If only I could draw the eye technique on it. Jing Liangjie rested his chin on his hand, speaking with anticipation. A total of 1000 system energy points had been accumulated, just enough for a 10 draw. Taking a deep breath, Jing Liangjie said in a deep voice, "Let's begin." An impassioned music began to play. The big wheel slowly came to a stop. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn, thank you for your patronage." Jing Liangjie's face darkened by an inch. System skipped the procedure. Then he saw the big wheel in front of him didn't even spin. A continuous stream of system notifications rang out in his mind. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn, thank you for your patronage." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of Baiyan white eyes." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a pair of ordinary Baiyan white eyes." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 ordinary steel shuriken." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 taels of silver notes." "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the famous blade Xiushui." Jing Liangjie was slightly disappointed. This draw was really unlucky. The items drawn were mostly useless. The only useful ones were probably the 2 pairs of Baiyan white eyes and the famous blade Xiushui. "Dear host, would you like to fuse the 2 pairs of Baiyan white eyes?" Jing Liangjie's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, "Fuse them." In an instant Jing Liangjie's eyes became much deeper. Moreover, they seemed to be developing towards blue pupils. Jing Liangjie slowly looked at the long blade at his waist and his clearer-than-ever vision. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Baiyan white eye open. Instantly the sides of Jing Liangjie's eye sockets bulged slightly and his pupils quietly turned grayish-white. The world seemed to turn into black and white in an instant, but the viewing distance became much farther and he could see through certain objects at will. Even behind himself he could see clearly. As expected of the Baiyan white eye, the field of view was a full 360 degrees. Jing Liangjie's eyes gradually returned to normal and only then did he slowly sit back down on the chair. System, if I continue to draw Baiyan white eyes in the future, is it possible to transform into Xuanxinyan reincarnation eye? Reporting to host. Continuously deepening the Baiyan white eye level has a high probability of transforming into Xuanxinyan reincarnation eye. Jing Liangjie nodded and turned his attention back to the documents in front of him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhuozhu sat under a large tree beside the training ground. He held a manga in his hands, reading it meticulously. From time to time Zhuozhu's muttering could be heard. "This bone spirit cold flame is extraordinarily powerful, but the flame is too small. I should find a way to strengthen it." Zhuozhu looked at the manga and unknowingly entered that manga world again. Though he had been in before, Zhuozhu still couldn't help but marvel. This place was completely like another world. The clothing and fighting styles were vastly different from the ninja world. These people seemed to have relatively strong physical bodies. But Zhuozhu had no interest in that. The Yuzhibo clan had never placed emphasis on physical training. What interested Zhuozhu the most was naturally the powerful and mysterious exotic flame. Soon the figures of the Ring Elder and the protagonist appeared before Zhuozhu. The Ring Elder stood quietly aside giving earnest teachings. The protagonist sat cross-legged next to the Elder. The Elder began to speak. "The way of heaven, as they say, takes from the abundant to supplement the deficient. The burning decision derives its meaning from this." These words were profound and hard to grasp, but Zhuozhu still tried his best to understand their meaning. He sat cross-legged like the protagonist right beside him, quietly listening to the Elder's teachings. He didn't know how long had passed. Zhuozhu slowly opened his eyes, clearly feeling a burning sensation in his abdomen. The flame inside had grown more than 3 times in size. A glint of sharp light appeared in Zhuozhu's eyes and he said excitedly, "Indeed, under the Elder's teachings comprehension comes faster. But when will I be able to accommodate another exotic flame?" Soon Zhuozhu faced a second problem. To accommodate and absorb another exotic flame, one must have a sufficiently resilient body. But the Yuzhibo clan, though producing genius after genius, none of them paid attention to taijutsu. At best they were at the level of an ordinary chunin and the strongest only reached jonin. Zhuozhu hesitated. But watching the scenes unfolding before him, he made up his mind again. The protagonist was strenuously honing his body under a waterfall while the Elder held a whip, striking the protagonist with a special martial technique. Even so, the protagonist never gave up. Zhuozhu witnessed all of this. Gritting his teeth, Zhuozhu said firmly, "If others can do it, then I, Yuzhibo Zhuozhu, can definitely do it too. I stake the honor of the Yuzhibo clan." Zhuozhu also knew that haste makes waste. With his current physical body, its strength was far from comparable to the people in battle through the heavens. Zhuozhu didn't aim too high either. After exiting the manga world, he began performing some basic taijutsu training, gradually increasing the intensity. In the blink of an eye, several days passed and Zhuozhu's training had begun to show results. At least his physical strength had doubled compared to before. However, today's training ground seemed a bit different. Kakashi, holding a book of Intimate Paradise in one hand, leaned against a tree, quietly watching Zhuozhu train frantically. Kakashi had observed Zuoju's training over the past few days. At first he didn't think much of it, but after several consecutive days he realized something seemed off. Taking advantage of Zuoju's training break, Kakashi walked over. Kakashi stared with his deadfish eyes and said, seriously Zuoju, this kind of training will yield no results. The Yuzebo clan has never been a family that excels through taijutsu. And what is this thing? Every day after training I see you holding this manga. Kakashi picked up the Battle Through the Heavens that was placed aside. Zuoju narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of worry showing on his face. Kakashi understood something from this. Zuoju cared deeply about this manga. Could it be that his sudden practice of taijutsu was related to this manga? Could it be some unscrupulous bookseller selling a comic that tricks children? In Kakashi's memory, apart from Meitokai, there was no powerful taijutsu ninja. After all, taijutsu relies on pure physical strength. It has many drawbacks for ninjas. Even if one puts in several times the effort, they could still be defeated by ninjutsu and genjutsu. Even Meitokai has some chakra assistance. In Kakashi's view, Zuoju's approach was like picking up a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Zuoju slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed firmly on Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, that's not the case. Kakashi frowned. Had he made a wrong assumption somewhere? Sasuke, tell me, why have you been training taijutsu so frantically? The Uchiha clan has never relied on physical combat to determine victory or defeat. At first I thought the same. But after following your advice and seeking out Lord Ryosuke, I have found the path to becoming stronger. A deep chilling hatred flashed across Sasuke's face as he spoke in a cold tone. Kakashi knew this hatred was directed at Uchiha Itachi. But what connection was there between growing stronger and practicing taijutsu? And why was Kyo Ryosuke involved? Kakashi could not quite grasp it. Seeing this, Sasuke decided to speak plainly. Teacher Kakashi, let us spar. That way you will know whether I am lying. Kakashi's deadfish eyes grew serious. He slowly extended a hand and the two formed a sealing hand sign facing each other before creating distance. Yet Kakashi still held Ika Paradise in one hand, keeping the other free for any coming danger. Sasuke quickly formed hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 Sasukes charged at Kakashi from different directions. Each shadow clone was flawless. Shadow Clone Jutsu Ha. Good thing you haven't neglected your training lately, Sasuke. Kakashi pulled out a shuriken and casually destroyed 2 of the clones. For the Sasuke charging at him, Kakashi slowly extended his hand. The shuriken in his hand clashed fiercely with the one in Sasuke's grip. Sparks flew, but Kakashi paid it no mind. Sasuke seemed intent on honing his skills, continuously engaging Kakashi in close combat. Suddenly, Earth Release Heart-Severing Technique. Kakashi abruptly vanished and 2 hands burst from the ground, about to grab Sasuke's ankles. But Sasuke had already leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. Not bad, but at this rate you will never defeat me. Kakashi said calmly, still holding Ika Paradise. Sasuke's eyes grew tense, his double Tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly in the smoke. Teacher Kakashi, watch out. A flash of lightning appeared in Sasuke's hand, growing stronger and louder as though 1,000 birds were shrieking within it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Ochidori. Raikiri. He pulled down his headband, revealing a blood-red eye. He was finally taking this seriously. Sasuke closed the distance rapidly, his lightning blade growing more violent. That alone won't be enough. Without warning, Kakashi had set Ika Paradise aside and spoke calmly. Sasuke was fast, but Kakashi's speed seemed to reach a new level. He perfectly dodged the strike, leaving only an empty wooden post behind, shattered by Sasuke's attack. Lightning still crackled around the wood. But at least he had evaded Sasuke's Raikiri. Kakashi frowned. Sasuke, your strength hasn't changed at all compared to a few days ago. Not even a fraction of progress. Someone must be deceiving you. Sasuke panted heavily and replied coldly, Teacher Kakashi, the real battle is only beginning. Watch out. He swiftly formed hand signs with both hands and exhaled fiercely. A torrent of flames surged toward Kakashi. Fire Release Phoenix Flower Jutsu. This attack was ferocious and even Kakashi dared not block it directly, it was too fast. More importantly, Kakashi sensed a powerful aura from the flames. If it had truly struck him, the consequences would have been dire. Kakashi abruptly disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind Sasuke. With a hint of amusement in his voice, Kakashi said slowly, Sasuke, your fire release has improved considerably since before, but this clearly did not come from taijutsu training. Sasuke, with his back to Kakashi, curled his lips into a slight smile. Teacher Kakashi, is it? Look at your feet. Kakashi paused and looked down at his calves. A pale flame was circling Kakashi's feet. He dared not move, a profound sense of danger emanated from it, and it was dangerously close to his skin. Behind his mask, Kakashi's face broke into a smile. When did you set a trap here? Even I failed to notice it. Hearing this, the pale flame slowly dissipated. Kakashi conceded defeat. Though the victory was somewhat unsporting, he had won nonetheless. The two formed a reconciliation hand sign, putting their sparring aside. Sasuke slowly extended his finger where a pale flame flickered. Though it was fire, an icy chill permeated from it, sending Kakashi's expression darkening. That small flame gave Kakashi an overwhelming sense of crisis. Sasuke spoke slowly. This is the method Lord Ryosuke gave me to grow stronger. This flame is called Bone Spirit Cold Fire, one of the heavenly flames. All I need to do is make it constantly stronger and absorb other heavenly flames. But to absorb them, my physical body must keep pace. That is why I have been undergoing intensive taijutsu training. Kakashi's expression changed. Lord Ryosuke. You mean all of this was created by Kyo Ryosuke? A hint of admiration and reverence appeared on Sasuke's face. Yes, it was all created by Lord Ryosuke. And I am confident that with these tools I could completely kill that man. Kakashi was startled at first, then sighed. Sasuke, revenge is not everything, but you will understand someday. But what about that manga? Sasuke replied indifferently. Don't you also like reading manga, teacher Kakashi? You never seem to be without it. Kakashi blushed and quickly stowed away Ika Paradise. I am studying the works of Jiraiya-sama. Besides, this is a novel, not a manga. Sasuke sneered coldly. What difference does it make? I found this treasure in the room where Lord Ryosuke used to live. It was by reading these that I learned this path to strength. I suspect Lord Ryosuke deliberately intended for me to learn from them. Kakashi suspiciously shifted his gaze from Sasuke to the manga volume resting nearby. Learning a way to grow stronger from manga, how could that be possible? Thinking of the Ika Paradise he had tucked away, Kakashi did not deny that literature had its value in cultivating the spirit. But to become stronger from such things seemed far-fetched. Yet Sasuke's current abilities were undeniable. Kakashi could sense that eerie flame. Even a jonin caught off guard could be injured or even killed by it. Could it be that everything Sasuke said was true? Kakashi could not help but regard the manga volume before him with newfound seriousness. Could such a wondrous thing truly exist in this world, learning profound truths merely by reading a comic? Before witnessing it firsthand, Kakashi remained deeply skeptical. Sasuke hesitated long and hard before finally extending the manga volume toward him. Kakashi discerned the gravity in Sasuke's gaze. This manga was evidently of immense importance to him. With solemn reverence, Kakashi accepted the volume. Could such an extraordinary phenomenon truly exist? Today would be the day to find out. Without further hesitation, Kakashi took the manga and began reading. As he scanned its pages, Kakashi's brow lifted slightly. The illustrations were unexpectedly captivating. Yet no matter how intently he studied them, he felt none of the sensation Sasuke had described. Had he simply failed to comprehend it? The manga was lengthy. Kakashi continued turning the pages, but as he read on he found himself utterly enthralled by the narrative's brilliance. A single volume had already conjured a vast sweeping world, so vivid and grand that even a man of Kakashi's age felt a surge of heroic fervor rise within his chest. Yet this only deepened his bewilderment. There was no trace, none whatsoever, of that transcendent sensation one might feel upon hearing a master impart a cultivation technique. Could Sasuke possibly be deceiving him? Well? Sasuke asked, eyes locked tightly on Kakashi, voice brimming with anticipation. Did you feel it, sensei? Kakashi glanced once more at the unremarkable pages in his hands, then shook his head. I read it carefully, yet I felt nothing of what you described. Sasuke shook his head resolute. That's impossible. I felt it clearly, on my very first reading. And on the second reading the voice of the ring elder echoed in my ears, transmitting the cultivation art itself. That is how I mastered the flame annihilation technique. Kakashi grew even more perplexed at these words, when suddenly Sasuke raised his head. Sensei Kakashi, I understand now. I understand why you felt nothing. Perhaps, this was never meant for you. After all, I sought out Lord Ryosuke, only then did I gain access to this manga. Kakashi rested his chin upon his hand, lost in quiet contemplation. He spoke calmly, your reasoning holds merit. If so, then this must have been deliberately prepared for you by Lord Ryosuke. It seems he places great faith in you, do not disappoint him. A quiet tremor stirred within Sasuke. Ah, Sensei Kakashi, I hadn't considered that. A flicker of emotion passed through Sasuke's eyes. He, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, had long endured villagers' scornful glances and whispered judgments. Some mocked him, others pitied him. Since the massacre, the village had watched him with eyes clouded by prejudice. Now unexpectedly someone regarded him, not with suspicion but with genuine expectation. To claim he felt no emotion would be a lie. Blinking rapidly, Sasuke buried that warmth deep within his heart. After a long silence he lifted his gaze. Sensei Kakashi, if I could draw power from this manga, what about others? In the shinobi world no one remained indifferent to strength. For a fleeting instant Kakashi's eyes shimmered with unmistakable intrigue before settling once more into their customary dull lifeless stillness. Since I perceived nothing within its pages, it seems this artifact bears no affinity with me. Seeing Kakashi deflect so plainly, Sakura interjected, "Sensei Kakashi, how can you know unless you try? What if Sasuke speaks the truth?" At that moment Kakashi's eyes betrayed unmistakable eagerness, yet asking guidance from someone younger than himself left him hesitant. He fidgeted awkwardly silent for a long while, his deadfish eye starting aimlessly across the ground. Sakura pressed on, "Sensei Kakashi, such an opportunity may never come again." Kakashi murmured softly almost to himself, "Indeed, it may never return." In that instant his resolve hardened. Sensing the shift, Sasuke fell silent, settling beneath the broad boughs of a great tree, quietly absorbed in the manga in his hands. That afternoon Kakashi stood before the Hokage tower, hesitant. Yet determination soon settled in his gaze and he stepped forward. After brief words with the guards, Kakashi entered without delay. At the office door he raised a hand and knocked gently. Ryosuke Kyo, immersed in official documents, looked up and a warm smile spread across his face. "Kakashi. What brings you here?" Kakashi seated himself slowly, lips parted, then paused. A subtle air of authority softened Ryosuke's expression. "Speak plainly, Kakashi. No evasions." Kakashi lifted his head and began, "Lord Ryosuke, I'll speak directly. After visiting you, Sasuke has carried this manga constantly and it appears to possess extraordinary properties." Ryosuke smiled faintly, gesturing for Kakashi to continue. Swallowing audibly, Kakashi voiced his hope with quiet intensity. "Lord Ryosuke, is this a newly awakened bloodline limit? And might it function for me as well?" Ryosuke's eyes flickered inwardly. "Sasuke learned from the manga, but even I remain baffled by how it works. How dare I guarantee anything for you?" Yet the man stood before him, having journeyed here in earnest. To offer nothing would betray his own words he himself had set in motion. Ryosuke leaned back slightly, calm and composed. "Whether it works for you can only be known through personal practice. Would mere words convince you?" Kakashi lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the young man, years his junior, whose presence radiated an enigmatic aura, elusive and inscrutable. Yet Kakashi could not pinpoint the source of that change. They rarely met, truth be told they barely knew each other. Kakashi paused, thoughtful. Indeed, what remains unseen often feels unreal. His eyes, now sharp and unwavering, met Ryosuke's squarely. Ryosuke reclined slightly in his chair. "Here is the key previously entrusted to Sasuke. Now it belongs to you. I trust you will uncover its meaning." Kakashi's pulse quickened. Has he always labored silently for the village? What drives him? Accepting the key, his spirits lifted noticeably. Who knows what discoveries await? Kakashi still harbored a flicker of anticipation for such an enigmatic power that could enhance one's strength was something no one could resist. Moreover, his current circumstances were rather peculiar. In his youth Kakashi had already attained the rank of elite jonin, a testament to his formidable prowess and potential. Yet in recent years he had been unable to break through to the next level. Although a series of events had contributed to this stagnation, the primary cause lay in the Sharingan that veiled his eye. Lacking the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Kakashi could not deactivate this eye, which perpetually drained his chakra. This had to a certain extent hindered Kakashi's progress. If unresolved, this Sharingan would continue to shackle his strength, preventing him from advancing further. Yet this eye was a gift from his cherished friend Obito, and Kakashi had no desire to replace it with an ordinary one. The transformation that had occurred in Sasuke filled Kakashi with profound astonishment. For Kakashi sensed that this power seemed distinct from chakra, an entirely novel force unlike anything a shinobi had ever wielded. It was this very reason that stirred such deep longing within him. Gripping the key tightly, Kakashi gently opened the door. Much like Sasuke's reaction, he found himself staring at the chaotic room before him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Yet his attention was immediately drawn to the manga stacked on the bookshelf. Neatly arranged volumes filled the shelves, all bearing the signature of Jing Liangjie, indicating that these were the works he had drawn over the past few years. Kakashi murmured in astonishment, "How long did it take to draw all this?" He casually pulled down a volume. Flipping through the pages, he found the story titled The Adventures of the Straw Hat Boy did not quite appeal to his taste. Nor did it exude any special sensation. Speculating that this might not be intended for him, Kakashi returned the manga to its place. After a moment's thought, he picked another volume from the shelf. This time Kakashi found himself engrossed. The reason was simple: the protagonist fought primarily with blades. This inadvertently reminded him of his father, who had taken his own life. The White Fang of Konoha had always been renowned for his extraordinary swordsmanship. Once upon a time Kakashi had also trained diligently in the way of the blade, but everything had changed afterward. As he read on, the manga titled Bleach gradually captivated Kakashi, drawing him deeper into its world. Unbeknownst to him, half an hour slipped away. A hint of excitement flickered across Kakashi's face. The protagonist's fervor was so stirring that it ignited a blaze of passion within him. After finishing the volume, however, a strange and indescribable sensation stirred in his heart. It was profound and elusive, something that could only be felt, not expressed in words. Kakashi eagerly began reading it anew. The manga was extensive, with numerous volumes of Bleach lined up on the shelf. Completing them all would take many days. As the saying goes, one cannot swallow too much at once. With that peculiar feeling stirring in his heart, Kakashi reopened the book and read with focused attention. This time the impression was even more profound. The deep resonance within his heart needed no elaboration. As he turned the pages and immersed himself in reading, a sudden dizziness washed over him. This time Kakashi truly heard some voices. Someone was calling out to him. Yet the sound was faint and unfamiliar. The sensation was utterly bizarre. Frowning deeply, Kakashi set down the manga and closed his eyes tightly. He now understood what that feeling signified. So this was the enlightenment gained from reading manga. In those pages Kakashi glimpsed an entirely new, magnificent and tumultuous world. Yet a question lingered in Kakashi's mind: how did Acting Hokage Liangjie-sama conceive such works? The two stories were completely different in style and theme, yet he had rendered them both with vivid, lifelike detail. Moreover, there was no trace of dissonance. Kakashi's gaze returned to the manga in his hands. As he read on, a somewhat battered blade materialized at his waist. This sudden change naturally startled Kakashi. Staring at the worn-out longsword, his eyes widened in disbelief. It was too bizarre, too far beyond his expectations. What kind of Kekkai Genkai could achieve such a terrifying feat? But at that moment Kakashi had no time to ponder further. All his focus was fixed on the ordinary-looking sword in his hand. Outwardly it appeared utterly plain, even somewhat aged. Yet the grip of the blade was unmistakably real and tangible. This was even more intense than what had happened to Sasuke. This realization filled Kakashi with immense confusion. No wonder Sasuke had been so astonished and reverent. Even Sasuke aside, now Kakashi himself wore a look of awe. He felt that the mist shrouding Jing Liangjie had grown even thicker. This man, whom Kakashi could never quite see through, had become infinitely mysterious. Setting the manga down carefully, Kakashi took hold of the sword's hilt with one hand and gently drew the blade with the other. In his grip the long sword lengthened slightly and the blade narrowed. Overall it resembled an ordinary katana with no discernible difference. Yet it was precisely this that gradually steadied Kakashi's heart. This was not merely a sealing of an object within a manga. Kakashi had sensed no fluctuation of ninjutsu. The sword had simply appeared at his waist as he read, sudden and inexplicable. If he were to speak of this miraculous experience, he would likely be deemed a madman. Coupled with the subtle changes the blade underwent as he drew it, Kakashi finally dared to confirm that his guess was correct. The oddly shaped longsword in his hand was none other than his own Zanpakuto from Bleach. Kakashi slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to his inner being. A cold, dark energy seeped from his body, casting a chill over the entire room. No mistake, this is the spiritual pressure from Bleach. Kakashi murmured, a smile curving at the corner of his lips. This power was fundamentally different from chakra, and in a certain sense, it even nourished the Sharingan. Though still faint, the mere emergence of this force was a revolutionary existence for the entire shinobi world. For this was a power completely unlike chakra. Opening his eyes, Kakashi trembled all over. If so, then other techniques can be learned as well: demon arts, hand-to-hand combat, footwork, swordsmanship. I can also become stronger. Tears welled up in his eyes and his gaze grew resolute. Turning around, he left the room and walked slowly toward the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage building, Kyo Ryosuke lifted his head as if foreknowing the moment. Kakashi raised his gaze toward this man slightly younger than himself. His eyes betrayed a rare flicker of unease. A word utterly absent from Kakashi's lexicon. Ryosuke, however, seemed unfazed. A gentle, warm smile curved his lips. Kakashi, do you have something to discuss? He already knew without needing to ask precisely why Kakashi had come. Lord Ryosuke, did you draw all those manga yourself? Kakashi held up the volume and his hand, voice edged with quiet disbelief. Ryosuke offered no denial. He affirmed plainly, yes, I drew every one. Kakashi, did you discern anything within them? In truth, after acquiring a Zanpakuto, Kakashi had likewise received one and earned 100 energy points from Kakashi's contribution. He asked again, only to dispel suspicion. Kakashi's brows lifted faintly, astonishment flared uncontainable in his eyes. The room held countless manga volumes. How many months, even years, must such an oeuvre demand? And each volume teemed with profound, multifaceted content. If every volume served a unique purpose and resonated with its destined reader, then that chamber was no mere library, it was a veritable jutsu archive. Even more formidable than any traditional repository. Realizing this, Kakashi regarded Ryosuke with awe bordering on reverence. Lord Ryosuke, you are truly peerless. To discover even one energy system distinct from chakra would mark a genius beyond measure. Yet you have forged not one, but countless divergent paths to power, all converging upon transcendence. This time Lord Ryosuke rolled from Kakashi's tongue with unfeigned sincerity. From childhood Kakashi had been hailed as a prodigy by all who knew him. Now at last he grasped the meaning of beyond heaven there is sky, beyond man there is man. His own genius lay confined within convention, while Ryosuke had shattered its boundaries and charted an entirely new domain. The contrast could not have been starker. If Kakashi was a genius, then Ryosuke was unquestionably divine. Kakashi exhaled a soft wordless laugh. Is not one who forges an entirely new school of thought truly a god? A genius worthy of standing beside the shinobi god himself? Kakashi's eyes shimmered with quiet intensity. A subtle tremor stirred within him, swiftly suppressed. No matter Ryosuke's stature, Kakashi remembered one immutable truth: he was the Hokage of Konoha, the sovereign steward of the entire village. And everything Ryosuke did served Konoha's flourishing. If every manga volume possessed the same transformative potency as the one in his hands, Ryosuke would forge an army whose techniques would redefine warfare itself. Only then did Kakashi recall he had yet to voice his true intent. A faint movement touched his lips before he spoke. Lord Ryosuke, may I borrow this volume of bleach? Without hesitation Ryosuke replied, of course, just take care of it. With a light wave of his hand he dismissed Kakashi. Kakashi's lips twitched, his brows lifted, delight unmistakable, as he cradled the manga and walked slowly from the Hokage chamber. All along the way his eyes drifted repeatedly to the cover in his arms. How had Lord Ryosuke conceived such depth and harnessed such extraordinary power? At times it felt almost too astonishing to believe. Perhaps, none of this truly concerns me, Kakashi murmured, shaking his head with wry self-mockery, and continued onward. He touched his nose lightly, a sudden brightness alighting in his eyes, then turned resolutely toward the training grounds. Time slipped away unnoticed. Yet for Kakashi, seated beneath a tree, turning page after page, time stretched languid and weighty. The deeper he read, the greater his wonder grew. Bleach was no ordinary manga, it was profoundly, unsettlingly real. Within its panels Kakashi glimpsed nearly everything. And the longer he gazed, the more entranced he became. That world bore little resemblance to the shinobi realm. Yet soon he ceased dwelling on such distinctions. After all, what mattered most was strength. That remained his sole, unwavering focus. Hence his deep fascination with Zan Sogu and Ken. Yet disappointment followed prolonged study, no insight emerged. Still his patience had grown markedly. And curiously, his spiritual pressure had subtly risen simply from reading. Yet for Kakashi this modest gain held little practical value. For meditation alone could cultivate spiritual pressure just as effectively. The incremental difference between methods was negligible. What Kakashi craved now was revelation, not stagnation. Sasuke, how exactly did you obtain the bone-cold flame? Sasuke slowly raised his head, glancing at Kakashi beside him. He stood mid-training, honing his physical endurance. By shinobi standards Sasuke's physique was already exceptional. Yet he trained relentlessly, expression impassive. Only Kakashi's voice caused him to pause, briefly. A shadow clone stepped forward from his left. Sensei, I studied Finjue and longed to acquire the bone-cold flame immediately, yet nothing I read or tried yielded results. Then how did you ultimately attain it? Kakashi tilted his head, puzzled. Sasuke glanced briefly at his original self before replying. Even my original self remains hazy, uncertain what truly transpired. But resonance with the manga's characters, that much is certain. Kakashi's expression shifted instantly. So, it is resonance that magnifies comprehension. Now I understand. He bowed his head once more and resumed reading. Thus their trio settled into quiet rhythm. Sasuke devoted himself to brutal physical training, and when not training, to manga. As for Kakashi, need scarcely be said. Naruto had vanished with Jiraiya of Myobokuzen. Sakura stood adrift, uncertain, unmoored. What should I do? Her heart burned with the same hunger for strength. Had fate followed its original course, she would now be mastering medical ninjutsu. But Ryosuke's presence had stirred the winds of change. Like a butterfly's wingbeat, unleashing cascading upheaval. Tsunade herself had already departed the village. Thus Sakura's path too had irrevocably shifted. As she stood lost in thought, Kakashi beside her stirred, subtly transformed. Kakashi's gaze was somewhat distant, staring at the manga before him, yet his eyes failed to focus on its pages. Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi-sensei! Haruno Sakura called out, her brow furrowed in confusion. But her words had no effect whatsoever. Kakashi remained in a dazed state. In Kakashi's vision, however, he saw a young man with orange hair. He was locked in battle with a monstrous creature towering 3 to 4 meters tall. Every attack the youth made was labored and strenuous. Yet the giant cleaver in his hand was particularly eye-catching. Kakashi observed intently, his single visible eye fixed firmly on that colossal blade. This is a Zanpakuto. Kakashi finally realized something was amiss. Although the streets here bore some resemblance to Konoha village, it was overall more modernized. Moreover, the scenes within seemed vaguely familiar. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply as the words suddenly burst forth. This is the world of Bleach. Everything became clear. This was the world of Soul Reapers, and that orange-haired youth must be the protagonist. His opponent was a hollow. Though he hadn't figured out how this was happening, Kakashi knew this wasn't the time to ponder such matters. Drawing his Zanpakuto, he charged forward. Shuriken and other weapons were useless against hollows, but Kakashi's physical prowess was formidable, and he wielded the blade with fierce precision. But then, the blade passed through the hollow as if touching nothing at all. Kakashi was astonished to discover that the protagonist standing right before him cast no reflection of him in his eyes. I don't exist. No. I entered this world while reading the manga. That means all of this is an illusion. Then does that mean I can grow alongside the protagonist? At this thought a smile crept beneath the mask upon Kakashi's face. The youth was still locked in combat with the hollow. However, the current situation looked rather grim. This hollow was far stronger than the lesser fodder ones. Combining his location and the circumstances, Kakashi quickly analyzed the situation. The protagonist was at his weakest point right now, lacking the power to suppress such hollows effectively. At that thought, Kakashi couldn't help but feel tense. Though this was an illusion, it was utterly realistic. What if the protagonist couldn't defeat this hollow? Would he never be able to enter this illusion again? Even the laid-back Kakashi now felt a stirring desire to grow stronger. How could he not be worried? Boom! The hollow's arm slammed viciously into the protagonist, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Yet the youth was not so easily defeated. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit, their resolute light nearly piercing the heavens. Just then the youth suddenly swung his arm and raised the blade in his hand. Forget your fear, look ahead and advance. Never stop. Retreat breeds senility, and cowardice invites death. Zangetsu. The long blade swept through in an instant, and the once proud hollow was split cleanly in two from head to body. A profound voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. Every blade has its name. Call out to it, speak its name. Only then shall you behold its true form. The surrounding environment slowly dissolved. Kakashi opened his eyes and saw Sakura's concerned gaze. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Sakura asked with a slight frown, worry coloring her voice. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, not uttering a word, his eyes fixed intently on the long blade at his waist. The blade was merely a simple asachi. And a Zanpakuto was special indeed, one needed to achieve Shurikai to witness its true form. This was precisely the predicament of the blade before Kakashi now. At present it was just an ordinary sword. It couldn't truly be called a Zanpakuto. Kakashi gazed at the long sword before him, lost in thought. Should I call out your name? But what is your name? Kakashi fell into a daze, his hand gently caressing the blade. Every Zanpakuto was a unique existence, manifesting differently according to the soul and state of mind of its master. Clutching the long sword, Kakashi closed his eyes and questioned his own heart again and again. In a trance he saw a pool of stagnant water. Above this water, drop after drop fell from the sky. A long blade stood at the very center of the still lake. Kakashi slowly walked toward it. A slightly elongated katana stood there as if awaiting Kakashi's call to be claimed. So what is your name? Kakashi quietly regarded the blade before him. The long sword was quite ordinary, a gleaming silver blade with a somewhat ornate hilt, though that was all. Kakashi spoke once more. So what is your name? A sword would not answer Kakashi. Yet at that moment the stagnant pool began to ripple as if it were starting to flow. A smile slowly curled at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. The blade would not tell him its name, but Kakashi's heart already knew the answer. Kakashi opened his eyes. The exposed eye gleamed with sharp brilliance, and an inexplicable aura radiated from his being. Sakura, standing nearby, involuntarily stepped back. Unbeknownst to her, it was the spiritual pressure spilling from Kakashi that made her retreat instinctively. Sakura felt rather bewildered. Ever since her teammates and teacher had visited Ryosuke-sama, they had been acting strangely, clutching manga books as if possessed. Now Kakashi-sensei's condition seemed even worse than Sasuke's. Sakura was at a loss for what to do next. Should she just let this continue? Beyond that, Sakura couldn't seem to find any better solution. All she could do was watch quietly, wondering what changes might come. All Sakura could do was wait and see. Kakashi slowly extended his hand and gently grasped the hilt of the long sword. His lips moved beneath the mask and a hoarse voice escaped his mouth. Shatter Kyoka Suigetsu. It seemed a bell chimed. Sakura's gaze flickered and her expression grew dazed. She seemed to catch the scent of cherry blossoms, though this season they shouldn't have bloomed yet. Sakura was puzzled, yet the fragrance of Sakura was unmistakably real. She slowly opened her eyes. In Kakashi's hand was a slender katana utterly transformed from what she had seen before. The long blade in Kakashi's hand seemed to be pointed at Sakura. In an instant, Sakura found herself forgetting to resist as the sword inched closer and closer to her. Suddenly the world around them rippled like a pond's surface. Sakura opened her eyes once more, utterly dumbfounded. A moment ago Sakura Haruno was utterly enveloped by fear. An immense oppressive aura radiated from Kakashi, making it impossible for her to even offer resistance. As the long blade was about to pierce her body, the spatial fluctuations around her created a sensation of opening her eyes. Sakura Haruno felt a flicker of confusion. But I've had my eyes open all along, she thought. Yet when that sensation recurred, she gazed at the scene before her in bewilderment. Kakashi-sensei stood there holding that long blade. He hadn't moved at all. He hadn't swung the blade toward her as he had moments ago. She saw Kakashi slowly sheath the long sword. Sakura Haruno looked utterly perplexed. Kakashi-sensei, what was that just now? Why did I see you charging at me with a blade? Was it a genjutsu? Kakashi shook his head. If it were a simple genjutsu, disrupting chakra would have dispelled it. But what had just happened wasn't a genjutsu born of chakra. If an enemy mistook it for such, that moment of chakra disruption would be an instant opening enough to inflict devastating damage. Though Kakashi wore a mask, a slight crinkle at the corner of his eye revealed he was smiling. Sakura, what I just did was deceive all 5 of your senses. It's perhaps the most potent genjutsu, making your senses perceive a scene as real, even the smell of it. Such a lapse in concentration during battle could lead to disaster. I'll need to intensify your training against genjutsu. Sakura Haruno was stunned. That was a genjutsu. But Kakashi-sensei, I didn't detect it at all. Sakura had seen it clearly. Kakashi-sensei hadn't formed any hand seals or made any extraneous movements. How could she have fallen under a genjutsu? Still looking at Kakashi with a puzzled expression, she said, Kakashi-sensei, I refuse to believe that was just a genjutsu. After all, I saw no hand seals. Kakashi took 2 steps forward, leaned lightly against a tree and pulled out a manga volume with one hand. It's only natural that you don't believe it. Because this is not a technique of the shinobi world. All ninjutsu require hand seals, or even a seal-less technique requires a process. The only mysterious ones are dojutsu. But the genjutsu just now didn't fall into any of those categories, so it's perfectly normal that you sensed nothing. Yet it is real. This might be the genius of Lord Ryosuke. Sakura Haruno covered her mouth in shock. Could it be that Lord Ryosuke developed all of this? Kakashi let out a sigh. As much as I'd like to deny it, after all, even genius has its limits, I cannot deny that there are indeed prodigies in this world who can be this strong. These are indeed new systems developed by Lord Ryosuke. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Sasuke had stopped and was walking slowly toward Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, have you succeeded as well? Kakashi looked at Sasuke before him, a completely different person from the Sasuke of a few days ago. Though Sasuke had smiled before, one could still feel the immense shadow within his heart. But now things had improved considerably. Perhaps this was somehow related to what Ryosuke had provided. The credit went to the manga, which showed Sasuke a path to power. Yet at its root it still seemed to be about revenge. Kakashi didn't know how to counsel him, but since things had come this far, only growing stronger mattered. Overthinking would do no good. Kakashi fixed his single eye on Sasuke. Sasuke, let's have another spar. Let me see how much you've improved. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Kakashi-sensei, I was just thinking the same. Let's compare our skills. The battle that erupted between them seemed to be not only about testing their strength but also about comparing the prowess of their new techniques. Both systems were brimming with novelty. Kakashi also wanted to know which was stronger, his Zanpakuto or Sasuke's strange fire. It was rare for Kakashi, usually so laid back, to display such fighting spirit. They extended their hands, formed a seal of confrontation, and then suddenly widened the distance. A pale white flame coiled around Sasuke's body and hands. Sasuke's control over the bone-chilling flame had become extremely refined, far more precise than at the beginning. Meanwhile, Kakashi made no other move, he simply drew the long blade from his waist. A faint phrase seemed to be carried on the wind. Scatter Kyoka Suigetsu. Sasuke watched with curiosity as Kakashi rushed toward him. His speed grew faster and faster, nearly rivaling the Chidori. Though puzzled, Sasuke instinctively gathered the flame in front of him. If Kakashi insisted on charging straight in, he would surely be burned by the bone-chilling flame. This highlighted the difference in their combat styles. At that moment, a chilling sensation suddenly appeared behind Sasuke. He twisted his body to see a second Kakashi swinging his blade at him from behind. If Sasuke hadn't detected it or reacted in time, that single strike would have decided the outcome and Sasuke's defeat. Kakashi's cold voice came slowly. Not bad. Your perception seems to have improved considerably. Both of them tacitly refrained from using chakra or ninjutsu in the fight. If they had used those, Sasuke would have had virtually no chance of winning. Kakashi was after all a jonin of elite rank, nearly on par with a Kage. If he removed his eye patch and utilized his Sharingan, Kakashi's strength would be even greater. How could Sasuke, a genin who had just graduated not long ago, compete with him? So this match was strictly speaking a contest between the Zanpakuto and the Strange Fire. Sasuke's face turned cold as he said bluntly, Kakashi-sensei, I'm going to get serious. Sasuke gently flicked his fingers through the flames. Soon the pale white flames swirling around him condensed into a small sphere. The scattered flames caused frost to form on Sasuke's hands. The concentrated flame was several times more ferocious than before. At this moment Sasuke was mimicking the method of condensing the Buddha's wrathful lotus from the manga to shape the bone-chilling flame. There was no second type of flame to fuse with, but Sasuke by instinct made the bone-chilling flame more solid and far more powerful. What a terrifying flame! Kakashi stood still as if strolling leisurely and said with a relaxed tone. Sasuke's expression changed. This was the same situation as before. Without any hand seals, Kakashi had appeared behind me. Sasuke held the fire lotus in his hand. Could it be a genjutsu? It seems that phenomenon is tied to that sword of his. From beginning to end Kakashi held a long blade in his hand. Yet Sasuke, who knew Kakashi well, understood that his sensei rarely resorted to a sword under normal circumstances. Compared to a blade, Kakashi favored portable weapons such as shuriken. The fact that he had been clutching that long sword all day was undoubtedly peculiar. The faint flame within his dantian gradually spread across his entire being. An invisible, intangible aura enveloped Sasuke's form. Then all of a sudden, Sasuke hurled the fiery lotus behind him where nothing appeared to exist. From that seeming void a dazzling flash of blade-light materialized out of thin air. The long sword slammed fiercely against the fiery lotus. For a moment the lotus and the blade were evenly matched. Yet gradually the fiery lotus began to gain the upper hand. Left with no choice, Kakashi deflected the fiery lotus to the side. The immense force discharged into the surroundings, carving a deep gaping crater before the two. Within the scorched pit thin wisps of flame still flickered upward. Kakashi slowly sheathed his long blade and the two formed a seal of reconciliation once more. Sasuke raised an eyebrow slightly, speaking with a hint of excitement. Kakashi-sensei, I never imagined your abilities had grown so formidable. Were it not for the enhancement granted by the Strange Fire, I might never have detected where you were coming from. If we speak purely of offensive power, your Strange Fire truly ascends to another level. Kakashi's brow arched upward, a trace of a smile upon his face. Both men were thoroughly pleased with their newfound transformations. Yet Sakura Haruno, standing nearby, felt like an inconsequential, invisible bystander. Everything the two spoke of and did was utterly beyond Sakura's comprehension. More troubling still, both Sasuke and Kakashi had grown more powerful, while Naruto Uzumaki, traveling abroad under Jiraiya's tutelage, was assuredly growing stronger as well. By the time Naruto returned, Sakura might very well be the one left trailing behind. At this thought a tremendous sense of crisis surged within Sakura's heart. No, I cannot let things continue like this, she resolved. Otherwise the gap between Sasuke-kun and me will only widen and the distance between us will grow ever greater. I cannot become a burden to everyone. At that moment Sakura fixed her gaze upon Kakashi and her eyes unconsciously drifted to the manga volume clutched in his hand. It seems Kakashi-sensei's increase in power is connected to these manga as well. After pondering for a long while, Sakura stepped forward. With unwavering determination she declared, Kakashi-sensei, might I also take a look at the manga? Of course you may. Kakashi handed over the volume, speaking calmly. Had today's events not unfolded, Sakura might have needed much more time to awaken. Yet the battle between the two, fought without a trace of chakra, had already wrought such devastating destruction. This undeniably attested to their soaring power. It also planted within Sakura's heart a seed of yearning for strength. Carefully she accepted the manga volume and began slowly flipping through it from the very beginning. Time slipped by minute after minute, yet even after paging through half the volume Sakura still felt not the slightest stirring of power. This sensation ignited a flicker of restlessness within her. What is going on? Why do I feel absolutely nothing? Kakashi, standing off to the side, seemed to find nothing amiss. Nevertheless Kakashi spoke up. The first time it was the same for me. Perhaps you should give it another try. Sakura had no choice but to suppress her mounting agitation. She took up the manga once more and read from the very start. Yet again it proved utterly futile. Having read from cover to cover, Sakura felt only growing irritation. Even though the manga was quite entertaining, it evoked no extraordinary sensation within her. No, I feel nothing at all. Sakura hung her head speaking with dejection. Yet upon Kakashi's face there was not a trace of surprise, as if everything had unfolded precisely within his expectations. Sakura lifted her head, caught sight of Kakashi's expression and could not help but ask. Kakashi-sensei, do you know something about this? Kakashi made no denial, nodding directly and answering succinctly, I have a theory, though I cannot be certain of it. Lord Liangjie has likely left behind many contingency plans. The path to making yourself stronger is something you must seek out on your own. Kakashi-sensei, do you mean I should go find Lord Liangjie? Sakura furrowed her brow slightly, asking in puzzlement. The evidence was unfolding right before Sakura's very eyes, leaving no room for doubt. Furthermore, the undeniable truth remained that both Kakashi and Sasuke had grown more powerful. They had both acquired new methods of combat from reading manga, that too was an indisputable fact. Sakura lifted her head, glancing first at Kakashi then at Sasuke. I understand, Kakashi-sensei. With those words, Sakura slowly departed from the training ground. The two watched as she grew increasingly distant. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously turned their attention back to the manga in their hands. This seemingly ordinary comic appeared in that very moment to have taken on an entirely different quality. Before long, Sakura had arrived at the Hokage's office. There stood Jing Liangjie at a long blade suspended at his waist. By the look of it, this blade was far more exquisite than Kakashi's Zanpakuto. And more imposing as well. While sorting through documents, Jing Liangjie also inquired inwardly. System, what is the meaning of this? If my memory serves me correctly, Kakashi's Zanpakuto should be Kyokusu Agetsu, should it not? Why then is mine a Zanpakuto I have never heard of before? Reporting to host. The Zanpakuto obtained by Kakashi was acquired through visualizing the Bleach manga. The host's Zanpakuto, however, was generated by the system and possesses the original Zanpakuto's rules. Jing Liangjie suddenly comprehended. Kakashi's Zanpakuto could only be selected from those appearing within the manga. His own, on the other hand, was a Zanpakuto that had manifested following his innermost heart. Jing Liangjie drew the long blade ever so slightly. Pray. Blade of the blazing heavens. Fire, inexhaustible endless fire, surged and churned along the blade's edge. Jing Liangjie could sense the might of the flames upon it, nearly surpassing even flowing fire blade of the weak. Framed by the conflagration, Jing Liangjie resembled the sovereign of the infernal abyss. In that instant his oppressive aura radiated outward, and Sakura, standing at the entrance, felt an immense pressure converging upon her. The gaze she fixed upon Jing Liangjie was filled with terror. The sensation of facing a towering demonic deity compelled Sakura to lower her head at once. Other than fear, there was nothing she could do. Fortunately, the feeling vanished without a trace in the next moment. Sakura Haruno, what business do you have with me? Jing Liangjie spoke calmly, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, however, Sakura found herself hesitating. The courage she had mustered along the way had seemingly retreated to some forgotten corner. Haruno Sakura was now at a loss for words. For a moment she didn't know where to begin. If she had possessed courage just moments ago upon witnessing the imposing presence of Jing Liangjie, that courage had long since receded and vanished. Jing Liangjie slowly sat down, his face still bearing a gentle smile. If there's anything you need to say, just speak freely. Jing Liangjie adjusted the haori on his shoulders and said calmly. Perhaps catching sight of Jing Liangjie's gaze, Haruno Sakura found her courage once more. Lord Liangjie, I heard something from Kakashi-sensei. Jing Liangjie showed no surprise whatsoever. What you heard must be about those manga books, right? He was not at all taken aback by Haruno Sakura's arrival. After all, once Kakashi knew, the matter of the manga books would be known to the entire team, except for Uzumaki Naruto, who was far outside the village. The remaining team member, Haruno Sakura, was inevitably the next to find out. Lord Liangjie, I want to become stronger too. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. Haruno Sakura lifted her head abruptly, speaking with some agitation. Jing Liangjie revealed a faint smile. It was evident from the original story that Haruno Sakura was a strong-willed person. When her long hair posed a danger to the team, she had unhesitatingly cut it off. How could someone like her remain unmoved when other team members were all growing stronger? Although Jing Liangjie's intervention had caused some peculiar butterfly effects throughout Konoha village, Haruno Sakura had also lost her chance to become Tsunade's disciple. But now things had changed somewhat, a kind of quid pro quo perhaps. Yet even Jing Liangjie felt a bit uncertain. Perhaps due to differences in personal constitution, Kakashi and Sasuke had each comprehended something different. This, however, proved a crucial point. Everyone had their own strengths, so their areas of comprehension differed. Even Jing Liangjie didn't know which manga to assign to whom. Fortunately, both Sasuke and Kakashi had miraculously found suitable inheritances, a situation that even Jing Liangjie found somewhat incredible. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow slightly, his face bearing a warm smile. Here is the key. Go pick your manga. Gazing at the key placed on the table, Haruno Sakura felt it was profoundly significant. It looked like just an ordinary key, but to Haruno Sakura this key was more like a key to success. Haruno Sakura gave a slight bow, a hint of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Lord Liangjie, I don't know how to express this, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. Haruno Sakura felt immensely moved. Konoha adhered to many old traditions. Things like passing down ninjutsu were usually taught by teachers to students. If it were merely friends or ordinary superior-subordinate relations, there was no such obligation. In other words, Jing Liangjie had no need whatsoever to teach Haruno Sakura any skills. Yet when Haruno Sakura came to him, Jing Liangjie agreed directly. To him it seemed trivial, but to Haruno Sakura it was the grace of imparting knowledge and skills. After all, in Haruno Sakura's eyes, Jing Liangjie was bestowing his unique secret techniques upon her. Watching her turn and leave, Jing Liangjie gave a slight smirk. He couldn't quite figure out why Haruno Sakura had such a strong reaction. But since things had already come to this, Jing Liangjie didn't want to meddle further. Although he was somewhat curious about what Haruno Sakura might learn from the manga, he ultimately suppressed that curiosity. After all, he would know soon enough. There was no point in worrying now. Clutching the key, Haruno Sakura strode out of the Hokage building, filled with hope of becoming stronger. Looking at the somewhat old and worn residence before her, Haruno Sakura walked in with the key. The furnishings were still a bit messy. Her gaze immediately locked onto the bookshelf. The shelves were densely packed with manga volumes, clearly of many different kinds. Haruno Sakura let out a deep breath, feeling much lighter. After all, with so many manga before her, it was impossible that she couldn't comprehend even one. She casually pulled out a manga volume. At first she was curious about the story of the protagonist with a tail, but as she read on, when the protagonist transformed into a Super Saiyan, Haruno Sakura roughly understood, but she felt a pang of regret. Reading this manga brought no change. It seemed this one wasn't suitable for her either. Haruno Sakura felt somewhat disheartened. Counting the 2 she had read before, she had now gone through 3 volumes. Could it be that I'm really not suited for this path? Haruno Sakura was unwilling to give up. After all, Sasuke and Kakashi had already grown stronger while she remained stagnant. Their progress was rapid, and at her current pace, she would be left far behind, unable to even keep up with their footsteps. Haruno Sakura lifted her head slightly, looking around. She seemed to recall the mysterious acting Hokage, Lord Liangjie. Biting her lip, she thought, no, how can I give up? I am Haruno Sakura. I must not fall here on the path to strength, otherwise I won't even be able to see Sasuke-kun's shadow. At this thought, Haruno Sakura felt even more distressed, but her gaze hardened. No matter what, she had to find a manga that suited her. Haruno Sakura was now grasping at straws. One manga after another differed from her expectations. Yet undeniably these were rare and excellent manga. Unlike any manga on the market, each one would be extremely appealing if taken out. But as she browsed more and more, her disappointment grew. Haruno Sakura grew increasingly agitated. With so many manga, why isn't there a single one suitable for me? Do I really have no talent for this? It's so frustrating. I've found a way to become stronger, but my aptitude isn't enough to learn it. A stream of clear tears slid down from the corner of Haruno Sakura's eye. A feeling of being left far behind welled up in her heart. Even so, she mechanically picked up another manga volume. After glancing at it for a few moments, Haruno Sakura's sobbing stopped. Her eyes fixed intently on the content in her hands. This manga, titled Pokemon, gradually captured her attention. The corners of Haruno Sakura's mouth slowly lifted, for this manga gave her a very peculiar sensation. Perhaps she had hope again. A faint glimmer of hope slowly kindled in Haruno Sakura's heart. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she declared resolutely, Haruno Sakura will not give up. I can do it. I'll strive to catch up with Sasuke-kun. Her gaze locked tightly upon the manga volume as she turned its pages with meticulous care. Gradually Haruno Sakura became utterly absorbed. This was a world brimming with wonder. Utterly distinct from the shinobi realm, it featured battles, yes, but far more abundant were light-hearted adventures and joyful daily life. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, yet what left her truly astounded were the creatures inhabiting this world. They all bore a single unifying name: Pokemon. Watching Satoshi receive his first Pokemon, Haruno Sakura's heart leapt the moment she laid eyes on Pikachu. Instantly smitten yet quietly wistful, this particular Pikachu seemed to hold little promise of extraordinary potential. As she read deeper, Satoshi and Pikachu embarked upon their journey together. Again and again Pikachu surged forth, rescuing Satoshi from peril at the very brink of disaster. The thunderous, electrifying 10,000-volt thunderbolt profoundly reshaped Haruno Sakura's impression of Pikachu. A tremor of exhilaration coursed through her chest. Some nascent idea, was taking root within her. That sensation swelled, intensifying with every passing moment. She shifted slightly, then froze, utterly stunned. Out of nowhere a perfect sphere materialized in her palm. Its surface gleamed metallic crimson above, pristine white below. The more Haruno Sakura studied it, the more familiar it appeared, until glancing down at the manga in her hand she realized with shock she held a Pokeball, the very one depicted on the page. Upon closer inspection of its emblem she discerned that this Pokeball already contained a Pokemon. Faced with such reality, hesitation seized her. According to the Pokeball's indicator, this was an ordinary variant, its contents unmistakable. Trembling with excitement, Haruno Sakura clasped the sphere and stepped out of her room. Releasing a Pokemon indoors carried unforeseen risks, she dared not bear responsibility for catastrophe. A single mishap among those countless manga volumes would be no trivial matter. Indeed, the consequences would be grave. A gentle breeze stirred the courtyard as Haruno Sakura nervously swallowed. Her eyes, having just emerged from the room, never once strayed from the Pokeball. Pressing the central button, she watched, breathless and reverent. "It's you, I've made my choice." Slowly the Pokeball opened, and golden light spilled forth like liquid dawn. Golden, pure radiant gold. A surge of delight rose within Haruno Sakura. At last her first Pokemon had arrived. Gradually the luminous radiance receded. Before her stood a fluffy golden electric mouse. Its downy fur rippled softly in the breeze. 2 round crimson spots adorned its cherubic cheeks. Bold black stripes traced elegant patterns across its body. Plump and endearing, it bore a comical lightning-shaped tail that flickered with quiet charm. Haruno Sakura's eyes shimmered as she lifted her gaze, her voice trembling with awe. "Pikachu. It's Pikachu." She could scarcely believe it. The ordinary Pokeball had yielded this Pikachu, the loyal companion who marched beside Satoshi on every daring quest, wielding immense latent power. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, Kyo Ryosuke raised his head, and a subtle smile curved his lips. So, it was that manga after all. That outcome had caught him entirely off guard. He'd assumed the manga would merely grant access to Pokemon, or perhaps a Pokeball alone. Haruno Sakura has obtained a Pokeball and acquired Pikachu. Congratulations, host. 200 system energy points awarded. Haruno Sakura has obtained a Pokeball and acquired Pikachu. Without hesitation, Kyo Ryosuke withdrew a Pokeball from his sleeve. "Come forth, Pikachu." Kyo Ryosuke understood Pikachu's nature intimately. Among all Pokemon, Pikachu possessed a singular temperament, refusing confinement within any Pokeball. The golden fluffy electric mouse appeared atop Kyo Ryosuke's desk. The instant it saw him, it darted forward, pressing its forehead affectionately against his temple. A gentle smile softened Kyo Ryosuke's features as he waved lightly, murmuring calmly, "There now, go play elsewhere. I have work to finish." All thanks to Tsunade-sama's utter lack of responsibility. At his words, Pikachu bounded about the room, vibrant, energetic, alive. Though akin to a summoning beast, it differed fundamentally. In the shinobi world, summoned beasts returned to their native realms the moment their hosts reached physical exhaustion. But Pokemon were flesh and blood beings. Should they fall in battle, their deaths were irrevocable, final. Yet their abilities remained formidable, making them an excellent choice for Haruno Sakura. Without delay she set off for the training ground, her new companion at her side. Uchiha Sasuke trained relentlessly within the grounds. Kakashi leaned against a broad-trunked tree immersed in a manga volume. Sensing movement, he lifted an eyebrow, then relaxed, recognizing Haruno Sakura, and resumed reading. "Kakashi-sensei, I've found something perfect for me at Ryosuke-sama's residence." Haruno Sakura approached, voice alight with fervor. Kakashi's lone visible eye drifted upward, to where a golden fluffy creature nestled upon Haruno Sakura's shoulder. He had never encountered anything resembling it. "Did you acquire this from the manga?" Kakashi frowned faintly. Compared to novel combat systems or enhanced cultivation pathways drawn from manga, a summoned beast struck him as secondary, less consequential. What precisely could such a creature accomplish? Ninjutsu already possessed its own summoning techniques, capable of calling forth powerful animal allies. To Kakashi this seemed superfluous. Pikachu, perceptive beyond measure, sensed Kakashi's dismissive attitude, and a faint crackle of electricity sparked across its rosy cheeks. That subtle charge betrayed rising indignation. Kakashi arched a brow. "Sakura, if you're agreeable, I'll test your summon strength." A small quiet smile touched Haruno Sakura's lips. "Kakashi-sensei, if you'd be so kind, please test Pikachu." Though she trusted Pikachu's might, uncertainty lingered. Just how formidable was it now? Kakashi carefully stowed his manga before turning to Haruno Sakura with solemn focus. "In my view, the manga granted by Ryosuke-sama holds transformative potential for all of us. Perhaps your constitution simply didn't resonate with its deeper systems. Yet relying solely on a summoned beast feels misplaced. Sakura, you must redouble your efforts in taijutsu and ninjutsu training." Kakashi felt a mixture of frustration and helplessness. As their sensei, he sincerely wished for his students to grow stronger, yet Sakura had stagnated, and all she had gained from the manga was a single summoning beast. To Kakashi this situation posed a serious complication, yet beneath his concern stirred a quiet curiosity. What precisely was this summoning beast? With a stern expression, Kakashi declared gravely, "Sakura, be cautious, I am attacking now." He did not draw his tanto, instead he swiftly formed a hand seal. 3 identical Kakashis materialized on the spot, surging toward Sakura from 3 distinct directions. Yet Sakura neither evaded nor formed any seals. Instead her gaze settled calmly upon the summoning beast before her. A faint serene smile graced her lips as she said, "Pikachu, I entrust this to you." Pika. Pika. Pikachu wriggled eagerly in response. A subtle smile flickered across Kakashi's face, and he quietly tempered his chakra. The creature was diminutive in size, perhaps its power was modest. Kakashi had already resolved to hold back. Earth release, earth flow spears. One spear after another erupted violently from the ground, yet the unfolding scene defied Kakashi's expectations. Kakashi blinked in astonishment. The seemingly plump summon moved with astonishing agility, weaving effortlessly through the barrage of earth spears. Yet such evasion alone could not reveal the beast's true strength. Kakashi accelerated once more, and lightning crackled into being within his palm. A chorus of avian cries surged forth from his hands, swelling louder with every heartbeat. His speed-intensified chakra enveloped his body like a luminous shroud. His movements blurred beyond human sight. In his grasp the Chidori roared to full form, and he lunged straight at Pikachu. Sakura tensed slightly, eyes locked onto Kakashi's blinding charge. "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt now." The twin crimson orbs on Pikachu's cheeks flared, unleashing torrents of raw electricity. In an instant the air itself transmuted into a seething sea of lightning. Pikachu's stored energy was utterly spent, but the sheer magnitude of that explosive discharge was beyond imagination. Sensing imminent peril, Kakashi instantly formed several seals. Earth release, earth wall technique. Kakashi pinned his hopes on the thick earthen barrier, only to vastly underestimate Pikachu's might. The two clones dissolved instantly upon contact with the lightning. Behind the crumbling wall, Kakashi's expression hardened into solemn gravity. This summon's lightning affinity is astonishingly potent. The earthen wall offered no resistance. Within a breath the current pierced through and surged toward Kakashi. Instinctively Kakashi encased himself in chakra and the residual energy drawn from his sword training. Even so, his silver hair stood rigidly upright. He collapsed onto the ground, momentarily paralyzed, unable even to rise. Witnessing this, Sakura panicked and rushed forward. "Sensei Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, are you alright?" His lips still tingled, his entire body hummed with residual numbness. Kakashi knew he had lost motor control, if only for a fleeting moment. Waving a hand dismissively, Kakashi murmured, "I'm unharmed, though I never imagined your summon possessed such overwhelming lightning release prowess. How many times can you unleash that technique?" Kakashi remained seated, limbs still trembling faintly. Though Kakashi had underestimated the foe and held back, his greater miscalculation lay in underestimating Pikachu's destructive capacity. That flawed intelligence led directly to his reckless, ill-fated engagement. A cold, steady energy now pulsed through him, gradually easing the paralyzing tremor. At last Kakashi rose to his feet, then smiled, genuinely astonished. "I had no idea your summon was this formidable. Most crucially, its lightning output is both exceptionally intense and voluminous, sufficient without warning to slay even a seasoned jonin." Sakura gasped. She had never dreamed she now held the power to eliminate a jonin. Granted, it was thanks to Pikachu, but this strength was undeniably hers. After all, Pikachu was her partner Pokemon, a living companion bound to her by trust, not mere summons. Nodding, her eyes shimmered with quiet emotion as she said, "Thank you, Sensei Kakashi. Without your guidance today I'd never have realized just how extraordinary Pikachu truly is." Kakashi shook his head gently. "Sakura, I must emphasize this, while your summon is formidable there will be countless moments when you cannot rely on it. Then only your own strength will sustain you." Kakashi spoke with genuine intent. Summonings often failed. When they did, survival depended solely on one's own mastery. Over-reliance on external power would erode self-reliance and inevitably weaken one's core abilities. Sensei Kakashi. Sakura stepped forward, brow furrowed, voice resolute. "I must respectfully correct you, this is not a summon, it is a Pokemon, my trusted comrade on this path." It was the first time Kakashi had heard such a term, and clear curiosity lit his visible eye. Yet he quickly connected the dots. This originates from Lord Ryosuke. Given his methods, it seems this outcome was deliberately orchestrated. Kakashi exhaled softly. "Regardless, keep striving, Sakura. Cultivating your own strength remains the essence of true cultivation." Kakashi's faith in Ryosuke Kaiosuk had deepened steadily. Reality after all outweighed doubt. Even a skeptic like Kakashi could no longer deny genius, especially when its proof stood before him. He trusted Ryosuke Kaiosuk would never orchestrate meaninglessness. A quiet joy brightened Sakura's face. Kakashi's demeanor affirmed her choice and acknowledged her achievement. The tension eased. Kakashi studied Pikachu perched upon Sakura's shoulder with open curiosity. "Sakura, what is your summon's name? And that technique, it was beyond anything I've witnessed." Gently lifting Pikachu from her shoulder, Sakura cradled him close. "His name is Pikachu, my partner. And he is not a summon. He is flesh and blood, mortal, irreplaceable. If he falls, he is gone forever. That move, Thunderbolt, is no ninjutsu. It is pure lightning, terrifying in both intensity and scale. Under the tree, one more person was reading a manga. Sakura knew that Pikachu was very strong, but in the ninja world where techniques were diverse, the power of Thunderbolt alone was too monotonous. Sakura had to find other Pokemon or strengthen Pikachu to enhance her own strength. Otherwise, once the enemy figured out Pikachu's abilities, they could devise countermeasures. This would be fatal for Haruno Sakura. The afternoon grew quiet with the faint chirping of cicadas around. Sasuke was still training his body relentlessly. While running with a log on his shoulder, Sasuke noticed a strange figure beside him, Might Guy clad in a green jumpsuit. He was running in a handstand, circling with Sasuke, flashing a bright grin from time to time. A rough voice came from his mouth. Kakashi's student. This is the spirit of youth. Let's pour our youth all over this training ground. Saying so, Might Guy sped up on his own. Sasuke, though training, had a line of exasperation on his forehead. Not only Sasuke but also Kakashi, leaning against the tree, saw it. Might Guy and Sasuke, training madly, ran lap after lap around the training ground. By the 50th lap, Guy was still at ease, but a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Kakashi's student, your taijutsu is not very strong, but your tenacious heart has moved me. This is youth. Burn my youth. After saying that, Might Guy sped up again on his own. When they reached over 80 laps, Sasuke stopped exhausted and walked slowly. Might Guy, however, continued running in a handstand at a steady pace. Finally, at the 99th lap, he stopped, standing before Kakashi without even panting. Kakashi, let's have a youthful duel. This time it's not rock paper scissors. Kakashi's face darkened, knowing that meeting Might Guy meant he would inevitably be challenged. But now Kakashi was also intrigued. His strength had increased, that was certain. However, to what extent, even Kakashi himself wasn't entirely sure. Against Sasuke, Kakashi naturally couldn't exert his full power. But against Might Guy, whose level and ability were close to his own, Kakashi could go all out. That way, wouldn't he find out how much stronger he had become? Alright, I accept your challenge. Might Guy was taken aback, never expecting Kakashi to agree so readily. In the past, this was simply impossible. But since he had agreed, Might Guy said nothing more and watched Kakashi with full vigilance. Kakashi performed hand seals and several shadow clones appeared before him. For Might Guy, these clones were obstacles to be taken down. Kakashi, without any concealment, summoned a dazzling flash of lightning in his hand and shot toward Might Guy like a javelin. A loud roar erupted from Might Guy's mouth. 8 gates opening, gate open. A green aura enveloped Guy's body and his speed increased to a certain extent. In the nick of time, he dodged Kakashi's lightning-released Chidori. But Kakashi did not let up. He gently pulled down his headband, revealing a crimson Sharingan. Might Guy was slightly shocked. He's even using the Sharingan. It seems Kakashi is prepared for a full-scale battle with me this time. Thinking this, Might Guy's body trembled with excitement and he flashed a bright smile. Burn. My youth. Rest, gate open. Their figures intertwined, exchanging pure taijutsu. It was evident that Might Guy had the upper hand, as he was the true master of taijutsu. Seizing an opportunity, Kakashi stepped back and placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Scatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. A sound like tinkling bells rang out, and Might Guy was horrified to find that he seemed unable to move. All bodily functions shut down instantly. Though his mind wanted to control his body, it seemed unresponsive. Gradually he lost hearing, sight and smell. All 5 senses were sealed, even touch vanished. Am I dead? But if I am dead, why can I still think? Is it because of that long sword? Before Might Guy could figure it out, he heard Kakashi's calm voice beside him. Guy, you lose. With his senses restored, Might Guy was astonished to find he could move again. Kakashi, what was that? Is it a secret technique of your clan? I've never seen you use it before. That feeling of losing all senses was unbearable. It felt like I could no longer bloom my youth. That is the saddest thing in the world. Kakashi's expression changed, knowing his close friend's temperament. So he directly explained. The moment I drew my sword, your senses were already confused. This is not a genjutsu, so when you tried to disrupt your own chakra, it was useless. And I took that opportunity to completely seal your 5 senses, making your body think it was dead. Although your mind clearly knew you were not dead, your body had gone on strike. A look of regret appeared on Might Guy's face. I see. As expected of Kakashi. Is this a new jutsu you developed? It seems I still have a long way to go to catch up with you. I have to work harder. Kakashi shook his head and said calmly, this is not a jutsu I created. It was taught to me by Lord Ryosuke. Might Guy looked surprised, but then a look of admiration appeared on his face. Lord Ryosuke. Isn't he younger than us? So Lord Ryosuke is such a genius. It seems I have one more person to catch up to. Might Guy grinned, showing his bright white teeth radiating a strange fighting spirit. Kakashi with his lazy eye slowly sat down on the grass and took out his manga book again. Might Guy seemed used to Kakashi's behavior. But when he saw Haruno Sakura reading manga beside Kakashi, Might Guy couldn't help frowning. By then Sasuke had also recovered somewhat. He walked over slowly and also took out a manga to read. Might Guy's frown deepened. Kakashi reading Makeout Paradise was well known, but had this bad habit spread? No. As Kakashi's best friend, I cannot let him make this mistake. As the blue beast of Konoha, I must find a way to stop him. Though he had no idea what was happening, Might Guy could sense a decadent atmosphere even from afar. As a member of the new generation of Konoha, how could they indulge in manga and idle pleasures? He noticed that even Sasuke, who had just finished training, had taken out a manga to read. How could such disciples who ought to be burning with youthful passion continue to wallow in decadence? Might Guy slammed his fist fiercely into the tree beside him. Kakashi, there is something I must discuss with you. Kakashi looked up slightly surprised at Might Guy. What's gotten into him again? But Kakashi was used to Might Guy's sudden outbursts. After all, they had been friends for years and Kakashi knew Might Guy's behavior all too well. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, what's wrong, Guy? Is there something? Might Guy suddenly lowered his head, his bowl-cut hair blown back by the wind. Kakashi, this is a very serious matter. Your disciples represent the new generation of Konoha. They cannot continue to be so dispirited. Remember, wherever Konoha's leaves dance, fire burns ever brighter. The flames illuminate the village and allow new saplings to sprout. But these saplings are being watered with the poison of idleness. Might Guy was unusually serious, not at all his usual goofy self. Kakashi looked up, glancing at the two beside him who were deeply engrossed in their manga. Not at all. I think it's fine. They are both very hardworking. Kakashi shrugged slightly and said nonchalantly. His words made sense, for Kakashi knew that they read manga to become stronger, to push their limits. Their absorbed expressions were proof of their diligence. Under these circumstances they were all studying hard, hardly a sign of decadence. Bang! Might Guy punched the tree again, leaving a moderate dent in the solid wood. His face flushed with anger as if he had activated the 8 gates. Kakashi, I am not joking. Even if you are my dearest friend, I cannot tolerate such behavior. Open your eyes. A disciple who knows how to burn his youth is now wasting his training time on trivial entertainment. How can this be called hard work? Even if he is a genius, he cannot continue to wallow in idleness. Might Guy felt both helpless and sad. Since childhood, Might Guy had known that geniuses existed in this world, but he also knew he was not one of them. Thus he could only rely on even harder training to become stronger and catch up to the paths of geniuses. But now the genius was stagnating, indulging in frivolous entertainment, and even his disciple followed suit. This was ruining the next generation. Kakashi, as your friend, I am ashamed of you. Might Guy shot a fierce glance at Kakashi and said coldly. Might Guy glanced again at the two disciples engrossed in manga. I will report this to the Hokage. I know Naruto is away training, so the team might have lost its morale. But I think you are no longer fit to be a team leader. Might Guy turned and walked away. This time he was deeply disappointed in Kakashi. He had always considered Kakashi his lifelong rival and friend. But he never expected his actions to influence others. As Kakashi's friend, Might Guy felt he could not stand by. Arriving at the Hokage building, Might Guy knocked without hesitation, his thick brows furrowed. Lord Hokage, I have something very important to tell you. Seeing Might Guy's tense expression, Jing Liangjie was surprised. Could something major have happened at this time? But from the original story nothing seemed to occur. It must be a butterfly effect. Jing Liangjie composed himself, staring straight at Might Guy, and asked, Might Guy, speak. What is it? Lord Hokage, I hereby report Kakashi in my own name. His state is no longer suitable to be a team leader. Might Guy said, emotionally leaning on the desk with determination. Jing Liangjie's expression turned strange, barely holding back a laugh. How could such a scene exist in the original story? Was Might Guy a snitch? Leaning back in his chair, Jing Liangjie asked skeptically, Might Guy, words are not proof. Do you have any evidence? As far as I know, Kakashi is an excellent ninja. Might Guy's face was filled with sorrow. As his friend I should not speak ill of him, but Kakashi has become addicted to manga, a frivolous pastime, and has indirectly influenced his students Sakura and Sasuke. Therefore I request that you revoke his status as a team leader. Jing Liangjie suddenly understood. So that was it. Without knowing the true purpose of these manga, seeing Kakashi and his students like this would indeed make anyone think they had lost their ambition. Given Might Guy's impulsive nature, he certainly hadn't asked about the manga's special qualities. And he was a straightforward person. Seeing Sakura and Sasuke like Kakashi absorbed in manga, he concluded that Kakashi had influenced his two disciples. Jing Liangjie rested his chin on his hand and said calmly, well then Mike Guy, do you have any training issues? Perhaps I can make your youth shine even brighter. Indeed, Mike Guy's nerves were somewhat thick. He didn't notice the blunt change of subject. Mike Guy grinned, showing a bright smile, his teeth seemingly sparkling in the sunlight. Lord Hokage, are you acknowledging my youth? Finally someone agrees with me. But Lord Hokage, I am indeed puzzled. My strength hasn't improved for a long time. Hearing this, Jing Liangjie finally smiled. Here, take the key to my house. Go to my room and look at the books on the shelf. Perhaps you will understand more. Mike Guy was surprised but still took the key. With a passionate tone he said, thank you for your recognition, Lord Hokage. Burn my youth. Mike Guy took the key and dashed straight out of the Hokage building. Meitei Kai was extremely single-minded, or rather stubborn. Other people would at most address Kayasuke as Kayasuke-sama. Even the most respectful would address him as Acting Hokage-sama. But Meitei Kai, being such a rigid person, simply called him Lord Hokage. Because in Meitei Kai's mind Lady Tsunade had appointed Jing Liangjie as the Acting Hokage. Therefore during this period Jing Liangjie was the true Hokage. That was why Meitei Kai believed Jing Liangjie's words so deeply. What made it more coincidental was that Jing Liangjie went along with what Meitei Kai said. Therefore in Meitei Kai's consciousness Jing Liangjie acknowledged his ninja way. To his kindred spirit Meitei Kai always gave unreserved trust. Arriving at Jing Liangjie's residence, Meitei Kai stopped. Looking at the ordinary key in his hand he couldn't help but feel tears well up. Meitei Kai, never disappoint the Lord Hokage's appreciation and trust in you. Go for it for the blazing youth. Meitei Kai directly opened the door. Even Meitei Kai with his thick nerves was startled by the messy scene before him. Could it be that the Lord Hokage's residence has been robbed? Damn it! There's actually such a bold person. However, at this moment Meitei Kai did not forget the task Jing Liangjie had given him. He carefully avoided the obstacles on the floor to preserve the original crime scene. The books on the shelf should be the ones he mentioned, right? As expected of the Lord Hokage, these books are all his works. Could it be that he, like Lord Zillai, not only possesses formidable strength but also the talent of a literary master? At this moment the manga books were neatly placed on the bookshelf so only their spines were visible, not the contents. Therefore Meitei Kai still wore an expression of admiration. For Meitei Kai, Jing Liangjie was undoubtedly another genius he had encountered. Since the Lord Hokage told me to look at them, it shouldn't matter if I read for a while, right? Meitei Kai casually pulled out a manga from the shelf. He gently opened the book. His expression became extremely strange. The Lord Hokage's work was actually a manga, something for children's amusement, and it came from the Hokage himself. At the same time Meitei Kai couldn't help but wonder what kind of manga the Lord Hokage had created. Driven by curiosity Meitei Kai began to slowly flip through the pages. Dragon Ball, what a strange name. Meitei Kai muttered, then continued reading. At first he was just a bit curious, what was the identity of this human boy with a monkey tail? Why was he so strange? But the more he read the more interested Meitei Kai became. Goku ate a gigantic beast in one meal, and as a child he single-handedly killed such a huge monster. Meitei Kai slowly opened his eyes wide and said excitedly, this is truly a youth that brings tears to the eyes. At that moment Meitei Kai wished he could run out of the room, do a handstand and run around Konoha 300 laps. But the allure of the manga was too strong. He continued flipping through. When he saw Goku embark on the journey to find the Dragon Balls, Meitei Kai frowned in confusion and said, could there really be such a miraculous thing? If only the ninja world had one too. He muttered and continued reading. Goku was taken as a disciple by Master Roshi and worked hard to train his physical strength. This resonated with Meitei Kai and he couldn't help but tear up. Indeed, there is another kind of genius in this world, the genius who becomes one through sheer effort. This is the true flavor of burning youth. Such a boy will surely become a powerful figure. Gradually Meitei Kai unconsciously became absorbed in it. When he came to his senses he realized the setting sun had appeared in the sky. Oh no, it's already this late. But at that moment a strange throbbing sensation arose in Meitei Kai's body, growing stronger. Suddenly a powerful force surged within Meitei Kai's body, strengthening every muscle and every inch of skin. A tail broke through its restraints and grew from his tailbone. At this moment Meitei Kai's eyes were tightly shut. The change in his body made him extremely uncomfortable. But soon he opened his eyes and clenched his fists. How is this possible? My physical constitution has increased so much it's already comparable to when I opened the 8 gates. Meitei Kai was extremely familiar with his own body, even the slightest improvement could be detected. Let alone such a earth-shattering change. Meitei Kai's eyes were dull, his lips slightly parted and his thick eyebrows raised high, making him look quite comical. Meitei Kai slowly sat down on the ground, but as soon as he did he noticed something wrong. A furry tail. He spun around abruptly. Only then did he see a tail behind him, and it seemed to be his own. Impossible, why do I have a tail? But just then a brand new energy emerged on Meitikai's body. Although this energy was still weak, it was extremely resilient. Meitikai clenched his fists in astonishment. Impossible, this is ki. This is the ki described in the manga. Why do I have ki in my body? Could it be this manga? But at that moment an overwhelming hunger surged over Meitikai. He felt he had never been so hungry in his life. Without any hesitation, Meitikai's body blurred into a streak as he dashed toward the ramen shop. As soon as he sat down, he slammed the table. Boss Ichiraku, give me 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraku narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a smile. This customer seems quite hungry. A certain aura gradually emanated from Ichiraku as his hands turned into blurs. Noodles cut added to the pot, all in one smooth motion. Accompanied by Ichiraku's gentle voice, 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen were placed before Meitikai. Meitikai shouted itadakimasu. Without caring about the scalding temperature of the ramen, he picked up his chopsticks and ate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 1 large bowl of ramen was completely devoured. Meitikai then turned his gaze to the other bowl. With the same swiftness, the other large bowl of tonkatsu ramen was also polished off. Kakashi-sensei, is that really Meitikai-sensei? Sakura, sitting nearby, asked in confusion. Kakashi turned his head and said indifferently, I don't know that idiot. Meitikai glanced at Kakashi and shouted again. Boss Ichiraku, 2 more bowls, no 4 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraku looked a bit surprised, slowly rolled up his sleeves and his eyes became focused. What a motivated ninja. At this moment Ichiraku was operating at full capacity. Bowl after bowl of large-sized tonkatsu ramen was placed on the table. Might Guy as always devoured them with lightning speed, his hands never pausing. After finishing another 4 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, Might Guy licked his lips. Boss, give me 8 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Kakashi, observing this, looked at Might Guy with a hint of puzzlement. In the ninja world there were indeed shinobi with astonishing appetites. The Akimichi clan, for instance, was known for their immense food intake. However, as far as Kakashi knew, Might Guy was not such a ninja. His usual eating habits were quite normal. Kakashi moved closer to Might Guy and frowned, saying, Guy, what's going on with you? Is there something wrong with your body? As Guy's close friend, Kakashi was genuinely worried. Kakashi noticed that Might Guy's eyes were bloodshot, as if he were in a state of extreme rage. Perhaps sensing Kakashi's concern, Might Guy waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, Kakashi. I'm just too hungry. I'll be fine once I've eaten enough. By now the thick-headed Might Guy had also realized that his body seemed to harbor a mysterious power. And it was oddly similar to the young boy in that manga. It didn't seem to be a bad thing, just pure hunger for now. Suddenly, Might Guy turned to Kakashi with a troubled expression. Kakashi, can I ask you for something? This is a once-in-a-lifetime request. Kakashi raised an eyebrow slightly. Might Guy was being so serious, could it really be something grave? Might Guy, just tell me what it is. If I can help, I will. Though they sometimes didn't see eye to eye, they were still old friends after all these years. Might Guy looked at Kakashi with a pleading expression, then slowly pulled out his wallet. The flat purse yielded only 2 coins. Kakashi, my lifelong friend, could you lend me some money? If I keep eating like this, I won't have enough to pay Ichiraku. Kakashi knew that Might Guy spent a considerable amount each month on training equipment due to his rigorous regimen. Given Might Guy's current eating habits, he truly couldn't sustain himself anymore. Though a bit exasperated, Kakashi still reached for his wallet. Here, take it. But you should see a medical ninja. This situation seems very unusual. Might Guy took the coins from Kakashi and shook his head. Don't worry, Kakashi. This is all normal. Boss Ichiraku, give me 10 more bowls of ramen. Ichiraku was stunned, but his hands moved swiftly as he set to work. After Might Guy finished all the ramen, his expression finally calmed. Sakura Haruno stared at Might Guy's stomach in bewilderment. Guy-sensei, where did all that food go? Your stomach didn't even bulge. Might Guy gave an awkward smile. He walked up to Kakashi and bowed sincerely. Kakashi, my friend, please forgive me for misunderstanding you earlier. Those manga are not just for entertainment. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. It seemed Might Guy had learned the truth and had also visited Ryosuke's place. So you've become like this because of the manga too, huh? Might Guy nodded solemnly. I saw youth in them. I saw burning hope. These are not mere pastimes, they are true divine scriptures. Seeing the undisguised admiration in Might Guy's eyes, Kakashi shot him a look of disdain. As expected, this guy was going off again. Kakashi-sensei, look. Guy-sensei has grown a tail. Sakura exclaimed, covering her mouth and pointing at Might Guy. Kakashi frowned. A tail. Impossible. But at Sakura's words he instinctively looked in the direction she pointed. The sight gave him a start. Might Guy indeed had a tail behind him resembling a monkey's tail. Kakashi asked in amazement, "Guy, what's this?" Might Guy scratched his head, unable to explain for a moment. Upon closer inspection his face seemed slightly flushed with embarrassment. "I can't really explain it right now, but Kakashi, let's go to the training ground." In the past Kakashi would have shied away from such a request, but now things were different. Something had undoubtedly changed in Might Guy that Kakashi didn't understand. Going to the training ground would help clarify the change. This time Kakashi didn't refuse and followed Might Guy toward the training ground. They formed a seal of confrontation and stepped back from each other. Suddenly Might Guy's state underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles swelled in an instant. What was once a well-proportioned Might Guy now resembled a muscular giant. "Kakashi, be careful." Might Guy had realized that after replenishing energy the chi in his body had increased significantly and he could now initially apply it to the surface of his body. Watching Might Guy charge toward him at breakneck speed, Kakashi's pupils contracted. This speed is nearly twice as fast as before. And it doesn't seem to be using the 8 gates. This change made Kakashi even more curious about what exactly Might Guy had acquired. He saw the fist closing and feeling the sharp wind of the punch. Kakashi vanished from the spot in an instant, frowning slightly. This feels like pure physical strength. No, there seems to be a strange energy on the surface. But just then a sense of danger emerged from behind. Kakashi reflexively leaped forward. He found Might Guy standing behind him, fist already thrown. "Guy. How did you find me?" Guy's chakra reserves were minimal and he wasn't a sensory-type ninja. He shouldn't have been able to detect Kakashi's hiding spot so quickly. This was a trick Kakashi had used countless times before, but now it had failed. Might Guy grinned. "Because my chi has locked onto you." Kakashi looked thoughtful. "Chi? That strange energy." Might Guy nodded. "That's right, Kakashi. Now you'd better watch out." A smile appeared beneath Kakashi's mask as he slowly reached for the Zanpakuto at his waist. Kakashi could sense that Meikai's strength had greatly increased this time. If his combat power was 10 before, it was now 12. This was no small increase. Moreover, Kakashi had noticed that Meikai's body seemed even tougher. Already adept at taijutsu, Meikai now resembled a humanoid beast. If not necessary, Kakashi would never want to be hit by Meikai even once. Kakashi took a deep breath and slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Scatter, mirror, flower, water, moon. A very faint sound of a bell seemed to ring across the field. Meikai looked ahead in confusion. That was the spot where Kakashi had stood just now, but now he had vanished. Disappearing right before his eyes. Could it be the body flicker technique? At that moment Kakashi's voice came from behind. The moment he caught the sound, Meikai threw a fierce punch backward. Almost without considering the consequences and without turning his body, his arm struck backward in a very strange posture. His muscles helped him react with extraordinary speed in an instant. Bang! A puff of smoke flashed, and where Kakashi had been there was now a log. But suddenly a small wound appeared on Meikai's arm. This was a wound caused by a shuriken. This strange occurrence made Meikai feel uneasy. There was clearly nothing there, yet the attack came from that direction. What exactly was going on? Meikai frowned deeply. Kakashi's technique was formidable. It felt exactly the same as before. If caught off guard, he would surely suffer a great loss. Thinking this, Meikai's expression became even more excited. Wouldn't this be a better way to test how much his strength had increased? Meikai was a little excited, his body trembling slightly, then quickly regained his composure. Now Meikai felt his blood surging. Every muscle in his body was cheering. This is the taste of burning youth. Come on, Kakashi, let's settle this. Seeing Kakashi reappear, Meikai charged forward without hesitation. This attack showed no mercy at all. Meikai's speed was extreme, leaving only a faint afterimage. But as his powerful punch struck Kakashi, Meikai's expression changed drastically. This feeling was wrong. Although Kakashi stood right in front of him, he was like a dreamlike illusion, his fist couldn't reach him at all. This is an illusion. Kakashi seemed to vanish in an instant, but his voice came slowly. It's useless, Kai. You can't lock onto my position now, so you'll never be able to hit me. Give up. Meikai grinned, revealing a set of bright teeth. The teeth seemed to sparkle. Kakashi, I won't give up. Youth won't allow me to surrender. Burn my youth. Rest gate open. He activated the 8 inner gates. Meikai's strength suddenly surged. And the pressure he emitted became even more intense. Meikai now looked like a ferocious beast. Standing at the top of the food chain, just one glance could give a tremendous sense of crisis. But Kakashi's soft laughter came from all around. It's useless. I told you when you entered the illusion your five senses were already deceived by me. Actually you know you're in an illusion now but you still can't break free from the hallucination I created for you. Meitikai, though a bit thick-headed, knew that in battle not being able to see, hear or smell the enemy was a fatal problem. No matter how strong he was, he could only defend passively. If this continued he would eventually be defeated. And now Meitikai was in such an awkward situation. Although he could feel immense power surging within him, if he couldn't unleash it and hit the enemy it was all for nothing. Another shuriken flew out. As soon as it was thrown Meitikai noticed it. With his taijutsu he naturally dodged the incoming shuriken with ease. But Meitikai understood that this was just a warning from Kakashi. Now Meitikai couldn't lock onto Kakashi's position at all. Only at the moment Kakashi struck could Meitikai determine where he was. But in that 1 second given Kakashi's speed he could easily evade. The situation now seemed to have become a strange deadlock. Meitikai didn't think Kakashi's methods were underhanded. After all, they were both ninjas. As ninjas, assassination and stealth were almost necessary tasks. However, Meitikai was not good at this aspect nor at countering it. At that moment Meitikai made a surprising decision. He faced forward and slowly closed his eyes. When one can't see, attacks are easy to miss. Why did Meitikai close his eyes now? Did he think this would avoid being deceived by Kakashi? Kakashi stood not far away, his finger under his chin. This way it seems easier for me to hit him. No, what is that? Looking in Meitikai's direction he saw that Meitikai's body was wrapped in a layer of milky white substance like gas slowly undulating with the wind. Meitikai clenched his fist. This strange thing gave Kakashi a strong sense of crisis. At that moment Meitikai moved. Still as a virgin, swift as a startled hare. Now with his eyes closed Meitikai firmly locked onto Kakashi's position. A roundhouse kick slammed fiercely toward where Kakashi was. In that instant the sweat suspended in the air seemed to glisten with a different radiance. In a daze Kakashi seemed to understand what Meitikai always meant by youth. But thinking was one thing, Kakashi certainly didn't want to take that hit. He frantically moved to the side. Yet Meitikai with his eyes closed tracked him like a tightly locked instrument. As Kakashi shifted his position Meitikai followed like a shadow and attacked again. Seeing this Kakashi couldn't help but cry out. Impossible. Kai. How did you do that? But the only response was Kai's even more ferocious attack. This time Kakashi's abdomen only suffered a slight blow from Meitikai. But his entire expression changed drastically. The part of his face outside the mask turned extremely grim. This attack. It was so terrifying. The surrounding environment seemed to ripple, but it finally stabilized. Kakashi's voice came again. Kai. How did you do that? Everything around him seemed to ripple like flowing water. Might Guy's vision gradually returned to normal. The overwhelming aura that had surrounded him had long since dissipated. The two were merely sparring, not fighting to the death, so there was no need to continue. Yet even so their battle had been truly astonishing. Both of them bore traces of surprise on their faces. Might Guy bared his straight white teeth and flashed a brilliant smile. Kakashi, all of this is thanks to you. Kakashi raised an eyebrow somewhat puzzled and said, I'm rather curious, what exactly do you mean by thanks to me? Kakashi certainly did not believe he possessed such extraordinary ability. Moreover, this was entirely a matter of taijutsu talent. In all of Konoha aside from the blue beast of the leaf, Might Guy, who else could possibly excel in taijutsu? Suddenly a figure flashed across Kakashi's mind. If it were Lord Ryosuke, then it wouldn't be entirely impossible. Seeing his dearest friend's expression, Might Guy's smile only grew wider and more delighted. Kakashi, my dearest friend. It seems you've already figured it out. That's right. This is all a boon bestowed upon me by the Hokage. I found a remarkable manga at Lord Ryosuke's residence, and ever since then my physique has undergone a tremendous transformation. Kakashi seemed to understand why Might Guy had been so ravenously hungry when they had first met. In just an instant Guy's body had already undergone such a radical change. And the changes in his body seemed to stem primarily from pure physical enhancement. In terms of raw muscle power, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Physical strength is typically cultivated through rigorous training and proper nourishment. Just as Might Guy had been intensifying his training for years on end. And now the situation had become even more extreme. After all, the root cause had been fundamentally resolved, the transformation of his physique had consumed enormous energy. Kakashi furrowed his brow slightly and then exhaled a long breath. But what about that tail? I've never heard of gaining strength coming with a free tail. Only then did Might Guy realize, indeed a tail had appeared at the back of his body, which was rather unusual. But upon seeing it, an image of that diligent, passionate young boy surfaced in his mind. He continued to drag that tail and strive relentlessly to grow stronger. although the rest of the story had yet to be read. That tale was certainly no hindrance. Might Guy took a deep breath and then declared, Kakashi, this is the very symbol of passion. As the blue beast of Konoha, you simply wouldn't understand such things. Kakashi sighed and glanced at Might Guy with lingering suspicion. This hot-blooded fool with a face full of passion, sometimes I really can't tell what's going on in that head of his. But never mind, whatever Lord Ryosuke taught him shouldn't be too bad. Kakashi had already concluded that the manga everyone had seen was arranged by Lord Ryosuke. Therefore the system Might Guy had chosen must be the most suitable one for him. It was something of a fortunate accident. After all, Might Guy had simply picked a book at random back then. Who would have thought he would become so engrossed and quickly grasp everything within it? As for all of this, Ryosuke had not interfered much. Might Guy had simply selected this Dragon Ball manga. But fate had a way of being remarkably coincidental. Who could have predicted that Might Guy would randomly draw this Dragon Ball volume? And as a ninja who specialized in taijutsu, Might Guy possessed profound expertise in that very area. He was precisely the one who could extract so much from Dragon Ball. However, in the eyes of both Kakashi and Might Guy, it appeared to be something entirely different. It seemed as though everything had been orchestrated by Ryosuke. Meanwhile, Ryosuke sat in the Hokage's office with a knowing smile on his face. The moment Might Guy reached his breakthrough, Jing Liangjie already received a corresponding feedback. Must Guy has obtained Scion Physiology. Congratulations, host, you have earned 200 system energy points. Must Guy has learned to harness ki. Congratulations, host, you have earned 100 system energy points. And at the same time, Jing Liangjie could feel a powerful energy transforming his own body. Every inch of his flesh and blood was undergoing earth-shattering changes. Jing Liangjie too was not a ninja who focused on taijutsu, yet at this moment he could clearly sense his physical strength rising by more than a full tier. A tail emerged quietly behind him. A slow smile curled at the corners of Jing Liangjie's lips. It seemed he had also perfectly integrated the Scion Physiology. Powerful strength surged through his body, making him feel as though he were invincible in this world. However, Jing Liangjie was well aware that this was merely an illusion brought about by the sudden surge in power. But at that moment he suddenly discovered a peculiar phenomenon. Now whenever he wished, it seemed he could transform into a Super Saiyan at any time and anywhere. Even with Must Guy's extraordinary talent, it was impossible for him to have comprehended the Super Saiyan form so quickly. Jing Liangjie's lips curled into a slow wild grin. System, what is going on? Given his current situation, only the system could provide a clear explanation. Reporting to host, when others comprehend techniques from your books, you automatically master the next higher level of those techniques. A satisfied smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face, just as he had expected. Not bad, system. You finally did something worthwhile. Jing Liangjie's spirits soared. It felt as though someone was working for him. And just like how a boss's earnings always far exceed those of the workers. When Must Guy comprehended the Scion Physiology, Jing Liangjie had already mastered the ability to transform into a Scion. If Must Guy could transform into a Scion, then Jing Liangjie was already capable of becoming a Super Saiyan too. Thinking about it carefully, the feeling was truly delightful. Jing Liangjie stretched lazily and rose from his seat in the office. Tsunade, you scoundrel, leaving me so many messes to clean up. Fortunately, it's all done. After 2 days of relentless effort on Jing Liangjie's part, the mountain of paperwork had finally been cleared. He never expected that such a small village as Konoha would have so many chaotic affairs to deal with. Jing Liangjie now somewhat understood why Tsunade had run off. It was undoubtedly related to this overwhelming mountain of administrative duties. Time to go back and draw manga. Jing Liangjie muttered softly as he slowly stepped out of the Hokage building. But as he walked, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Although Jing Liangjie was not a sensor-type ninja with his ki, he was in some ways even more perceptive than a sensor ninja. Along the entire route, Jing Liangjie had felt a very distinct sensation. Someone was following him. And these people certainly did not have good intentions. In an instant, Jing Liangjie pieced together a crucial fact. The Umbu currently fell under his command. So whoever was tailing him could not be them, it had to be Root. And the only person who could command Root was one individual, Shimura Danzo. That man had indeed set his sights on him. Jing Liangjie had long anticipated that such a situation would arise. Now at last it had come. Had it been a few days earlier, he might have been wary of Jitsu and Tuanzang, but now Tuanzang's men seemed to be arriving somewhat slowly. Of course, such a matter did not trouble Jing Liangjie in the slightest. He continued walking, deliberately making his way to a sparsely populated area. Dusk was approaching and the narrow alleyway was nearly empty. Jing Liangjie halted and spoke calmly. Come out now. How long do you intend to skulk after me in secret? It seems Lord Tuanzang guessed wrong. The acting Hokage is indeed a sensor-type ninja. A ninja donning a boar mask flanked by two monkey masks emerged from the shadows, his tone dripping with malice. Acting Hokage-sama, Lord Tuanzang invites you to discuss certain matters, one of the monkey-masked ninjas said, stepping forward. Jing Liangjie stood his ground, a cold smile curling on his lips. What a joke. I am the Hokage while Tuanzang is merely an advisor. If he has business he should come to me. Why must I go to him? Besides, it is already late and I have no desire to go. The monkey-masked ninja laughed outright. Acting Hokage-sama, think carefully. You are merely an acting Hokage. Do you truly believe such a status warrants Lord Tuanzang personally coming to see you? Tuanzang's intent was unmistakable. Jing Liangjie was well aware that he had always kept a low profile, almost to the point of being reclusive. He had no close ties with any of the major clans and thus naturally lacked supporters. To them he was nothing more than a soft persimmon, easy to squeeze. Tuanzang's plan was precisely this, to seize control of Konoha while Tsunade was away. By the time Tsunade returned it would be too late. Tuanzang would have already assumed the position of Hokage and there would be no way to force him to step down. Jing Liangjie slowly turned around, his eyes fixed on the three men before him. I think you've misunderstood one thing. I am not going to see Tuanzang because I fear him, I am not going because he is unworthy. The words were arrogant to the extreme, especially spoken in front of three root members. A flicker of anger flashed in the eyes of all three ninjas. Having been indoctrinated within Root for so long, they had been brainwashed by Tuanzang, deifying him in their hearts. Their tongues bore the cursed seal placed by Tuanzang, rendering them utterly loyal. How could they tolerate anyone insulting Lord Tuanzang so blatantly? The three ninjas drew their kunai from their belts and hurled shuriken without restraint. From their demeanor Jing Liangjie understood that talk was futile, only battle remained. This suited Jing Liangjie perfectly. Since acquiring these powers he had never had a chance to test them. A pale flame flickered into existence in his hand. In the dark alley it added an eerie chill. The leading boar-masked ninja sneered. A cheap trick, nothing but a petty show. He charged straight at the pale flame. Wind release, great breakthrough. The boar-masked man's chest expanded dramatically and a gale burst forth. He sought to extinguish the flame in Jing Liangjie's hand. But this was no ordinary fire, it was a heterodox flame of the heavens and earth, not so easily snuffed out by a mere great breakthrough. When fully grown it could boil the seas and scorch the sky, killing a few people was trivial. The flame remained stubbornly resilient, unshaken by the wind release. Indeed, as Jing Liangjie channeled more energy the fire blazed even brighter, radiating a bone-chilling cold in all directions. A slow smile curled at the corners of Jing Liangjie's mouth. Since you wish to test it, then experience the power of the bone-chilling spiritual flame. In an instant the flame erupted, twisting into a serpent that shot toward the ninja. The flame came and went with startling speed. In the air it took the form of a silver-white serpent lunging to tear the ninja apart. The man vanished in the blink of an eye. Yet Jing Liangjie showed no panic, he was all too familiar with the combat techniques of this world's ninjas. They had merely used the body flicker technique to relocate. But before the flame no hiding place existed. The fire serpent soared twice as high, then suddenly veered left. Ah! How is this possible? How can you find me? A shrill scream rang out. The ninja who had been hiding against the wall was now writhing on the ground, covered in the pale flame. The flame brought no sensation of burning, instead it felt as if he were enveloped in ice. Despite rolling frantically on the ground, the boar-masked ninja found no escape. He was now a helpless wretch, stripped of all his former majesty. The other two ninjas stared at Jing Liangjie in shock and uncertainty. In Jing Liangjie's hand a gleaming blade materialized, wreathed in blazing flames that radiated an even more intense heat. Now it's your turn. Jing Liangjie's eyes locked onto the two monkey-masked ninjas, the tip of his blade aimed squarely at them. In the blink of an eye Jing Liangjie vanished, and the next instant a deep bone-deep gash appeared on one of the monkey-masked ninjas. Jing Liangjie's Zanpakuto possessed no extraordinary abilities beyond one undeniable trait, an endless searing flame that in some ways was even more terrifying than Ryujin Jaka. The wounded monkey-masked ninja noticed the scent of cooked meat emanating from the wound that reached the bone. The cut flesh had been seared, the blood coagulating before it could flow. The monkey-masked ninja was petrified. Impossible. You are a demon. How could Lord Tuanzang oppose a demon like you? Even with his speed the monkey-masked ninja had been unable to dodge or evade that single strike. This proved that the time of contact between Jing Liangjie and the monkey-masked ninja was extremely brief, and in that fleeting moment he had delivered such a swift blow that also cauterized the surrounding flesh. The monkey-masked ninja was now stunned, unsure how to defeat this man. Meanwhile the fate of the boar-masked ninja became clear. He was dead, perished amidst agonizing screams. Strangely, though he had been burned to death, his entire body was covered in frost as if killed by freezing cold. His body stiffened, his face turned pale and blue. No matter from which angle one observed, the only conclusion was that he had frozen to death. Yet both had witnessed his death, engulfed entirely in flames, so how could his clothing remain utterly unscathed?
The two shinobi had already recognized Kyoraisuke's formidable nature and understood that Lord Danzo's order was likely intended to gauge his strength and deliver a stern warning.
Yet reality had already surpassed Lord Danzo's expectations. Frozen in indecision, the two shinobi stood paralyzed. Regaining their composure, both exhaled in relief. Just moments ago presented a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If Kyoraisuke had struck, then they would have perished before even registering the attack. Yet instead Kyoraisuke had not moved, not even to defend himself. He had simply stood there stunned. Such lack of vigilance rendered him unworthy of the title shinobi. What threat could such an opponent possibly pose? One shinobi shrugged dismissively, sneering coldly, "Ha! Merely an inexperienced boy, utterly ignorant that seizing opportunity is the very essence of battle." The other shinobi remained silent, but his expression said it all. Though wary after the pig-faced shinobi's demise, they held no fear toward an adversary with virtually no combat experience. Strength alone meant little, there would always be a chance to kill him. Strike at the right moment and even the mightiest warrior remained flesh and blood. While the two grew increasingly complacent, Kyoraisuke could not suppress a quiet laugh. "Short-sighted fools, you judge all others solely through the narrow lens of your own perception. I had no need to act then, I simply deemed you unworthy of my effort." The two exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other. This was nothing but the hollow bravado of a cornered man. Their hands blurred as they formed hand seals in unison. Shadow clone technique. In an instant 6 identical figures stood before Kyoraisuke, each radiating identical chakra indistinguishable from the real. Yet their murderous intent alone posed a severe trial for any shinobi lacking battlefield experience. Perhaps in that split second one might lose all capacity to react. Confident in Kyoraisuke's inexperience and his apparent inability to discern timing, the two pressed forward. As for Kyoraisuke's claim of disdain, they dismissed it as mere posturing, a desperate attempt to mask weakness. Water release, great water bullet. Fire release, blazing fireball. Two simultaneous assaults sealed off Kyoraisuke's retreat from left and right. Their coordination was flawless, honed through countless repetitions. Yet Kyoraisuke did not flinch or evade, he stood motionless, staring calmly at them. One monkey-masked shinobi couldn't help but chuckle. Lord Danzo truly foresaw everything. This boy possesses not a shred of combat instinct, he cannot even dodge such a basic assault. The other monkey-masked shinobi smiled faintly beneath his mask, but his gaze narrowed in puzzlement. Kyoraisuke's lips were moving, whispering something. Yet the second monkey-masked shinobi paid no heed. At that very instant, a crushing aura erupted from Kyoraisuke's being. Before them stood nature's apex predator. His sheer presence sent chills down their spines, let alone the corded muscle rippling beneath his skin. Kyoraisuke's golden hair stood erect like blazing halos as he spoke, voice laced with quiet contempt. "How many times must I explain? Have I not already made myself clear? It is not that I cannot evade, I simply need not." For the first time Kyoraisuke experienced the power of the Super Saiyan transformation, perhaps overkill, yet a worthy first test. He clenched his fist. So this is the legendary physical might, truly beyond legend. To think this was merely the base Super Saiyan form, what unimaginable power lay beyond? The fireball and water bullet struck Kyoraisuke's body, yet failed even to disturb the shimmering aura clinging to his skin. The two shinobi stared dumbfounded, never had they imagined a human body absorbing such force without reaction. Even elite jonin would sustain injury from direct hits. Only someone like the Raikage could withstand such techniques. Yet now two root operatives bore witness to the impossible. Kyoraisuke offered no defense, merely allowed the jutsu to strike him unharmed, untouched. The monkey-masked shinobi gasped in horror. "Impossible. Who or what are you?" Doubt now clouded his mind. Though Kyoraisuke had lived reclusively as Tsunade's disciple, one of the Sannin, he surely had left traces in the records. And Root by nature was an intelligence agency, its knowledge of Kyoraisuke dwarfed anything known to the outside world. According to official files, Kyoraisuke was nothing more than a talentless wastrel, distracted by trivialities. Had he not been appointed acting Hokage, he might never have drawn Lord Danzo's attention even in death. The other monkey-masked shinobi blurted out, "You've been deceiving everyone all along. Even Lady Tsunade fell for your ruse. Every scrap of intelligence on you was carefully curated, a facade you maintained deliberately. You are no worthless failure." As he spoke, he shuddered involuntarily. Years spent performing the same role, yet every moment was calculated deception. Unwavering for years, even Tsunade herself had been misled. All to conceal his true brilliance. Now with Tsunade gone from the village, he unveiled his overwhelming power. Such restraint, such patience revealed his purpose with chilling clarity. The other monkey-masked shinobi cried out in shock, "Your goal is the Hokage position, isn't it? Who would have thought the overlooked shadow would suddenly seize control of destiny itself?" A dark vein pulsed across Kyoraisuke's forehead. Indeed, Root Shinobi, and Lord Danzo himself, shared a penchant for unfounded speculation. Without uttering a word, he'd already become the subject of elaborate self-constructed narratives. But explanation served no purpose. Kyorai Suk struck, propelling himself forward with raw titanic physical force. Thud. One shinobi crumpled violently to the ground, his body utterly unrecognizable. In the blink of an eye Kyorai Suk had landed 5 devastating blows. The man was dead beyond resurrection. Kyorai Suk stood still, ice cold and unblinking upon the sole survivor. Deliver this message to Lord Danzo, or die. A wraith-like pallid flame leapt from Kyorai Suk's palm, slipping silently into the shinobi's body. Jing Liangjie's gaze turned icy, completely devoid of his usual amiable demeanor. He seemed to have recovered now, his hair no longer golden and standing upright. Yet a formidable aura still surrounded him. The ninja wearing a monkey face mask bore wounds on his body, but at this moment he could not afford to tend to his injuries. The Jing Liangjie before him was far too powerful, completely unlike what the intelligence had indicated. It must be as I thought, this guy has been hiding himself all along. Every time this realization struck, the monkey face masked ninja felt a chill run down his spine. Such a situation was absolutely terrifying. An enemy with such deep cunning was something no one wished to encounter. Jing Liangjie slowly stepped forward and said coldly, "Go back and tell Danzo that if he pulls any more underhanded tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, the face beneath the monkey face mask twisted in horror. Who was Danzo? He was the hidden root of Konoha. Konoha village had the Umbu and the root. Danzo was the leader of the root. His strength was likely on par with the Hokage himself. How dare this man speak such arrogant words? If it were anyone else, the monkey face masked man would have scoffed or cast a cold glance. But the person standing before him now was Jing Liangjie, who had endured and hidden his true power for years. The monkey face masked man's pupils contracted. No, he hasn't revealed his full strength at all. This must be just a fraction of his power. I must report to Lord Danzo immediately. Seeing that this deadly figure had allowed him to leave, the monkey face masked man scrambled to his feet. He seemed flustered, evident from his slightly trembling legs. But when he looked up at Jing Liangjie, who still wore an indifferent expression, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up and stumbled away into the distance. Then with a flicker of his body he vanished. The man was quite fast, likely fearing that Jing Liangjie might change his mind. Watching the departing root ninja, Jing Liangjie's lips slowly curled into a faint smile. Danzo, you old bastard, one day I'll take you down. Given his current strength, Jing Liangjie might not be able to kill Danzo outright, but he could certainly match him evenly. The purpose of today's action was precisely to keep Danzo in check. Otherwise, having someone scheming behind his back at every turn would be far from pleasant. Of course, if he were strong enough right now, Jing Liangjie would have eliminated Danzo immediately. Unfortunately, his power was still a bit lacking. But there was no rush. In just a little while his strength would surge. Then dealing with Danzo would be a matter of minutes. At this moment Jing Liangjie was in a fairly good mood, humming a peculiar tune as he headed home. Meanwhile, that root ninja was anything but calm. He returned to the root headquarters, his heart filled with trepidation. In his mind, Lord Danzo was a godlike existence. Yet now this Jing Liangjie had emerged seemingly no less formidable than Lord Danzo. Without daring to delay, the root ninja immediately requested an audience with Lord Danzo. In the dim light, Danzo sat quietly. As soon as the root ninja saw Danzo, he knelt on the ground and performed a formal kneeling bow. Please forgive my incompetence, Lord Danzo. The root ninja was terrified, trembling with fear. Danzo's methods were truly horrifying. He had witnessed the fates of several ninjas punished by Danzo. They could hardly be called human anymore. Though the root ninja were brainwashed, they still retained some self-awareness, but those others had become mere puppets following orders. Even a normal life had become a luxury for them. Danzo, with his eyes half closed, lifted his head, revealing one eye. What happened? Can't you even bring back a single worthless wretch? Is this the caliber of root ninja? Though Danzo's face remained expressionless, seemingly unangered by the matter. His words were brimming with fury. Having been a root ninja, how could he not understand Danzo's temperament? He hurriedly prostrated himself again. Pressing his forehead tightly against the tatami mat, he said, "Please forgive me, Lord Danzo. That man is nothing like the intelligence reports." Danzo raised his head slightly, his one eye glaring viciously at the ninja. "Where are your 2 teammates? Where have they gone?" Though it was the root, Danzo still employed 3-man squads, deploying more only under special circumstances. But now the entire 3-man squad had been sent out, yet only one returned. This was utterly unreasonable and demanded an explanation. At this, the masked ninja dared to lift his head slightly. "Lord Danzo, this acting Hokage possesses formidable combat skills and uses bizarre techniques we have never encountered. Most importantly, the intelligence was flawed, leading to a gross underestimation of his combat ability. The other 2 teammates have already died." Danzo's body stiffened for a moment. He hadn't expected that the other 2 ninjas were already dead. He knew full well the strength of the root ninjas he had trained himself.
The route was notoriously brutal and no weaklings were kept.
Moreover, these men were all marked with a cursed seal making rebellion impossible.
That meant the 2 ninjas were indeed dead. Danzo was slightly surprised that such a thing could happen. Now Danzo's brow furrowed slightly as he pulled out the intelligence dossier. It clearly recorded Jing Liangjie's past activities. Judging by the dates on the documents, these were records from the past. Danzo rested his chin on his hand, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. How is this possible? Could it be false? But for years his daily routine has been repetitive with no signs of any training whatsoever. The reason Danzo had always looked down on Jing Liangjie was precisely because he had monitored his daily activities. The man had been here for years without any special cultivation. Over several years maintaining his strength would have been a feat, let alone suddenly becoming so powerful. Danzo slammed his hand on the table.
To think he was hiding his true ability right under my nose.
Impressive. By now Danzo was convinced that Jing Liangjie's previous behavior was all an act for others to see.
It was not the real Jing Liangjie.
Tenzo's visible eye narrowed slightly. His thoughts extended further ahead, naturally encompassing more considerations than his subordinates.
If this individual had endured in silence for so long, concealing his true strength all the while, then he truly was a terrifying adversary.
Moreover, Tenzo sensed something deeper. What purpose could drive such prolonged concealment?
That answer of course required no articulation. His objective was none other than the Hokage position, the very title Tenzo himself coveted.
Yet Kyo Ryosuke's current circumstances differed markedly from Tenzo's own. Tenzo held only the title of advisor, though his clandestine power ran deep. His official authority and public influence remained limited.
To ascend as Hokage, the supreme leader of Konoha shinobi, demanded overwhelming strength and indisputable truth in this era where might dictated reverence.
Yet leadership alone was insufficient. One also required political acumen and the backing of influential clans.
Though outwardly the Hokage commanded battlefield operations, closer scrutiny revealed a profound and unsettling reality. The Hokage could not exist without clan support. Tenzo did not stand alone, he stood before the silent, unwavering allegiance of the Shimura clan. Though the Shimura clan owed its rise to Tenzo himself over these decades, it had flourished with remarkable vigor.
While it could not rival Konoha's legendary aristocratic houses against lesser clans, Tenzo possessed every reason to assert dominance.
In that fleeting instant Tenzo's mind raced through countless implications. Ever since Kyo Ryosuke entered his awareness, every dossier on him had been meticulously reviewed.
Yet moments later his brow furrowed anew. Coincidence? Impossible, this is absolutely no coincidence.
Fingertips tapping steadily upon the desk, he declared with unshakable conviction. Years spent drawing absurd, seemingly worthless manga had left even Tenzo bewildered. Could such trivial pursuits truly augment one's power?
Still, he instantly dismissed the notion. Aside from one rare anomalous bloodline, no known bloodline limit existed within the shinobi world capable of such peculiarity. Kyo Ryosuke's distinctly unusual name and unmistakable features confirmed beyond doubt he bore no relation whatsoever to the Yamanaka clan. Hence any possibility of inheriting their unique bloodline limit was entirely ruled out. Suddenly the root shinobi kneeling on the floor let out a piercing shriek.
Its agony so raw and harrowing that it shattered Tenzo's reverie.
Tenzo frowned.
To interrupt his contemplation dared a boldness few possessed. Yet when he looked up he was struck speechless by what met his gaze.
The shinobi had knelt motionless until without warning a slender tongue of flame erupted from his body.
Then came the shriek, raw, desperate, drawing Tenzo's full attention. He stared at the unnatural fire clinging to the shinobi's form, sensing an eerie bone-deep cold radiating from its core. Fire demanded water, so Tenzo swiftly formed the seal.
Suten Great Water Bullet. A torrent drenched the figure head to toe, yet what followed stunned him even more.
Water should quell fire, that law had governed existence since time immemorial. Yet Tenzo realized with chilling clarity that this fundamental truth had just been defied. The flames burned pallid, ghostly, unnatural, suffused with a sinister chill. That frigid aura sent shivers racing down Tenzo's spine. Impossible, such grotesque fire cannot be wielded by any human being. Yet the evidence before him defied denial. The fire was clearly controlled, deliberately directed.
And this shinobi had undertaken only one assignment: recently surveillance on Kyo Ryosuke. Thus only one explanation remained plausible.
This affliction originated with Kyo Ryosuke. Some hidden mechanism, some delayed technique had ignited the flames precisely now. Undeniably the method was horrifying, and the fire itself formidable beyond measure.
Tenzo perceived that much instantly. Yet what good was perception now? The shinobi was already dead.
Not a single sign of life remained as far as Tenzo could discern. The chamber seemed to dim as Tenzo leaned back into his chair, lost in thought.
Kyo Ryosuke, truly a formidable figure. It seems certain precautions can no longer be deferred.
In Tenzo's estimation, Kyo Ryosuke's ambition mirrored his own, to seize the Hokage mantle, and thus justified his years of patient concealment. Tracing the bandaged arm resting across his lap, a cruel smile twisted Tenzo's lips.
But I am not so easily undone.
To become Hokage, one must first pass through me. The Hokage title had been Tenzo's lifelong obsession, never would he tolerate another encroaching upon it. Yet Ryosuke had anticipated precisely this reaction. For the foreseeable future, Tenzo would not trouble him again. And during this respite, Ryosuke moved forward with unshaken confidence, his strength surging at an extraordinary pace. For he no longer trained alone. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and Might Guy all sat immersed in manga volumes, driven ceaselessly toward greater power. Their growth amplified his own merely by drawing manga. Ryosuke ascended effortlessly, lying still yet rising ever higher. Dawn broke swiftly upon the second day. At the training ground, Tenten gazed at Might Guy in bewilderment. By nature he should have been drenched in sweat beneath the scorching sun, pushing his body to its limits. Instead he sat unusually still beneath the cool shade of a tree, eyes fixed intently upon something in his hands. Was it a classified scroll? Tenten's curiosity flared, but Guy showed no sign of concealment. Perhaps it warranted closer inspection. She stepped nearer. Yet when she glimpsed the cover, manga, the words caught in her throat. Her mouth parted slightly as she stared astonished. This was utterly alien to Guy's character. When had he ever succumbed to manga? Had it been Kakashi, none would have batted an eyelash, he'd always been thus. But now it was Might Guy, lost in manga, utterly absorbed. Who was Might Guy? The blue beast of Konoha. A man who lived by effort, whose creed was relentless self-discipline, now enthralled by ink and paper. Such a reversal was cataclysmic, akin to mountains crumbling into the sea. Its likelihood bordered on impossibility, yet here it unfolded before Tenten's very eyes. Tenten tilted her neck and murmured softly to Niji beside her. What on earth has happened to Teacher Guy? Why has he become like this? Guy abandoning training for manga, this defied all logic, all precedent. Tenten's confusion swelled, profound and unrelenting. Niji spoke coldly. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but since this morning Teacher Might Guy has been acting strangely. Tenten realized something was deeply amiss. Yet Teacher Guy grew increasingly absorbed, so much so that Tenten could no longer bear it and strode forward. Teacher Guy, aren't you training today? Weren't you once hailed as Konoha's blue beast? Indeed, from all appearances Guy had spent the day idling, utterly neglecting his usual rigorous regimen. As Guy's disciple, Tenten knew she could not stand by while her master descended into such listlessness. Suddenly a possibility struck her. Ever since the Chunin exams incident, Lee's arms and legs had been brutally shattered. Even Tsunade-sama's unparalleled medical ninjutsu could not restore him to his former self. Could it be Lee's tragedy that had plunged Guy into despair? At that thought, Tenten hastily revised her words. Teacher Guy, though we mourn Lee's fate deeply, it has already occurred. How would your current state honor his relentless spirit? Tenten understood perfectly. Even with limbs broken, Lee's heart still burned with the desire to train, to grow stronger. To have his nindo, the way of the shinobi, recognized by others. Yet what was Guy doing now? Slumped over a manga, eyes glazed as if fleeing some unseen truth. But was reality truly as Tenten imagined? Guy blinked, bewildered, gazing at his disciple. What on earth was she talking about? Oversimplified and unflinching, Guy had not once considered how Tenten, through rapid feverish speculation, had woven an entire narrative in her mind, albeit one spiraling far from the truth. Scratching his head, Guy let out a puzzled exclamation before asking. Tenten, what exactly do you mean? What decline? And what's happened to Lee? He'd only caught fragments, keywords drifting through the fog of his own confusion. Frowning, Tenten sighed, yet she'd long grown accustomed to Guy's singular lack of perceptiveness. Teacher Guy, why are you so engrossed in manga? This is sheer squandering of time. This is the hour we must strive to grow stronger. Wasn't it you who taught us that perseverance is our nindo? To sway, Guy Tenten deliberately echoed his own rhetoric, his most cherished convictions. Her words struck home. Guy's eyes brimmed with tears, while a radiant smile spread across his face, his gleaming teeth catching the sun like polished ivory. Slowly Guy raised his thumb high. Tenten, you've finally grasped the sublime essence of youth. Truly, Tenten had exhausted every rhetorical stratagem to rouse her teacher. With no choice but to play along, Tenten declared firmly. Yes, Teacher Guy, I feel youth calling to us. Let's begin weighted running now. At those words, Guy shot upright, carefully sealing the manga into a scroll, then roared with renewed fervor. If my disciples burn with such youthful fire, then let us ignite the very heavens together. Tenten exhaled a weary, grateful breath. Whatever the method, the outcome was sound. Guy had reclaimed his vigor. Yet as Guy began training, Tenten sensed something profoundly wrong. He wore heavy weights, and behind him, tethered by rope, loomed a colossal ancient tree. Its gnarled branches scraped the earth, amplifying resistance far beyond the tree's sheer mass. And astonishingly, Guy exerted no chakra whatsoever. Every ounce of effort came purely from his physical might. Tenten hadn't forgotten Guy wore weights on top of that. To drag such a monolith while burdened thus was monstrous, beyond human limits. Even the swaying tail flickering in the sunlight seemed to confirm her dawning horror. Tenten stared, mouth parted, voice locked, as Guy's elongated tail trailed behind him. Long moments passed before she whispered, trembling, "It's real. Niji, look. Teacher Guy has a tail. What's happened to him?" It bore no resemblance to ornamentation, its form was seamless, organic, swaying gently in the breeze like living flesh. Only after 3 grueling hours did Guy cease, reluctantly, as if savoring every last spark of exertion. Niji and Tenten lay collapsed nearby, gasping, watching their teacher finish with unnerving ease. Both could see it clearly. Guy retained abundant stamina, yet he'd halted his training with eerie, inexplicable abruptness. This defied all precedent. Normally Guy trained until his body refused to obey, until he collapsed utterly. What had changed? Guy approached them, smiling warmly, his dazzling white teeth blazing in the sun. He raised his thumb once more. "This is the taste of youth. You've felt it too, haven't you? This is youth ablaze, my youth eternal and unbroken." Watching Guy's fervent, unyielding spirit, Tenten finally relaxed. The blue beast of Konoha, the legend, had awakened anew. But her relief lasted mere seconds, before Guy settled quietly beside them, and withdrew a manga, resuming his reading. Fury flared in Tenten, but exhaustion weighed her limbs down. She rose slowly, hands planted defiantly on her hips. "Teacher Guy, how can you do this? Didn't you just vow to unleash youth? Is this your vision of youth, pages and panels? Your apathy wounds me deeply." Even Niji, standing silently nearby, allowed a subtle shift in expression, quietly endorsing her dismay. Guy truly looked despondent. Had Lee's fate truly broken him? After exhausting every angle, Tenten concluded only Lee's tragedy could explain this collapse. But how to reach him? Her earlier plea had failed utterly. Now Guy finally grasped the truth. His actions had seeded grave misunderstanding in his 2 devoted students. A faint sheepish smile crossed his lips, then softened into solemn resolve. Guy now fully grasped the situation. His actions had exerted an astonishingly profound influence upon his 2 disciples. It seemed he ought to exercise greater caution at times. With solemnity Guy declared, "What you witness is not always truth. For instance, though I appear to be reading a manga, this very act is a path to unparalleled strength." Gazing upon his disciples' bewildered expressions, Guy knew words alone would not suffice. Only tangible proof laid bare before their eyes could dispel doubt. Slowly removing his weighted training gear, Guy fixed them with a grave stare and said, "Since you remain unconvinced, allow me to demonstrate." This method of cultivation was passed down directly from the Hokage himself. Though Guy did not deify the Hokage Kyo-Ryosuke, he held him in profound reverent awe. To Guy, only a genius could conceive such a method, and only a genius could empower countless others through it. Without pause, Guy launched into his distinctive warm-up routine, a spectacle that left both disciples utterly stunned. His speed escalated relentlessly until only after images remained, phenomena previously observable solely during the body flicker technique. Yet that technique relied on chakra. Could Guy have pioneered an entirely new form of taijutsu? According to Tenten, Guy was no natural prodigy, rather his prowess sprang from unwavering, relentless effort. Indeed, his extraordinary strength and his indomitable perseverance were inseparable. Then Guy burst into a blinding sprint around the training ground, whereupon seemingly 2 then 3 figures materialized. 4 guys stood motionless in place. Yet Niji's expression tightened with sudden gravity. Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged around Niji's temples as his pale pupilless eyes locked unblinkingly onto Guy within the arena. Impossible. Merely through raw physical power he had already generated afterimages. A gasp escaped Niji's lips. Each of those figures is but an afterimage. No wonder they stand frozen, emitting no trace of chakra whatsoever. Tenten, lacking the Byakugan, saw nothing, yet Niji's explanation instantly clarified the truth. Those immobile figures were mere imprints left behind by Guy's supersonic sprint. This defied all human limits, utterly inconceivable. Suddenly Guy appeared before them, his speed rivaling the body flicker technique itself, elevated to B-rank mastery. A radiant smile lit Guy's face as he remarked with quiet pride, "Well, does the Hokage's teaching impress you?" Impress? It was nothing short of extraordinary if, as Guy claimed, these techniques truly originated from Acting Hokage Kyo-Ryosuke. Then Kyo-Ryosuke was undeniably a transcendent genius to elevate even Guy, whose physical might was already legendary, to yet greater heights demanded brilliance beyond measure. Meanwhile Kyo-Ryosuke remained blissfully unaware, seated quietly behind his desk watching the pile of documents dwindle, a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Guy sat cross-legged upon the grass and murmured softly, "You've witnessed it, the transformation I underwent, drawn entirely from lessons within that manga." Though Tenten now leaned toward belief, she still eyed the manga skeptically. To glean actual technique from mere ink and paper? Preposterous. Yet Guy's persistent explanations gradually deepened their trust. Hesitantly Tenten picked up the manga, but found herself utterly unreceptive. Not a single insight stirred within her. Niji fared no better. Guy sighed deeply. "It seems your paths differ from mine. As Kakashi once observed, not all readers extract wisdom from the same volume of manga. Guy smiled warmly at their lingering doubt and added, if disbelief persists, why not visit the Hokage himself? Tenten visibly stirred, but Niji scoffed unmoved. As Guy departed, the two exchanged a glance. Tenten spoke first.
Shall we go to the Hokage's office? There may yet be revelation. Niji shook his head in refusal. Impossible. This is surely just an excuse devised by Sensei Guy. What he claims borders on fantasy.
Niji suspected the flaw lay not in the manga but within Guy himself, his strength born solely of sweat, sacrifice and sheer will. These comics bore no relation to his growth, rather Guy's unwavering faith likely stemmed from being beguiled by Ryosuke. Niji regarded the Hokage with growing suspicion, then waved farewell to Tenten and strode resolutely from the training ground.
Tenten stood alone hesitating, yet her gaze drifted inevitably toward the Hokage building. Was Guy's claim true?
Only one way to know, and Tenten, ever bold, had never shied from testing truth firsthand. Guy's conviction had swayed her. Besides, a brief visit to the Hokage building posed no risk, why not seize the chance?
10 minutes later, Tenten stood before the Hokage building, gently tapping the half-open door. Ryosuke looked up surprised. Who would seek him at this hour? His eyes brightened upon seeing Tenten. Her unmistakably Chinese features evoked a fleeting tender warmth of home, though nothing more. If my memory serves, you are Mato Guy's disciple, Tenten, correct? Tenten blinked, taken aback by the Hokage's gentle demeanor.
A faint blush rose to her cheeks. She had rehearsed countless scenarios en route, yet never imagined the acting Hokage would radiate such kindness.
She nodded vigorously. Yes. Lord Ryosuke, I am Tenten, disciple of Sensei Guy.
Ryosuke paused his work and asked calmly, then Tenten, what brings you to me today? Her eyes flickered, then steadied with quiet resolve. The matter was now quite clear. Jing Liangjie was also acutely aware that at this time Tian could find him every day, and it was definitely due to cultivation matters. However, it was natural to have some doubts, otherwise knowing everything would make him seem overly scheming.
Tian's expression was somewhat dazed.
Her eyes flickered before she spoke.
Lord Jing Liangjie. I saw many things from teacher Mato Kai. But the thing that puzzles me most is the manga.
Lord Jing Liangjie, do you really have a manga here that can enhance one's strength?
Although the words were tactful, it was evident that Tian was more anxious than she appeared.
Jing Liangjie showed nothing, his expression remained calm. Jing Liangjie slowly stood up, his eyes gazing out through the window.
Tian, come here. I know what you're talking about, but it's not easy for me to answer that. Because even if I tell you, I'm afraid you won't believe it unless you've experienced it yourself, right? Tian pondered Jing Liangjie's words.
The saying, crude words hold truth, applied seeing is believing, hearing is not necessarily true.
So Tian nodded.
Lord Jing Liangjie, if possible I would like to see it with my own eyes.
Due to her family and personal circumstances, Tian had to forge her own path.
If someone else had said that reading manga could grant immense power, she would have dismissed it in the past. But now the speakers were her teacher and the village's acting Hokage.
Tian didn't dwell on whether the matter was truly as described. If Tian forced a smile thinking it was Konoha's top secret, how could she possibly see it? Suddenly a fair hand appeared before Tian holding a key.
Tian slowly looked up and Jing Liangjie had a warm smile on his face, as gentle as the April sun.
Go and see for yourself. Only by seeing it can you know if it's real. This is the key to my house, the answer lies inside.
But the truth was right before her.
Tian couldn't help but believe it.
Now the opportunity was before her, just go and see, what harm could it do?
Tian reached out and took the key, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth, revealing two bright dimples. I understand, Lord Jing Liangjie.
Watching Tian take the key and slowly leave the room, Jing Liangjie sat down with a smile, his Hokage robe shimmering with brilliant luster.
Throughout the journey Tian was very uneasy.
She was now proving something that sounded absurd. Opening the door, she stepped inside without a second thought.
The scene inside greatly exceeded Tian's expectations.
In her imagination, although Jing Liangjie was a man, the room should have been neat and orderly like her father at home, who seemed to have OCD and kept everything tidy.
But obviously Tian was wrong, and quite dramatically so. Jing Liangjie and Tian's father were completely different.
Although Jing Liangjie had tidied up some things to make the room less chaotic, the basic state of the place meant that no matter how much he cleaned, there would still be some mess. Tian immediately spotted the bookshelf that took up a huge space in the room. It was packed with many manga volumes.
Tian stepped forward, looking at the books with delight.
These neatly arranged books, besides the titles on the spines, all shared a striking feature: the author was listed as Jing Liangjie. Could all these books on the wall be from his hand?
Tian swallowed quietly.
These were probably all manga, and the sheer number was astonishing.
Moreover, all these manga were written by one person. Could it really be that miraculous?
Since Lord Jing Liangjie drew them himself, they should have some effect, right?
Tian had a good impression of Jing Liangjie.
After all, who wouldn't like a leader who was approachable yet occasionally dignified, always thinking of others?
At this moment Tian was indeed starting to believe.
Since there were so many manga here, if they were truly useless, Lord Jing Liangjie wouldn't have spent so much time on them. Tian randomly picked one, but her luck wasn't great. The manga she picked was similar to the one teacher Meitokai had. It was clearly a sequel to Meitokai's manga.
After a moment of thought, Tian put it back.
Her gaze, however, fell on another manga.
This manga looked quite interesting. Tian continued flipping through it.
This Jiejoji was a manga created by Jing Liangjie based on the primordial era's Jiejo.
But Tian's focus seemed different.
Her eyes were drawn to the various magical artifacts in the story. Since she mostly used different ninja tools in battle, she was naturally more interested in these items.
Then a character entered Tian's view. Duobao Doran, the senior disciple of Tian Daoran. True to his name, Duobao Daoran possessed many treasures. All kinds of strange and exotic magical artifacts emerged endlessly.
Among them were common items like longswords, but their quality was far superior to others. Because she was so fascinated by the artifacts in the book, Tian didn't notice herself becoming more and more absorbed. Meanwhile, a special energy was quietly growing inside her. By the time Tian realized it, the energy had already circulated around her body several times, and this initially weak energy had become resilient. When Tian sensed that energy inside her, she was stunned.
Could this be the most basic chi described in the manga? Impossible. This is just a manga. How can it make me truly comprehend chi? It must be an illusion. But Tian suddenly realized that she might have been overthinking.
This energy was real, and it was circulating on its own, as if every moment Tian could feel herself growing stronger.
Although the increase wasn't huge, it was steadily growing. Tian furrowed her beautiful brows. Could it actually be true? She had actually learned something from the manga.
Tian closed her eyes, hoping to see through this method what was really happening.
Chi circulation. This was something Tian had never experienced before, never. Although she had used chakra, it was completely different. It wasn't that anything had gone wrong, rather the sensation itself unsettled Ten. If pressed to describe it, she would say it was utterly unprecedented, a strange unfamiliar feeling.
Gradually the chi within her body grew stronger and the sensation became increasingly distinct. In no time at all her very physique began to shift. This sensation had been absent moments before, likely because her internal chi had been too feeble. Now, however, everything had changed. Her chakra mingled with the chi, and slowly the chakra was assimilated and harmonized into the chi.
Ten instantly panicked. Even if the manga's depiction proved true that this chi within her was extraordinarily potent, her entire combat system remained fundamentally rooted in chakra. If chi truly existed as a foundational concept, then her established battle framework would collapse entirely.
Clinging to a sliver of hope, Ten swiftly formed several hand seals.
Clone technique.
As she gazed upon the identical shadow clone beside her, Ten finally exhaled in relief.
It seems I was worrying over nothing.
Yet, this change appears to have made me stronger.
Without hesitation, Ten sank onto the floor and eagerly resumed reading.
The more she read, the more entranced she became. How I wish I could witness such a world firsthand. No sooner had the words left her lips than she glanced around and recoiled in shock. Ancient trees encircled her on all sides, even the air carried an indescribable, faintly aromatic resonance. Ten took a few cautious steps forward and murmured softly, could this be an illusion? She distinctly remembered being inside Lord Kayasuk's room. How could she possibly have been transported in an instant to a wholly unfamiliar realm?
This had to be an illusion.
Yet when she attempted to disrupt her own chi, the phantasm remained utterly unshaken. Perhaps chi and chakra functioned differently, rendering her unable to dispel this illusion. As this possibility dawned, dread coiled coldly within her chest. Frowning deeply, Ten spoke anxiously, when exactly did I enter this illusion, and who orchestrated it? For now there was nothing left but to proceed cautiously step by step. Furrowing her brow, Ten scanned her surroundings intently, hoping to uncover some new clue. Yet what she saw only deepened her astonishment. This place bore no resemblance whatsoever to the shinobi world. The architecture surrounding her possessed unmistakable regional characteristics, yet none of it evoked the aesthetics or ethos of shinobi culture.
Still, something about it stirred a vague familiarity in her memory. No, it's unmistakable.
The more I look, the more these structures resemble those of the Jie sect.
Curious, Ten gazed around, noting how even the trees, grasses and blossoms seemed imbued with an ethereal sentient vitality.
At that moment a streak of crimson light blazed across the horizon, plummeting directly into a nearby cave dwelling.
Ten's heart leapt.
She dashed forward without hesitation. The figure at the cave entrance performed a swift gesture, and instantly a shimmering barrier sealed the entrance. The luminous white barrier unsettled Ten, but resolve hardened within her. She thrust her hand forward only for reality to defy her expectations. Her fingers passed through the cave mouth unimpeded, as though the barrier simply did not exist for her. Only then did she realize it wasn't that the barrier failed to affect her. Everything before her was illusion, merely rendered with exceptional verisimilitude. Thus none of its constructs held sway over her. Naturally, the barrier exerted no influence upon her. Inside the cavern, Tenten observed the stout round-faced figure seated cross-legged upon the stone floor. His lips moved silently, yet Tenten listened intently. The Supreme Clarity Dao Art. This is precisely the Supreme Clarity Dao Art described in the manga. So this illusion must serve as a teaching realm. And this man, he must be the immortal Duobao. With that thought, Tenten crept closer, treading with utmost care. She absorbed every word Duobao uttered, then settled quietly beside him, beginning her silent contemplation. Time slipped away, minutes, hours, perhaps longer, unmeasured and unmarked. Tenten opened her eyes. Her surroundings had reverted to normal, yet the first thing she saw made her flinch violently. A pair of warm, gentle eyes gazed down at her. Only after her senses caught up did she recognize them, Lord Kyosuke's. Tenten exhaled shakily and asked, bewildered, Lord Kyosuke, how did you come to be here? He replied with a soft smile, this is my home. It grew late, I simply returned. Kyosuke's calm explanation lingered in the air as Tenten turned toward the window, and indeed night had fallen deep and heavy. Tenten stuck out her tongue apologetically. I'm terribly sorry, Lord Kyosuke, I had no idea it had grown so late. Then abruptly she frowned. A pungent unfamiliar odor hung thick in the air, yet upon closer inspection she realized with mounting shock that the scent emanated from herself. Instantly her face flushed crimson. A frantic thought surged through her mind, what on earth is happening, why do I suddenly reek so terribly? Lord Kyosuke must be furious. Tenten dared to lift her eyes, just long enough to steal a furtive glance at him. Yet Kyosuke regarded her with unruffled composure. Embarrassment flooded her anew and she lowered her head speechless until he broke the silence, the bath is that way. At his words Tenten bolted from the living room, sprinting toward the bathroom. Kyosuke's body simultaneously surged with an unusual energy, a power both alien and potent. In moments it coursed through his meridians, initiating a profound purification, his flesh and marrow shedding impurities. Yet Kyosuke moved with startling speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Within minutes he reappeared, his body cleansed, his hair still damp and uncombed. He rummaged briefly through a cabinet, then retrieved a set of clothing and carried it to the bathroom door. Gently tapping the door he said evenly, I have no clothes suited to your size, please wear mine for now. I've placed them outside. With that Kyosuke returned to the living room, never imagining that Tenten would gain profound insight from that very manga volume. Though her cultivation level had risen only modestly, her combat prowess promised extraordinary potential, reaching unparalleled heights. Meanwhile Tenten quietly cracked open the bathroom door and snatched the garments inside. Back in the living room her cheeks remained rosy. Only then did she notice something subtly altered within her own body. At this moment Tian became aware that in her lower abdomen, aside from that mysterious energy, there was something else. She was perplexed, yet a persistent sensation lingered in her heart. It seemed that as long as she thought about it she could summon what was inside. Tian did not suppress this impulse but instead yielded to her heart's call. A crisp sword chime sounded. A long sword flashing with purple light appeared in Tian's hand. The sword was over 7 feet in length. It appeared extremely sharp. A faint purple glow emanated from it. Tian was astonished, this was not a sword drawn from a summoning scroll. It seemed as if it had suddenly emerged from her abdomen. Tian was bewildered, she had never seen such a thing. How could a sword come out of her stomach? At this moment Tian walked into the living room, still wearing a puzzled expression. Jing Liangjie happened to look up and their eyes met. Tian was still a bit nervous while Jing Liangjie was surprised. He hadn't expected Tian to be able to summon 2 flying swords so quickly. Jing Liangjie smiled and waved at Tian. After Tian sat down in the living room, Jing Liangjie spoke. It seems you have found a way to gain power from within. Tian recalled the Shangqing Dao art that was clearly imprinted in her mind. She nodded involuntarily. The chakra within her body had been assimilated by true qi. However, Tian could clearly sense that her strength had increased significantly and for some reason her physical toughness had also greatly improved. But Tian was certain that this was inseparable from the manga book she had seen earlier. It was precisely because of that manga that she had become stronger. Tian raised her head, her eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie as if she wanted to speak but hesitated. Seeing her like this, Jing Liangjie knew what she wanted to say. With a smile in his heart, Jing Liangjie placed the manga book on the table. Keep this manga book well. Just put it back in its place when you're done. Jing Liangjie had not gained any insights from his own manga book, so he didn't quite understand its specific effects on others. But reading more couldn't hurt, perhaps there would be even more insights.
Tian was taken aback looking at the manga on the table. Lord Liangjie, are you really going to lend me this manga? In Liangjie's eyes it was just an ordinary manga he had drawn. But to Tian it was a means of empowerment.
At the same time a wave of shame surged in her heart.
Lord Liangjie is so kind to everyone and yet I doubted him.
And I even doubted Teacher Kai.
Which family would not hide their new ninjutsu and secret techniques?
If they didn't there wouldn't be so many schools, but this is also the flaw of civilian ninjas. Civilian ninjas simply have no such learning path unless they are geniuses, receive help from a clan or develop new ninjutsu on their own. Otherwise the ninjutsu they learn can only be common techniques from mainstream schools.
This is a great disadvantage in battle. Although Tian's family runs a ninja tool shop which is better than that of an ordinary ninja, she still cannot compare with ninjas from major clans. After all, the foundation is vastly different.
So Tian had always been striving to develop her own fighting style and new ninjutsu.
Now the manga book that Jing Liangjie presented allowed her to learn even more knowledge. Moreover, Tian's vision was not shallow, she could naturally see how formidable the Shangqing Dao art taught in the manga was.
Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow, this girl's gaze was becoming increasingly intense and she looked like she was about to cry. He had to speak first.
I won't say much else.
Take it and read carefully.
If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. This time Jing Liangjie spoke with confidence for whatever Tian comprehended from reading.
Jing Liangjie would be stronger than Tian in that aspect, so he could naturally help her resolve doubts. At this moment Tian had already undergone foundation establishment and her physical strength was almost comparable to a jonin. This time reading the manga gave her a significant boost.
However, Tian held two longswords looking confused. Lord Liangjie, what exactly is going on? Why are there two longswords in my abdomen?
Tian slowly released her hands. The swords under the influence of true qi actually floated in the air.
And they could move around according to Tian's will. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. I think you already have an answer in your heart, but you are just unwilling to believe it. You have already found that answer in the manga, haven't you? Tian's expression turned serious.
She had known it all along, but she was momentarily unwilling to accept it.
The things inside. The things from the manga. She had actually brought them out. Tian said with a hint of longing, Lord Liangjie, will I become as powerful as in the manga someday? The people in the manga were incredibly powerful. For instance, Duobao Daoist in the manga could easily erase 100 mountains or even countless worlds. Not to mention Duobao Daoist's master Tong Tian Patriarch. Before seeing the manga, Tian could never have imagined such things. But now Tian had actually achieved it. Even though she was only at the beginning, she could feel the power of her body and the strength of the energy within her. At this moment Tian realized that Jing Liangjie's gaze seemed a bit strange. She had just finished bathing and was wearing Jing Liangjie's clothes, which were slightly loose but gave off a peculiar feeling. Tian's face instantly turned as red as an apple, making her look very cute. Seeing her change, Jing Liangjie immediately realized that he had been somewhat rude. I've just finished preparing dinner. Why don't you stay and have some? Jing Liangjie slowly looked toward the kitchen and said calmly. Duobao Daoist's cultivation level had already reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal. To become such an existence would probably require a very long time of cultivation. Jing Liangjie did not say this directly. Tian said nothing, nodding. And at that moment a knock came at the door. Jing Liangjie glanced with some confusion, who would come at this hour? Opening the door, Jing Liangjie was slightly surprised. Kai, what are you doing here? Maite Kai was holding a manga in his hand, his expression a bit off. After entering, Maite Kai bowed deeply and said solemnly, Lord Hokage, I have encountered difficulties in the cultivation of qi. I beg you to help me. So that was it. Given Maite Kai's impatient nature, he would indeed not wait when encountering such a matter. Judging by his current state, he was probably quite anxious. Leading Maite Kai into the living room, a smile also appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. Might Guy was slightly surprised to see Ten also in the living room. However, the oblivious Might Guy failed to notice the clothes Ten was wearing nor her now somewhat bashful expression. Good thing it's Might Guy sensei, if it were anyone else there would definitely be a misunderstanding. Ten glanced at Might Guy and murmured to herself. Might Guy entered the room, suddenly lifted his head and sniffed gently with his nose. What a peculiar scent. What on earth is this? Just as he finished speaking, Might Guy's stomach growled loudly. The sound was quite audible, as if his appetite had been instantly awakened. Might Guy's seasoned face flushed slightly, seemingly feeling embarrassed before the Hokage. Jing Liangjie, standing nearby, waved his hand. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Might Guy. For one to become strong, one must replenish energy, and the simplest way is to use food to restore the strength one lacks. With those words, Might Guy's expression returned to normal. He slowly stepped forward and Jing Liangjie invited him to stay for dinner.
After a day Might Guy had come to understand just how terrifying his own appetite was.
Hokage-sama, perhaps we should forget it. After all, I eat far too much, he said with some embarrassment. Aside from training to become stronger, Might Guy usually ate his meals outdoors as buying food from stores required money. And it was precisely money that Might Guy lacked. He spent almost all his mission earnings on training and purchasing weights. Jing Liangjie seemed to possess foresight, seeing through Might Guy's intentions. He said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, eat as much as you like." Hearing this, Might Guy could no longer hold back.
Grinning, he sat down at the dining table. Staring at the dishes before him, he was momentarily stunned.
"Hokage-sama, what are these things? Are these also food?" He had never seen such food before, exquisitely crafted bun-like items along with various seasonal side dishes on the table. As a traditional Chinese person, Jing Liangjie occasionally yearned for the past and would inevitably cook some hometown dishes. It was at this moment that Might Guy encountered them. Might Guy gently picked up his chopsticks. "Excuse me, I'll start eating."
This time with conscious control. His table manners were not unpleasant, nor was his pace overly abnormal. He unhesitatingly tasted these strange and vibrant dishes, a look of enjoyment instinctively spreading across his face.
Tenten's reaction was even more evident, her cheeks flushed as she took small bites of the dishes, pure delight shining on her face. "This is so delicious. I've never eaten anything this good before." Undeniably, neither of them had ever tasted such wonderful food. And Jing Liangjie's culinary skills were exceptionally fine.
By then Tenten was full, but beside her Might Guy-sensei still seemed somewhat restless. Though delicious, the meal barely took the edge off his hunger. There was still plenty of room in his stomach. Watching Might Guy, Jing Liangjie paused for a moment.
"I didn't expect you to get full here. Let's go outside and take some things along, we can have a picnic."
Jing Liangjie looked at the two meaningfully, as some matters were better handled outdoors.
Although Danzo didn't dare provoke him now, there were inevitably extra eyes watching.
Cooking inside the room was not an option, but when it came to hunting wild beasts outdoors and grilling them, Might Guy was an expert. At this moment he completely failed to notice that the questions he'd come with earlier had slipped his mind entirely. Since all of them were skilled, they prepared briefly and headed to the riverside. There were wild boars in the mountain forest, and Might Guy volunteered to handle them. Soon the wild boar meat was roasting. Gradually Might Guy remembered his original purpose. He had come to seek guidance. While preparing the barbecue, Might Guy finally recalled his primary business.
"Liangjie-sama, my chi currently seems somewhat difficult to control, and I'm nowhere near able to use it like in the manga." Hearing this, Jing Liangjie didn't find it troublesome.
He poked at the firewood and said slowly, "Might Guy, you need to understand that this is a completely new form of energy, distinct in nature from chakra.
You cannot simply apply the chakra model to it. To understand its use, meditation is essential.
While building physical conditioning requires intense training, controlling chi requires the method of meditation." This truly stumped Might Guy. He could handle intense physical training, but sitting down to meditate made him restless. Nevertheless, for the sake of becoming stronger, he gritted his teeth and persisted. After a long while, Might Guy slowly opened his eyes, seemingly having grasped some key insights. The meat still needed more time to roast, but he noticed Tenten standing up.
"Might Guy-sensei, I too have obtained a special power from the manga just like you. I wonder if you'd be willing to spar with me."
A blaze of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Might Guy flashed a wide grin of white teeth, his face brimming with excitement, barely restraining himself from leaping into battle.
"Alright, I've been wanting to see what you've learned and whether you've grown stronger."
Might Guy tossed his weights aside, kicking up a wisp of dust.
Tenten's pupils contracted slightly as she discreetly glanced at the discarded weights.
The weight had increased again. Clearly Might Guy-sensei's strength had improved once more.
Under Liangjie-sama's guidance, he had broken through again.
But this was just a spar, so there was no need to overthink it.
Might Guy flexed every muscle in his body, accelerating, instantaneously vanishing from his spot before launching a flying kick.
It was a ferocious and violent style of attack.
Tenten produced a scroll and a storm of shuriken shot out from within.
Unfortunately for her, in the past Might Guy might have had to dodge.
But now a translucent layer of chi appeared around Might Guy's body.
The shuriken clattered against it, yet not a single one could penetrate the invisible barrier.
A smile crept onto Might Guy's face.
Indeed, using the chi within his body for defense proved more effective, though the consumption was also tremendous.
Tenten remained calm.
She spread her hand wide and another scroll appeared within it.
"Might Guy-sensei, watch out."
Might Guy remained somewhat indifferent at this moment.
Tiantian's attacks were far too casual for his current state. His robust physique alone rendered many of her ninjutsu ineffective.
Not to mention these ninja tools sealed within scrolls.
Perhaps against certain individuals Tiantian's abilities could fully manifest. But Might Guy's physical body happened to completely counter Tiantian.
At this moment he had no need to worry about her harming him.
Might Guy lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Tiantian.
His bowl-cut hair swayed gently in the breeze, yet an indescribable aura emanated around him. Tiantian's lips curled slowly, a radiant smile spreading across her face.
It seems I underestimated Maite Kai-sensei and also underestimated Lord Liangjie.
Only then did Tian realize how foolish her thoughts had been. Maite Kai's strength had likely increased 2 or 3 times compared to before, while Tiantian's power had also surged dramatically, all thanks to Liangjie, who was observing from the sidelines.
Tian glanced around imperceptibly.
When she saw Jing Liangjie, her face suddenly flushed and she swiftly turned her head back to face Maite Kai in the arena. Lord Liangjie is truly a great ingenious ninja. Without him my strength might not have advanced so rapidly.
Tian moved swiftly across the field, attempting to confuse Maite Kai as to her true location. Meanwhile, Maite Kai's expression turned serious.
He spoke slowly. Tiantian, if you intend to deceive me with such tactics, there is no need. Maite Kai knew well how powerful his own chi was, and this method of sensing an opponent's presence was a simple application of chi. This meant that Maite Kai could often ignore shadow clones. Techniques like the mist silent killing were rendered ineffective before him. At the same time, Tiantian's actions were no more than a child's game in Maite Kai's eyes.
Hearing this, Tian halted, letting out a regretful sigh.
I had hoped to use this technique to confuse Maite Kai-sensei, but it didn't work at all.
Maite Kai looked up, revealing a bright smile.
To keep advancing through failure, that is the essence of youth. His white teeth gleamed brilliantly under the moonlight. Maite Kai said with a hint of pride, in a sense I had already locked onto your chi from the start.
As long as you're not too far away, every move you make is exposed to me. In other words, I have seen through your attack pattern completely. Tian sighed with regret.
I didn't expect Maite Kai-sensei to have become so powerful without me noticing.
It seems this technique no longer works on you.
One plan failed, so she devised another.
Tian pulled out 2 oversized scrolls, one in each hand.
Forming a hand seal, an endless stream of ninja tools shot forth from them. All these tools had a single target: Maite Kai standing still. With a loud bang, his figure vanished from the spot. There was no trace of ninjutsu, this was purely taijutsu at work.
Tiantian's combat experience was exceptionally rich. Without a second thought, she spun around. Holding the scroll, she twisted and flicked it backward.
Indeed, Maite Kai had seized this opportunity to appear behind her.
If Tian had not taken defensive measures, the battle would have ended right there.
But precisely because of Tiantian's lightning-fast reaction, Maite Kai's attack missed entirely. The ninja tools kept striking him, yet he seemed harder than steel.
These kunai shuriken and other tools inflicted no real damage on Maite Kai.
He gazed at his own body with great satisfaction. His powerful physique had rendered these refined iron weapons useless. If he continued to grow stronger, even a long blade infused with chakra might prove ineffective against him. Lost in thought, Maite Kai couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. But Tian standing opposite him seized the moment. The weapons in her hands once again emitted a dazzling radiance. From the scroll in her hand, a torrent of weapons surged forth once more. This time it contained everything, not just kunai and explosive tags. There were also numerous items like meteor hammers. She was going all out. The arsenal in this scroll was enough for an on-site bombardment. But without exception, everything was blocked by Maite Kai. Even the explosive tags on which Tian had placed great hope met the same fate. At this point, Maite Kai was a veritable humanoid beast. These weapons could no longer harm him. Tian seemed to have anticipated this, showing no great surprise. Weapons continued to rain down on Maite Kai without pause. Then amid the torrent of bombardment, a long sword gleaming with an eerie light appeared. Maite Kai's expression changed. The sword was already upon him. Fortunately, it aimed only for his arms and legs. This time Maite Kai suffered a setback, perhaps due to a moment of pride and complacency. Another reason was Tian's tactic. Since his body could withstand the torrent of steel, Maite Kai had grown careless, and with each successful block his confidence swelled. But just then Maite Kai was caught off guard, unable to react in time. By the time he did, his body was already injured. The 2 longswords, having achieved their goal, flew back to circle around Tian, rising and falling in the air. Maite Kai looked at her in shock and uncertainty. Chakra threads. No. He dismissed his own guess in a second. There were no restraints on the swords, they could not possibly be controlled by chakra threads. Moreover, these 2 swords gave Maite Kai a very dangerous feeling. One misstep could cost him his life. He gathered his chi and slowly smiled. It seems I have lost. Tian was puzzled. Maite Kai-sensei, the battle isn't over yet. How can you admit defeat? Maite Kai scratched the back of his head and flashed a bright smile. If you had used those strange swords to attack my vital points earlier, I wouldn't have been able to react. It seems I was too arrogant. What he said was true, but Tian frowned. Maite Kai-sensei, didn't you also refrain from using the 8 gates? Maite Kai shook his head. I don't have full confidence in controlling it yet, so I won't use the 8 gates until I can.
Now Maite Kai's strength had skyrocketed and the 8 gates provided him with an immense boost.
This also caused an energy imbalance, making it difficult for him to control the force of his strikes.
As Might Guy himself had stated, he would never again activate the 8 gates of death unless compelled to confront an external threat, lest he lose control over his own body. Tenten nodded faintly as if grasping only part of what had been said. Though much remained unclear to her, one truth stood undeniable: her strength had undergone a definitive stage-like leap.
This marked a clear departure from her former self, the awkward half-formed version of before.
Back then she was little more than an ordinary shinobi. Her techniques, though unconventional in approach, remained fundamentally unremarkable in execution.
What set her apart was her arsenal of sealing scrolls, each brimming with an array of ninja tools. In battle she could unleash torrents of these weapons upon her foes, turning the field into a storm of steel and smoke. Yet such techniques held no true power.
Against shinobi who could endure barrages unflinchingly, or those swift enough to evade them entirely, Tenten's method proved utterly futile.
Might Guy, for instance, now stood beyond such assaults entirely. His body bore no fear of her weaponized onslaught, only effortless resistance. Thus her ninjutsu lost all meaning. Were it not for the extraordinary might of the twin swords at her side, Tenten would have stood no chance against him at all.
This was not merely defeat, it was utter inability to land a single blow.
Hovering beside her, the 2 long swords moved with uncanny sentience, gliding fluidly through the air like living extensions of her will. Their movements were astonishingly agile. Intermittent flashes of razor-sharp brilliance across their blades attested to their exceptional craftsmanship. Might Guy watched them soar and pivot with mounting exhilaration. Slowly he reached out, his fingers nearing the gleaming steel, when suddenly the swords darted sideways, carving 2 fresh jagged wounds across his hand. In a streak of blinding light, the twin blades dissolved back into Tenten's dantian. Might Guy stared dumbfounded as the lethal weapons vanished without trace. Tenten, what just happened? She cast him an apologetic glance, clearly unprepared for his injury at the sword's hands. After a pause she spoke. I sincerely apologize, Master Might Guy. The swords possess a degree of sentience and sometimes act autonomously. This insight came to me while studying manga drawn by Lord Ryosuke. And since you've been wounded, let's seek a medical ninja first, to treat your injuries properly. No need, for now, Might Guy waved dismissively. My wounds are trivial. Strange, ever since my body strengthened, even minor injuries heal within minutes. It's truly astonishing. Could Master Might Guy's newfound power be this extraordinary? Tenten raised an eyebrow, yet reflection brought clarity. After all, this was the creation of the peerless genius Lord Ryosuke. If such a marvel were truly insignificant, why would Lord Ryosuke devote such meticulous artistry to its conception? Applause drew nearer. Both turned to see Ryosuke standing quietly some distance away, observing them.
Tenten, rest assured, Master Might Guy's injuries pose no concern.
His acquired power is known as the Super Saiyan transformation, and his physiology itself is his greatest weapon. Though his wounds appear severe, they mend rapidly, fully healing in time. The Saiyans are a race born for combat. The fiercer the battle, the stronger they grow. And after surviving cataclysmic wars, their strength surges to even greater heights. Tenten's mouth parted slightly, dumbstruck that such a legendary race existed not in myth but vividly before her eyes. Even Might Guy himself felt profound astonishment. How could a being so formidable become him? The very thought stirred his soul. Indeed, over these past days he'd felt it firsthand. Injuries sustained during training vanished within moments, leaving no trace behind. Not even a whisper of lingering damage remained. Previously rigorous training left deep-seated injuries, some grave enough to threaten his health over time. But since acquiring the Saiyan constitution, every hidden wound had vanished overnight. Might Guy grinned, a radiant, unrestrained smile spreading across his face. It seems I've struck extraordinary fortune this time. Gratitude swelled within him deeper than ever before. Without Ryosuke, none of this power would exist. Shinobi by nature draw upon their own physical energy, a path that seldom grants longevity. Might Guy, as a rare taijutsu specialist, pushed his body relentlessly, thus shortening his lifespan far beyond that of ordinary shinobi. Now the Saiyan constitution had liberated him entirely from that grim fate. Every cell thrummed with vitality, his body perpetually hovered at its absolute peak. How could such transcendence fail to ignite boundless joy? Ryosuke shifted his gaze toward Tenten and murmured softly, Tenten, you must still hold back some ultimate technique, don't you? At Might Guy's puzzled look, Tenten hesitated, then nodded. Yes, I do possess further techniques. Yet I've yet to master them fully, so I chose not to employ them. Might Guy sighed, disappointment etched across his features. Clearly my training cannot cease, not if I wish to avoid shame before my own disciple. Especially should Kakashi learn of it, he'd never let me hear the end of it. Tenten flushed faintly, but Ryosuke stepped forward calmly. Since mastery remains incomplete, why not demonstrate it now? Perhaps we can offer guidance. Tenten considered this and realized its wisdom. After all, these techniques sprang from Ryosuke's own manga. If any questions arose, who better to consult than their creator? Once more twin blades erupted from Tenten's dantian in streaks of light coalescing into solid form.
Might Guy watched astonished, yet made no move to test them again. Ryosuke suppressed a quiet smile, offering no intervention.
Truth be told, these swords were but low-tier spirit artifacts.
Yet within this world's exalted realm even humble spirit artifacts retained extraordinary sharpness.
Yet the forces of this disparate world each bear unique advantages and inherent drawbacks. Meanwhile, Might Guy stood nearby, utterly unfamiliar with such phenomena, deeply intrigued yet choosing silence, his eyes closed in quiet contemplation.
A distinctive aura emanated from Tenten's body.
Might Guy tensed as if facing a formidable foe. He sensed with absolute clarity the extraordinary purity of that energy within her, faint now yet destined for unparalleled cultivation. A faint smile curved Might Guy's lips. After all, she was his disciple. What greater joy than witnessing one's own student ascend to extraordinary heights? At that moment the two swords began pulsing rhythmically, resonating mysteriously with the circulating chi, two interlocking yin-yang fish, one black one white. The blades served as the focal anchors of the formation, hovering midair in perfect alignment with the yin-yang diagram, whose fluctuations intensified as though stirring something primordial within heaven and earth. Might Guy instinctively grasped the technique's staggering power, nearly rivaling an A-rank ninjutsu. A subtle smile flickered across his face.
Excellent. Its might is extraordinary, and she wields it with such force even before mastering it fully.
Her future potential knows no bounds.
Kyo Ryosuke likewise smiled. This is the art of cultivation. Alas, Tenten's current realm remains modest. Were she to ascend further, her sword could command wind and rend clouds. Might Guy stared, profoundly astonished, yet his gaze toward Kyo Ryosuke turned oddly hesitant. Hokage-sama, surely this is your exclusive secret art, yet you reveal it so openly. Is this truly appropriate?
By tradition, such arts are passed only to disciples. Strictly speaking, both Might Guy and Tenten, and all who had learned from Kyo Ryosuke, were now his disciples. Though inwardly gratified, Kyo Ryosuke replied calmly, as acting Hokage of this village, I bear responsibility for strengthening every shinobi under my charge. What you've grasped stems merely from manga, no true secret art at all. There's no need to dwell upon it so gravely. Hearing this, Might Guy burst into tears, great glistening streaks tracing down his cheeks as he choked out, Hokage-sama, how magnanimous you truly are. Such techniques in any clan would be guarded as treasured heirlooms, never lightly shared. Yet Kyo Ryosuke bestowed them without hesitation, not for personal glory but to elevate the entire village's shinobi. Such selflessness had no precedent among past Hokage. How could Might Guy not be moved? Meanwhile, Tenten's two principal sword formation reached its final decisive stage. At maturity it achieved profound simplicity, a seemingly ordinary yin-yang diagram radiating no discernible power whatsoever. Yet this silent formation struck three ancient trees, and severed them soundlessly. Their cut surfaces were flawlessly smooth, the fallen fragments dissolved instantly into fine dust. Though its activation required considerable time, its destructive force remained formidable, a limitation intrinsically tied to Tenten's present cultivation level. Greater strength would inevitably shorten its incantation. Kyo Ryosuke's perception was acute. Were he to wield this formation, its activation time would shrink by 1/3 or more. A sudden series of deep resonant growls echoed, Might Guy's face flushed crimson. Clutching his stomach, Might Guy stammered, cheeks burning, forgive me Hokage-sama, I found my appetite vastly increased since acquiring this constitution. Kyo Ryosuke smiled faintly. He harbored no concern, it was simply a trait of the scion lineage. In their native world even infant scions devoured entire dinosaurs without pause. Might Guy stood precisely at that developmental stage. Kyo Ryosuke himself bore the same constitution, yet once Tenten broke through her cultivation barrier, his own hunger vanished effortlessly. Scions replenished their vast energy reserves through massive caloric intake. Tenten, however, cultivated the Taoist path, drawing pure spiritual energy directly from heaven and earth, approaching, but not yet attaining, the exalted state of sage mode. Thus Kyo Ryosuke required no voracious consumption, celestial energy far surpassed food's meager potency. Gathered around the roasting fire, Might Guy seized an entire wild boar leg without delay, bared gleaming teeth and bit down in sullen ravenous silence. A single mouthful weighed nearly half a kilogram, swallowed whole in one gulp. Tenten watched awestruck. Truly terrifying, Master Might Guy eats even more than the Akimichi clan. Might Guy chuckled awkwardly, his hands never ceasing their work. Kyo Ryosuke understood the Akimichi channeled energy solely from food less efficiently than Might Guy's scion metabolism, hence their stockier builds. Might Guy by contrast remained lean and powerful. Only the sound of Might Guy's vigorous chewing filled the forest. Tenten ate with refined grace, Kyo Ryosuke unfazed by hunger shared quiet bites, primarily to keep company. At last Might Guy devoured the entire boar. Surveying the scattered bones, he offered another sheepish grin, I hadn't realized I've polished off the whole beast. My appetite has clearly surged again. His expression darkened instantly. If my hunger keeps growing, how will I afford training equipment? Tenten laughed softly. Master Might Guy, this is the price of power, clearly you'll need to train even harder. Her words held undeniable truth.
Might Guy bowed, his head, lips pressed tight, his spirit wilting like a frostbitten eggplant, utterly deflated. Then Kyo Ryosuke suddenly turned his gaze toward the forest steps. Tenten, ever observant, noticed immediately and asked, "Lord Ryosuke, have you sensed something?" He nodded, pointing ahead. "Something, or someone, is watching us."
His heightened perception, sharpened by recent cultivation breakthroughs, made this awareness possible.
Had this occurred earlier, Kyo Ryosuke would have remained utterly oblivious. However, Kyo Ryosuke could see everything clearly. Indeed, there was a presence of energy in that invisible forest. Might Ai's eyes showed some astonishment. It seems the Hokage is far more formidable than I imagined. Although my perception was somewhat unclear, I did sense the presence of energy.
It was not only martial artists who possessed energy. All living creatures have their own form of energy, but only martial artists can utilize it. However, ordinary people were unable to wield this power. At this moment, Might Ai lowered his voice and leaned in, saying, "Hokage-sama, should we go up and capture that guy?"
That was indeed a good idea. Kyo Ryosuke gently waved his hand, and Might Ai and Tensho flanked from left and right to close in. But at this moment, in Kyo Ryosuke's perception, that energy was rapidly moving away. "Bad, that guy is fleeing, he's a perception-type ninja." Might Ai frowned, saying anxiously,
"Who would have guessed such coincidence to happen upon a perception-type ninja hiding in the shadows and spying?" The three of them accelerated once more, and among them Kyo Ryosuke was the fastest.
Might Ai followed behind Kyo Ryosuke, secretly clicking his tongue in amazement.
I never expected the Hokage's strength to be so formidable with such incredible speed as well. Sneaking around in the forest at this hour, spying. He was most likely a spy from another village. And Might Ai without hesitation activated the 8 trigrams gates.
His physical abilities doubled once more.
The powerful energy propelled Might Ai forward at great speed.
Leaf, Hurricane, Steel, Palm. Might Ai launched a flying kick toward the fleeing black silhouette ahead.
But at this critical moment, a cold voice came from the black silhouette.
Rotation.
Chakra covered his body, forming a semicircular protective barrier.
At the crucial moment, Might Ai and the others reined in the force of their flying kicks.
This voice was very familiar, and that semicircular technique was indeed the Hyuga clan's rotation. As the darkness cleared, Might Ai finally saw who stood before him.
Might Ai frowned and asked in astonishment, "Niji, how could it be you?" Kyo Ryosuke and Tensho stood quietly to the side, Tensho's expression also showing confusion. Niji lowered his head slightly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spy on you."
Seeing that they were not enemies, everyone's expression softened considerably. Only then did Niji speak in a low voice. "I was simply preparing to develop a new jutsu at the training ground, but I didn't expect you to come here as well. Because of the distance, I opened my Byakugan to see who it was. I didn't expect to be discovered by you." Might Ai's expression grew grim. At worst it could be called an accident, but at best it was spying to steal secret jutsu. But this was after all his own disciple. Might Ai frowned and looked at Kyo Ryosuke, pleading, "Ryosuke-sama, blame me for this matter. I believe my disciple only encountered us by chance." At this moment Niji's heart was also unsettled. Although he had indeed come to this training ground for practice, things had turned out this way through a series of coincidences. If he tried to explain, it would only make things worse. His identity was sensitive enough. As a ninja of the Hyuga clan spying on the Hokage's secret jutsu, this was already an extremely sensitive matter. Seeing things in this state, Tensho also spoke up from the side, pleading, "Ryosuke-sama, I believe Niji only encountered us by chance. He definitely did not intend to spy on anything." Suddenly the surroundings fell silent. After all, Niji was still just a boy at this time. He gritted his teeth, seeming somewhat uneasy. "Ha ha." Kyo Ryosuke burst out laughing, a warm smile on his face as he said, "Why are you all so serious? Did I say anything? And I trust Niji." Only then did Might Ai and Tensho breathe a sigh of relief, though Niji's eyes were filled with confusion. Although it was merely a chance encounter, he had witnessed the technique Tensho used. That was simply a method comparable to a forbidden jutsu. Kyo Ryosuke waved his hand, showing no airs in front of everyone. "Alright, this was originally a misunderstanding. Besides, as long as Niji can learn these techniques, I can teach them to him as well." Niji's eyes stared straight at Kyo Ryosuke. Kyo Ryosuke nodded, though he felt those white eyes were somewhat eerie in the dark. Previously Niji had not followed Might Ai's advice to seek out Kyo Ryosuke. Partly because of disbelief and partly because of clan relations. The clan and the village were one entity, but often could not be treated as the same thing. But now Kyo Ryosuke had plainly told him he could teach him his secret techniques. This brought no small shock to Niji. Niji's eyes flickered as he asked, "Ryosuke-sama, can I really learn these?" "Of course. I already said before, if you have any questions, come ask me. You can naturally learn these things as well." Kyo Ryosuke smiled, speaking calmly and composedly. Then he turned around, looking at Might Ai and Tensho. "Might Ai, Tensho, lend me your manga volumes for now.
Hearing this, the two of them knew what was about to happen and without hesitation took out their manga volumes. As expected, Ryosuke handed the manga volumes to Niji. Under the dim yellow light, the three of them sat on the nearby grass.
Niji held the manga volume, reading with great interest.
After finishing one volume, Niji shook his head.
According to what Mitai and Tensho had described, if one could gain some insight, the first reading would bring a certain special feeling to some extent. Looking at the Dragon Ball placed aside, Mitai said somewhat dejectedly, "This doesn't make sense. Why hasn't a single one of my disciples had the same realization as me?" Tensho carefully wiped the cold sweat that had just formed on her forehead.
Becoming the muscle monster inside, which girl would be willing?
However, Tensho couldn't help but think of someone who, like Teacher Mitai, wore a green tight suit and had a watermelon-shaped haircut. Teacher Mitai, maybe Li Xiao will have the same realization as you. If anything, Li Xiao and Mitai truly shared the same lineage, same personality, same perseverance. A blazing flame flashed in Mitai's eyes. It was as if youth was burning in his eyes.
Suddenly Mitai turned around and grabbed Ryosuke's calf with both arms. "Hokage-sama, can you let Li Xiao see the Dragon Ball? Perhaps he will have the same realization as me and also obtain the physique of a scion."
Ryosuke was startled, having forgotten that Mitai sometimes had this comical side as well. He suddenly withdrew his leg and then said, "No problem.
If he truly obtains the scion physique, perhaps his injuries will heal on their own." Meitikai's heart was overflowing with excitement.
If that's the case, as long as Shaoli and I comprehend the same thing and acquire the scion physique, then his body can recover.
Jing Liangjie nodded. Scions possessed an extremely strong regenerative ability and an exceptionally robust physical constitution.
An injury like Shaoli's, which would be considered severe in the eyes of a ninja, was nothing more than a trifle in the face of a scion's physique. Hope ignited in Meitikai's heart and his eyes grew brighter. "Wonderful Lord Liangjie, if you don't mind, I would like to show this manga to Shaoli as well." At this moment Meitikai had developed a peculiar sense of admiration for Liangjie. No Hokage had ever acted in such a manner. Though not to say they hoarded their knowledge, everyone was extremely cautious with secret techniques.
It might sound simple, but each secret technique could sustain an entire clan's legacy.
This was no trivial matter.
Who else but Jing Liangjie would selflessly impart what he knew? Even the Ninja Academy only taught basic ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Ning Ci was still reading the manga.
Perhaps Meitikai still doubted that Ning Ci could grasp the essence of Dragon Ball.
Moreover, Ning Ci himself was unwilling to give up, so he read Dragon Ball once more.
This volume was only a small portion. After all, these were lengthy manga series, but the insights one could gain from them were truly abundant.
If one possessed the talent, one would surely comprehend something.
Regrettably, after reading it again, Ning Ci still felt nothing. This proved one thing: he had indeed failed to derive any enlightenment from Dragon Ball. In the end, Ning Ci put down Dragon Ball with deep regret.
The manga simply did not suit him. This point could be confirmed.
Moreover, from every perspective, Ning Ci hardly resembled a taijutsu ninja who relied on physical combat. In Jing Liangjie's view, it was perfectly normal that he failed to grasp the essence of Dragon Ball.
Despite some disappointment, Ning Ci took the book that Tian handed him.
It was yet another power system he had never encountered before. Especially recalling the pressure he had felt earlier when Tian executed the two-sword array, its destructive power was unmatched by many ninjutsu.
Perhaps sensing Ning Ci's nervousness,
Jing Liangjie gently patted Ning Ci's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous.
If it really doesn't work, you can come to my place and take a look. There are many ways to make you stronger."
Suddenly Ning Ci felt the warmth of being cared for, as if the chance to break free from his fate lay right before him. He sighed. This feeling had been absent for many years. Ever since his father passed away, he had not felt this way. Ning Ci looked at Jing Liangjie with a trace of reverence, though because of his Byakugan others could not tell.
Ning Ci said nothing more, simply taking the manga and starting to read. Once again he was deeply shaken by the story within.
Compared to the world of Naruto, the appearance of the Jie sect and the power of cultivation was an earth-shattering revelation for Ning Ci, a power system that had never existed before. Though Master Meitikai's training system was unique, it still had precedence in the ninja world. Ultimately, it could not break free from the bounds of the physical body. He could be seen as a special taijutsu ninja, but what he was seeing now was entirely different. Only then did Ning Ci finally understand why Tian's techniques were so powerful and emanated a completely unfamiliar energy. The story was immensely captivating to Ning Ci. Through the manga, he seemed to glimpse the grand spectacle of the Jie sect's 10,000 immortals converging in the primeval world. In particular, the weapons the characters wielded, the various treasures, and the supernatural powers they possessed deeply astounded Ning Ci. After finishing one volume, Ning Ci remained stunned, his mouth agape. Tian chuckled to herself. She had reacted exactly the same way when she first read it. But now that she had learned the power within and cultivated true chi, her astonishment had diminished considerably. Ning Ci, however, was completely different.
In Tian's impression, he was rather rigid in his thinking and meticulous in his actions. He would probably find it hard to accept these things for a while. Yet a gleam of immense joy appeared in Ningxi's eyes. Tian's heart stirred and she quickly asked, "What's the matter? Have you comprehended some power?" But Ningxi shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. "I don't feel any special power at all. I was just captivated by the plot of the manga. I never imagined such a world existed." Tian sighed. It seemed Ningxi's path was different from hers. The situation was clear now: neither of the manga he had read suited him and he would have to choose for himself. The night had grown deep and the surroundings were pitch black. There was little moonlight tonight. Ningxi's heart felt heavy. "Lord Liangjie, am I useless? I have failed your expectations." Ningxi was exceptionally dejected. The path was right before him, yet he lacked the qualification to step onto it. Having been called a genius since childhood, Ningxi could not accept this disparity. Jing Liangjie, however, was not overly concerned. By now he had figured out how the system worked. Simply put, it materialized the contents of the manga. If Ningxi had not found his fitting path from the very beginning, there was nothing to be done. But by now Jing Liangjie had nearly 100 manga volumes at home, close to 1,000. If not for some being too short, he could have opened a library. What Ningxi and the others had seen was merely a drop in the ocean. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said genially, "It's all right. If these 2 manga don't work, we can try others. Come to my place tomorrow and look for yourself. Perhaps fate will find you." Jing Liangjie wasn't sure which manga to recommend to Ningxi. The few who had come to his home before to pick manga seemed to have stumbled upon theirs by chance. It wasn't good to say it outright. So Jing Liangjie put on a mysterious air and said, "Come back tomorrow. Maybe you'll have your answer then." Ningxi lowered his head slightly. Seeing this, Meitikai spoke up beside him, "Don't worry, Ningxi. Given your state, you'll definitely find what suits you." At this point Niji regained his confidence. Indeed, if these 2 manga volumes revealed nothing, he would simply try again and again, testing more titles. Sooner or later something suited to him would surely emerge. Given Niji's impetuous nature, hearing such news made him eager to rush straight to Kyo Ryosuke's residence to select the right manga volumes. Yet night had already deepened. Going there now would inevitably disturb Kyo Ryosuke's rest. As a scion of Konoha's prestigious Hyuga clan, Niji possessed impeccable upbringing, truly aristocratic in bearing and restraint. Disturbing Kyo Ryosuke's repose was simply unthinkable for him. Niji lifted his head slightly and spoke with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Ryosuke, for granting me this opportunity. I shall cherish it deeply and honor your kindness without waste." Kyo Ryosuke merely waved his hand, saying nothing. Only after he had walked far away did Niji let out a soft, quiet sigh. "What's wrong? Has something happened to Niji?" Might Guy scratched his head, puzzled. "Lord Ryosuke is truly remarkable," Niji murmured, breathing deeply. "Were he to become Hokage, Konoha might well flourish beyond its current glory." A flicker of alarm crossed Guy's face. Even if his instincts were blunt and his reactions slow, he knew certain words carried dangerous weight. Especially coming from Niji, a Hyuga clansman. Should such remarks be taken out of context, rumors would inevitably spread like wildfire. Acting Hokage and Hokage differed by only 2 characters, yet if word of today's conversation leaked, whispers might soon claim Kyo Ryosuke sought the title itself. Rumors once unleashed could kill, just as they had driven Konoha's legendary White Fang to despair and death. Though Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi bore their share of blame, the poisonous tide of gossip remained an undeniable assassin. "Let us avoid such talk henceforth. We cannot fathom Lord Ryosuke's true intentions," Guy said quietly, glancing cautiously around. Inside Guy's heart beat uneasily. What then does Lord Ryosuke truly intend? Does he genuinely aspire to the position? To become Hokage, the ultimate dream of every shinobi. Yet most possessed enough self-awareness to know such a destiny lay forever beyond their reach. Kyo Ryosuke, however, stood apart, his circumstances unlike any others. Were he to pursue the title, success would not be improbable, it might well be inevitable. Guy hesitated. If that day ever came, would he stand in support or turn away as if nothing had occurred? Shaking his head, Guy resolved to set the matter aside, for now time was still early, clarity absent and worry futile. Only then did Guy glance back and notice Niji's expression had grown strangely rigid. Meanwhile Tenten had vanished without trace. Pressing his lips together, Guy asked, "What is it, Niji?" "Niji." Niji stood frozen, pointing ahead blankly. Following his gaze, Guy saw only a hazy, indistinct figure in the distance. Niji stammered, "Master Guy, I've stumbled upon something extraordinary. Tenten isn't wearing her own clothes, and that direction leads straight to Lord Ryosuke's residence." Guy shifted uncomfortably, his expression stiffening. At this hour Tenten wasn't returning home, but lingering at Lord Ryosuke's dwelling. Could something deeper be unfolding? Yet upon reflection Guy relaxed, such matters lay beyond the realm of outsiders' intervention.
Waving dismissively, Guy murmured, well then Niji, this is one situation best left untouched. And with that the two turned away from the training ground and headed home. Meanwhile Kyo Ryosuke heard footsteps behind him and instinctively slowed his pace. Turning he met a pair of luminous blinking eyes gazing directly at him. Tenten's cheeks flushed faintly, her gaze darted away, unable to meet his directly. Sensing her hesitation, Kyo Ryosuke tilted his head, puzzled.
Is something amiss, Tenten?
Do you have further questions?
Ask freely, I'll teach you all I can.
Tenten bit her lower lip gently and shook her head.
Lord Ryosuke, it's growing quite late. Kyo Ryosuke frowned further.
Yes, the hour was indeed late, precisely why Tenten's continued presence behind him struck him as peculiar. She gestured to her clothing, brushing lightly at her sleeve. Blushing deeply, Tenten whispered, Lord Ryosuke, I realize this request is bold, but might I spend tonight under your roof?
Kyo Ryosuke blinked, stunned.
After all his deliberation, this was the very thing she'd chosen to ask, making his hesitation deepen. Had it been a boy he'd have agreed without pause, not much different than hosting one more guest. But Tenten was a young woman, and he a man alone. To host her overnight risked scandalous rumors.
Then Tenten pointed to her attire.
Lord Ryosuke, I assure you, I meant no disrespect. As you witnessed moments ago, those garments were utterly unsuitable. Returning home dressed thus would surely invite my father's misunderstanding.
Kyo Ryosuke suddenly realized how narrow his assumptions had been. Upon reflection, Tenten's reasoning was perfectly sound.
Very well, so long as you don't mind the clutter in my room, you may stay the night. The summer night lay still, and silent fireflies drifting softly among the trees. A cool, gentle voice rose.
Lord Ryosuke, I wish to thank you once more. Without you, I fear I would have slowly fallen behind everyone else. Tenten understood herself clearly, an ordinary kunoichi, her teammates vastly superior, one a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. The other Might Guy's disciple, relentlessly mastering the 8 gates, his dedication eclipsing even her own. Left unchecked, she would only fall further behind until ultimately severed from her team.
Yet Kyo Ryosuke's arrival had shattered that inevitability, shifting the course of her path.
A warm, tender smile softened Kyo Ryosuke's features.
Tenten's words resonated deeply within him, teaching others, it seemed, held its own quiet reward. He harbored no improper intent toward Tenten, merely regarded them all as youths navigating life's early currents. Yet Kyo Ryosuke remained wholly unaware that Tenten's feelings toward him had already begun to shift ever so subtly. Tiantian's cheeks flushed slightly as she settled down to rest in the guest room that Jing Liangjie had prepared. Many people were accustomed to sleeping on floor mats. But for Jing Liangjie, such sleeping habits were quite uncomfortable. That was why his home had an actual bed. Tiantian felt much the same way, so she found it quite familiar and comforting. Holding a manga in her hands, Tiantian's mind involuntarily wandered back to the smile on Jing Liangjie's face. Honestly, Tiantian, what are you thinking? Better get some sleep. After inwardly scolding herself, Tiantian slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, over at the Hyuga clan's compound,
Hayashi Hyuga wore a somber expression.
I understand your training has been arduous, but there's no need to return home this late. The relationship between him and his family was strained, especially in this household without a father. Niji bowed his head slightly and spoke respectfully. Clan, had I encountered my teacher and the acting Hokage at the training grounds?
Hayashi Hyuga let out a sigh.
Niji was his own nephew, yet at moments like this he could only address him coldly as clan head.
Though Hayashi felt a pang of helplessness, such matters couldn't be changed overnight.
So did anything eventful happen? Hayashi Hyuga was rather curious about this acting Hokage. He had heard that this acting Hokage spent most of his time working in the Hokage building. A flicker of admiration passed through Niji's eyes, followed by hesitation. Seeming to sense Niji's inner conflict, Hayashi gently patted Niji's head and said in a low voice, "What's there to hold back from saying?
After all, I am your uncle."
Niji hesitated once more before finally speaking up. The acting Hokage seems to intend to teach me his secret ninjutsu.
Hayashi Hyuga's eyebrows rose. Compared to Niji, Hayashi thought far more deeply.
His first consideration was the web of interests involved. But seeing the purity in Niji's eyes, a hint of warmth appeared in Hayashi's own.
I've been overthinking things.
It seems that being confined to this clan inevitably molds one into this state of mind. Hayashi stepped forward slowly and gently patted Niji's shoulder.
Let me be willful for once. Niji, you are a genius, you shouldn't be held back. Go. Go and pursue what you desire. I, Hayashi Hyuga, will bear this responsibility.
Niji was startled, his heart racing. He had imagined many possibilities but never such an outcome.
Was Hayashi Hyuga not going to stop him?
Niji was old enough to understand that his actions represented more than just himself.
Many times Niji's deeds reflected upon the entire Hyuga clan, even though he was from the branch family. Niji gave a slight nod and turned to walk into the courtyard.
Watching Niji walk away, Hayashi Hyuga's mind was anything but calm.
Has he taken him as a disciple? But what exactly is this Jing Liangjie planning? Hayashi Hyuga pinched his chin, muttering in puzzlement.
Having been the clan head of the Hyuga for so many years, Hayashi tended to view such matters from every conceivable angle.
The position of Hokage was currently held by Jing Liangjie as acting Hokage, while the true Hokage was Tsunade. But ascending to the full position wouldn't be easy for Jing Liangjie, as a lurking predator watched from the shadows. Hayashi Hyuga couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the distant compound of their rival clan.
If Jing Liangjie knew what Hayashi was thinking at that moment, he would probably be highly amused. Jing Liangjie hadn't entertained such thoughts at all. He merely wanted people to read his manga so he could grow stronger. But such a truth was indeed hard for anyone to believe.
Hayashi Hyuga gritted his teeth. Forget it.
Jing Liangjie is after all Tsunade's disciple of sound background.
Let's hope our Hyuga clan hasn't backed the wrong horse.
Niji Hyuga had no idea that in the blink of an eye Hayashi Hyuga had made a momentous decision. The moon set and the sun rose and another new day dawned. The first rays of dawn light streamed into the room. Tian suddenly felt a tickling sensation on her face and snapped her eyes open. Seeing a dark silhouette, she cried out in shock. Jing Liangjie hurried in from outside, still wearing an apron.
A bit bewildered, he asked, "What's wrong?" Tian's face reddened.
It was only now that she realized she wasn't at home, having apparently been disoriented from sleep. But the scene from moments ago had given the just awakened Tian quite a fright. Biting her lips lightly, she spoke with a hint of fear. "Liangjie-sama, is there something unclean in this room?
Like a ghost or something?"
Jing Liangjie secretly smirked. This world was indeed strange. Shinobi who wouldn't flinch against fierce enemies were just as afraid of non-existent things as ordinary people. Jing Liangjie reached behind him and brought out the culprit that had startled Tian.
"You don't mean this fellow, do you?" In his hands, Jing Liangjie held a plump black cat. The cat was currently looking at Tian with an utterly innocent expression. Tian's cheeks reddened. A shinobi being scared by an ordinary black cat, if that got out she'd be laughed to death.
Jing Liangjie chuckled to himself. But then he seemed lost in thought. The people in this shinobi world seemed to mature early. Tian's face carried a hint of languid drowsiness, but the black cat's doing had added a touch of panic and shyness. The combination of these elements created an extraordinary kind of beauty. However, Jing Liangjie restrained his gaze, embracing the cat as he spoke.
"This little one is called Tuanzi. I found her. She likes to sleep in the corner of this room."
A look of understanding crossed Tian's face. No wonder she had been startled out of her wits early in the morning.
"Come. I've prepared breakfast. Let's go eat."
Jing Liangjie waved his hand, a warm smile on his face.
Tian tidied herself up briefly and then followed him downstairs.
At the dining table, Tian kept stealing glances at Tuanzi, who was nibbling on some snacks nearby. She also secretly fixed her gaze on Jing Liangjie. Throughout the meal, Tian remained thoroughly entertained. Just then a knock came at the door.
Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. Who could be visiting so early?
Jing Liangjie smiled knowingly. Few people came to his place, let alone at such an hour.
Without even checking, Jing Liangjie already knew who was outside. Without overthinking, he walked straight to the door. He gently pulled open the door.
A crisp voice came from the doorway. "Lord Liangjie, I apologize for the intrusion. Please accept these small gifts."
Sure enough, standing outside was Hyuga Niji.
Jing Liangjie smiled warmly and said softly, "Come in, Niji.
You didn't have to come so early."
Jing Liangjie took the gift bag from Niji's hand. It was heavy, clearly not Niji's own doing but a gesture from the Hyuga clan to test his stance. Yet Jing Liangjie paid it no mind. Since the Hyuga clan had offered it, he might as well accept it casually.
He even appeared slightly embarrassed.
But Jing Liangjie acted with ease. He formed a hand seal lightly and a shadow clone replaced him at the Hokage building while his real body sat quietly on the sofa. This time Jing Liangjie wanted to see what kind of situation would allow Niji to comprehend the abilities depicted in the manga.
Tenten, having finished her meal, also looked at Hyuga Niji with curiosity.
She cared deeply for her teammate. Though Niji was always rigid, he was a decent person. Niji's gaze drifted to the bookshelf. His eyes were filled with longing. Guy and Tenten had already found their fortunes here and their strength had improved dramatically, that was obvious. For someone craving power, this was an immense temptation. And Niji, who had always wanted to prove himself, was no exception to this worldly desire. Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly and said casually, "Go ahead since you want to now." With his permission, Niji hurried eagerly toward the bookshelf. These were not mere volumes of manga, they were all paths to becoming stronger.
At that moment Tenten finally understood why everyone considered Jing Liangjie a genius.
If he weren't a genius, constructing these worldviews alone would have boggled the mind, let fusing special bloodline limits into these manga.
Niji couldn't wait to start reading.
But when he picked up the first volume he was puzzled, the protagonist wasn't even human. Though strange, Niji continued reading seriously. This biography called Wukon's legend stirred deep emotions within him. The rebellious heaven-defying posture of the monkey fighting the skies and the earth etched itself into Niji's mind. What of the lofty heavenly court? Mist from the eastern mountain, fragrance of the flowerfruit mountain, one staff to quell 10,000 demons. Shattering the heavens, crushing the earth, all that heroic spirit brewed in his heart. Finishing the short volume, Niji remained in deep shock. Only then did Hyuga Niji notice that Might Guy Sensei had also arrived. The three of them sat on the sofa looking at him expectantly. But Hyuga Niji lowered his head and shook it, appearing somewhat dejected. Although Wukong had planted a seed of defiance in his heart, he still couldn't grasp anything from it. Niji began to doubt his own ability. Can I really not comprehend these wondrous techniques? Everyone is watching me. As the genius of the Hyuga clan, I can't give up here. Niji was actually a stubborn person, persistent in many things. Otherwise the events of the past would not still haunt him. Niji recalled Jing Liangjie's earlier words, if not the first time then the second, if not the second then the third. The living room had many books, enough to support Niji's selection. Seeing that Niji hadn't lost heart, everyone's eyes flashed with delight. After all, if Niji gave up there would be nothing. So he picked another volume and began reading. As luck would have it, he grabbed the same Bleach that Kakashi was reading. The volume Niji held was from the later part of Bleach. Though the plot was disjointed, the powerful abilities within still fascinated him. But something frustrating happened. Despite being captivated, Niji still couldn't connect with this manga. After finishing the volume he had gained nothing. This time Niji took another volume from the shelf. But something seemed different. He held a manga called Tsukihime and began reading slowly. This manga didn't seem as awe-inspiring as the previous two. Yet as he read, Niji felt an odd sensation. He couldn't explain it, but his heart itched. Having finally gotten a special reaction, Niji wouldn't give up and continued reading. But he failed to notice that his Byakugan was gradually taking on other colors. In Tsukihime both Liangisher and Jigue possessed special eyes. This made Niji involuntarily think of his own Byakugan. He touched his forehead. Indeed, the ugly mark was still there. Niji let out a heavy sigh, lamenting his turbulent fate. Then he refocused on the manga before him, reading quietly. A strange world completely different from the ninja world unfolded before Niji's eyes. And still he hadn't noticed that his Byakugan had acquired some improper colors. Suddenly an intense pain struck Niji. Feeling the agony, he covered his eyes. There was no mistake, the pain emanated from his eyes. Niji had never felt anything like it. It was as if the pain radiated from his eyes into his very soul. Clutching his eyes, Niji rolled on the floor frantically, trying to alleviate the suffering, but it was futile. Might Guy immediately panicked and rushed over, but Jing Liangjie blocked him. Guy anxiously watched Niji and asked, Lord Liangjie, what's happening? Yes, Lord Liangjie, what's going on? Ten frowned, standing nearby, also urging urgently. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. He seemed completely unconcerned about Niji's condition. Relax, I think I know what he has acquired. Hearing this, Might Guy also felt a little relieved. Yet both of them still felt uneasy watching Niji writhe on the floor in pain. Niji gritted his teeth, his hands tightly pressed against his eyes. Even so, the pain was unbearable. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Niji's breath grew weaker and Might Guy became more frantic. Clearly something was wrong. Niji's condition deteriorated steadily, his breathing growing ever more faint, utterly at odds with Kurosukai's earlier assurance that all was well. Might Guy stood tense, watching as Niji convulsed, surely a sign of imminent death. A seasoned shinobi, he knew precisely what physiological signs heralded the final passage. What unfolded before him was unmistakable, the terminal muscular spasms of a dying body. Lord Tsukaigai asked, urgently cradling Niji's slim form, are you certain there is truly no cause for concern? Ten hurried forward, her breath catching as she beheld Niji's ashen face. Words failed her, yet her anguish spoke volumes in every trembling line of her expression. Kurosukei, however, remained unruffled. Chin resting thoughtfully on his knuckles, a quiet self-assured smile played upon his lips. Have faith, not only in me but in Niji himself. The moment Niji opened the manga titled Tsukihime, Sukai had sensed an uncanny resonance, and now Niji's profound reaction only deepened that premonition. Having spoken, Sukai's word held sway. Guy stepped back, silent and watchful, clinging to hope, though by Niji's fading vitals 10 minutes might be all he had left. Suddenly Niji's convulsions ceased entirely. His body grew colder, stiffer. Guy's hand trembled as he reached toward Niji's arm. His breath has stopped. Guy's voice fell heavy with grief. Lord Tsukai, how can this be? You assured us Niji was unharmed. Then why has he died? Ten stood frozen, memory flooding her mind, the laughter, the missions, the quiet camaraderie of their three-man team. Tears spilled unbidden from her eyes. They were comrades, but also cherished friends. Rock Lee bore wounds no medicine could mend. Niji meanwhile had slipped away without warning or reason. How could she remain composed? The scene before her defied logic, so sudden, so intimate, so inexplicable. With tears glistening, Tenten turned her gaze towards Tsukai. Lord Tsukai, what has happened? One moment Niji was calmly reading that manga, the next he lay lifeless. Doubt flickered in both Tenten's and Guy's eyes. Yet loyalty restrained them from voicing suspicion outright. Both now believed the manga itself had inflicted some irreversible fatal alteration upon Niji. A suffocating silence settled over the room, only their ragged breaths echoed, each inhale and exhale stark against the stillness. Not even a pin drop would go unheard. While Tenten and Guy Warfaces carved from sorrow, Tsukai remained serenely calm as mountain mist. At last he seated himself quietly, observing with unwavering patience. Niji's vital signs had indeed vanished. His skin cooled rapidly, limbs stiffening into rigor. Guy and Tenten accepted it as irrefutable. Niji was gone. Even Tsunade herself could not reverse such finality. Yet, just then, a soft chuckle pierced the morning hush, arresting their grief-stricken attention. Tsukai rose slowly and approached Niji's still form. They say the observer sees clearly where the participant is blinded. Perhaps your distress has clouded your perception. Guy, please set Niji down, for now. In moments the truth will reveal itself. Seeing Tsukai's composure, Guy should have raged. His disciple lay dead, yet another stood nearby smiling faintly. In any other circumstance Guy might have lunged into battle without hesitation. But this was Kyorō Tsukai, whose wisdom had never faltered. And so Guy hesitated, wondering, was there truly something beyond his understanding? Could Niji yet be saved? Guy paused, stunned, his reverence for Tsukai guiding his hands, almost unconsciously obeying the command before thought caught up. Gently he laid Niji upon the floor. Yet Niji remained unchanged, pale, motionless, his condition worsening with each passing second. Minutes crawled by. Tenten and Guy watched unmoving, breathless, until Niji's finger twitched, infinitesimal yet undeniable. Their focus had been absolute, they saw it instantly. Guy clapped a hand over his mouth, terrified his cry might shatter this fragile miracle. What if his outburst altered fate? His heart hammered faster, then wonder bloomed. Niji's entire arm began to stir, limbering with slow, deliberate grace. A breath returned, shallow at first, then deeper, steadier. Tenten and Guy stared speechless. It was nothing short of resurrection, a man declared dead now reviving beneath their very eyes. Niji's pallor receded, warmth returning to his cheeks, life rekindling visibly. Guy clenched his jaw, refusing even a whisper to escape. Beside him Tenten mirrored his restraint, eyes wide with awe and trepidation. Then, finally, Niji let out a low guttural groan and his whole body stirred awake. Tenten could scarcely believe that Niji had broken free from death's grasp, not merely surviving but returning reborn. She had never witnessed such a phenomenon, yet her joy surged uncontainable. Lord Tsukai, you saw that? Niji truly returned from death's threshold. Could miracles truly exist? Only then did Tenten notice Tsukai's expression had not shifted, not then nor now. Calm, untroubled, utterly composed. A bold realization struck her, only one who foreknew every turn of this transformation could wear such stillness upon his face. Lord Tsukai is no cold-hearted man, therefore this entire trial must have unfolded exactly as he intended. In that instant, Tenten's astonishment transcended speech. Meanwhile, with Guy's steady support, Niji sat upright, weak yet undeniably alive. His strength remained frail, but his state improved markedly. Yet something unsettled Guy. Niji kept his eyes tightly shut as though afraid to open them. Tsukai stepped forward, placed a gentle hand upon Niji's shoulder and murmured, "It's over. You're safe now, the sensation won't return. Open your eyes." To grasp these truths Niji needed to die once and wholly. Then a pair of eyes emerged, lilac-hued, threaded with delicate rose. Guy and Tenten recoiled in shock. What had transpired? Where had Niji's Byakugan vanished? That Kekkei Genkai was the very emblem and weapon of the Hyuga clan. Being close to Ningxiai every day, he could see it more clearly. The eyes within Ningxi's sockets were now completely different from before. Those lavender eyes tinged with pink seemed to carry an indescribable sensation, utterly unlike the Byakugan's typical impression. Meitokai had already noticed, but he was more concerned about Ningxi's current physical condition. Supporting Ningxiai to sit down beside him, he asked anxiously, "Ningxiai, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Just moments ago Ningxiai had inexplicably collapsed and lost all vital signs. In Meitokai's eyes Ningxiai had already died once. And now Ningxiai had narrowly escaped death. It would not be surprising if his body felt unwell. But at that moment Ningxiai slowly closed his eyes again, shook his head and said, "Teacher, I feel fine, just a bit weak." Within Jing Liangjie's mind the system let out a mechanical voice. Rixiang Ningxi has acquired the mystic eyes of death perception. The host automatically masters the mystic eyes of death perception and gains the ability to toggle them on and off. Congratulations, host.
You have received 200 system energy points.
Jing Liangjie slightly turned his body and his eyes suddenly changed. If anyone could see, they would notice that Jing Liangjie's eyes were identical to Ning Xi's, yet somehow deeper.
Gazing around, Jing Liangjie murmured involuntarily, just as I thought.
In his sight, dense threads appeared everywhere. These lines seemed chaotic, but they were the death lines that could affect other things. As long as one could see these death lines and find the death points, they could sever them. For instance, the chair beside him had several death lines. Cutting them would cause the chair to truly die and instantly decay. Even human bodies were entangled with countless death lines. This ability was practically a divine tool in battle. As long as one could see the death lines, even gods could be slain. However, the negative effects of this power were also immense. Now at every moment he could see things collapsing around him. Opening his eyes meant witnessing death. This feeling was extremely unpleasant, and the negative impact was extraordinarily severe. It felt as if a mere touch could bring death. Such a sensation was incredibly difficult to accept at first.
Fortunately, Jing Liangjie's mastery of the power was a notch higher than Ning Xi's. Thus Jing Liangjie could voluntarily close the mystic eyes of death perception while Ning Xi lagged behind. The reason Ning Xi had closed his eyes seemed to be his inability to get used to it. Jing Liangjie slowly deactivated the mystic eyes of death perception and said with a hint of melancholy, "I think you now understand the price of obtaining this power. But once you can control it on your own, it will be fine."
Ning Xi struggled to his feet and fixed his eyes on Jing Liangjie.
"Lord Liangjie, do you mean I can close it?" Jing Liangjie nodded.
Since it is an ability, it can naturally be turned off, otherwise it would only bring more trouble to its owner.
So don't worry too much.
As long as you are careful and get used to the side effects, you can try to close this ability later.
Ning Xi could only open his eyes again. But Meitokai and Tian were both bewildered. Tian couldn't help asking Lord Liangjie what exactly is going on.
Jing Liangjie smiled warmly and said, "This is what Ning Xi learned from the manga." The two could only turn their gaze to Ning Xi. Just moments ago it had been a hair-raising scene, a resurrection from death played out before their eyes. After coming back to life, the iconic Byakugan in his eye sockets had vanished, replaced by a pair of strange eyes. This left them greatly puzzled. Noticing the confusion of Meitokai and Tian, Ning Xi's expression remained unchanged, but he opened his mouth to explain.
"Teacher Meitokai, Tian, I believe you both know that Lord Liangjie's manga is not ordinary. And from this manga titled Tsukiheim, I have also comprehended something. I call these eyes the mystic eyes of death perception. Their function is to allow me to see the death lines and death points of all things in the world. If I sever them, theoretically I can end anything." Meitokai was stunned. What a terrifying ability. Exaggeratedly speaking, it could be called the end of all things. However, since he was mastering this power for the first time, there were certainly limitations. Moreover, the death points and death lines of humans were essentially just a few important acupoints on the body. For Ning Xi, the arrival of the mystic eyes of death perception merely marked the locations of the fatal points. But to hit those death points he would need even more rigorous training. Nevertheless, once Ning Xi severed the death lines and death points, he could directly eliminate the enemy. It could be said that in front of Ning Xi there was no such thing as defense. If Ning Xi cut the death points and death lines, the enemy would surely die. But seeing Ning Xi blinking incessantly now, Meitokai was the first to react and asked with great concern, "Ning Xi, in your field of vision, is the world different?" Ning Xi gave a bitter smile. "That's right, I can't hide it from teacher Meitokai. In my view, everything in the world has death lines and death points, and I can see the scenes of their collapse." Meitokai was startled. "So you mean you see all things in the world constantly wavering between birth and death?" "Exactly." Ning Xi rubbed his eyes and nodded. Meitokai now understood why Ning Xi had involuntarily closed his eyes earlier. It was because these special eyes made Ning Xi feel repulsed by the current world. Seeing the life and death of everything at all times would inevitably have an impact over time. Meitokai paced in the room and said gravely, "Ning Xi, it seems we need to conduct special training for you, especially in mental fortitude. And of course you should also read this manga more often." Ning Xi nodded. But then he slowly took out a shuriken. Under the puzzled gazes of Meitokai and Tian, Ning Xi aimed the shuriken at his own forehead. Meitokai panicked instantly. Could it be that the sudden change had made Ning Xi unable to accept it and he chose to commit suicide? Just as he was about to move, Jing Liangjie stopped him. "Don't worry, Ning Xi is not the kind of person with a fragile mind." They watched as the shuriken in Ning Xi's hand inched closer. Ding! It sounded like a thin thread being cut. A relieved smile appeared on Ning Xi's face. Meitokai and Tian were greatly astonished. The ugly caged bird seal on Ning Xi's forehead had collapsed. Ten and Might Guy both stared at Niji in astonishment. This was rather exaggerated. Ten pointed at the mark on Niji's forehead, her fingers still trembling slightly. "Could it be that ability you just used?"
Niji nodded, then said with a relaxed expression, theoretically, as long as I can see it, I can bring an end to anything.
Might Guy now understood as well.
Just now Niji had used that special ability to sever the seal of the caged bird upon him. No wonder Jing Liangjie had stopped him. And now Jing Liangjie stepped forward slowly and said in a low voice, let's go back for now. I think you need some time to adjust. Niji's expression turned solemn. He nodded and walked slowly toward the door. Although he had gained power and broken the caged bird seal, his heart remained heavy. Niji's heart had gradually closed off due to his father's death, and he had come to accept that protecting the main family was his mission, his destiny. Compared to the caged bird, the shackles Niji placed on himself were far heavier. But now he felt those shackles slowly loosening. Because of Jing Liangjie's appearance, Niji no longer felt that his fate was as predetermined as before. For the first time, Niji challenged fate. Slowly raising his head, Niji looked at the azure sky. As long as these eyes can see it, even a god I can kill for you, let alone fate. Niji walked slowly into the compound of the Rishang clan. As luck would have it, he came face to face with Rishang Chutian. Lady Chutian. Niji said, slightly bowing his head. Chutian showed a shy smile. Brother Ning Si. But after merely exchanging greetings, Niji continued walking deeper into the compound. Chutian didn't think much of it. But after taking 2 steps, she realized something. What's wrong with Brother Ning Si's eyes? Although it was just a brief encounter, Chutian had a good memory. Just now they had only met for a moment, but Niji's eyes were not their usual grayish-white. The Rishang clan, a prestigious family of Muyi, regarded the Bai Yan as their symbol. Members of the Rishang clan were generally proud of their Bai Yan. It was unthinkable that anyone would dislike their own eyes and wear colored contacts to cover them. So what exactly was going on with Niji's eyes? Standing still, Chutian hesitated, but when she turned around, Niji had already disappeared from sight. Forget it, I'll go find father first and clarify this matter. Although Niji's attitude toward Chutian was very cold, Chutian had some idea of the reasons. Kind-hearted Chutian immediately suspected that Niji was ill. Father! Father! Chutian hurriedly ran toward the room, shouting loudly as she ran. Thump! Thump! Heavy footsteps came to a stop in front of Chutian. Rishang Rizu with a grim face stared sternly at Chutian and asked, have you forgotten everything I've taught you? You are the eldest daughter of the Rishang clan, mind your demeanor. All along Rishang Rizu had held Chutian to strict standards. But due to Chutian's nature, she had never been able to meet his expectations. Naturally, Rishang Rizu couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. So he had always treated Chutian with a very stern attitude. Perhaps he hoped that this way Chutian would grow. Chutian lowered her head and said softly, Father, I have something extremely important to tell you. Rishang Rizu raised an eyebrow. Although his attitude toward Chutian was severe, he truly loved his daughter. He just never showed it. Tell me what has made you so anxious. Chutian took a breath before speaking. Father, Brother Ning Si seems to be ill. Rishang Rizu was startled. Although Niji was a genius and had gained some attention within the clan, he was still a branch family member, so he had always been somewhat aloof. If he were truly ill now and no one cared, would something go wrong? Rishang Rizu's feelings toward Niji were complicated, a mix of guilt and affection. So the moment he heard the news, Rishang Rizu also grew anxious. Let's go. We'll see what's going on with Niji together. Rishang Rizu took the lead, walking ahead. Chutian followed closely behind him. When they reached the entrance of Niji's residence, Rishang Rizu hesitated. Chutian, tell me carefully what happened. Rishang Rizu frowned. Not knowing the situation, he could only learn the details from Chutian. Chutian recalled the image of Niji in her mind and said softly, when I met Brother Ning Si earlier, I noticed his eyes seemed different. Rishang Rizu raised an eyebrow. They were all from the Rishang clan, everyone had the Bai Yan, so how could they be different? In his shallow understanding, the Bai Yan all looked the same, it wasn't like the Xueluang that could evolve. No, Father, that's not it. Brother Ning Si's eyes no longer seemed to be the Bai Yan. Chutian stole a glance at her stern father and whispered. Bang! A stone floor tile beneath Rishang Rizu's feet cracked. What? Rishang Rizu's face turned grim as countless possibilities raced through his mind. The commotion caused by Rishang Rizu also attracted the attention of Rishang Ning Si inside the room. Rishang Ning Si gently opened the door and stepped out. Lord Head of the clan, is there something you wish to see me about? Rishang Ning Si fixed his eyes on Rishang Rizu. At that moment Rishang Rizu's body trembled slightly. Chutian had spoken the truth. In Rishang Ning Si's eye sockets were a pair of pale purple eyes tinged with a hint of pink. No matter how one looked at them, they had nothing to do with the Bai Yan. At that moment a possibility struck Rishang Rizu and fury surged within him. His face darkened and a dense oppressive aura emanated from his body. Rishang Rizu said coldly, did Jing Liangjie make you this way? Recalling what had happened, Niji smiled and replied without thinking.
Thanks to Lord Jing Liangjie's help I have become what I am now. Bang!
The ground where Rishang Rizu stood cracked like a spider web.
So it was him.
He just became the acting Hokage and he dares to lay a hand on our Rishang clan. Rishang Rizu looked at Rishang Ningxiai with a pained expression and said sorrowfully, Niji, would you rather lose those eyes just to break free from the past in the clan? Seeing Hinata Hayashi's current expression, it was clearly a misunderstanding.
Niji immediately guessed and began to explain. Byakugan activate.
The sudden sound immediately caught Hinata Hayashi's attention. Turning his head, he looked at Niji with a face full of surprise. In Hinata Niji's eyes there seemed to be an extra hint of white and the veins around his eye sockets bulged.
This was indeed the characteristic of activating the Byakugan.
Hinata Hayashi was visibly shocked.
Even he was now somewhat confused about whether the Byakugan had been activated or not. If it were an ordinary Byakugan, Hinata Hayashi would have made a clear judgment. But now the eyes in Hinata Niji's sockets were purple.
Aside from a slight grayish-white tint in the pupils, there was no significant change.
The veins around Niji's eyes slowly subsided.
His eyes returned to their previous appearance. Hinata Hayashi was a bit stunned.
Niji, what is going on with you? The way you looked just now. Niji shook his head. All of this is thanks to Master Liangjie. Although these eyes still retain some functions of the Byakugan, their proportion is very small. I prefer to call them the mystic eyes of death perception. This is also one of Master Liangjie's secret techniques.
Niji slowly reached up and removed the headband from his forehead. A smooth forehead appeared before Hinata Hayashi. Hinata standing nearby did not find it strange, but Hinata Hayashi's mouth dropped open.
You're caged bird. Hinata Hayashi said, stunned and stammering. Niji nodded firmly.
I have already broken the caged bird.
Hinata Hayashi's expression darkened, not because Niji had unilaterally removed the caged bird's restraint.
Although Hayashi was the head of the main family, his bond with Hisashi was not weak. Deep down he also hated this system of main and branch families. However, it was because of the rarity of the Byakugan and those stubborn elders. Thus the branch family system still existed. Niji's current condition could be concealed for a while but not forever. Hinata Hayashi stepped forward a few paces and carefully examined Niji. If the elders of the clan find out about your current state, there might be trouble. Those stubborn old men will never allow you to regain your freedom.
Although the caged bird offered some protection, its drawbacks were even more apparent.
A normal Byakugan had a nearly 360-degree field of vision, but a caged bird-sealed Byakugan had a fatal flaw, a 1-degree blind spot extending from the spine. Moreover, the caged bird served as a remote-controlled time bomb in the hands of the main family.
Niji gave a soft laugh.
Ever since severing the connection to the caged bird, he had gradually shed the shackles upon himself. And when he left, Niji could clearly see the meaningful look in Jing Liangjie's eyes.
Therefore, when he returned, he made no attempt to conceal it. Many people on the road had noticed Niji's abnormality. However, Hinata Hayashi arrived faster. Clack clack clack.
The sound of wooden clogs on the floor, and soon a group of elders arrived at Niji's door.
The Grand Elder Hinata Tsuyoshi stared at Niji with his Byakugan.
The scene immediately turned tense.
Niji, what happened to your eyes?
But when Hinata Tsuyoshi looked closely, he realized that not only had Niji's Byakugan disappeared, but the caged bird on his forehead was also gone. The other elders seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and gathered around.
Niji, what is this all about? Where is your Byakugan? What about the caged bird? This is impossible. Niji's transformation had aroused everyone's curiosity. Niji looked at the crowd and said nothing. Seeing Niji's silence, the elders' faces instantly darkened.
Without giving him another chance to explain, they willfully assumed that he had abandoned the Byakugan to escape the caged bird.
Hinata Tsuyoshi stepped forward and said angrily, I want to see what you have left after giving up the Byakugan. He waved his hand and 2 ninjas from the Hinata clan stepped forward. The 2 ninjas were not much older, almost the same age as Niji. The 3 stood facing each other. One of the ninjas launched the first attack. The attack pattern was very simple, ordinary gentle fist.
Niji's mastery of gentle fist was still strong. The 2 quickly engaged in combat. Then the other ninja also joined the fray, fighting Niji.
It seemed evenly matched. But gradually the 2 ninjas began to use their Byakugan and ninjutsu. Combining the Byakugan with gentle fist was far more effective than using them separately.
Even Niji's skills were somewhat stretched.
Niji's expression turned cold. Byakugan activate.
The veins around his eye sockets bulged, making him look particularly ferocious.
8 trigrams 16 palms. 8 trigrams 17 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms.
One ninja's chakra pathways were sealed and he fell to the ground powerless to resist. But the other ninja still had strength. By this time Niji was beginning to feel fatigued.
Hinata Tsuyoshi's expression had softened considerably. Although it was different, Niji's Byakugan was still there.
Furthermore, among the younger generation Niji was one of the best.
Yet Hinata Tsuyoshi still seemed unwilling to relent.
He angrily said, "Do you mean to say that changing your Byakugan like this has brought no change at all?"
Niji's Byakugan had genuinely changed. Hinata Tsuyoshi found it hard to believe there was nothing special about it.
However, Niji's expression shifted.
"Grand Elder, it's not that I am unwilling to use it, but I fear that if I do, the consequences will be uncontrollable." Saying this, Niji instantly moved to the side.
In his hand a sharp shuriken appeared. Gazing at the large rock garden before him, Niji slowly extended the shuriken and thrust it toward the rock.
The movement was light as if in jest. Hinata Tsuyoshi frowned. Such an attack is uncontrollable. What a joke. Ding. It was like a thread being snapped. Hinata Tsuyoshi stared at the rock dumbfounded. The 7 or 8 meter tall rock instantly turned to powder.
This was solid rock. With just a light touch it became like this.
Hinata Tsuyoshi looked at the other ninja.
After all, they were made of flesh and blood. If Niji hit them with such an attack, the situation would indeed be uncontrollable.
Just as Hinata Tsuyoshi was stunned,
a soft laugh came from above.
Someone was in the sky. Thud. Within the Hyuga compound, a figure clad in black formal kimono and wooden geta sandals appeared.
His hands and face swathed in bandages.
Only one eye remained visible, fierce, unrelenting. "My uninvited arrival is deeply regrettable. Please forgive this intrusion, Lord Hyuga." Though Danzo's words were polished with courtesy, his demeanor betrayed no such restraint.
Hayashi Hyuga's expression darkened slightly, yet he uttered nothing, merely offering a faint restrained smile.
Instead, Hinata's uncle Hayama Hyuga stepped forward. "May we ask what brings Danzo-sama to our clan today?"
A sly hollow smile curled at the corners of Danzo's mouth. "Mere curiosity prompted my visit, and incidentally I witnessed something rather unusual."
Hayama's face tightened. Danzo had clearly observed everything unfolding before his eyes. The man had already seen Niji Hyuga's extraordinary display.
Niji Hyuga was still officially ranked as a chunin, but his prowess rivaled that of a seasoned jonin. And that devastating, peerless, destructive force.
Even veteran jonin would falter before it. Danzo advanced 2 measured steps, his voice laced with feigned delight. "A prodigy of the Hyuga clan, would you consider joining the route?
I can grant you unparalleled resources and power beyond imagining."
Hayashi Hyuga's brow furrowed deeply.
While the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi still lived, he alone could contain Danzo's ambitions. Now that Sarutobi was gone and Tsunade had assumed the mantle of Hokage, she maintained a fragile equilibrium.
Yet Tsunade had recently departed the village, no one knew when she would return.
With Tsunade absent, Danzo stood poised to dominate Konoha unchallenged. Still, the Hyuga clan, long hailed as Konoha's most prestigious house, would not yield so easily.
Hayashi Hyuga exuded a palpable aura of authority, stepping firmly between Danzo and Niji. "There is no need for Danzo-sama's concern. As Niji's uncle, I shall personally oversee his cultivation, with both resources and unwavering dedication."
After all, we serve the same cause, Konoha's prosperity, do we not?
Danzo stood motionless, a chilling knowing smile playing upon his lips.
Perhaps this child is better suited for root. Where life falls, shadow must follow, and root is Konoha's root.
To ensure Konoha's enduring strength, its roots must delve deeper, so that its branches may flourish ever more abundantly. Hayashi suppressed a sharp retort within. "Flourish.
The great tree of Konoha has long rotted at its core. Tsunade's leadership at least pruned away some decay, but you Danzo are the blight that should be excised first." Yet Hayashi held his tongue.
Danzo's influence was vast, and confrontation now would be perilous.
Nor was Danzo reckless enough to provoke the Hyuga directly. Their might was formidable, and for now he dared not strike.
At that moment,
Niji Hyuga, the very subject of contention, spoke. He stepped forward calmly, his expression cool and composed.
"Danzo-sama, my sensei would never consent to my joining route."
An image flashed through Danzo's mind, a man with a bowl-cut hairstyle clad in garish green spandex.
Ah, the blue beast of Konoha.
Might Guy's simplicity made him seem pliable. Perhaps Danzo could sway him.
Perhaps Niji could yet be claimed. But Niji shook his head.
"It is not Might Guy sensei I refer to, I speak of another."
Danzo fixed Niji with an intense, unblinking gaze. "Then who?" "Perhaps rumors of me dissuaded him, rumors I would gladly clarify with him personally."
A subtle, satisfied smile flickered across Danzo's face. If not Guy, then this matter promised far less resistance.
Guy, Konoha's apex warrior, was untouchable. Other shinobi, however, were far more negotiable. No other clan had announced any apprenticeship, meaning Niji could not possibly be apprenticed elsewhere. Danzo's single visible eye locked onto Niji's, those Byakugan eyes inherited from the branch house. And yet astonishingly freed from the caged bird seal, rare, pristine and utterly coveted. From their earlier display those eyes retained full Byakugan function. That was all Danzo required. A faint enigmatic smile touched Niji's lips. Before departing, Ryosuke Kayasuke had spoken to Niji with quiet significance. Now Niji finally grasped the meaning behind those veiled words. They spoke plainly of a bond, not formalized by title or ritual, but forged through transmission. Niji had mastered Kayasuke's secret techniques. By any measure he was half disciple to Kayasuke. Those parting words had been a deliberate warning, a shield not a secret. Niji's status was fraught with complication, and those Byakugan eyes carried their own dangerous weight. Returning home he knew would ignite a storm of consequences. Kayasuke's message was clear: stand unafraid. He would stand as Niji's backing. This was no affair to conceal, it demanded proclamation louder and wider than ever possible. Kayasuke had foreseen this precisely. Danzo's resurgence had begun anew, yet Kayasuke chose not to confront him directly, requiring instead a calculated interlude. For a man like Danzo, only overwhelming undeniable power could impose restraint. And Niji's transformed Byakugan presented the perfect catalyst. The Hyuga, self-proclaimed foremost house of Konoha, possessed one of the village's most revered bloodline limits. Those Byakugan eyes had long kindled Danzo's covetous hunger. Kayasuke had anticipated Danzo's appearance and his inevitable offer to recruit Niji into root. Thus the circle closed, seamless and inevitable. Hayashi himself now felt a ripple of uncertainty. Niji's assigned Jonin instructor was Might Guy, effectively his sensei. So where did this other teacher emerge from? No prominent shinobi in the village had publicly acknowledged such a bond. Even Hayashi was baffled, let alone Danzo, who stood utterly perplexed. Danzo's root monitored nearly every pulse of Konoha, yet this intelligence remained entirely absent. Who then had taught Niji? Where had these abilities originated? Danzo now knew with certainty both Niji's transformation and his Byakugan's evolution traced back to that unseen master. Suddenly Danzo's expression hardened. I now have grounds to suspect Niji Hyuga's sensei is the foreign spy recently infiltrating Konoha. Untraceable origins, and powers of such uncanny depth. Danzo seized upon the thought instantly. This gave him perfect justification to bring Niji into root for interrogation. A stroke of dual advantage, until from afar a soft, unmistakable chuckle drifted across the air. Hearing that familiar voice, Hyuga Niji stirred with excitement. Meanwhile Danzo's thoughts flickered. Niji's reaction could only mean one thing: his teacher had arrived. Danzo turned sharply, his face stern and unreadable, as if seeking the source of the voice. Yet the laughter lingered unbroken. But the speaker remained unseen. Danzo's expression darkened, his voice rang out grave and commanding. If you have come, why conceal yourself? Step forward, I demand an audience. Danzo, first meeting and I must confess my humility. The voice resonated neither near nor far, as though spoken just beside him, yet no figure appeared. The others exchanged curious, knowing glances toward Danzo. This was the Hyuga compound. Every soul here bore the Byakugan. Even unactivated, their vision surpassed ordinary sight. And in the very direction Danzo had overlooked they had already seen. At last Danzo grasped it, and slowly raised his gaze. He recalled leaping in from outside moments earlier. Could another have entered the same way? Yet when he lifted his eyes, reality proved far more unsettling. The figure before them wore a crimson and ivory Hokage robe, a garment steeped in authority and legacy. A straw hat crowned his head. Such attire bore unmistakable symbolism, the mantle of the Hokage. Only the Hokage wore robes like this. And Tsunade, fifth Hokage, had long since departed Konoha. Only one remained eligible to wear it: Kyo Ryosuke, acting Hokage. Danzo's brow twitched, astonishment warring with suspicion. Why had Ryosuke appeared here? Had his intelligence network proven that swift? Yet Danzo misjudged entirely. Ryosuke had watched Niji closely all along, knowing well that Niji's return to the clan compound would not pass quietly. Every moment unfolded beneath Ryosuke's watchful eye. Danzo stood speechless, stunned beyond measure, while Ryosuke hovered motionless above them, suspended without aid, serene and absolute. Like a god descending. Danzo's jaw tightened faintly. He himself had merely vaulted in from outside, whereas this man floated effortlessly over their heads. Danzo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing every detail, yet detected no telltale motion, no strain. To Ryosuke such mastery seemed utterly mundane. The pressure Ryosuke exerted upon Danzo was immense. The single feat alone crushed Danzo's spirit beneath its weight. Then Ryosuke descended, gracefully, silently, to earth, stirring not even a whisper of dust. A gentle smile warmed his features as he spoke, calm and unhurried. First meeting, Danzo. As acting Hokage, my duties are many. I sincerely apologize for the delay. A faint shadow crossed Danzo's face. Several Hyuga elders shifted uneasily. None were ignorant of Danzo's ambitions. Every great clan knew precisely what he sought.
Ryosuke had struck, not merely at the body but at the heart.
Clearly this was no ordinary man. Danzo bowed slightly, voice measured, such words are misplaced.
After all, you hold the title of Acting Hokage. If anyone should pay respects, it is I who ought to visit you.
Though resentment simmered within, decorum demanded its mask.
Still unaware of the gravity of the situation, Danzo remained cold and rigid.
There is in fact a matter requiring the Acting Hokage's immediate attention.
Ryosuke of course saw through Danzo's intent and feigned surprise, tilting his head with studied curiosity. What matter could possibly elude your resolution, Danzo?
Danzo's expression deepened into grim severity.
Niji has acquired strange techniques from unknown sources.
I suspect infiltration, a spy from another village operating within Konoha. I request permission to bring Hyuga Niji to Root for interrogation.
Otherwise he poses an existential threat to Konoha.
Ryosuke suppressed a silent, contemptuous scoff. That threat, Danzo, lies far more squarely with you. Yet those words remained unspoken, locked behind Ryosuke's tranquil smile.
He spoke instead, serene and assured. I can vouch unequivocally, Niji's instructor is no villain nor any foreign spy.
The remark, intended to soothe, instead ignited Danzo's ire.
At last, a vulnerability exposed.
He would not yield so easily. Danzo pressed onward, voice edged with feigned concern. While I trust our shinobi, Niji remains young, vulnerable to deception, perhaps even coercion.
Hyuga Hayashi and Niji exchanged cryptic glances. Others unaware of the truth found Danzo's logic compelling and nodded in quiet agreement. Then Ryosuke shook his head, chuckling softly. I affirm, Niji's instructor is no foreign spy.
Because that instructor is me. Silence fell, then realization dawned.
Niji was Ryosuke's student. No wonder he spoke with such certainty. If the Acting Hokage himself were a spy, Konoha's very foundation would crumble.
Danzo froze, his composure shattered.
He had never imagined Niji trained under Ryosuke.
Now Ryosuke's conviction made perfect, devastating sense. Yet Danzo refused surrender. Root desperately needed new recruits, and Niji, freed from the caged bird curse, represented rare, untainted potential. His voice hardened, low and resolute. Even so, Ryosuke-sama, Root requires talents like Niji's. His meaning hung unmistakably in the air. He demanded Niji join Root as one of its shinobi. Such a demand would be rejected, not only by Ryosuke but by any Hyuga shinobi worthy of the name.
Though common villagers knew little of Root, the great clans understood its nature well.
Ostensibly Konoha's Root, it served another purpose entirely.
In truth, Root functioned as Danzo's private army, each shinobi bound by a cursed seal, life and death dictated solely by his will.
Such control could never be imposed upon a clan shinobi. Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, his face dark with resolve. Danzo, he declared, voice firm and final, your demand is unreasonable. Niji will not join Root. His stance embodied the Hyuga clan's unwavering stance. Niji shook his head in quiet affirmation. Ryosuke smiled gently, his tone mild yet unyielding. Danzo, you've witnessed their will firsthand.
It seems Niji has chosen his own path, and it does not lead to Root.
Danzo's face flushed with humiliation. Both demands rebuffed flawlessly, his authority laid bare, his dignity stripped away.
One stratagem failed, but Danzo would devise another.
By this point Danzo had finally come to his senses. Such blunt persuasion would not suffice.
He had also looked into Hyuga Niji's background and learned about his struggles. Naturally, he understood that what Niji at his age and with his arduous journey truly needed was immense power. By displaying power that could captivate Niji even further, this matter would be effortlessly resolved. Thus Niji would willingly join the Root, and of his own accord. With this thought in mind, a broad grin spread across Danzo's face, yet paired with his rather sinister features the smile appeared eerily macabre. Danzo forced a smile and spoke, it seems you doubt my strength. But no matter, Acting Hokage, I wonder if you would be interested in a sparring match with me. Since Kyo Ryosuke was Niji's teacher, Danzo took the opportunity to challenge him, thereby probing the depths of Kyo's abilities. This was a twofold gain. Conversely, given Kyo's position, he could not decline the challenge. If he refused, it would be akin to admitting his inferiority to Danzo. Then Danzo's rhetoric would gain the upper hand. This would drastically alter the situation, placing Kyo Ryosuke in a passive position. Members of the Hyuga clan watched the scene with tension. Some elders were also curious, would this unfamiliar Acting Hokage accept the challenge? Most believed Kyo Ryosuke would certainly refuse, given Danzo's reputation as a veteran powerhouse. Though Danzo was power-hungry, power was built on strength. Without it, he could not have remained so arrogant for so many years. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Kyo Ryosuke accepted without hesitation. His expression remained unchanged, as if he was utterly unafraid of Danzo. This puzzled many Hyuga members. Could Kyo Ryosuke truly be that powerful? Though many doubted, a fight was about to break out. Hyuga Hayashi slowly stepped forward. If you two wish to spar, please move to the sparring platform. The battle between them would surely be intense, but it would not cause too much upheaval as both were prominent figures, one the leader of Root, the other the acting Hokage. Even if they held a grudge, they would not escalate matters too far, that was certain. Danzo had no objection and followed Hayashi to the sparring area. The two walked behind Hayashi while Hyuga Hinata, following behind, asked uncertainly, "Niji and AI, can Lord Ryosuke defeat Danzo?" Hinata had not interacted much with Kyo Ryosuke, but she felt an inexplicable fondness for him as he always appeared with a bright smile and sunny demeanor. That was far better than a gloomy bandaged freak. Niji's expression remained unchanged, his eyes firm. "Don't worry, my teacher will definitely defeat Danzo." Niji had absolute confidence in Kyo Ryosuke. In his eyes, Kyo was a true genius. To be able to integrate so many abilities into a manga book. His strength was surely unfathomable. How could Danzo possibly match him? The two stood opposing each other, Danzo's gaze extremely sinister. "I have long heard of the acting Hokage's fame, but today I finally get to have a proper exchange face to face." Danzo's sinister eyes seemed to wish to kill Kyo on the spot and become Hokage himself. Yet on the surface Danzo played his role impeccably. Truly the Root leader, his skill in saying one thing and doing another was masterful. Kyo Ryosuke remained completely calm, his warm smile unchanged. "To be honest, this is our first face-to-face conversation, but Danzo, you'd better be careful." Danzo nodded, though his eyes were full of disdain. A veteran Kage-level powerhouse versus a nameless acting Hokage. The outcome of their fight seemed already decided. Yet Danzo's expression grew more grave while Kyo Ryosuke remained completely relaxed. Danzo swiftly advanced toward Kyo, his hands forming seals without pause. Instantly two shadow clones appeared, all three wielding shuriken. This was clearly a probe. But Kyo stood motionless as if frozen in shock. Only Kyo could see the chi within his own body slowly accumulating, growing denser, concentrating on his fist. This was the unique chi of martial artists, something Danzo could not perceive at all. Even if he had, he would have dismissed it as insignificant. After all, this was the first time such things had appeared in the ninja world. Apart from Might Guy, only Kyo Ryosuke could utilize them. And Guy's usage was quite crude. For instance, the skydance technique that led the Hyuga clan earlier could only be performed by Kyo. Kyo had a profound understanding of chi thanks to his broad vision. In his past life he had seen many things. Though he lacked the corresponding abilities, he had carefully envisioned them. Now everything Kyo did was to harness the chi within his body. This chi was as controllable to Kyo as his own limbs. He ignored Danzo's two shadow clones entirely. Those shadow clones were illusions incapable of causing real harm. But the real Danzo in the middle, if he were struck, it could cause problems. Yet at that moment Kyo moved his speed twice that of Danzo's, appearing abruptly before him. A fierce palm strike landed squarely on Danzo's chest. The heavy blow forced Danzo back half a step. This was only because Kyo held back, otherwise Danzo would have been injured. Danzo raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Kyo's strength to be so high. From that single probing attack he could roughly gauge Kyo's current level. Danzo frowned. This wouldn't do. He swiftly formed hand seals, then took a deep breath, his chest swelling like an inflated balloon before he exhaled forcefully. Wind release, great breakthrough. The gale rushed toward Kyo like razor blades. But Kyo lowered his body slightly and pushed off the ground with his feet. Crack! The ground where Kyo had stood shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. The fine marble slab was crushed to pieces. Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect the acting Hokage to be a taijutsu specialist as well." His speed and strength alone surpassed those of most jonin. Unlike Hayashi, Hyuga's astonishment, Niji Hyuga had long anticipated this development. After Might Guy acquired the Scion physiology, Niji himself had harbored doubts. If teacher Might Guy possessed such bloodline prowess, could Kyoryu Kyo also wield it, or even surpass it? Yet today Niji finally grasped the truth. Regardless of speculation, Kyoryu was now unleashing pure, unadulterated physical might, devoid of even a trace of chakra. This sheer brute force combat style left Danzo utterly flustered. In a flash he vanished with a body flicker, evading Kyoryu's blow, while the strike slammed instead into the arena floor. Crack! Crack! The horrifying shattering of stone snapped the onlookers back to reality. Kyoryu's assault carried staggering force. Even Danzo, locked in battle with him, gasped in disbelief. Could this be Tsunade Senju's legendary strength of 100? So she entrusted it all to you. Danzo had heard tales, and witnessed firsthand, of Tsunade's famed superhuman strength. Yet Kyoryu's mastery far eclipsed hers, like a fledgling soaring beyond its progenitor. Now Danzo fought with renewed intensity, his movements accelerating until only afterimages remained. He hurled a kunai, then in the blink of an eye it multiplied into hundreds, glinting with lethal cold light. Kyoryu arched a brow. If memory served, this technique, the kunai shadow clone jutsu, originated from the late Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Danzo, now fully engaged, refused to relent. He bit his thumb and roared, "Summoning technique." A thick plume of smoke billowed forth, and from it emerged a colossal creature elephantine in scale. Danzo summoned dream-devouring Baku. Strange undulating waves radiated outward from the beast. Kyoryosuke stood perilously close to Danzo, and thus bore the full brunt of the assault. Yet Kyoryosuke scoffed inwardly. A martial artist's will is forged in iron, no mere hypnotic trick could bend it. Danzo's hands blurred, conjuring torrents of flame one moment, then howling gales the next. True to his lineage as a disciple of the second Hokage, his killing techniques were both numerous and seamlessly interwoven into a lethal system. Designed for silent dominance, this system gradually tilted every skirmish in his favor. Indeed, to the spectator's eyes, Kyoryosuke now appeared cornered, while Danzo held absolute command. At this rate, Kyoryosuke's defeat seemed inevitable, mere moments away. Even Niji Hyuga, watching from the side, furrowed his brow in mounting anxiety. Kyoryosuke knew many ways to end Danzo, but eliminating the man outright would expose too much too soon. This confrontation demanded restraint. The more formidable he appeared, the deeper Danzo's wariness would take root. To reveal too much now would prove dangerously short-sighted in future reckonings. Kyoryosuke's gaze turned glacial, his eyes locked unwaveringly onto Danzo. "Lord Danzo, take heed. I am now fighting in earnest." Danzo smirked inwardly. "Pretense. This disciple shall soon be mine." In prior clashes, Kyoryosuke had posed little threat, no more than a match for Danzo's baseline state. Convinced, Danzo abandoned restraint, launching forward in a blur, then unleashing a torrent of searing flame that threatened to reduce Kyoryosuke to ash in an instant. The contrast between them was stark. Danzo labored breath-ragged, while Kyoryosuke moved with effortless grace. The disparity was undeniable. Kyoryosuke's endurance vastly outstripped Danzo's, a chasm impossible to ignore. Wind release vacuum sphere. From Danzo's lips erupted a massive pale green sphere of compressed wind roaring toward Kyoryosuke. In that split second, Kyoryosuke sensed mortal peril and already shifted his body into evasion. Danzo's eyes gleamed with vicious intent, then unleashed a second larger vacuum great sphere, faster and deadlier, sealing every possible escape route. No matter which way Kyoryosuke turned, impact was unavoidable. Below, Niji Hyuga's brow tightened further. Danzo's battlefield experience ran deep, yet Kyoryosuke, the less seasoned, absorbed his rhythm like a master student. Danzo still held the upper hand, while Kyoryosuke's responses seemed hesitant, uncertain. Hayashi Hyuga shook his head. He saw it clearly. Barring a miracle, Kyoryosuke's fall was only a matter of time. Niji clenched his teeth. How could he possibly lose? Kyoryosuke is a genius, possessing such power. How could he fall to Danzo? At that very moment, Kyoryosuke, who had worn nothing but gentle warmth upon his face, suddenly shifted expression. "Danzo, beware." His sky-blue irises underwent a profound metamorphosis, instantaneous yet unmistakable to Niji and the entire Hyuga clan below. Hayashi Hyuga trembled slightly, pointing upward in bewilderment. "Niji, is this the pair of eyes you spoke of?" Those once pale blue eyes now shimmered with faint violet luminescence, while delicate pink accents pulsed softly within the pupils. Niji nodded gravely. "Yes. His eyes mirror mine exactly. He has mastered the direct death mystic eye." Hayashi instantly grasped the gravity. Such power could be learned, not inherited. The image of Niji cleaving stone with that gaze still burned vividly in his mind. How immense would Kyoryosuke's manifestation prove? Before the thought could settle, a thunderous boom shattered the air. Danzo hurtled backward, kicked airborne by Kyoryosuke, yet Kyoryosuke leapt higher, still soaring above him. Fists locked, Kyoryosuke plummeted downward, crushing Danzo with devastating force. Desperate, Danzo raised his arms to block. Crash. Hayashi Hyuga stared, eyes wide. Cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. Blood spilled from Danzo's lips. This thunderous strike drew exclamations of awe from the surrounding Hyuga clan members. Danzo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his one eye fixed intently on Jing Liangjie. His hands moved without pause. Wind released vacuum serial waves. Countless wind bullets hurtled toward Jing Liangjie like cannonballs, one after another, prompting some onlookers to instinctively activate their Byakugan. The assault was indeed fierce and swift. Yet before Jing Liangjie, a translucent barrier materialized. The vacuum serial waves struck the shield with a series of dull thuds. Even so, the vacuum serial waves failed to breach the translucent barrier. Danzo's single eye was filled with astonishment. Impossible. What trick did you pull? Danzo had not detected any chakra at all, yet his attack had been nullified. This technique was at the pinnacle of A-rank ninjutsu. Still, it could not even shatter the shield. Jing Liangjie remained silent, offering only a cold smirk. The barrier covering his body was formed from the chi within him. Naturally, no chakra was present. In fact, long ago all the chakra in Jing Liangjie's body had been exhausted and fully converted into the true chi he now wielded. This was inevitable, for the concept of true chi surpassed that of chakra. Chakra at best extracted physical and mental energy from the body. In doing so, it consumed life force, hence the typically short lifespans of shinobi.
The Uzumaki clan was a slight exception blessed with greater vitality.
Standing on the platform, Jing Liangjie lifted his chin slightly, revealing a radiant smile, and spoke slowly.
There are probably many things you don't know. But from now on I won't hold back. What? Danzo exclaimed, then barked, stop your tricks. I want to see what means you have to make me yield. The relentless assaults began to kindle Danzo's fury.
Their battle grew fierce, and it was clear they had both ignited true anger.
In the blink of an eye, Jing Liangjie vanished from Danzo's sight. Danzo had no time to react before Jing Liangjie disappeared completely.
As a seasoned ninja hardened by countless battles, Danzo spun around immediately and caught sight of Jing Liangjie, but it seemed already too late. Jing Liangjie's eyes radiated a faint purple glow. Danzo stared at those eyes and froze for an instant, a fatal pause that spelled his misfortune.
Jing Liangjie's move was simple and brutal, lacking any ostentation.
He merely charged at Danzo with a kunai, then suddenly flicked it as if plucking at an invisible thread. A crisp sound reached Danzo's ears. An indescribable dread surged within him. Then Jing Liangjie shifted his gaze to Danzo's body and lightly tapped the kunai toward him.
Though unaware of the specifics, Danzo sensed an extreme danger from Jing Liangjie's action. Regardless, he had to avoid this contact. But the distance between them was already short and Jing Liangjie's speed was immense. Danzo found himself in an inescapable position. At that moment, Danzo abruptly activated a forbidden jutsu.
Jing Liangjie had already severed Danzo's deathline. A mere touch to the death point would have killed Danzo instantly. In a flash, Danzo's body began to dissolve.
At the same time, Jing Liangjie's kunai pierced through Danzo's form and he lunged forward.
The onlookers were astounded that Danzo possessed such a miraculous jutsu. For Jing Liangjie, however, victory was already his. Others might not recognize the peculiar technique, but Jing Liangjie did. This jutsu, named Izanaji, was unique to the Uchiha clan, for each activation required the sacrifice of a Sharingan. It could record the state of the previous moment and restore it in an instant. Had Danzo not employed Izanaji, he would now be lying cold and dead on the ground. Jing Liangjie understood Danzo's situation well. He knew that with his current strength he could not finish Danzo off, but depleting Danzo's resources was still a gain. One of the eyes on Danzo's arm slowly closed. Only Danzo knew this, for thick bandages concealed them.
Yet seeing the smile on Jing Liangjie's face, Danzo felt an inexplicable unease, as if his every secret had been laid bare. Danzo's one eye burned with murderous intent.
He wished nothing more than to eliminate Jing Liangjie. But clearly the two were evenly matched, neither could overpower the other.
Moreover, with both in the public eye, a life and death struggle was impossible, even though Danzo had already died once.
The problem was that no one else knew he had experienced death. If they were to fight to the death in full view of everyone, it would benefit neither.
Danzo ceased his movements.
A cold smile curled on his face.
Danzo spoke with a mocking tone, acting Hokage-sama, truly impressive skills.
Such mastery at such a young age. Lord Danzo, you remain as sharp as ever. Jing Liangjie replied with a light laugh, matching the pretense. Both now chose the same path. They would not tear off the mask of civility for now. The two stepped down from the arena simultaneously, both wearing insincere smiles. The old-timers below understood. A fight of this caliber was remarkable.
After all, Danzo was a veteran Kage-level shinobi. In everyone's memory he remained a formidable ninja, if not for Hiruzen Sarutobi having kept him in check. Things might have turned out differently.
But Jing Liangjie, though a disciple of Tsunade, had always kept a low profile. As a relatively unknown acting Hokage, managing to stand toe-to-toe with Danzo through sheer skill was no small feat. Some of the more perceptive elders saw the truth of the matter. In this match, Jing Liangjie had clearly gained the upper hand, while Danzo was the one defeated.
Yet both chose to withdraw at the same moment.
The oddity of this was not lost on the observers, though they could not fathom the reason. Danzo still wore that cold smile, but his voice carried a hint of reluctance. Acting Hokage-sama, truly skilled. I shall not waste your time any longer. Jing Liangjie waved a hand in dismissal, responding with a mere murmur.
Danzo's expression soured further.
Such a gesture was as if he were addressing a subordinate. And in truth it seemed to be exactly that.
After Danzo departed, the atmosphere grew markedly more harmonious.
The elders of the Hyuga clan spoke little, unlike in earlier days when Niji bore only the title of heir to the branch family. Now, however, everything had changed. Beyond his lineage, Niji held another identity, disciple of the acting Hokage. Though the title acting Hokage sounded modest, Kyo Ryosuke still wielded the full authority of the Hokage. Strictly speaking, Niji was now the grand disciple of Tsunade. Consequently, the Hyuga leadership approached Niji with utmost caution. Ultimately, Hayashi let out a deep sigh. Elder, I fear this matter lies beyond our capacity to contain. If you truly wish to resolve Niji's situation, it demands careful long-term deliberation. In any case, this gathering was hardly the place to settle Niji's affairs, and the elders, far from foolish, seized upon a pretext and withdrew one by one. Hayashi cast a profound lingering glance at Niji before turning and departing. Only 3 figures remained standing in the courtyard, silence settling between them like mist. Master, what just occurred?
Do you too possess the mystic eye of death's direct strike? Kyo Ryosuke felt a flicker of awkwardness. Could he honestly confess, whatever you acquire I gain as well? Yet since the misunderstanding had already taken root, he resolved to deepen it, better to claim mastery over this extraordinary bloodline limit than to conceal it endlessly. Nodding without hesitation, he declared, yes, I have indeed mastered this rare ability. My mystic eye of death's direct strike surpasses yours in both potency and control. Hearing this, Niji could not suppress his exhilaration, convinced until now that he alone bore these unique eyes, only to discover Kyo Ryosuke possessed them too. His excitement defied description. Moreover, Niji had observed that Kyo Ryosuke's use of the mystic eye dwarfed his own in power, and its combat efficacy was staggering. Kyo Ryosuke and Niji entered the chamber. Hinata, after a moment's quiet reflection, followed closely behind.
Master, if I train diligently, might I one day command this mystic eye as you do?
This sensation is utterly unbearable. And indeed, it was unbearable. For every time Niji opened his eyes, he witnessed the world crumbling and collapsing before him. He grew increasingly anxious, terrified of inadvertently harming anything, or worse, anyone around him. Yet Kyo Ryosuke offered no hesitation, merely nodding in affirmation.
Rest assured, the path is certain. With diligent practice and mastery of the mystic eye, full command will come in time. Hinata listened in silence, her eyes widening steadily, until unable to contain her curiosity she finally asked Lord Ryosuke, what is truly happening? She struggled to comprehend the transformation unfolding within Niji. Smiling gently, Kyo Ryosuke replied, Niji's mystic eye remains incomplete, a heavy burden for him to bear. Glancing around, Kyo Ryosuke gave Niji a subtle nod, then quietly left the Hyuga compound. Hinata's heart, however, continued to race long after. After prolonged hesitation, Hinata furrowed her brow and whispered, Niji and I-san, what has become of your eyes? If you seek answers, go to Master. Niji replied, glancing at her with quiet uncertainty. The boy understood well Kyo Ryosuke's deliberate vagueness was an invitation, not a barrier, encouraging Hinata herself to seek strength. Indeed, from the outset, Kyo Ryosuke had never barred others from seeking him out to learn these wondrous arts. Back in her room, Hinata drifted in restless reverie. Undeniably, Niji had undergone a monumental breakthrough, freed at last from the caged bird seal, and thanks to the enigmatic Kyo Ryosuke, the entire clan chose not to pursue the matter. Yet such leniency rested entirely upon demonstrated strength. Without it, Niji would never have passed even this first familial trial. Though Hinata's gentle nature inclined her toward softness, her inner spirit burned with fierce yearning for recognition, for her father Hayashi's approval, and above all to protect those she cherished. After a long pause, Hinata slowly stepped beyond the Hyuga compound gates, and soon stood before the Hokage building. Perhaps the answer lies here, she murmured, gazing up at the towering structure, Niji's ascension undeniable, witnessed firsthand by the clan elders themselves. And the sole person who had interacted closely with Niji during this transformation was Kyo Ryosuke. Hinata approached the Hokage's office door and tapped softly. A clear voice echoed from within, enter. Hinata stepped inside, while Kyo Ryosuke, absorbed in a scroll, lifted his head and greeted her with a radiant smile. Ah, Hinata. It seems you've made your decision. Though uncertain why, she nodded instinctively. Only thus could she unravel the mystery of Niji's metamorphosis, and perhaps unlock her own path to greater power. Kyo Ryosuke calmly produced a key. Take this. Seek your answers in the room where I reside, the entrance hall will guide you. Hinata stared, bewildered, why a key? Instinctively she accepted it, clutching it tightly while her expression remained one of pure confusion. Lord Ryosuke, what does this mean? He shook his head slowly. All answers lie within the manga volumes in the living room. No amount of explanation would convince you as deeply as seeing them yourself. As Kyo Ryosuke waved her off, Hinata exited the office, his gaze following her retreating figure, a quiet smile playing upon his lips. With luck, another ability might soon awaken. Kyo Ryosuke understood the principle of reversal at extremes, and knew only ambiguity could ignite Hinata's pursuit of power. The more cryptic his words, the deeper her curiosity burned, and the more intently she would read. Hinata had arrived outside the house where Jing Liangjie resided. The building before her appeared no different from any ordinary residence. How could it possibly conceal a great secret? The Hyuga clan also possessed many forbidden areas, places ordinary members could not enter. Yet Niji Hyuga's peculiar eyes and uncanny abilities were truly mysterious. Setting aside everything else, it could be considered one of the village's greatest secrets, akin to the Byakugan of Konoha, a confidential asset unique to the Hidden Leaf. How could it possibly be kept in such a modest house? At first, yesterday, she had assumed there would be hidden ninja lurking nearby. But even as she walked directly to the front door, she saw no sign of any ninja appearing. Logically speaking, if there were truly something valuable, it would be guarded by covert ninja and someone would have come out to stop her the moment she approached. Yet none of that happened. Hinata opened her palm, gazing at the ordinary key resting on her fair skin. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into the lock. Click. The door opened with ease. Slipping off her shoes, Hinata stepped inside slowly. Reaching the living room, she finally understood why Jing Liangjie had spoken so casually. At a single glance she could see what mattered most in this room, the countless manga volumes that filled the entire bookshelf. Only when she drew closer did her jaw drop. These are all manga drawn by Lord Liangjie. Volume after volume lined the shelves. Some were standalone volumes while others formed complete series.
With so many manga here, how could he possibly have drawn them all?
Recalling the battle between Jing Liangjie and Danzo just moments ago, Hinata grew even more astonished. It had all happened so recently and she remembered it clearly. Jing Liangjie and Danzo had fought to a standstill, one a young ninja of the new generation, the other a Kage-level powerhouse renowned for years. That they were evenly matched at this moment undeniably proved Jing Liangjie a true genius. Setting aside their age difference, which spanned decades, his skill was remarkable. Even excluding the time spent drawing these manga, Jing Liangjie might not have cultivated for many years. Yet even so he could hold his own against a seasoned Kage-level expert. Dazed, Hinata stared at the manga before her and murmured involuntarily, could it be because of these manga? Yet even as she spoke she hardly believed it herself. But since she was already here, she decided to give it a try. What if it actually worked? Hinata did not casually grab a volume like those others before her. Instead she carefully examined the spines of the manga. Even if she was going to read manga, she wanted to pick one she liked. Straw Hat Boy. Didn't only farmers wear straw hats? That probably wasn't interesting. Bleach. That sounded strange. Dragon Ball. How could a dragon have balls? Hinata looked around, overwhelmed by the sheer number of choices. There were simply too many manga here. When a familiar title caught her eye, she hesitated for a moment before pulling out that volume. Dragon Clan. Hinata was intrigued by such a peculiar creature. Slowly she opened the book to the title page. When you are most helpless and alone, a door will open for you. Instantly she was captivated. Flipping through the pages, she quietly immersed herself in the story. Soon she felt a deep resonance with the protagonist, Lu Mingfei. A world vastly different from that of Shinobi slowly unfolded before her. She quickly realized that the protagonist seemed to be a pitiful child. He was somewhat like her. The difference was that she was born into a great clan and her daily life was not so harsh. Yet she was still seen as weak and a burden in others' eyes. Hinata continued reading. Lu Mingfei failed his college entrance examination, but a great door opened its arms to him, Castle College. As she watched Lu Mingfei being picked up outside a cinema by a luxurious car and a beautiful woman, a sense of catharsis welled up in Hinata's heart. The story that followed unfolded with one twist after another. It was utterly gripping. From the spectacular display on Free Day to the ordinary life that followed, and then the confrontation with the King of Bronze and Fire. The connection between Hinata and Lu Mingfei grew stronger. At that moment, however, she failed to notice that her eyes had quietly changed color. She read on, and the deeper she delved, the more she grasped the loneliness that came from the very core of one's being. At that moment Hinata could not help but freeze. When she opened her eyes and looked around, she was completely stunned. A faint mist surrounded her. Roar! A strange sound made her involuntarily gaze ahead. The sound came from that direction. What was it? Curious, Hinata walked forward, completely forgetting that she had been in Jing Liangjie's house moments ago. Nor did she wonder why she had inexplicably arrived here. A head flame seemed to ignite from the horizon, stretching endlessly for 1,000 li. In the sky a massive black dragon was flying toward her. Words seemed inadequate to fully describe its magnificent form. The moment it appeared, the entire sky darkened. Its enormous wings were covered in dense fine scales and sharp claws jutted from their edges. Corpse after corpse hung from the dragon's body, densely packed as if it were the embodiment of calamity. Its golden vertical pupils held ancient majesty tinged with a hint of cruelty. It seemed the dragon hailed from the dawn of time. All creatures under the sky would kneel before it. Only then did Hinata see it clearly. As the dragon flew over, below lay expanse after expanse of human structures. The air seemed to resonate with a grand solemn symphony. It was as if ceremonial cannons were echoing. Hinata stared blankly at the black dragon, yet felt not an ounce of fear. On the contrary, a profound sadness pierced her heart. This feeling was loneliness. From the dragon Hinata perceived a heartbreaking solitude. Slowly the dragon soared upward and coiled around a colossal ancient tree. Around it there were traces of humans, shouting, wailing, prostrating themselves. It was as if a solemn coronation ceremony was taking place. Tap. Tap. Footsteps sounded. A girl who bore a striking resemblance to Hinata walked slowly forward.
She was small, appearing much younger than Hinata. We are born lonely. Aren't we, sister? Hinata stared blankly. Sister. The girl's pupils shone like brilliant gold. Like golden flames that would never extinguish.
The world around them came to a halt. The little girl sat playfully on a chair, yet she seemed like a lofty sovereign ascending her throne.
Yes, sister. Have you forgotten me? I am Hanabi.
Hinata stared blankly at the little girl before her. Her features bore a faint, uncanny resemblance to her own.
Only then did Hinata recall her father's long-ago words, if there is another daughter her name shall be Hanabi Hyuga. Hanabi Hyuga. Hanabi gazed at Hinata with a cheerful knowing smile. Hinata instinctively shrank back, a sensation as if observing one's most cherished delicate toy. Hanabi snapped her fingers. The world around them resumed its flow.
Yes, sister, she said softly.
Have you forgotten?
You once declared, on the day I return all traitorous ministers shall perish.
And every drop of royal blood must end in steel. Hinata's vision blurred, her thoughts adrift. Did I truly utter those words?
Hinata turned toward the colossal black silhouette coiled around the world tree.
A profound soul-rending loneliness surged anew from the very depths of her bloodline. Hanabi watched Hinata's gaze with a mischievous grin, pure unadulterated mischief, like a tiny demon incarnate. Enough, sister, you must return now.
Remember our pact, and do not forget the incantation. Oh, and this world seems perilous, consider this my gift to you. When Hinata finally stirred from her stupor, she found herself back in an ordinary quiet cottage, surrounded by manga volumes, seated cross-legged on the floor, a single volume resting in her hands. She stared dumbfounded at the manga in her palms and murmured, all of this was illusion. Just then a voice broke through her reverie.
Hey Hinata, what are you doing here?
A man with a spiky watermelon-shaped hairstyle entered, clad in a tight-fitting jumpsuit. His expression betrayed genuine surprise.
Hinata flinched, slowly lowering the manga. Might Guy-sensei, I have something urgent. Could you possibly assist me? Guy, just stepping into the room, blinked in bewilderment. What is it? Speak freely.
Hinata's voice grew solemn. Sensei, I wish to test my strength. At those words, Guy's spirit ignited anew.
Excellent. Let us head to the training ground. Without delay they sped off and arrived in moments.
In such moments Guy became utterly absorbed, his focus unwavering even when facing his own student whose prowess remained modest. Only then did Guy realize belatedly, Hinata, what has happened to your eyes? Why do they appear thus? Hinata touched her eyes, puzzled. She retrieved a small round mirror from her pouch and gasped.
Her irises blazed gold, radiant as molten metal, shimmering like living golden fire. These eyes. Hinata froze.
She had seen them before, in that other realm. Were they not the very eyes of the child who called herself Hanabi?
Yet urgency pressed upon her. Sensei, let us set aside these eyes for now. Let us spar.
Guy's gaze sharpened instantly. Hinata assumed the opening stance of gentle fist, poised, centered, serene. Guy whispered, watch closely, I am coming.
A sonic boom cracked the air. In the blink of an eye he stood before her. Hinata failed to evade. Guy's strike landed squarely on her shoulder.
Yet she frowned, perplexed. The blow carried little impact and her body felt denser, stronger, beyond measure. She abandoned her stance and spoke softly, Sensei, be wary. I cannot predict the power of this technique.
Guy widened his stance, alert.
From the moment he'd first glimpsed Hinata inside Kyorisuke's room, he'd sensed something extraordinary. Perhaps within those manga pages Hinata had awakened some latent ability, hence her haste to seek him out at the training ground.
And indeed, she had.
For such inexplicable powers, Guy resolved to proceed with utmost caution, lest she, perhaps a prodigy beyond reckoning, unleash something devastating without warning. So Guy fixed his gaze, breath steady, awaiting her move, just as Hinata's eyes blazed brighter, still burning with golden intensity. A grave, regal voice issued from Hinata's lips, uttering words unknown to Guy, ancient and resonant as though a sovereign addressed his vassals from the celestial throne. The moment the final syllable faded, golden flame erupted from nothingness, brilliant, searing, surging forward with terrifying speed until it roared before Guy's face. Guy recoiled in astonishment, never imagining Hinata wielded such power.
He summoned his full strength, meeting the inferno head-on.
Fortunate was he to have mastered the rudiments of chakra flow, for only then did he deflect the blaze. The clashing energies cancelled each other out, vanishing into silence. Had Guy hesitated even a heartbeat, grievous injury would have been inevitable. He exhaled deeply, relief washing over him.
Whatever power Hinata had awakened was undeniably formidable.
By destructive force alone she now rivaled a Jonin, perhaps even surpassed one. Her other skills lagged behind, but such matters paled beside this revelation. Guy could not suppress his question, Hinata, did you gain this ability through the manga? Yes, she replied, then paused, startled.
Sensei, did you acquire yours the same way? Guy nodded gravely.
So it is confirmed. Together they retraced their steps to Kyorisuke's residence. Hinata's mind raced, hadn't that child she met been Lumingza, the younger brother of the manga's protagonist? She clapped a hand over her mouth, stunned. She had not merely read a manga, she had become its power.
And it was immense. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, a silent notification flashed. Hyuga Hinata has awakened the Black King's bloodline.
Congratulations, host has simultaneously inherited this power. Due to system architecture, host is designated unique Dragon King.
Congratulations, host awarded 200 system points. Unique Dragon King status confirmed, non-twin lineage. Host wields sovereign authority, partially unlocked. Kyorisuke paused for a breath, then clenched his fist. A thunderous crack split the air, the shockwave of a supersonic grip. With focused intent, obsidian scales rippled across his forearm. Drawing a kunai, he slashed downward, hard against his own skin. Clang! The blade shattered into two pieces, yet his arm remained unmarred. Most astonishing of all, within his mind echoed the intricate resonant cadence of draconic tongue. Yet, Hinata faced new peril. At this moment Hinata had already realized that a tremendous transformation had occurred within her. And it was evident that this change had been brought about by the manga. But this situation wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was simply difficult to accept at first. Hinata furrowed her brows slightly and asked with puzzlement, Might Guy-sensei, what manga did you read to end up like this? At this moment Might Guy appeared no different from an ordinary person aside from the swaying tail that was rather unusual. Yet judging by his current demeanor, Might Guy seemed unconcerned about the tail.
He playfully swung it, grasping the tip in his hand, and said with a smile. Ah, this is actually a constitution I acquired, and the tail is merely a mark. Then with great solemnity Might Guy pulled out the manga he had been clutching to his chest. Might Guy carefully handed the manga to Hinata before speaking. It's this manga. I got it from the Hokage's bookshelf. Hinata tilted her head to look at the title on the cover. Dragon Ball. She took a deep breath. She had glimpsed the name Dragon Ball on the shelf before but had never opened it. Hinata felt a surge of relief at that moment. She handed the manga back to Might Guy. Hinata patted her chest, still somewhat shaken, and said, Might Guy-sensei, I'd better return this to you. I think it's best if I don't read this kind of book. Hinata took a deep breath. Imagine a girl growing a tail, how unsightly that would be. Seeing Hinata's fearful expression, Might Guy scratched his head, looking rather confused. I think this is great. Why are you so afraid? Clearly the thick-skinned Might Guy had no idea what a tail would mean for a young woman. Perhaps for Might Guy a tail was far less important than growing stronger. He carefully placed the manga back in its spot before continuing to browse for another volume. Dragon Ball was a lengthy series, so it naturally had more than one volume. Finding the sequel, Might Guy's face lit up with a joyful grin. Suddenly raising the manga high, he declared with fervor, this is the taste of youth. Burn bright, my youth. Watching Might Guy's fiery enthusiasm, Hinata let out a soft chuckle. Having spent enough time with him, Hinata had come to understand Might Guy's character, so she didn't say anything more. However, seeing his actions sparked a curious thought within her. It was merely a whim, but Hinata couldn't suppress the urge to try it herself. Since every book seemed to grant some kind of insight, could reading other manga also yield something? Perhaps even Ryosuke himself hadn't considered that question, but at this moment Hinata was consumed by curiosity. In her mind she recalled that stern, majestic gaze and those scales forged like divine iron. At the thought, Hinata shivered. Could it be possible that having the bloodline of that creature within her might cause her to transform into one? Hinata had observed the Black King's body at very close range. For a girl who cared about her appearance, the thought of turning into such a colossal monster was somewhat difficult to stomach. But since she had already acquired the bloodline, there was nothing to do but make the best of it. Suddenly the world fell silent. As if everything had come to a standstill. From the distance came solemn rhythmic knocking sounds. A gracefully dressed lady slowly approached. A crimson carpet extended all the way to Hinata's feet. A girl with golden pupils sat quietly before Hinata as if she had always been destined to be there. The girl parted her lips slightly. She was like an elegant noble, yet also a sovereign reigning high above. Sister, such matters are not worth our concern. Remember, we were born to be queens. So strive onwards without fear, you can safely entrust the future to me. Hanabi spoke with dignity, yet a sly smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Hinata slowly lifted her head, her eyes shimmering brilliantly like crystal. You're that little demon from the manga, aren't you? Hanabi shook her head, a profound sorrow flickering in her eyes. Gently tapping the armrest of her seat, she replied calmly, Sister, have you forgotten? We are originally one. Even if the whole world betrays you, I will always stand behind you. Hinata stared blankly at Hanabi. At that moment she couldn't deny it, Hanabi's words carried a compelling logic. If they truly were one being as depicted in the manga, then the notion of harm was meaningless.
Click. A crisp snap of fingers.
The world around her returned to normal. Might Guy-sensei came into view and the sound of cicadas filled her ears.
Hinata slowly extended her palm.
There lay a single strand of hair, a remnant from when she had touched Hanabi's head moments ago. The strand was flaxen, a stark contrast to the jet black hair atop her own head.
And Might Guy-sensei, needless to say, also had short black hair.
Hinata stared at the strand in her palm, her expression slightly dazed.
Could it be that Hanabi truly exists?
Perhaps due to Kyo Ryosuke's influence, the ninja world had undergone some subtle changes. Hanabi happened to be among those affected, though she had not yet been born at this time. That was why this impact had fallen upon Hinata.
Doubt had now taken root in Hinata's heart. Before picking up another manga, Hinata looked at Might Guy and asked, "Might Guy-sensei, would it be possible for me to borrow another manga as well?"
This question caught Might Guy completely off guard. In his mind there was no precedent for taking a second book. Thinking about it, it should be fine since the Hokage didn't forbid reading another one. But I suspect a person can only comprehend one kind of power.
Upon hearing Might Guy's words, Hinata breathed a sigh of relief. At least Kyo Ryosuke hadn't issued an explicit prohibition. And if it truly didn't work, there would be no harm done. After some thought, Hinata wandered along the bookshelf.
Scanning the titles, her gaze settled on one particular manga.
Sekiro. A peculiar name. Might as well give it a look. Hinata slowly opened the manga. The moment she did, she was struck by its art style. It was a manga depicting a samurai, but upon closer inspection the figure was actually a shinobi.
This apparent contradiction immediately captivated Hinata, drawing her deep into its pages.
Regardless, she decided to keep reading.
Yet as her desire to read on grew stronger, subtle changes began to stir within her body.
However, too engrossed in the manga to notice these faint shifts, Hinata remained oblivious.
Sitting nearby, Might Guy couldn't help but raise his head. Since mastering chakra, Might Guy has grown markedly more perceptive of his surroundings. His awareness now rivals that of a dedicated reconnaissance ninja.
To Might Guy's keen gaze, Hinata Hyuga appears profoundly unsettled, emanating almost imperceptibly an inexplicable aura of oppressive authority. This disconcerts him deeply.
Hinata has always been reserved and timid, yet this overwhelming pressure radiates unmistakably from her. Something is gravely amiss. In Might Guy's perception, every person manifests as a distinct chakra sphere, the sphere's intensity and scale directly reflecting the individual's strength. If Kakashi Hatake resembles a roaring bonfire, then Hinata seated beside him now glows with the combined luminance of dozens of such conflagrations.
Moreover, Might Guy senses, faint yet persistent, a sorrow veiled in her presence, and beneath it a bone-deep, unrelenting solitude. Though bewildered, Might Guy refrains from intervening, for now no dire consequence has yet manifested. Yet as time passes, unease deepens. Hinata emits a palpable energy, one diametrically opposed to life itself.
Most tellingly, cicadas nearby fall utterly silent in an instant, scattering far away in instinctive flight, yet at that very moment, Hinata's eyes blaze with incandescent gold like molten metal forged in celestial fire. The crushing pressure descends anew, forcing Might Guy himself to step back twice. The situation has clearly spiraled beyond his expectations. With no alternative, Might Guy swiftly carries Hinata outside. Remarkably, Hinata remains unconscious throughout, still absorbed in the manga she holds. Around Might Guy, chakra swirls in a dense shimmering veil. It is precisely this chakra shroud that enables him to approach her. Time is critical. Something has gone terribly wrong. No hesitation, he recalls one figure instantly, a man whose ever-present gentle smile and warm voice once made even the harshest winds feel like spring breezes. Might Guy locks onto his destination, and with explosive force unleashes his chakra, launching himself forward like a streaking arrow. Without pause, pedestrians scatter at his approach. Fortunately, after only a few strides, he vaults onto rooftops. Within 5 or 6 minutes he arrives at the Hokage building, then stands before the Hokage's office door, knocking urgently. The door opens slowly. Kyo Ryosuke peers out, puzzled by Might Guy's agitation, and asks, "Might Guy, what is it?" Surely Hinata is fine. In truth, guided by his system, Kyo Ryosuke already knows Hinata has inherited the Black King's bloodline. Yet this merely introduces new variables. As ancient draconic lore states, Dragon Kings are invariably born as twins, though exceptions do exist. The Black King is precisely such an exception, his other self manifesting as the little demon within Dragon Chronicles. Seeing Might Guy's distress, Kyo Ryosuke deduces instantly this is about Hinata. Might Guy shakes his head frantically. "Lord Hokage, please come quickly. Hinata is in grave danger. It's my fault, I told her she could read 2 manga volumes." Witnessing his desperation, Kyo Ryosuke decides to speak while leaping onto the rooftops and racing toward his residence beside Might Guy. As they sprint, Might Guy blurts out, "Lord Hokage, it's entirely my doing. When Hinata asked, I told her you hadn't forbidden reading 2 manga volumes. No one foresaw this consequence, but now Hinata is afflicted and I bear full responsibility." Kyo Ryosuke blinks in astonishment. "You mean, she read 1 manga then a second and gained insight from both?" Might Guy nods vigorously. Kyo Ryosuke has not yet conceived of anyone capable of drawing profound understanding from two separate manga, yet here it is.
Still, assessment must wait until they arrive. Should disaster unfold, he'll intervene immediately. Upon reaching the site, Might Guy gasps in shock.
He had laid Hinata upon the adjacent grassy patch, yet the weeds there have turned an eerie uniform ochre yellow, forming a perfect ring around her.
Weeds farther away remain unaffected.
Kyo Ryosuke's expression hardens as his gaze fixes on the manga volume clutched in Hinata's hands. Yet unexpectedly Kyo Ryosuke exhales, relief washing over him. He has grasped the truth. Cross-referencing the manga in Hinata's grasp, he realizes she read Sekiro awakening the Dragonaire's power, hence the withering of life around her.
Indeed, the Dragonaire's power heralds death and ill omen. Such desolation is tragically fitting. Yet Kyo Ryosuke frowns, another layer of uncertainty dawns.
He never imagined simultaneous mastery of two distinct forces, yet Hinata has achieved exactly that. What cascading consequences might follow? For now containment is paramount.
Meanwhile, Hinata suffers too, lost deep within the manga's world.
Before her mind's eye unfolds the protagonist's journey, wielding his long sword, cleaving through foes, then stepping resolutely onward, each scene vivid, visceral, unrelenting. Suddenly a crimson blade materializes at Hinata's waist.
As it emerges, the oppressive aura lessens markedly, yet Kyo Ryosuke detects a far graver anomaly.
Hinata's chakra is receding, a phenomenon occurring only under two conditions: either she has fully integrated the power and forged a nascent bond with the Dragonair essence, or she has failed utterly, gaining nothing, her body and spirit shattered beyond recovery. Might Guy's anxiety surges.
Lord Hokage, what is happening? Hinata is brilliant, why this calamity? It's all my fault. As one of Konoha's three legendary paragons of youthful fervor, Might Guy shoulders the entire burden without hesitation. Kyo Ryosuke waves a calming hand. Recall Niji's incident, remain steady and wait.
This too may follow the same path.
Meiti Kai was dumbfounded.
The situation was already so dire, yet Lord Jing Liangjie was still joking. However, it was impossible to sense that he was truly joking, for this was a matter of life and death. However, upon careful thought, Meiti Kai seemed to understand something. When Ningxi had fused those eyes before, wasn't it the same situation? Only he himself had been anxious and restless. Back then Jing Liangjie stood beside him, still smiling unhurriedly, just as he was smiling now. Taking a deep breath, Meiti Kai dropped to the ground and started doing push-ups with great effort.
Perhaps only this could ease his anxiety. Watching the scene, Jing Liangjie found it rather amusing. Meiti Kai's strength was inseparable from his current efforts. Meiti Kai often said, "You are also a genius of hard work."
The rest were nothing but burning youth and passion. It turned out that Meiti Kai truly had thick nerves. Just moments ago he was frantic with worry, but now he was already immersed in his own muscles.
Meiti Kai trained with all his might, straining every muscle. At that moment Chu Tian blinked her eyes, seemingly awake.
At the same time a system notification sounded in Jing Liangjie's mind.
Rishan Chu Tian has fused with the Dragon's Heritage.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dragon's Heritage. Congratulations to the host for receiving 200 system energy points. Jing Liangjie was overjoyed. The game Sekiro mostly revolved around exquisite swordsmanship. Among its treasures, the most valuable was this Dragon's Heritage.
It could bring the dying back to life.
Unfortunately, the cost was enormous. Resurrection required energy, which was obtained by absorbing the life energy of the surroundings. At this moment Jing Liangjie could sense this power intertwining tightly with his own dragon bloodline, gradually merging into a single force.
By then Rishan Chu Tian had also woken up. Looking around, she was confused. "Teacher Meiti Kai, why did you bring me here?"
Chu Tian had no memory of what just happened. It seemed she had entered an illusionary world. Jing Liangjie approached with a gentle smile on his face. "Just now something seemed to happen while you were reading the manga, so Meiti Kai worried, brought you outside and then called me over."
Now fully awake, Chu Tian blushed and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, Lord Liangjie. I've caused you trouble."
Jing Liangjie shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself, "I'm grateful to you. How could I consider it trouble?
If it were trouble, I'd gladly have it happen again."
Jing Liangjie's power had increased once again, all thanks to Chu Tian. At this moment Chu Tian sensed the power within her and her face was filled with even more confidence. Sometimes a timid nature can be compensated by strength. Just like Chu Tian, who had just broken through, now possessed a bold spirit that seemed to trample the heavens underfoot. Chu Tian's experience was still limited, unaware that this was merely an illusion of breakthrough. But for someone as shy and introverted as Chu Tian, it was an unprecedented event.
Chu Tian stared intently at Jing Liangjie and Meiti Kai.
After hesitating for a moment, she spoke, "After seeing this manga, I have gained some new power.
If you don't mind, could Lord Jing Liangjie and teacher Meiti Kai help test me?"
By then Meiti Kai had slowly stood up, asking in surprise,
"Are you saying you want to fight both of us?" Chu Tian nodded confidently. "That's right, I want to fight both of you. Meitikai looked stunned as if shocked by Chutian's bold words.
But Jing Liangjie still wore a smile. He slowly extended his hand and said calmly, "Alright, let's go to the training ground." The three of them arrived at the training ground at a leisurely pace.
Meitikai still couldn't believe it and asked Chutian, "Are you sure?"
Chutian had calmed down a lot by now, but since she had already agreed she could only nod. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Jing Liangjie standing nearby was far more perceptive than Meitikai. At the training ground, Jing Liangjie said, "Meitikai, Chutian was just joking with us. You go watch from the side, I'll see how much Chutian has grown." Hearing this, Chutian shot Jing Liangjie a grateful smile. The two stood facing each other. Chutian's gaze gradually turned serious and then a faint pressure emanated from her. Only in battle would Chutian assume such a posture, it was usually invisible. Jing Liangjie stood quietly watching Chutian, a trace of gratification flickering in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chutian to master draconic pressure in such a short time. However, Jing Liangjie was unaffected and charged straight at Chutian. Gripping the newly obtained immortal blade gate opening, he rushed at Chutian. Facing Jing Liangjie's attack, Chutian seemed unflustered, drawing out her gracious tears. Bang! The two blades collided with a thunderous crash. Sparks flew around, surprising even Meitikai. Meitikai was not surprised that Jing Liangjie had such high skill. But when did Chutian become so proficient in swordsmanship? The blades clashed repeatedly, producing a sound like blacksmith hammering. Each precise block was a hair's breadth from disaster. "Case a slash!" Chutian shouted softly. The immortal blade in her hand moved swiftly and urgently. But Jing Liangjie easily blocked the strike. With a reverse flick, he disarmed Chutian in just 2 moves. Jing Liangjie's face still held a gentle smile. "You lose." Meitikai stood by, utterly incredulous. Although he knew Chutian would lose, he hadn't expected her to be defeated so thoroughly and so quickly. Chutian lowered her head slightly. When she looked up again, her eyes shone brilliantly gold. An unknown language flowed from her lips. Flames. Flames sweeping the sky. Those brilliant golden pupils seemed to transform into sharp vertical slits brimming with supreme authority. But at the same time, an even more powerful pressure emanated from Jing Liangjie. His pupils turned into brilliant gold. Tiny scales appeared on his face. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. The flames vanished. The chirping of insects and birds disappeared once more. It was as if they had seen the natural predator they never wished to encounter in their lives. Jing Liangjie took 2 steps forward, his eyes fixed on Chutian. "Now you can admit defeat." Chutian was reluctant. Her face showed a hint of defiance, like a sovereign unwilling to yield. But this emotion came and went quickly. Both of them gradually withdrew their auras. They slowly returned to normal. Meitikai stood by, looking bewildered. Meitikai couldn't understand a single word of their exchange, as both were speaking in Draconic. Nevertheless, Meitikai could still discern certain things, such as the outcome of this sparring match. Clearly Jing Liangjie had emerged victorious. Though the process may have been somewhat convoluted, it did not prevent Hinata from recognizing her current strength. Meitikai scratched his head and walked forward with a smile. "Now that we've had our sparring session and my stomach happens to be growling, how about we grab something to eat?" Upon hearing this, Hinata felt somewhat tempted. Hinata also harbored a few secrets unknown to others, such as her natural-born capacity for prodigious eating. Her stomach was now feeling empty as well. Meikai's suggestion suited the moment perfectly. Thus the three unanimously decided to head to Ichiraku Ramen. Ichiraku narrowed his eyes as he watched Meikai approach. "Oh, it's that enthusiastic ninja. Prepare yourself." Took a closer look and realized it was indeed the voracious eater from last time. The two simultaneously ignited with competitive spirit. Meikai, seated nearby, felt a bit embarrassed. Hinata smiled softly from the side. "I didn't expect Meikai-sensei to be such a big eater as well." At that very moment, coincidentally, Tenten and Niji also arrived at the shop. The Ichiraku Ramen had not yet expanded, so the group sat in a row quietly waiting. Ichiraku worked with incredible speed, his movements nearly leaving afterimages. His half-lidded eyes gave nothing away, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking at that moment. As several bowls of noodles were set down, Ichiraku fixed his gaze upon Meikai. "Customer, how much more would you like to eat?" Meikai pulled out his somewhat deflated wallet. "Give me 10 more bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please." Ichiraku nodded and sprang back into action. Watching Ichiraku's movements, Jing Liangjie felt a pang of nostalgia. He remembered how people used to joke that Ichiraku's real surname was Otsutsuki. The reason was simple: from Pain's invasion of Konoha village to the later Fourth Great Ninja War, the Ichiraku Ramen shop had always remained completely unscathed. This had led many to imagine Tuchi Ichiraku as the hidden mastermind behind it all. At the thought, Jing Liangjie couldn't help but chuckle.
Tucci and I am watching Jing Liangjie's smile couldn't help but pause. Customer, you seem to be in a good mood.
Jing Liangjie only then realized his impoliteness and quickly replied. I can sense an aura of happiness within this ramen. Ichiraku ramen truly lives up to its reputation. Ayam lifted her chin with a look of confidence. Of course our Ichiraku ramen is the product of mine and my father's hard work. Another question arose in Jing Liangjie's mind. Ayam was not old yet, she was not a ninja. Could it be that lacking the talent for being a ninja she chose to live the life of an ordinary person? But at this moment a different thought crossed Jing Liangjie's mind. After hesitating for a moment he spoke up. Tucci-san, the ninja world is not exactly peaceful.
Would you be interested in learning a thing or two?
Tucci was momentarily stunned, his hands pausing in their work.
With his signature squinting smile Tucci spoke calmly and unhurriedly, I'm afraid I'm too old for that. Ayam on the other hand could benefit from it. After all, a girl needs some means to protect herself. At that moment an idea took shape in Jing Liangjie's mind. What if the techniques from those comics could be learned by ordinary people?
Wouldn't that add another means of becoming stronger? Jing Liangjie's thoughts often wandered in peculiar directions. His imagination involuntarily began to run wild. The Deva path of pain hovered solemnly in the sky above Konoha village. At that moment Ayam, abandoning the dough in her hands, leaped into the air and struck the Deva path down. The Deva path's face was filled with shock. Since when did Konoha become this strong? This was of course merely a product of Jing Liangjie's playful imagination. If the person in the scene had been Tucci instead, Jing Liangjie's amusement might have been even greater. Ayam looked visibly excited. Hokage-sama, is this for real? Can an ordinary civilian like me learn these techniques? Jing Liangjie nodded. Once the shop closes you can give it a try. The group quickly finished their meals. Only my guy remained buried in his ramen battle. Meanwhile Jing Liangjie cast a meaningful glance at Hinata. Though others might not know, Jing Liangjie was well aware of Hinata's secret. She was a champion eater. Hinata was probably still hungry. A light blush crept across her face as she touched her cheek. Hokage-sama, is there something strange on my face? Jing Liangjie shook his head, offering a warm smile. Nothing. Feel free to take the manga volumes home with you. You might just discover more insights from them. Hinata gave a slight bow. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. As the sun set they parted ways and Ichiraku's shop closed for the evening. Dressed in a traditional kimono, Ayam followed quietly behind Jing Liangjie as the two strolled unhurriedly towards his residence. Jing Liangjie walked slightly ahead. He noticed that Ayam seemed a bit tense. There's no need to worry. Even if you fail, it's of no consequence. After all, we ninjas exist to protect the village and its ordinary citizens. Ayam's fingers, which had been nervously intertwined, slowly relaxed. Long ago Ayam had heard tales of a dish called zukmen being popular in the outside world. However, lacking any means to protect herself, she had never dared to venture out. If she possessed strength, she would enjoy far greater freedom. How could that not tempt Ayam? The two arrived at the doorstep of the residence as the sun dipped below the horizon. The door was still ajar as they had left in such a hurry that there was no time to close it. Stepping into the gunkan, a faint smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face. Make yourself at home. No need to stand on ceremony. Ayam nodded, a rosy flush already blooming on her cheeks. She thought to herself. The Hokage-sama is so gentle and so handsome too. Upon entering the living room, Jing Liangjie froze for a moment. Sasuke was sitting beside the bookshelf eyeing the two with an odd expression. Sasuke slowly rose to his feet, his expression stiff as he said, my apologies, Liangjie-sama. It seems I am intruding. Watching Sasuke's gaze darting between himself and Ayam. A vein throbbed on Jing Liangjie's forehead. What exactly are you misunderstanding here, you brat? And speaking of which, did you come for a reason? Something you don't understand. Jing Liangjie failed to notice the bashful expression that had crept onto Ayam's face beside him. Sasuke shook his head, idly flipping through the manga in his hand, and said unhurriedly. I finished reading the previous volumes, so I came to pick up the next ones. I saw your door open and I was worried that your things might get stolen, so I decided to wait here. A radiant smile broke across Jing Liangjie's face. He reached out and ruffled Sasuke's hair. Sasuke's gaze turned cold momentarily, but in his current state he was utterly powerless to break free. Forced to endure the head patting, a faint warmth gradually flickered within Sasuke's eyes. Jing Liangjie ruffled Sasuke's hair before releasing his hand. Sasuke let out a cold snort and turned his head away. Though his expression was sour, a flicker of warmth still stirred within his heart. It was merely that hatred had clouded his eyes, burying his true nature deep within. Jing Liangjie's gaze drifted over. Sasuke was still engrossed in reading Battle Through the Heavens. Yet it seemed no significant breakthrough had been made. A faint smile curved across Jing Liangjie's face. It appears your physical conditioning still falls short. If you have the time you might train with Might Guy.
Might Guy's physical training regimen was renowned throughout all of Konoha.
Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly these words had been etched into his mind.
In truth, it wasn't that Sasuke had gained nothing, rather his current physical limitations were holding him back. With continued training he would soon be able to accommodate a second type of alien flame. This would elevate Sasuke's strength to new heights, and with his reinforced physique he could hold his own even against a top-tier jonin in combat.
After speaking, Jing Liangjie turned to look at Iam.
The path to making you stronger lies here. Perhaps you should also pick out a manga to read.
Iam blinked, tilting her head slightly, a look of confusion on her face.
Lord Liangjie, is there something special about these manga?
Iam herself harbored no expectations, but driven by inner conviction she had followed Jing Liangjie here. Yet now Liangjie was saying that the key to becoming stronger lay within these manga.
Iam gazed at the dazzling array of books before her, utterly perplexed. Still she gave a slight nod and replied with a smile, "Very well, thank you, Lord Liangjie." There were simply too many manga here.
Iam was at a loss for which to choose, so she could only browse the shelves over and over again.
Oh.
Iam stopped, her eyes fixed on the shelf, and asked in confusion, "What's this?"
The manga before her seemed entirely different from those around it.
Its cover was pure black adorned with gilded edges.
It stood out dramatically from the other manga. Curiosity piqued, Iam pulled it from the shelf.
Liangjie sat nearby, also watching Iam with some surprise, never expecting her to pick up that particular book.
If she could truly comprehend something from it, the gains for Liangjie would be considerable. Iam slowly opened the book's title page.
Though it bore not a single word, her eyes widened in awe. Beneath a grand and magnificent sky, 9 colossal black dragon corpses emerged from the clouds, their massive bodies forged as if from divine iron. The thick scales exuded an immense pressure. And Iam noticed a subtle detail: chains seemed to be bound to each of these dragon corpses. One end of each chain was fastened to the dragon's body, while the other end disappeared into the swirling mist where a vague silhouette could be discerned. The outline revealed the shape of a coffin.
Through a glimpse of its exposed corner, Iam finally recognized it.
It was a bronze coffin.
What manner of person could warrant such a formidable coffin? With dragons as its motive force and immortal bronze as its shell.
The aged chain seemed to emit a faint soft glow. What appeared ordinary now radiated an aura of ancient enduring time.
Even a mere illustration left Iam profoundly shaken.
Iam's eyes widened slightly, one hand covering her mouth.
This is simply too majestic.
She knew more or less that although dragons were but legends and tales, they symbolized ultimate power. And on the title page of Covering the Sky such a scene unfolded: 9 colossal dragon corpses dragging a bronze coffin behind them. What lay within might be even more spectacular.
With that thought, Iam eagerly began to read, and in an instant she was utterly captivated.
As she beheld the scenes within the manga, Iam quickly concluded that this world was entirely different from the ninja world. And soon she reached the content of the title page. 9 black dragon corpses exuding an overwhelming aura dragged the coffin into this world, slowly descending upon a mountain peak. Soon the earth began to tremble. The 5-colored soil began to radiate light. And a group of youths who should have been sightseeing on Mount Tai rapidly scrambled into the coffin. Fortunately, the bronze coffin was spacious enough to accommodate them all. Initially they had only sought refuge in the bronze coffin due to the strange occurrence of the land.
But at that very moment the bronze coffin set off once more. Perhaps some noticed the anomaly, and many events unfolded within the bronze coffin. Then it gradually came to a halt. Gazing upon the crimson red before them, the protagonist and his companions were stunned. Yet some still managed to acquire valuable treasures. Until the colossal crocodile ancestor towering like a mountain or a planet burst forth from the earth. They fought desperately to scramble back into the bronze coffin, which then set sail once more. And so countless stories began from that moment onward. Jing Liangjie sat quietly beside Iam, watching her. His main concern was that she might have some unusual reaction that he might miss. Liangjie also had another purpose: to observe what extraordinary phenomena might occur during the comprehension of the manga. However, judging by the current situation, that hope seemed to have been dashed. Iam remained largely unchanged, though her gaze had been momentarily distant, as if entranced. She held the manga in her hands, slowly turning the pages. By now the protagonist had already escaped the ancient Forbidden Land. The group had aged from youths to old men, with only the protagonist and one other retaining their youthful appearance. Then came the subsequent plot. And when the protagonist obtained the cultivation technique, Iam froze. Her mind surged with intense emotion. When she opened her eyes again, she was no longer in that ordinary room. Iam looked around. On the table rested fruits that appeared far more delicious than any in the ninja world, their appearance irresistibly enticing. What astonished Iam even more was the man seated cross-legged within the cave dwelling. He sat with his legs crossed, his 5 hearts facing the sky. The low incantation from his lips reached Iam's ears without missing a single word.
The voice seemed to be the origin of the great Tao, possessing a powerful mesmerizing allure. I.M. involuntarily sat down and began to follow the patterns of practice described in the voice. In the endless darkness I.M. seemed to spot a tiny point of light. And a voice in her mind kept telling her crash through it. Without a second thought I.M. hurled herself fiercely toward that point of light. Once, twice. She slammed into it again and again, losing count of how many times she had collided. And now Jing Liangjie, watching I.M., sensed that something was amiss. It was not only Liangjie. Sasuke, who sat beside him holding the manga, also sensed that something was amiss. At this moment Shabu sat on the tatami mat with her eyes tightly shut. Her body trembled incessantly. From the expression on her face it was easy to tell that she was clenching her teeth tightly as if enduring some pain. Though Sasuke watched coldly, a hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes. He turned to Liangjie and asked with some confusion, "Lord Liangjie, what is wrong with her?" Liangjie maintained a smile on his face, but a doubt stirred in his heart. How the hell would I know what's going on? Although many people had gained some insights from the manga. This was the first time Liangjie had carefully observed someone starting to comprehend the manga from the very beginning. He wasn't even sure whether Shabu's current condition was normal or not. If it turned out well, of course there would be no problem. But if it went wrong, the situation would become troublesome. There was also the most important point: Shabu herself was an ordinary person. If she truly failed and something happened, the problems she encountered would certainly be more severe than those of a ninja. Liangjie gritted his teeth slightly yet kept a warm smile on his face and said soothingly, "Don't worry, there's no major issue." All right. Sasuke held the manga in his hands and slowly turned around. However, Liangjie noticed that Sasuke would occasionally glance out of the corner of his eye as if checking on Shabu's safety. Seeing Sasuke's reaction, Liangjie couldn't help but think to himself, this kid may have a cold face, but his heart is warm, just a bit too tsundere. But as time passed, Shabu's condition grew more severe. She grunted softly and slowly opened her eyes. She looked around dazedly and murmured, "What's happening to me? Where am I?" "You're finally awake," Liangjie said calmly as he stepped forward. Only then did Shabu realize she was in Liangjie's home. She touched her arm and asked with some confusion, "What just happened to me? Why did I see a small white dot and a vast expanse of darkness?" The white dot was pushed open a little but not completely. Liangjie rubbed his chin. A smile gradually appeared on his face. It seemed Shabu had also gained some insight. However, perhaps due to some reason she hadn't fully comprehended what was needed, it was merely a matter of attempt in time. But at this moment Shabu slowly closed the manga. Her face was filled with longing and yearning. Liangjie was puzzled. Didn't Shabu also crave power? Why was she closing the manga now? Had she given up? Shabu's eyes fell on Liangjie and her smile was as warm as the spring sunshine. She smiled playfully as if somewhat delighted and said, "Lord Liangjie, would you accompany me for a walk?" Though a bit puzzled. It was already night. Letting Shabu go out alone seemed somewhat unsafe. So Xiaobai nodded, but the expression on Sasuke's face grew even more peculiar. His eyes darted back and forth between Liangjie and Shabu with obvious disdain on his face. Liangjie's expression stiffened. He could tell this kid had misunderstood. Liangjie reached out his big hand and ruffled Sasuke's hair again. "All right, it's late now. Sasuke, you stay here and wait for us to return." Sasuke stared coldly at Liangjie. He said abruptly, "I think it's better for me to leave just to free up this space for you too." Sasuke's sarcastic remark drew a few black lines on Liangjie's forehead. Yet it made Sasuke seem more human. The two walked slowly out of the room. The moon seemed particularly bright tonight, though most of it was obscured by dark clouds. They walked aimlessly, surrounded by the chirping of insects and birds. Liangjie felt a bit awkward. Shabu was wearing a traditional kimono whose color seemed to match his own Hokage robe perfectly. Their synchronized leisurely steps made them look like an old couple who had just finished afternoon tea and were out for a stroll. "Lord Liangjie, thank you for coming out with me. I've always had a dream, to become a great ninja." Shabu's face beamed with a longing smile, her eyes sparkling with light. Liangjie reached out to push aside a protruding branch. Shabu tilted her head slightly and passed through her face, brimming with a gentle smile. "But because of my family circumstances and my own situation, I was destined never to become a ninja. Over the years I've focused my attention on the ramen business." As she said this, a bitter smile appeared on Shabu's face. "But as you know, Lord Liangjie, if one lacks personal strength there will certainly be many inconveniences. This is still in Konoha, in other places it would be even worse." Liangjie did not respond, only nodded silently. In the ninja world the most pitiful were the civilians. They had no other recourse but to rely on the ninjas. Without strength of their own they indeed lacked the right to speak and many other powers. Liangjie stopped and met Shabu's eyes. "So have you made up your mind now? Have you decided to step into this world?" Shabu's face showed a hint of hesitation.
Liangjie now understood Shobu had not failed to comprehend completely.
Rather, she had already found the way in but hesitated at the last moment.
If she crossed the threshold, she would become a ninja with combat capability.
Although not recognized by the outside world, having combat ability meant entering a world completely different from that of ordinary people. This also meant that Shobu could never return to her former peaceful yet somewhat helpless civilian life. Shobu said nothing, only slowly sat down on a low branch ahead. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes as if they could speak. She glanced sideways at the spot deliberately left empty beside her. Liangjie's expression stiffened. Could it be that little brat was right? Seeing Shobu's gaze growing more meaningful, Liangjie thought for a moment and then sat down. Shobu seemed to have a fragrance of oranges, and since they were sitting very close, Liangjie caught the scent. His expression turned somewhat unnatural. But Shobu remained as composed as ever.
Perhaps only by truly mastering power can one decide their own life and the direction of their future.
And only then can one love the person who should not have been loved.
Shobu's words carried an implication, but Liangjie dared not respond.
Time passed little by little amidst the chirping of insects and birds.
Liangjie savored this rare moment of tranquility.
Shobu sat on the branch with her eyes closed. Once again she saw that small white dot. As twilight deepened, Kuro Ryosuke parted his lips slightly, on the verge of speaking, yet paused upon noticing something amiss with Ayam beside him. Her eyes were tightly shut. She furrowed her brow intermittently.
Observing her condition, Kuro instantly grasped the truth, and dared not stir lest he disturb her.
Ayam's silken hair drifted gently forward, resting softly upon Kuro's shoulder. Even the lines of her brow softened as if yielding to quiet serenity.
Time slipped by. Kuro wore an expression of helpless resignation.
So it had come to this, just as Sasuke had predicted. Yet what truly mattered now was Ayam's progress.
And within Ayam's consciousness, that tiny white speck swelled larger and larger.
With a thunderous crack, as though cleaving chaos itself, a droplet of water expanded before Ayam's inner gaze, growing ever more vast.
Ayam opened her eyes radiant with joy.
She murmured, puzzled yet elated. I succeeded. Only then did she realize, unaware until that moment, she had leaned against Kuro's shoulder. Instantly her cheeks flushed crimson. She hastily straightened up.
My deepest apologies, Lord Ryosuke, I lost composure. Kuro waved dismissively. The matter was trivial.
Then Kuro fixed her with an intense, unwavering gaze. Simultaneously a system prompt resonated in his mind. Ayam has entered the cultivation path. Congratulations. The golden sea of suffering has been unlocked.
Congratulations. You have earned 200 system energy points.
Under Kuro's burning stare, delicate rose hues bloomed across Ayam's cheeks.
I succeeded. I feel immensely stronger, and a wondrous energy flows through my body. Kuro understood Ayam had just broken through into the Wheel Sea realm, and her ancient holy body manifested the legendary golden sea of suffering. Yet compared to Kuro's own, Ayam's sea remained but a few scattered droplets, requiring either abundant resources or profound enlightenment to expand. Kuro offered a warm, gentle smile. Congratulations indeed, you've achieved precisely what you longed for.
He gave a slight nod, when suddenly a monstrous roar erupted from the village. Both turned instinctively toward its source. Beneath the luminous full moon stood a towering ape, its face twisted in fury, eyes blazing crimson as it bellowed skyward. Shadowy figures darted nearby, ninja drawn closer to the disturbance.
Kuro glanced once, and saw the truth. He looked up. The clouds had parted, revealing the moon in perfect unbroken fullness. He clenched his teeth.
Why, of all nights, must it be tonight? He surmised it was a rare celestial phenomenon, but there was no time for contemplation. Tilting his head slightly, he noticed Ayam's face clouded with alarm.
Kuro leapt down from the branch. Climb on, I'll carry you home first. He lowered his stance. Ayam hesitated, then gently knotted his back. Moments later, Kuro pushed open the front gate. Upon entering the living room, he met Sasuke's unmistakable look of disdain, though Kuro had no time for explanations. He spoke hurriedly. Sasuke, look after Ayam. I'll handle what's happening outside.
Without another word, he dashed from the house, racing toward the rampaging ape. Within 2 minutes, Kuro arrived at the battlefield, already reduced to utter ruin. Fortunately, no casualties were visible. The sparse surrounding dwellings had spared the village major damage. Niji rushed up to Kuro, grave-faced. Lord Ryosuke, I didn't expect you here. Sensei Mike Guy transformed like this the moment he gazed upon the moon.
I know. Leave it to me.
Kuro raised his eyes to the colossal ape, his expression hardened with resolve. He swept his gaze across the scene. Besides the dying, numerous unfamiliar figures moved among the ruins, all wearing animal masks. Kuro recognized none of them. Clearly they were not ANBU, but Root. Danzo, sensing the disturbance, must have dispatched them to investigate. Kuro narrowed his eyes. It seems the plan must advance sooner. His strength had surged dramatically. Confronting Danzo now posed no risk of failure.
Though he'd withheld action thus far, pursuing Danzo covertly, he'd long nurtured his own strategy. Yet Danzo, it seemed, remained restless. The plan would now accelerate. Other matters could wait. First, Guy's transformation demanded immediate resolution. Under the full moon, scions who fixed their gaze upon it transform into colossal apes, fierce, unstoppable, their strength multiplying dozens of times. Most terrifyingly, they lose all reason, striking friend and foe alike. Yet Kuro, empowered by his system, retained full control even while inheriting the Super Saiyan bloodline. His lineage ran pure, granting him the ability to assume the great ape form consciously. Guy, however, bore a different inheritance, one mirroring Son Goku's from the Dragon Ball legends. With its strengths came its flaws. Under the full moon he too transformed, bereft of reason, blind to ally or enemy. The transformation required only absorption of the moon's Blutz waves. Two solutions existed to restore Guy's sanity. First, sever his tail. Second, obliterate the moon itself. Kuro lifted his eyes, only to discard the latter. Rumors spoke of inhabitants dwelling upon its surface. Thus only one path remained: excise Guy's tail. It was his sole vulnerability. Kuro slowly drew the blade at his waist. In a flash his feet exploded upward, churning dust and scattering earth beneath crushing pressure. The surge of aura instantly drew the ape's attention. Roar! With a deafening shriek, its massive palm slammed down where Kuro had stood moments before. Kuro propelled himself forward, launching straight toward the ape's head. Crack! A single devastating punch, though his frame paled beside the beast's immense scale. Yet impact reverberated with staggering force. The ape crashed to the ground, roaring in furious disbelief. Kuro's power matched the ape's, neither superior nor inferior. Though the ape embodied raw Super Saiyan might, Kuro's body now channeled multiple converging forces. Combined they held equal sway. Truly the great ape transformation was formidable, yet even after Kuro's blow the ape staggered upright from the dust. After transforming into a giant ape, Meitikai seemed to lose much of his sense of pain. His crimson eyes locked onto Jing Liangjie. The giant ape roared and charged toward Jing Liangjie. This guy truly never learns from his mistakes. Having just suffered such a heavy blow, he now uses the same approach again. However, this actually works to Jing Liangjie's advantage. Perhaps due to the differences between worlds, the combat power displayed by scions is far from the planet-shattering feats seen in Dragon Ball. Even so, Jing Liangjie let out a roar. His hair stood on end and turned golden. His aura and combat power surged dramatically. A human-like caution appeared on the giant ape's face. But it vanished after only a moment. The ape did not stop and continued charging at Jing Liangjie. Ningxi, watching from the side, opened his eyes wide. At that moment Jing Liangjie moved. Ningxi, standing nearby, could only see a blur of afterimage. Bang! The giant ape, dozens of meters tall, was sent flying by a single punch. It crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous roar. A huge cloud of dust rose, forcing Ningxi to relocate. At present Ningxi was too close to the center of the battle. Any slight carelessness would get him caught in the crossfire. His current methods of dealing with enemies were not particularly diverse. If he used the mystic eyes of death perception against Meitikai, it would likely be effective, but Ningxi might get injured and couldn't control the measure well. All Ningxi could do now was withdraw from the battle center to reduce his burden on Jing Liangjie. The several rude ninjas nearby were not so fortunate. They failed to dodge and were struck directly by falling rocks. Most suffered minor injuries except one ninja who was extremely unlucky. A rock hit him in the chest, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Ningxi glanced at these ninjas but didn't pay much attention. Since they had joined Root and chosen to serve Tuanzang, they should have been mentally prepared. Retreating to a distance, Ningxi continued to observe the situation on the field. In truth, he was somewhat worried. Although Ningxi could not use chi, he had his own method of judging strength. The mystic eyes of death perception could see the lines and points of death on a target. The more lines of death a person had, the weaker their strength. At this moment the giant ape form of Meitikai had very few death lines, meaning the ape's strength was formidable. Jing Liangjie's expression grew serious. Seizing the moment before the ape could react, he suddenly grabbed the giant ape's tail, lifted the entire ape and slammed it heavily onto the ground. Even with the ape's physique, this blow stunned it thoroughly. Taking advantage of this moment, Jing Liangjie swung his blade. A sharp flash of sword light flickered. The giant ape's tail fell to the ground. The massive ape began to shrink slowly, eventually transforming into a human form. Looking at Meitikai at this moment, Jing Liangjie found it hard to bear. Ningxi, standing nearby, quickly grabbed a torn cloth from the side. Soon after, Meitikai woke up wrapped in the torn cloth. He was still somewhat dazed, opened his eyes and stood up, clutching the cloth around him. Youth does not allow me to slack off. Lord Hokage, why are you here? Jing Liangjie said nothing, merely pointed around. Because of Meitikai, the surroundings were now in complete chaos. Meitikai scratched his head, looking at the mess around him, then at his location. He suddenly dropped to his knees. Tears streamed wildly from his eyes. What happened? Did a meteorite hit my house? Damn, it seems my savings will be drained. Jing Liangjie's mouth twitched slightly. He stepped forward and gently patted Mei Tikai's shoulder. Mei Tikai, can you remember what happened just now? Mei Tikai frowned. Just now. Right, I think I glanced at the moon and then I don't remember anything.
Suddenly Mei Tikai jumped up, clutching the spot where his tail used to be. His expression changed drastically.
Where is my tail? Where did my tail go?
Jing Liangjie sighed. This thick-headed fellow seemed to have forgotten everything. Jing Liangjie had to patiently explain. Anyone who has watched Dragon Ball should know that the tail is a major weakness of science.
Mei Tikai's expression gradually turned serious. Though thick-headed, Mei Tikai was not stupid.
Lord Hokage, do you mean that I saw the full moon and turned into a giant ape, so my house was destroyed by myself? Ningxi slowly walked up, a hint of pity on his face.
Teacher Mei Tikai, it's pretty much as you described. At this moment Mei Tikai's eyes turned somewhat desperate and tears streamed even more fiercely.
In the end, Kakashi, who had come to check on the situation, took Mei Tikai back to the Chimu clan's compound. The Chimu clan compound was empty except for Kakashi. It was just enough to solve Mei Tikai's immediate problem. From Ningxi, Jing Liangjie learned the full story of what had happened. It turned out the two were training in the woods near Mei Tikai's home and Mei Tikai happened to see the full moon overhead. That was how the incident occurred. Although Ningxi had tried his best to stop it, he couldn't resist the destructive power of the giant ape.
Luckily Mei Tikai's house was far from other residents' homes,
so the destruction only affected his own property. Jing Liangjie looked around. The root ninjas from before had disappeared. Jing Liangjie narrowed his eyes slightly. To arrive in such a short time, it seems Tuanzang was prepared. Jing Liangjie was certain that all the ninjas who had been close to him recently were being monitored by Tuanzang's men. That explained why these root ninjas had already arrived at the battlefield before him. Jing Liangjie unhurriedly left the ruins. He straightened his Hokage robe and pushed open the door to his home.
Lord Liangjie, you're back. Shangpu walked up with slippers in hand, beaming with joy. Jing Liangjie nodded. I'm back. At that moment he felt something amiss.
This situation more and more resembled a scene of a husband returning home late from work. Turning his head slightly, he met Zuoju's meaningful gaze.
Jing Liangjie's face darkened. What are you looking at? You must be misunderstanding something. By the way, why haven't you gone home yet?
Zuoju crossed his arms, his eyes cold, tilting his head slightly.
Shall I leave then?
Just as he was about to nod, Jing Liangjie abruptly stopped himself.
A lone man and woman alone in a room, if misunderstood it would be troublesome.
Forget it, since it's already so late, just stay and rest here. Jing Liangjie changed into slippers and walked in. At this moment Shangpu looked at him apologetically, leaving Jing Liangjie puzzled.
Could something have gone wrong in just a moment?
It was only then that Kaori Asuke noticed.
Ayam was wearing an apron as if she had just emerged from the kitchen.
A slight blush crept across Ayam's face as she said apologetically, Lord Ryosuke, I'm terribly sorry. Since you've been out for so long, I thought you might be hungry when you returned, so I prepared dinner. Kaori Asuke was taken aback for a moment.
He hadn't expected this to be what Ayam was talking about.
Putting it together, he now understood why she wore such an apologetic expression. A bright smile spread across Kaori Asuke's face and he felt a flicker of joy within.
Thank you very much. I happen to be a bit hungry as well. Let's have dinner. Sasuke normally didn't eat, but he couldn't resist Kaori Asuke's persistent persuasion.
In the end he sat down at the dining table. The three of them gathered around the table. The dinner wasn't extravagant, but it carried a subtle warmth. Steamed rice paired with simple tofu, a large serving of enoki mushroom tempura and prawn cocktails. Ayam gently poured a cup of sake for Kaori Asuke. Kaori Asuke wasn't particularly particular about food.
At home he would simply eat whatever came to mind. Most of the time he ate Chinese cuisine.
These traditional dishes were rare for him. Still, having them occasionally now offered a unique flavor of its own. A faint smile lingered on Kaori Asuke's face as he picked up his bowl of rice and savored it slowly. To be honest, after going out and getting into a fight, he did feel somewhat hungry. In truth, it was simply a craving. Given Kaori Asuke's current physical condition, he wouldn't feel hungry even if he went 3 days without eating. Sasuke let out a soft snort. His face was sullen, but his hands didn't stop. He gently picked up a piece of tofu and brought it to his mouth. It seemed to be a familiar taste from his memories. In an instant it struck Sasuke with immense force. Unconsciously his eyes reddened. This warmth felt like something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Only in the home of his memories had there been such familiar comfort. But that warmth was now drifting further and further away from the current Sasuke.
Whenever he thought of it, only hatred filled his heart. Watching the shifting expression in Sasuke's eyes, Kaori let out a soft sigh. A large hand reached out slowly and came to rest on Sasuke's head. Rubbing Sasuke's smooth hair, Kaori spoke with profound meaning. Don't be too sad. Perhaps things aren't what you think they are. Never let hatred cloud your eyes at any time. It only makes you weaker. Sasuke's face stiffened. The icy expression on his face seemed to soften considerably. He reached for the sake to pour himself a cup but was quickly stopped by Kaori. Kaori frowned with a hint of disdain and said, kids can't drink alcohol. It's not good for your health. TSK. Sasuke clicked his tongue in disdain, unwilling to give in. I am sitting nearby covered her mouth to stifle the smile on her face. Lord Ryosuke is truly gentle. The scene looked just like a warm family dinner. There was a subtle change in the way I am looked at Kaori. No matter how you looked at it, there was a gentle glow on her face. The meal was soon finished. I am picked up the used dishes and walked away. Kaori said with a hint of embarrassment, I've really put you to trouble. Being able to cook for a genius like Lord Ryosuke is my fortune. I am turned slightly smiled and said with a look of happiness. Kaori didn't know what to say, so he could only offer another smile. Turning his head just as he had expected. Sasuke was staring at him with a look of disdain. With a cold face, Sasuke opened his mouth slightly and said, it seems I shouldn't have come today. I've probably intruded on your business. Kaori extended his palm and as if guided by precision it landed directly on Sasuke's head. At this moment Sasuke was utterly speechless. But he also knew that with his own strength he couldn't break free. So he had no choice but to endure it passively. Kaori also noticed something. Sasuke's heart had opened up considerably now. If there had been a distance between them before, the barrier between them had now diminished significantly. And because of his own circumstances, Sasuke kept a certain distance when interacting with others. This wasn't because Sasuke was difficult to get along with, but because the turmoil within him forced him to adopt such a stance as a defense. But now cracks seemed to have appeared in Sasuke's inner defenses. It was a warm feeling that left him somewhat at a loss. After showing Sasuke where he would sleep, Kaori carried a bottle of sake up to the rooftop. The sake he had earlier was long forgotten somewhere. Kaori took a hefty swig from the bottle of ergotu he had brewed himself. Leaning against the rooftop, he quietly gazed at the starry sky in the distance. For Kaori a sense of confusion had settled upon him at this moment. From Sasuke's situation a question arose home. But Kaori took another gulp of liquor and a smile spread across his face. Why worry about so much? In life one should be carefree and joyous. Where is home and where isn't? Kaori had long grown accustomed to solitude, wandering alone. Since being transported here he had no kin. He had never been bound by the constraints of a family. And at this moment Iam's voice seemed to draw closer. Lord Ryosuke, is that you on the rooftop? Iam carefully climbed onto the roof using the energy within her body. But for an ordinary person, mastering one's own energy requires long-term training. Iam clearly didn't possess that ability yet. Suddenly Iam overexerted herself and nearly tumbled down. Though a fall wouldn't cause her serious harm, at most some minor scrapes. Kaori however swiftly reached out and pulled her back. With a swift motion Iam was pressed tightly against him. Looking at Iam's face, it had turned as red as the evening glow. Thank you so much. A slight smile curled at the corner of Kaori mouth and Iam couldn't help but gaze at him in a daze. His disheveled medium-length hair gave Kaori a weathered look, yet it was also lively and free-spirited. The smile on his face was as warm as a little sun. It seemed that no shadow could obscure this heartwarming smile. Ahem. Sasuke stood at the eaves with his hands behind his back, his face full of embarrassment as he said in a low voice, it's too noisy over here, so I came to check. Having said that, Sasuke returned to his room while the blush on Iam's face deepened. The night grew deeper. The chirping of cicadas and birds interwoven with the dancing of fireflies in the woods composed a lullaby. Lying on the rooftop, Kaori soon fell into a deep slumber. And Iam also let out a smile. The moon sank, the raven rose. At dawn, Might Guy appeared at the door. Jing Liangjie paused for a fleeting moment upon seeing Sasuke and Iam in his room, no more than a heartbeat's hesitation. And Might Guy, ever oblivious to subtlety, noticed nothing at all. After washing and dressing, Jing Liangjie emerged with a warm, cheerful smile. Might Guy, you've come so early, surely there's something urgent. At that moment Might Guy's face wore tension so palpable it might as well have been etched in ink. He slowly raised his head and spoke with solemn gravity, Hokage-sama, I come before you today on a matter of utmost importance. I humbly ask, may Lee borrow the Dragon Ball manga? Just as expected. At present only one person could stir such deep concern in Might Guy, the gravely injured Lee lying hospitalized. If Lee were to awaken the Scion bloodline, his body might gradually heal itself.
Failing that, other manga volumes would have to be consulted. Perhaps they too held the key to recovery. Jing Liangjie wholeheartedly supported the idea and gave his immediate unequivocal consent. Of course, you may take the Dragon Ball manga yourself. Who knows? Lee may yet inherit the Scion lineage just as you did. Hearing this, Might Guy's face lit up with unrestrained elation. With practiced ease he located the manga. Jing Liangjie formed a hand seal, dispatching a shadow clone to handle official duties at the Hokage building while he himself accompanied Might Guy. Everyone now had their own path to walk. Iam returned to Ichiraku Ramen while Sasuke resumed his daily training regimen. The group parted ways once more. After winding through streets and alleys, Jing Liangjie and Might Guy finally arrived at the hospital. Stepping into the ward, they found Lee gazing silently out the window. Sparrows soared freely beyond the glass, yet Lee's eyes shimmered with quiet yearning. Only then did he turn and realize he was no longer alone in the room. He instantly flashed a radiant smile as if determined not to let anyone witness his vulnerability. A sharp pang pierced Might Guy's heart, bitter, tender, indescribable. Lee tilted his chin upward slightly. Sunlight caught his immaculate teeth, casting an almost luminous gleam. Sensei, you've come to visit again. Don't let it interfere with your own training. As Might Guy's foremost disciple, Lee knew full well how rigorously his teacher trained each day to hone his strength. A taijutsu specialist moves like a boat against the current. Ceaseless effort is required or one drifts backward. Without relentless daily discipline to sustain, the body decline sets in swiftly and unmistakably. As he spoke, Lee's gaze dimmed, haunted by memory, bedridden, helpless, each day a slow erosion of self. Jing Liangjie sighed softly. Lee had never been a prodigy, only a diligent, unyielding soul who flew first by sheer perseverance. Bound by physical limitation, he chose the path of taijutsu, his sole avenue to mastery. Now grievous injury barred him from training altogether. Confined to this sterile room, healing became a long, grueling trial. Worse still, his current condition meant he could never serve as a shinobi again. Might Guy stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Lee's shoulder. Lee, I know this anguish has nowhere to go, but true manhood lies in facing hardship with courage. We declare loud and clear, difficulty cannot break us. Lee's dull eyes flickered with renewed light, yet as he glanced down at his bandaged form, his breath escaped in a quiet, weary sigh. Even longing to heal, even burning to ignite his youth anew, he knew with painful clarity that this wound defied cure. Then with profound gravity, Might Guy withdrew a manga volume from his vest. Lee stared, puzzled. Sensei, what is this? It's just an ordinary manga, isn't it? Might Guy smiled inwardly. He'd anticipated precisely this lack of insight. Yet upon reflection it made perfect sense. If anyone could grasp its hidden truth at first glance, chaos would surely reign across the world. Might Guy settled beside Lee, his expression uncharacteristically stern. Do not underestimate this humble volume. His brow arched as he began to explain. This manga was drawn by Lord Jing Liangjie himself and infused with his unique artistry. Within its pages lies the Scion Constitution, a power capable of mending even catastrophic wounds. If you awaken it, your injuries will heal without question. Lee's brow lifted, then furrowed deeply. Sensei, I trust you utterly, but this sounds utterly impossible. In Lee's experience, ninjutsu was either inherited within clans or taught formally at the academy. Never had he heard of enlightenment springing from ink and paper. Still less of a latent physiology, let alone one that could mend flesh and bone. That above all was what stirred his doubt. Might Guy chuckled sheepishly, exactly the reaction he'd foreseen. To the uninitiated the claim sounded absurd. How could mere illustrations kindle revelation? In the shinobi world no bloodline limit had ever borne such miraculous properties. Were Might Guy's words true, order itself would collapse, effort rendered obsolete, mastery reduced to passive reading. Might Guy clenched his fist, pride swelling in his chest. Lee, though it sounds miraculous, it is my own lived truth. I swear it by the title of Konoha's Blue Beast, and I swear it is real. Lee's expression shifted instantly. His sensei meant every word. No one understood better than Lee how sacred that epithet was to Might Guy. Though likely self-bestowed, the name had echoed across generations, earned not claimed. Tears welled unbidden in Lee's eyes, spilling over with raw gratitude. Whatever its truth, this was his sensei's deepest wish. Lee resolved to accept it, and with trembling hands he took the manga from Might Guy. Seeing Lee accept the volume, Might Guy's eyes shone with emotion. Watch closely, my disciple will rise again. How eagerly I await that day. Yet beneath his fervor pulsed quiet anxiety. No one could guarantee success nor foresee its measure. Shaoli initially adopted a give-it-a-try mentality. After all, it was just a comic book, nothing serious. Even if it didn't work, it was still a gesture of goodwill from his teacher Meitikai, wasn't it? But soon Shaoli was captivated by the story. Moreover, the illustrations of intense battles also piqued his interest. As he read on, a smile gradually appeared on Shaoli's face. If the previous smile had been forced, the smile now was one that came from the heart. Meitikai's eyes reddened. Since Shaoli was injured, he hadn't seen such a genuine smile from him in a long time. At this moment Meitikai felt that even if this comic couldn't help Xiaoli recover from his injuries it didn't matter anymore. Xiaoli was already happy now. Jing Liangjie stood aside with his arms crossed watching quietly. Unlike Meitikai, Jing Liangjie believed that Xiaoli was very likely to succeed this time. After all, in the entire Konoha only these two fellows before him could comprehend the essence of this book. Even masters might not grasp the martial spirit within and naturally could not obtain the bloodline of the three. Soon Meitikai noticed something amiss. Xiaoli's eyes became somewhat dazed, staring intently at the comic's content. Although his expression and gaze grew vacant, his hand movements remained swift. Xiaoli leisurely flipped through the comic book in his hands. In Meitikai's perception, the chi representing Xiaoli was continuously gathering and growing stronger. A look of joy appeared on Meitikai's face. Great, it seems he's succeeded. Although neither Jing Liangjie nor Meitikai knew what Xiaoli had comprehended from reading the comic. But Xiaoli's chi had grown stronger, meaning his physical condition had also improved. This was undeniable. Perhaps he could indeed comprehend the Siren bloodline like Meitikai. In Xiaoli's eyes there was no longer any comic book or hospital room. There was only a boy sitting cross-legged with wild hair and a tail. In front of the boy was an old man with a bald head and a white beard. Driven by curiosity, Xiaoli also moved closer and sat down beside him. At this moment Xiaoli did not notice at all that he was actually able to walk. Moreover, he felt no pain from his injuries. After approaching, Xiaoli could hear clearly that the old man with a white beard was explaining the use of qi in the Guipai Qigong. The old man's explanation was vivid and interesting, going from deep to simple, so even Xiaoli could grasp the gist. It was then that Xiaoli came to his senses. Didn't he have injuries? Why could he walk so freely, and wasn't this qi something from the comic? After carefully examining the two, Xiaoli reached a conclusion. The old man with the white beard was the Gue Senrun from the comic, and the boy with wild hair was the protagonist Sun Yukon. Upon reflection, Xiaoli understood everything. He had just been reading the comic and unknowingly came here. At this moment Xiaoli closed his eyes and sensed the qi within his body. If this were an illusion, there should be no qi in his body. Yet under his perception he clearly detected a faint qi in his body and was able to use it freely. So what he was experiencing was not an illusion, were the people he saw real? Xiaoli couldn't figure out what was happening. But since things had come this far, he wanted to try if he could use the Guipai Qigong. But after trying for a long time he only managed to gather qi in his hands. So Xiaoli decisively gave up the attempt. At that moment Meitikai and Jing Liangjie, who were watching over Xiaoli, also looked over. The qi on Xiaoli grew more and more vigorous. Moreover, Meitikai noticed that a furry tail had grown from Xiaoli's coccyx. The tail was covered with yellow fur, exactly like his own severed tail. It seemed that this fellow had indeed obtained the Siren constitution. When Xiaoli fully woke up he was astonished. His physical strength had greatly increased. Moreover, prompted by Meitikai, Xiaoli was surprised to find a furry object growing from his coccyx which looked like a tail. But looking at the newly grown tail he was overjoyed. The tail was furry, much like a monkey's. Now one thing was certain, Xiaoli had also comprehended the Chaoji Siren bloodline from the Longzhu comic. His injuries might heal in no time. Fortunately, since Xiaoli was injured and immobile, most of the qi was consumed to alleviate his injuries. Now he wasn't lacking energy, because lying in the hospital all this time he had taken in a lot of energy, which had caused his figure to become a bit out of shape. Meitikai, standing nearby, was moved to tears. Great Xiaoli, you're finally going to get better. I've been waiting for you to recover, waiting to shed tears of youth together with you. A brilliant smile spread across Xiaoli's face and he clenched his hands tightly together. The same passion, the same foolishness. Xiaoli said with a determined expression. Yes, teacher Meitikai, I will not let you down. I will recover as soon as possible. Meitikai nodded with a cheerful expression and said solemnly, I'll wait for you. This is a promise between two men. Watching the two grown men hugging tightly, Jing Liangjie curled his lips. At that moment the system's voice echoed in Jing Liangjie's mind. Xiaoli has obtained the Siren bloodline. Congratulations, host, the Siren bloodline has been purified. Xiaoli has mastered the Guipai Qigong. Congratulations, host, you have learned the complete Guipai Qigong. Congratulations, host, you have received 400 system energy points. Indeed, the system may be late, but it never fails to show up. Jing Liangjie was overjoyed. What Xiaoli had comprehended from the comic really helped him. Not to mention that the purification of the Siren bloodline was a good thing in itself. Just the Guipai Qigong once mastered could shatter the moon with a single blast. However, due to the different world, qi seemed not as powerful in the ninja world, and even the Siren were weakened to a certain extent. But shattering a mountain was no problem. With Jing Liangjie's strength, a full-powered strike could easily destroy several mountains. Watching the two hugging endlessly, Jing Liangjie lightly coughed and then spoke. I say, you two don't get too carried away. This is a hospital. By the way, let's find someone to check Xiaoli's injuries first.
Might Guy's expression shifted subtly as a thought struck him. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, of course. How could I have overlooked it? We should summon a medical ninja to examine Lee's injuries first.
Moments later, Might Guy brought in a medical ninja who conducted thorough diagnostics using both chakra sensing and specialized instruments.
The findings were astonishing. Lee, whose legs had suffered catastrophic irreparable fractures, was now experiencing rapid bone regeneration at an unprecedented pace.
Even more remarkably, Lee's physical strength had increased. For weeks he had lain immobile in the hospital. That his muscles hadn't atrophied was already extraordinary, yet here he stood stronger than before. Stripped of visible wounds, Lee appeared indistinguishable from a fully capable taijutsu specialist, a transformation so profound it bordered on the uncanny. Relieved by the medical ninja's astonished report, Might Guy exhaled deeply. Lee's recovery was underway, not yet complete but progressing with astonishing speed. His gaze then turned toward Kyo Ryosuke, his expression earnest and sincere. Lord Ryosuke, we owe you everything this time. Without your intervention I would have remained helpless before Lee's condition. Since his injury, Lee had fallen into deep despair. Though his spirit burned with unquenchable ambition, his broken body had shackled his will. Now restored through Ryosuke's aid, Lee's morale soared, his heart rekindled, his resolve reforged. Once fully healed, he would return to training without delay, ready to pour sweat and soul into every grueling session. Watching the increasingly effusive exchange between Might Guy and Lee, Kyo Ryosuke offered a quiet wry smile, then excused himself and departed the hospital. Stepping outside, he drew a long deep breath beneath the sun-drenched sky. At last, I've escaped. Those two truly grow more sentimental with each passing day. With a shadow clone already stationed at the Hokage Tower, Ryosuke now enjoyed the rare luxury of wandering leisurely through Konoha village, a privilege he seldom possessed. Previously his schedule had been relentlessly tight, or else consumed entirely by rigorous artistic practice, drawing endlessly to hone his power, leaving no room for such unhurried exploration. Sensing the deepening intimacy between Might Guy and Lee, and recognizing his presence as an outsider's intrusion, Ryosuke saw no reason to linger. Remaining would only hinder their reunion. As he wandered aimlessly, a decisive plan crystallized in his mind. Accelerating action against Danzo had become imperative. Danzo's continued existence was a ticking time bomb, an acrid thorn lodged deep in the throat of the village, threatening betrayal at any moment. Outwardly calm, Ryosuke strolled at ease, but inwardly his focus had already shifted to the system's lottery interface shimmering within his consciousness. The displayed rewards were disappointingly mediocre. His initial anticipation faded swiftly, replaced by a frown, and then a puzzled query: system, must I simply wait? Waiting until the next favorable draw would take far too long, and the host may expend system energy points to refresh the lottery interface. Ryosuke's expression tightened. So, that's where you were hiding. Yet faced with such lackluster options, he reluctantly spent system energy points to refresh the lottery pool. He refreshed 5 times, until the resulting selection finally met his standards. With quiet authority he commanded, initiate the lottery system. A dramatic fanfare swelled as a golden spinning wheel erupted into motion. At the sight, Ryosuke winced, then hurriedly interjected. Skip all theatrics, display the result directly, and congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. N. Congratulations, host. Thank you for your patronage. N. And congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of standard Sharingan. And congratulations, host. You have obtained a one-time use Divine God technique. N. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pair of standard Byakugan. And congratulations, host. You have obtained a spatial ring. Ryusuke closed his eyes gently, the standard Byakugan fused seamlessly with his vision. Likewise the Sharingan integrated flawlessly. Though these ocular techniques inherently clashed, the system harmonized them effortlessly within Ryosuke's physiology. Two diametrically opposed dojutsu now merged into a single unified perception, so intense that even Ryosuke's formidable constitution registered sharp searing pain behind his eyes. When he opened his eyes and gazed into the mirror, he recoiled slightly, his irises now glowed with a soft ethereal lavender hue. Within that luminous field rotated 3 distinct tomo, beneath them concentric rings of pale gray, then deeper still the intricate fractal-like patterns of the mystic eye of death perception. The composite eye appeared surreal, complex beyond measure. Closing his eyes again, Ryosuke reopened them, now a serene translucent azure, devoid of all anomalies. He exhaled in quiet relief. Fortunately the ocular abilities were under conscious control, otherwise his true nature would be instantly exposed. Even if observers couldn't decipher his exact capabilities, they'd surely sense something profoundly unnatural about his eyes, for in the shinobi world ornate dojutsu invariably signaled extraordinary power. Ryosuke withdrew from the mental interface. Upon opening his palm, a weathered ancient-looking ring rested there. Not bad, a spatial ring grants convenient storage and mobility. At that very moment he glanced sideways, and spotted 2 root operatives wearing animal masks trailing him from an extreme distance. Had he been his former self, he would never have detected them? Their surveillance was meticulous, maintaining vast distance while sustaining heightened vigilance.
But now augmented by fused Dojutsu and enhanced perception, Ryosuke perceived them instantly.
A knowing faint smile curved his lips. Perfect timing, to settle accounts with Danzo once and for all. With those words whispered softly, he planted his foot firmly on the ground.
And vanished. And the two root agents froze, staring blankly at each other. The one wearing a dog mask asked bewildered, "Did you see where he went?"
"No idea, he just disappeared right before our eyes and they tracked him with unwavering focus, yet in an instant he dissolved into nothingness." Their report would be difficult to justify when suddenly a voice, calm, quiet and unmistakably close, materialized directly behind them. Both of them had deep astonishment in their eyes.
They exchanged a glance and looked behind them.
Then they heard a faint voice slowly approaching.
"Are you two looking for me?"
Jing Liangjie crossed his arms, squinting slightly as he looked at the two masked root ninjas.
The root ninjas wearing dog face and monkey face masks were startled. How did this guy find them? And his speed was too fast, he was behind them in an instant. However, the more critical the moment, the less they could afford to panic. After all, the two ninjas were from Root, they naturally understood this principle.
They both bowed slightly. The dog-face masked ninja stepped forward and said softly, "Lord Hokage, may we ask what business you have with us?"
A warm smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face, but that very smile made the two ninjas' hearts tighten. Why play dumb?
"Since you dared to spy on me, you must be prepared to bear the consequences."
The monkey face masked ninja trembled slightly.
Forcing himself to stay calm, he said, "Lord Hokage, you must be joking. How would we dare to spy on you?
We just happened to be passing by."
Jing Liangjie pointed at his chin and said unhurriedly, "In that case, take off your masks.
I want to see who you really are."
Both of them made a retreating movement. As root ninjas, they had always kept their identities hidden.
At the critical moment, the dog-face masked ninja stepped forward and spoke.
"Lord Hokage, please don't make things difficult for us.
We belong to Root, the foundation of Konoha. Naturally, we must keep our identities concealed." Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the smile on Jing Liangjie's face grew even deeper. "Oh, Root. So that guy Tuanzang sent you to tail me.
In that case, let's settle this with our skills." Jing Liangjie vanished again.
He left only a deep dent on the ground with cracks spreading like a spiderweb around it. The two masked ninjas were startled and instantly made evasive maneuvers. "Watch out. Behind you," the dog-face masked ninja shouted anxiously, holding a kunai. It seemed he was a sensory-type ninja.
No wonder the two had been able to follow Jing Liangjie from such a distance. Jing Liangjie slowly reappeared, his smile undiminished.
"Not bad, but I won't hold back from now on."
Jing Liangjie threw a powerful punch at one of the root ninjas. The mere sound of the punch, using only raw physical strength, made the ninja's pupils contract.
Impossible. That's just taijutsu, pure physical force.
In the intelligence they had gathered, although it was mentioned that Jing Liangjie was skilled in taijutsu, no one expected it to be this absurd.
The monkey face masked ninja's face beneath the mask was filled with disbelief. How could there be such terrifying taijutsu? Is this guy a monster?
Their conversation revealed their shock.
These two rude ninjas had no respect for Jing Liangjie whatsoever.
Although he was only the acting Hokage, he still bore the title of Hokage. In the village, people would look at him with respect. Yet these two ninjas held Jing Liangjie in contempt. Clearly they had been brainwashed by Tuanzang. Such people were merely enemies and could never become allies. Jing Liangjie's fist landed heavily on the ninja's shoulder, accompanied by several cracking sounds.
The ninja's right arm drooped in an irregular manner. In the blink of an eye, one side of the battle had already fallen into a disadvantage. At this rate, the outcome was only a matter of time. The dog-face masked ninja stared intently at Jing Liangjie as if trying to predict his next move. Just then a surge of golden aura erupted from Jing Liangjie's body. His speed skyrocketed once again.
As the distance closed rapidly, the monkey-face masked ninja wanted to resist, but his speed was nothing compared to Jing Liangjie's. Before he could react, he was sent flying again. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the ground. The monkey-face masked ninja struggled to support himself, his eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie. A ninja's primary method was to use hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. Some techniques could be performed with one hand or without seals. Clearly these two did not fit such a scenario.
The monkey-face masked ninja with his right arm broken had little combat ability left.
Jing Liangjie let out a mocking laugh on the spot. So ninjas are basically mages, so why do they like to engage in close combat? In comparison, taijutsu specialists were more like true ninjas. Their bodies were generally stronger than ordinary ninjas, and most taijutsu techniques required no hand seals.
In contrast, ordinary ninjas paid no attention to stealth and still preferred open confrontation. They were just mages. The monkey-face masked ninja had lost all combat capability.
Jing Liangjie turned to look at the dog-face masked ninja.
"Now it's just you left. The dog-faced masked ninja was panic-stricken, his pupils contracted to the extreme.
At that moment Jing Liangjie moved.
As a sensory-type ninja, his combat ability was predictably not high. However, Jing Liangjie's action at this moment caught the dog-faced masked ninja off guard. Sharingan activate. 3 Tomo spun in his eyes.
The dog-faced masked ninja gaped in shock and said in terror, "How is this possible?
How can you have the Sharingan?" In the memory of everyone in Konoha, that clan had been wiped out completely. Apart from a kid who hadn't grown up yet and a notorious rogue ninja, there couldn't be another Sharingan. Yet today it indeed appeared. I told you, now I won't hold back.
Jing Liangjie stared coldly at the dog-faced masked ninja, speaking icily.
The dog-faced masked ninja shook his head frantically. Could it be that you are also from the Uchiha clan?
Jing Liangjie did not answer this question. The 3 Tomo kept spinning in his eyes, gradually gaining control. The eyes of the dog-face and monkey-face masked ninjas slowly became dull. Jing Liangjie slowly walked up to the two.
Mission accomplished. Now return to route. The two respectfully bowed to Jing Liangjie and replied in unison, yes. Lord Tuanzang. In just a few seconds Jing Liangjie had used the Sharingan's genjutsu to control the two. Now the two ninjas ran ahead while Jing Liangjie leisurely followed behind them. Watching the Hokage building grow farther away, a smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. I'm really looking forward to Konoha's route. Let's see what it's capable of. Just wait, Tuanzang. I'm coming. The 3 Tomo Sharingan exerted exceptional control. Its genjutsu had already convinced 2 shinobi that Kyo Ryosuke was Danzo. Having assumed the role of acting Hokage on short notice, Kyo Ryosuke had no idea where Danzo's root headquarters was located. Having previously become Tsunade's disciple, he had lived reclusively, devoting himself wholeheartedly to drawing. Owing to his insufficient strength, Kyo Ryosuke had never crossed paths with Danzo until now, when fate thrust him into the position of acting Hokage. His power had surged overnight, making a confrontation with Danzo inevitable. In fact, Kyo Ryosuke had already slain Danzo once before. Thus an irreconcilable enmity had formally taken root between them. The two shinobi quickened their pace, carrying Kyo Ryosuke ever farther from his destination. They halted before an entrance and discovered quite literally an underground facility. Root had been built beneath Konoha itself, hence its name, the Root of the Hidden Leaf. No sooner had they stepped inside than 2 guards appeared. Seeing masked shinobi enter elicited no surprise, but the moment they laid eyes on Kyo Ryosuke their demeanor shifted. The guards instantly grew agitated. Acting Hokage-sama. This is Root, one bellowed. Kyo Ryosuke merely nodded faintly, his expression still draped in effortless indifferent amusement. Of course I know, yet why as acting Hokage should I be barred from entering? After all, the Hokage stood at the apex of the village's authority. By every conceivable standard, entry was unquestionably permitted. The guards' faces flickered with uncertainty, even they were unsure how to proceed. The dog-faced masked shinobi spoke coldly. What is the meaning of this? If Lord Danzo holds you accountable, can you possibly bear the consequences? In their eyes, Kyo Ryosuke, the figure trailing behind, was Danzo. The guards misinterpreted the dog-faced shinobi's words entirely, assuming Danzo himself had invited Kyo Ryosuke here. Without further hesitation they stepped aside and granted passage, an ironic accidental misunderstanding that allowed Kyo Ryosuke to enter unimpeded. The subterranean structure proved surprisingly well constructed. As they advanced deeper, the space expanded dramatically. Directly above lay the residence of the Shimura clan. Kyo Ryosuke walked unhurriedly, utterly devoid of tension, as though strolling through a scenic landmark rather than infiltrating hostile territory. He continued calmly toward the innermost depths. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a censor-type shinobi materialized beside Danzo, bowing deeply. Lord Danzo, your subordinate has detected chakra approaching Root. This chakra is profoundly unfamiliar, distinct even from ordinary chakra. Yet Kyo Ryosuke's body held no chakra at all, it had all been transformed into true chi. What the censor had truly sensed was not chakra, but chi. It was this anomalous energy that betrayed Kyo Ryosuke's arrival. Danzo raised a brow. Indeed. So Root has received a guest. A grim, unsettling smile spread across his face, rendering him even more terrifying, especially with half his visage obscured by bandages. Danzo rose slowly and strode out of the chamber, evidently intending to meet this uninvited visitor in person. As the distance narrowed, Danzo himself perceived the energy signature, strange alien. Its nature diverged markedly from his own chakra. Indeed, this essence bore little resemblance to chakra at all. Danzo furrowed his brow, gazing intently into the distance. Who could possibly be approaching? Why does this aura feel so utterly foreign? He could scarcely fathom who dared enter Root. Every shinobi's chakra carried unmistakable individual characteristics. Such signatures were invariably identifiable even by Censor Nin. Yet even Danzo himself remained baffled who possessed this singular uncanny energy. They arrived at a broad stone platform where voices rang out sharply, carrying clearly to Danzo far away. Indeed, someone had arrived. Danzo had never relaxed Root's training regimen, especially its emphasis on stealth and concealment.
Consequently, Root operatives exuded an inherently sinister presence bound by cursed seals. They functioned essentially as Danzo's puppets, duller, less expressive than ordinary shinobi. Anyone producing such noise and commotion could not possibly be a Root operative, leaving only one conclusion: the guest had arrived.
Excellent. Truly heroes emerge from youth. Danzo clapped slowly in the darkness, his voice chilling. Gradually emerging from shadow, half his form remained swallowed by gloom, only the uncovered side of his face visible.
I confess I did not expect the Acting Hokage to grace my route with a personal visit.
This genuinely surprises me.
A flicker of genuine astonishment crossed the exposed portion of his face. No deception here.
Danzo had never imagined Kyo Ryosuke would come knocking at this precise moment. Could it be related to last time? Yet that incident had occurred long ago.
Then Danzo noticed the two shinobi flanking Kyo Ryosuke, and comprehension dawned. No wonder Kyo Ryosuke had come in person. He had discovered the two trackers Danzo had dispatched. Neither was dead, but both behaved strangely, their expressions and mannerisms unnervingly distorted.
Danzo found it perplexing. Standing directly before them, he was met with utter disregard, as if he were invisible.
So these two fools have fallen under the Acting Hokage's genjutsu. Utterly incompetent, truly pitiful. Though the truth was laid bare, Kyo Ryosuke showed not the slightest trace of embarrassment. A faint knowing smile played upon Kyo Ryosuke's lips.
Necessity knows no protocol.
Please forgive the subterfuge, Lord Danzo, I came for urgent business.
Danzo's expression darkened, but with Kyo Ryosuke having spoken so plainly, what else could he say?
Forcing a stiff, unnatural smile, Danzo asked, puzzled, might I inquire, Acting Hokage-sama, what business brings you to this old man?
Kyo Ryosuke's gaze locked onto Danzo, intense, unwavering. Surely, Lord Danzo, you already know why I am here. I must admit, I'm deeply touched by your concern. Fearing for my safety, you even sent two shinobi to guard me day and night.
His tone carried palpable weight, but Danzo's countenance revealed not a shred of discomfort, as though those two trackers had never been his doing.
Kyo Ryosuke's eyes narrowed, slightly cool and silent as he studied Danzo.
After a long heavy silence, Danzo broke the stillness first.
Tuanzang revealed a stiff smile.
I wonder what business the Acting Hokage has with me.
Let's talk while walking.
It would also give the Acting Hokage a chance to see the environment of Root.
Jing Liangjie neither nodded nor shook his head, he simply followed Tuanzang further, his expression unreadable. The surroundings were exceedingly gloomy.
Jing Liangjie noticed that the passing ninjas were almost all expressionless with vacant eyes.
Each Root ninja looked at Tuanzang with reverence. Yet they showed no reaction to Jing Liangjie.
These individuals had been brainwashed by Tuanzang into puppets.
Without Tuanzang's control, they might not even know what to do. Tuanzang stopped and pointed at the room ahead, seemingly proud.
Acting Hokage, please look, this is the interrogation chamber.
Ninjas suspected of espionage or treason are sent here until they divulge the information in their mouths.
Jing Liangjie silently gazed ahead. The room before him was clearly a large prison cell filled with numerous torture instruments, and the floor was covered with a thick layer of blood scabs. A chill ran through Jing Liangjie's eyes. He wondered how many ninjas had perished here.
Tuanzang's words sounded pleasant, but his actions likely told a different story.
For Tuanzang, this place probably served a purpose more important than interrogation. Only those who resisted or threatened him would end up here.
Sensing something amiss, Tuanzang ceased his introduction and led Jing Liangjie deeper inside.
The deeper they went, the more frequently Root ninjas appeared.
This must be the core area of Root.
Yet Jing Liangjie believed there were even more secretive places.
Tuanzang would not place his headquarters here.
Nor had he revealed any experimentation sites. They were nowhere to be seen.
These were Tuanzang's secrets, certainly not to be disclosed so easily. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jing Liangjie's mouth. Tuanzang is indeed clever, but unfortunately he can deceive others, not me. Familiar with the plot, Jing Liangjie often employed a god's eye perspective. Although he did not know the exact location of Root. But his understanding of Tuanzang was profound. Tuanzang still bore an armful of Sharingan. If not maintained, his body would suffer backlash.
Thus those procedures could only be carried out in hidden places. There must be a secret chamber within Root. Jing Liangjie casually pulled up a chair and sat down. His face was filled with impatience. Lord Tuanzang, I believe I have warned you before, yet you refuse to listen.
And now it seems you have escalated your actions. Sending two Root ninjas to tail me.
Jing Liangjie's tone grew icier by the word.
But Tuanzang's smile did not diminish. Acting Hokage, what are you saying?
I did this entirely for the village's sake. The Acting Hokage knows the weight of the responsibilities on his shoulders. If something goes wrong, the entire village could suffer.
I am doing this purely for Konoha.
Jing Liangjie was furious, but instead he laughed in anger.
This Tuanzang always spoke of for Konoha. It sounded somewhat reasonable.
After all, a village's development required not only a bright side but also a dark one.
There were matters that Konoha's higher-ups including Hiruzen Sarutobi could not handle. Thus Tuanzang's role emerged. However, despite Tuanzang's contributions, he was far more stained. The deaths of the 8 colors of Konoha were all linked to him.
To varying degrees, Tuanzang had a hand in instigating them.
In summary, his misdeeds far outweighed his contributions. By now Jing Liangjie's patience had worn thin.
His face was cold, his eyes fixed on Tuanzang. I warned you before, yet you seem to pay no heed.
Do you want to die again? Tuanzang's pupils constricted. Tuanzang was greatly alarmed. How do you know?
He had thought his actions were flawless. After all, the secret techniques could explain his abilities. But Jing Liangjie could accurately state that he had died once. Jing Liangjie must know something.
Otherwise he wouldn't have said that.
Jing Liangjie took a step forward, his voice icy. If you don't want others to know, don't do it.
I wonder how many eyes you have left to escape with.
Tuanzang slowly extended his hand, his body trembling.
His entire demeanor was extremely poor. How do you know these things? Who told you? Was it Orochimaru? Some things Tuanzang had buried deep in his heart, unknown even to Hiruzen Sarutobi.
The Sharingan on his body was one such great secret. These were life-saving trump cards.
How could Tuanzang easily reveal them?
Jing Liangjie shook his head, a benign smile on his face.
No need to guess. No one told me.
I've already said, if you don't want others to know, don't do it.
I want to see how formidable you really are. Tuanzang remained composed, unhurriedly unwinding the bandages on his arm.
One crimson eye after another emerged from the bandages.
I had planned to toy with you a little longer. But it seems we must settle this today. You are far too arrogant to come here. Remember, this is route, my territory. Tuanzang sneered at Jing Liangjie, looking around. The surrounding route ninjas slowly closed in. Their demeanor suggested they would not let this matter end peacefully. Moreover, they directed deep malice toward Jing Liangjie.
Jing Liangjie slowly raised both hands, a playful smile on his face as he flexed his fingers.
Oh. Is that so? Then I must witness Lord Tuanzang's skills. Tuanzang waved his hand and several ninjas rushed forward.
They formed hand seals in perfect unison.
A massive fireball erupted from their mouths. The raging flames surged toward Jing Liangjie with formidable momentum. Yet in an instant a thunderous explosion resounded through the arena.
The ground cracked open with massive fissures as if a primordial beast had stomped there. At that moment Jing Liangjie struck with ferocity. These ninjas were clearly well-trained, wielding combination jutsu that amplified their combined strength beyond what any single one could achieve.
But against absolute power, even aiming became a challenge for them. Kyo Ryosuke vanished before their eyes. Without using chakra, even the sensory ninjas could not detect where he had gone. Kyo Ryosuke relied purely on physical strength.
After multiple enhancements, his bodily power had surpassed anything these ninjas could comprehend. At that moment a cold voice rang out from behind the group of ninjas.
Were you looking for me?
A violent surge of agony erupted across their bodies. The excruciating pain forced blood from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Since becoming a ninja, Kyo Ryosuke had also known the taste of killing. After all, this ninja world had never been peaceful. A ninja who had never seen blood was merely a flower in a greenhouse, incapable of weathering the storm.
These men had been thoroughly indoctrinated by Danzo. Leaving them alive would only plant the seeds of future trouble. Soon the fallen ninjas ceased all movement. Danzo stared blankly at the spot where the ninjas had fallen.
Their chests no longer rose and fell, and they had lost all signs of life. In a single exchange, Kyo Ryosuke had already dismantled the combined strike squad formed by several chunin. A deep wariness flickered in Danzo's eyes. I never expected your strength to be this formidable. It seems you've been hiding your true power all along. I truly underestimated you. But this, I suspect, was not taught to you by Tsunade. Danzo knew Tsunade well, in fact he had watched her grow up. While Tsunade possessed considerable skill and immense power, she was nowhere near this level. Other ninjas could not see clearly, but Danzo with his Sharingan perceived everything in perfect detail. The moment the combined strike was launched, Kyo Ryosuke had exerted pure physical force and vanished from their sight. In truth, he had simply used overwhelming speed powered by raw physical strength to appear behind the squad and then delivered a single punch to each of them. A single punch was enough to claim their lives. Such a level of taijutsu was far from ordinary. A smile appeared on Kyo Ryosuke's face, and his silence only intensified the invisible pressure bearing down on Danzo. Only Kyo Ryosuke himself knew the truth. He had not been holding back before. At that time he had been so absorbed in drawing that he had never noticed the manga volumes or this particular ability.
Back then Ryosuke's strength was modest at best, that of a chunin.
But now his power had risen dramatically.
He could hold his own against a veteran Kage-level powerhouse like Danzo. Danzo raised his hand slightly and spoke with parted lips. Sealing squad. A group of ninjas clad in special attire appeared beside Danzo.
Their hands formed identical hand seals and a purple sealing formation materialized. Then chains materialized from thin air and surged toward Ryosuke, attempting to bind him.
Ryosuke watched Danzo intently and grinned. If my eyes serve me correctly, this is a jutsu of the Uzumaki clan.
I didn't expect you to have appropriated it for your own use. A sinister smile crossed Danzo's face.
Indeed, the sealing jutsu was extracted from Uzumaki techniques. But so what?
The defeated are merely dust beneath the wheels of history.
In that moment Danzo had indirectly confessed his involvement in the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan.
It was likely that Hiruzen Sarutobi had also played a role in those events. Both old men were far from virtuous. The only difference was that Hiruzen had already descended to the underworld, leaving Danzo to linger alone in this world.
The chains crept steadily toward Ryosuke, soon wrapping tightly around his body. Worse still, they continued to constrict relentlessly.
By the time the sealing range had shrunk sufficiently and all the chains had locked into place, Ryosuke would be completely restrained.
However, it was clear that Ryosuke had no intention of granting Danzo this opportunity. A faint aura emanated from his body.
It exploded outward, striking the surrounding purple barrier. The barrier trembled and wavered, seemingly unstable, but ultimately held firm against Ryosuke's assault.
Danzo laughed scornfully. How delusional.
This was formed by a squad of Jonin seal specialists.
You will never break it. Danzo's face was filled with smug satisfaction, as though he had already witnessed Ryosuke's defeat. Yet Ryosuke's expression remained calm and composed.
A sudden jolt of alarm struck Danzo's heart. Does he have some other means to counter the seal?
Even I would need to pay a price to break it.
How could he possibly shatter it?
Danzo's mood gradually steadied.
It was precisely because he did not fear Ryosuke breaking the seal that he could remain so composed.
Splash! Splash!
The sudden sound made Danzo frown.
What was that? It sounded somewhat like flowing water.
Though the root compound lived underground, its drainage system was always well maintained. The nearest lake was far from here. How could the sound of flowing water reach them? Yet the noise began faintly and grew steadily louder.
It grew so loud that every ninja present heard it clearly.
Suddenly a massive golden lake appeared behind Ryosuke.
The water within the lake rippled in a rhythmic pattern. This extraordinary vision enveloped everyone present. Danzo had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Yet he could not shake a deep sense of foreboding. Danzo's eyes locked onto Ryosuke and he urgently ordered, increase the intensity. Do not stop.
Fear began to stir within Danzo's heart.
What was going on with this man?
The current situation felt like a slumbering beast slowly awakening.
Danzo did not know that this was merely the phenomenon naturally emanating from Ryosuke himself. But even so, overwhelming pressure radiated from Ryosuke's body, crashing down upon Danzo like an avalanche. Beneath such oppressive force, Danzo could only stand speechless, dumbfounded.
A massive tear ripped open the sealing barrier.
In an instant, Ryosuke appeared before Danzo. Danzo stared in utter shock. How can your speed be this fast?
But the words had barely left his lips when a wound appeared on Danzo's body.
Danzo slowly looked down at the injury on his chest, his expression one of utter disbelief.
Danzo's face contorted in agony as he stared down in stunned disbelief at his chest, where a massive wound gaped, blood welling forth in steady crimson pulses. In the blink of an eye, so swiftly it defied perception, Kyoryosuke had wrought such devastation. Danzo hastily stemmed the flow of blood, his gaze upon Kyoryosuke growing colder, sharper, increasingly alien.
All of you, attack. One masked shinobi after another surged forward toward Kyoryosuke. With the seal rendered useless, overwhelming numbers seemed the only recourse.
Watching them charge, faceless, relentless, Kyoryosuke's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile.
Perfect.
I'll purge you all at once. A pale, ghostly flame flickered into existence in his palm, then swelling steadily until it bloated to the size of a basketball. With a sudden violent arc, he hurled it forth. Under Kyoryosuke's precise control, the blazing sphere fractured midair, splintering into identical orbs that descended upon the onrushing shinobi with flawless, impartial symmetry. The flames touched flesh and ignited instantly, spreading with eerie, unhurried grace. Danzo watched astonished as the fireballs hovered before him. His chest wound, sealed by Mednine's swift ministrations, had ceased bleeding and showed no further signs of corruption. Yet none had anticipated Kyoryosuke's speed. Truly, one crisis barely subsided before another erupted. Scarcely had Danzo stabilized his wound when the incandescent sphere loomed anew.
Though its nature remained obscure, Tenzo sensed deep in his marrow a quiet unmistakable whisper of peril emanating from the flame.
Whatever its origin, distance was the wisest refuge.
Alas, fortune smiled not upon the other shinobi.
They too sought to evade, but bound by Tenzo's command they stood fast. To them he was divine, themselves mere puppets dancing on his strings.
His words demanded absolute obedience, no question, no hesitation.
Such indoctrination bore grave flaws, yet forged them into a force formidable enough to shake the very foundations of power.
Now those flaws magnified tenfold, though each shinobi sensed the flame's unnatural dread, Tenzo's order left them no choice but to press forward, teeth clenched, resolve brittle as glass.
The moment flame met skin, it erupted, consuming flesh with terrifying speed. Roaring infernos engulfed them, transforming bodies into writhing torches, so visceral, so horrifying that Tenzo drew a sharp involuntary breath. Tenzo had deflected the blaze aimed directly at him, but elsewhere fire reigned unchecked.
Some shinobi collapsed instantly, their bodily functions failing as flames swallowed them whole, left motionless, fate unknown.
Staring at the fallen, Tenzo inhaled deeply, then burst forth in raw, incredulous fury. What else do you conceal? Before him stood Kaoryasuke, layer upon layer of hidden artifice, each more treacherous than the last. What Tenzo mistook for concealed mastery was in truth merely Kaoryasuke's unvarnished arsenal, deployed now for the first time. It had simply never been turned upon him before.
Then, Kaoryasuke vanished.
And when he reappeared, his fingers were already locked iron-tight around Tenzo's throat. Crushed beneath Kaoryasuke's full weight, Tenzo's face darkened rapidly, his lungs starved air denied by that unyielding grip. Asphyxiation seized him, yet through gritted teeth he spat defiance. You dream, if you think I'll ever bow to you. If Hiruzen Sarutobi was a master statesman, then Tenzo was a tyrant, unchained, an arrogant, unassailable warlord. His purpose burned with crystalline clarity, but the path to it mattered not. Any means, however ruthless, were justified, so long as the end was attained. Kaoryasuke held Tenzo's gaze, eyes glacial, lips twisted in icy derision. How does it feel, Lord Tenzo, the great untouchable sovereign, reduced to this hollow, desperate gasp?
Throat constricted, limbs thrashing wildly against the floor, then with a guttural roar Tenzo bellowed, wind release, great breakthrough.
From his mouth erupted a colossal projectile, woven entirely from churning wind, hurtling straight toward Kaoryasuke's skull. None foresaw this final gambit. At such proximity, with Tenzo's throat still locked in Kaoryasuke's grasp, the technique was both desperate and devastating. A rictus grin split Tenzo's face as he snarled, "This is the price of defying me." But even as the words left his lips, he knew terribly, irrevocably, that he had miscalculated. And catastrophically so. When the wind dissipated, Kaoryasuke stood untouched and scathed, unblemished. Tenzo recoiled in abject horror. Impossible.
How can you bear no wound? This cannot be real. I refuse to believe it.
Kaoryasuke had absorbed the full force of the wind release technique with nothing but his bare skull, and not a single scratch marred his skin. Then, Tenzo felt the grip tighten. A single sickening snap echoed, bone-yielding vertebrae snapping under unbearable torque.
In his final instant, Tenzo stared, uncomprehending, at Kaoryasuke.
He had never believed Kaoryasuke would truly kill him, not here, not now, not without reckoning for his station in Konoha. Indeed, slaying Tenzo would defy all logic, and that very impossibility had long been Tenzo's shield, his silent armor. Only now did he grasp the truth. To Kaoryasuke he was no icon, merely an obstacle. And obstacles once deemed inconvenient were discarded without ceremony. Thus his actions grew ever bolder, ever more unrestrained. Tenzo crumpled to the ground, life utterly extinguished, pulse stilled, breath gone. Nearby shinobi panicked, still alive yet shattered by witnessing their leader's demise. Kaoryasuke stood motionless, arms crossed, eyes cold and unwavering upon Tenzo's corpse. Amidst their stunned silence, Kaoryasuke spoke, voice glacial, unshaken. Since you've forgotten your lesson, I'll grant you death a second time. Let us see, how many lives do you truly possess? His gaze fell upon Tenzo's pallid forearm, where a single blood-red Sharingan slowly shuddered shut. So, it was confirmed. In his final breath, Tenzo had invoked the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. Tenzo rose again, unharmed, pristine, as if Kaoryasuke's assault had never grazed him. Kaoryasuke knew better. Had that arm's Sharingan not just sealed itself, had it not sacrificed one eye, Tenzo would have died irrevocably this time. Like a specter materializing from shadow, Kaoryasuke reappeared before Tenzo. Before Tenzo could raise a hand in defense, Kaoryasuke struck. A crushing blow landed squarely upon his chest. Crack, 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 the sound of ribs shattering echoed sharply. The force hurled Tenzo backward, yet he seized that momentum, twisting midair to flee. He abandoned his surviving subordinates without hesitation. Though others lay dead and more root operatives lingered nearby, Tenzo was already gone, vanished into the chaos. Kaoryasuke remained rooted where he stood, unhurried, unbothered. A faint enigmatic smile played upon his lips. Now Tuan Song has fled. No matter how troublesome the aftermath may be at this moment, Tuan Song no longer poses a threat to Jing Liangjie. What needs to be done now is to clean up the mess left by the root organization. Jing Liangjie stood still, pondering slightly. He was afraid that Gangsho would be somewhat surprised when she returns.
After all, Tuan Song is a person who even Tuan Song finds troublesome.
Jing Liangjie immediately returned to the Hokage building and summoned the Anbu.
Unlike the Root, the Anbu was an organization directly under the Hokage. Their actions were also more above board than those of the Root.
More importantly, although these ninjas obeyed the Hokage's orders, they also had their own independent thinking and beliefs. Jing Liangjie narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the crowd before him and said, Tuan Song attempted to assassinate me and seize the position of Hokage.
Inform the other nations. Tuan Song has become an S-rank rogue ninja of Huayin village. You are to go down and take over the Root. The expressions of the crowd changed as if they were all shocked by Jing Liangjie's words. Those present were all from the Anbu, who had more accurate information than ordinary ninjas.
Even so, they were still astonished by the news.
Tuan Song actually defected from the village. Tuan Song had already fled the village. The remaining small fry would be easy to deal with, and Jing Liangjie did not pay much attention to this matter.
Previously, Jing Liangjie had the ability to pursue Tuan Song. However, he did not wish to do so as he had other plans. Returning home, he saw Zhuozhu exactly as he had expected. Jing Liangjie reached out and ruffled Zhuozhu's hair again. Zhuozhu tried to resist, but it was futile. Watching Zhuozhu diligently reading a manga, Jing Liangjie slowly sat down opposite him. Zhuozhu, why are you so determined to become strong? Upon hearing this, a deep-seated hatred flashed in Zhuozhu's heart. And his eyes turned cold and resolute. Lord Liangjie, thank you for giving me this opportunity to become strong. This way I will have the power to kill that man. Looking at Zhuozhu's face full of hatred, Jing Liangjie sighed and said, there are some things I originally did not want to tell you now, but your behavior has made me a bit worried. Zhuozhu frowned and asked with confusion, Lord Liangjie, what is it? Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly. There's no need to be so formal in private.
I am older than you, just call me Brother Liangjie. A warm smile hung on Jing Liangjie's face, his eyes gazing intently at Zhuozhu.
Zhuozhu's eyes flickered as if something had stirred within his heart. He opened his mouth and after a long while dryly squeezed out, Brother Liangjie.
Jing Liangjie's face showed a gentle smile. This was ultimately a good thing.
It also meant that Zhuozhu had opened his heart. Jing Liangjie sighed and then spoke, regarding what you saw back then, Zhuozhu, I am very sorry.
But perhaps you never imagined that things are somewhat different from what you saw. Zhuozhu frowned, his eyes full of hatred for Yuzhibo Yu.
Impossible, that man did it, I saw it with my own eyes. Jing Liangjie shook his head.
All I can tell you is this matter is not as simple as you think. Your enemy is not Yuzhibo Yu. Your enemy's name is Jitsuan Tuan Song.
Zhuozhu was startled and abruptly lifted his head.
Brother Liangjie, is it that Tuan Song who defected? Jing Liangjie nodded.
I let him go on purpose, but it is for your own good.
A flower that does not experience wind and rain cannot survive independently.
If you want to know the true culprit who led to the annihilation of your clan, you must become strong.
Then go and seek Tuan Song.
Zhuozhu sat there in a daze. The turn of events was beyond his expectations. He had never imagined that such an obvious matter as the annihilation of his clan could have so many hidden truths. But no matter what, the primary task now was to become strong. Only by becoming strong could he have the ability to seek the truth. With this thought, Zhuozhu's eyes became resolute. Only by becoming strong could he accomplish things and take revenge.
A smile hung on Jing Liangjie's face.
This was precisely the reason why he had not pursued Tuan Song at that time.
Tuan Song was a gift from Jing Liangjie to Zhuozhu. Perhaps only Tuan Song could resolve the rift between the two brothers.
Currently, Yuzhibo Yu appears to be a rogue ninja, but in reality he is just a spy sent by Mai.
Of course, only the deceased Yuan Fei Risen knew these things.
Jing Liangjie knew all this because he stood from a god's perspective and was familiar with the plot. Zhuozhu, who was sitting nearby, slowly put down the manga.
Brother Liangjie, I want to merge another strange flame now.
Jing Liangjie was startled inwardly. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. The slightest carelessness could lead to big trouble. Zhuozhu shook his head. At this moment, Zhuozhu's cultivation system had completely changed from a ninja to a doja. The do chi in his body had completely replaced the existence of chakra.
Therefore, Zhuozhu's physical condition was also improving day by day.
Zhuozhu stared at Jing Liangjie with intense eyes and said solemnly, Brother Liangjie, I am not going to joke with my own body. I feel that I am now able to withstand two strange flames.
Seeing Zhuozhu's confident and earnest demeanor, Jing Liangjie finally nodded in agreement. All right, then let's go outside.
When you merge the strange flame, I will watch over you from the side.
If anything goes wrong, I can stop you immediately.
Zhuozhu's eyes flickered and there was a hint of warmth in them.
Thank you, Brother Liangjie.
If Kakashi had seen this scene, he would surely have been astonished. Because Zhuozhu had become silent and withdrawn ever since that incident. He had always harbored a strong sense of pride in his heart. Apart from Mingren and Xiaoying, he seemed to have no friends he could really talk to.
He was simply a problem child, arrogant to the extreme.
But now the relationship between Jing Liangjie and Zhuozhu was like that of real brothers. This might seem like an utterly impossible situation to others. The two walked out holding Manga, and Zhuozhu sat cross-legged on the ground calming his nervous emotions. Zhuozhu opened his eyes slightly. Jing Liangjie smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry, I am here with you."
Only then did Zhuozhu pick up the manga.
In fact, Zhuozhu had already reached a critical point earlier. However, due to the limitations of his physical condition, he had been delayed in merging another strange flame. But now the time had come.
Zhuozhu sat cross-legged on the ground with his 5 centers facing the sky.
Pale flames began to burn on the surface of his body.
Clearly the second strange flame was about to appear.
Sasuke's posture suggested he had just comprehended another heavenly flame, his body now hovering at the threshold of endurance ready for immediate fusion. Soon a second flame manifested upon Sasuke's person, a soft luminous green flame flickering beside him. Yet this flame appeared faint and insubstantial like fire without root.
Kyo Ryosuke recognized it instantly, the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame.
Compared to other heavenly flames, the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame was notably milder, making it an excellent choice as his second fused flame.
Sasuke's next task was to fully materialize the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame before integrating it into his being.
Kyo Ryosuke stepped back once more, ensuring he would not disturb the delicate process. Upon closer inspection, most of the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame had already emerged, and its form was rapidly solidifying, starkly contrasting its earlier ethereal haze. This was the pivotal moment, the decisive juncture upon which success or failure hinged.
Kyo Ryosuke gathered his inner energy, prepared to intervene instantly should anything go awry.
Fortunately, Sasuke's expression remained calm and composed, no sign of distress.
Meanwhile, the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame burned ever brighter. Gradually it matched the bone-cold spirit flame in intensity. The flames pulsed rhythmically, synchronizing with Sasuke's breath, as if breathing life itself. Fusion surely would be complete before long.
Kyo Ryosuke observed the surroundings in silence. The situation remained stable, patience and time would suffice, better things lay ahead. After nearly half an hour, Sasuke finally opened his eyes, his gaze alight with profound elation.
Indeed, this Sasuke could effortlessly defeat several versions of his former self.
Though the furnace scripture was a low-tier cultivation technique, it possessed extraordinary properties. Each fusion of a heavenly flame elevated its rank.
With enough heavenly flames fused, the furnace scripture could ascend to realms beyond imagination.
Slowly Sasuke extended both hands. 2 tiny flames danced above his palms, the left one pale and spectral, the bone-cold spirit flame whose chilling aura pierced even from afar. The right flame glowed a gentle azure, the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame, softer, warmer, yet no less potent.
Though fundamentally distinct, both flames coexisted in perfect harmony within Sasuke's body. Still, Sasuke's mastery over them remained incomplete. To merge the 2 flames outright,
that feat lay far beyond his current reach. Let alone unleashing a technique as formidable as the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Even so, his power had surged to an entirely new tier.
Sasuke rose to his feet, his eyes locking onto Kyo Ryosuke with uncontainable excitement. "Brother Ryosuke, I've acquired my second heavenly flame."
"Congratulations, Sasuke, you've laid your first true foundation of power."
Kyo Ryosuke replied warmly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The joy blazing in Sasuke's eyes was unmistakably genuine. At that very moment, a mechanical voice echoed within Kyo Ryosuke's mind. "Sasuke has acquired the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame."
"Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Azure Lotus Earthcore flame."
"Congratulations, host, you have earned 200 system energy points."
Feeling his strength surge anew, Kyo Ryosuke felt a quiet, deepening satisfaction. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle.
Sasuke glanced awkwardly at his own stomach. Kyo Ryosuke chuckled, "No need for embarrassment, it's only natural. As it happens, I'm hungry too, let me treat you to a meal." Before Sasuke could protest, Kyo Ryosuke led him into the village streets.
They'd initially intended to head to a ramen shop, but then remembered Konoha was famed not only for noodles but also for its legendary yakiniku restaurants. Just then Kyo Ryosuke spotted a familiar face inside one such grill house, Hinata, who greeted him with a sweet tender smile. "Lord Ryosuke."
Kyo Ryosuke entered with Sasuke in tow.
Yugi Kurenai looked up mildly surprised, then bowed respectfully. "Acting Hokage-sama, would you care to join us?"
Beside her sat 2 young shinobi, Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Clearly this was Team 8's informal gathering. Kyo Ryosuke glanced at Sasuke. The latter stood apart, aloof. His acceptance would depend entirely on his own will. To Kyo Ryosuke's surprise, Sasuke gave a slight solemn nod, unbothered by the company.
With a serene welcoming smile, Kyo Ryosuke joined Team 8 at their table. "Owner, more grilled meat and a bottle of sake."
Kurenai, seated beside Kyo Ryosuke, asked with playful warmth. "Acting Hokage-sama, we rarely see you around.
You're far less stern than the rumors suggest."
Kyo Ryosuke offered a light, knowing smile. News of Danzo's affair had spread widely. Every shinobi in the village now knew his name.
Whether the whispers were kind or cruel he couldn't say, and he wondered whether Tsunade off on her travels had heard any of it. He waved his hand dismissively.
As you yourself said, Kurenai-sensei, those are merely rumors.
This is a private setting, please call me Ryosuke.
Kiba and Shino seemed reserved at first, but soon relaxed, laughing freely.
The restaurant's grilled meat proved exceptional, rich yet never greasy, fragrant without dryness. Only the sake struck them as somewhat bland.
Still, conversation flowed easily, light, sincere, unhurried.
Unnoticed, the atmosphere shifted. Kurenai's expression grew suddenly grave. She leaned slightly toward Kyo Ryosuke, her gaze steady and searching. After a long silent pause she spoke with solemn urgency. Ryosuke-sama, I must ask something that has troubled me deeply. Kyo Ryosuke turned fully toward her and nodded, a quiet open gesture inviting her to continue.
Kurenai took another sip of sake before speaking. Ryosuke-sama, what precisely has happened to Hinata?
Clearly her recent transformation had left Kurenai utterly astounded. Ordinary growth wouldn't have raised eyebrows, but Hinata's evolution was staggering. Even her eyes had changed.
How could Kurenai not be astonished? Kyo Ryosuke knew full well he could not feign ignorance.
Hinata's metamorphosis was profound. Above all, she had awakened the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. That inheritance had reshaped her very eyes, and now every facet of her ability shone with unprecedented brilliance. During daily training Kurenai had sensed subtle shifts, clues she'd quietly investigated.
Eventually she traced Hinata's transformation back to Kyo Ryosuke himself. She planned to seek him out privately, yet fate brought them together here at this yakiniku shop. So Kurenai seized the moment and voiced her question directly. Hinata glanced shyly at Kyo Ryosuke, embarrassed as though she'd failed to keep their secret. But he simply smiled and nodded, offering no reproach. Hinata was deeply grateful for everything Jing Liangjie had done.
After all, her strength had increased significantly here, a world of difference from her former self. Moreover, Hinata had come to realize that ever since the appearance of that Hanabi, her life and actions had undergone a tremendous change compared to before. Evidently she had become more confident, and many things no longer made her fragile. Hinata knew in her heart that this was a positive development, so she had always been happy to see it. However, Yuhi Kurenai was unaware of all this and often felt that Hinata was acting a bit strange. Worried, she thought Hinata might have used some forbidden method to boost her strength. But upon careful inquiry she learned it was thanks to Jing Liangjie, so now she had to ask him directly. Jing Liangjie rested his chin on his hand, gently rubbing the stubble on his jaw.
Since this matter concerns Hinata, I think it would be best if Hinata tells you herself.
Hinata was startled by these words.
Her eyes fixed intently on Jing Liangjie.
Jing Liangjie gave a slight nod, a warm and gentle smile appearing on his face. Jing Liangjie smiled as he picked up a slice of meat with his chopsticks and said calmly, it's fine, this is nothing worth hiding.
Hearing this, Hinata felt relieved.
Since Jing Liangjie had acknowledged that this could be disclosed, she was no longer as worried as before.
Hinata looked around. There were not many customers, and Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino were watching her with great interest, as was their teacher Yuhi Kurenai.
Hinata's face flushed slightly, but she soon composed herself. Actually, I have to thank Lord Liangjie for this. Without him I might not have achieved this strength or had this opportunity.
Yuhi Kurenai smiled.
Her disciple's personality was still the same as before. It was precisely because of this that Kurenai was not overly anxious. Because some forbidden techniques would warp the user's personality. Hinata's behavior did not fit that condition. Kurenai picked up a piece of grilled meat, chewed it a few times and swallowed. A faint smile on her face, Kurenai said calmly, Hinata, just tell us what happened. Look at Kiba and Shino, they're both so curious. Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino restrained their expressions a little but still couldn't help casting curious glances at Hinata. It truly lived up to the saying in the ninja world, no ninja does not yearn for power. As long as there is the slightest chance, as long as there is a possibility to strive for it, everyone would act without hesitation. Hinata took a deep breath. Actually, I received a secret technique passed down by Lord Liangjie. Although my eyes are a little different now, I can still use the Byakugan, and the change in my appearance has also given me a greater sense of security.
Everyone expressed understanding.
As a prestigious clan of Konoha, the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan held a prominent position.
However, those same iconic eyes also brought them many dangers.
That was why there was a division between the main branch and the branch family. The caged bird seal on the heads of branch family members not only restrained them but most importantly protected their eyes.
To prevent the Byakugan from falling into the hands of outsiders.
Now Hinata had lost the highly conspicuous mark of the Byakugan, which invisibly reduced a great deal of danger.
Hearing Hinata's words, Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino looked disappointed.
So it was a secret technique. Just like the Inuzuka clan's secret art and the Aburame clan's insect control technique. These were secret techniques that were never passed on to outsiders.
It seemed that Hinata had been taken as a disciple by Lord Liangjie and thus received the secret transmission. But Yuhi Kurenai's eyes were filled with relief. She gently patted Hinata's shoulder and said approvingly, Hinata, since you have become Lord Liangjie's disciple, work hard. Hinata shook her head. Strictly speaking, I am not yet Lord Liangjie's official disciple. I read a few manga volumes at Lord Liangjie's place and my strength skyrocketed. That's because Lord Liangjie infused his own Kekkei Genkai into those manga. Yuhi Kurenai was stunned. Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino beside her were also stunned. All three wore expressions of utter disbelief. But soon the expression on Yuhi Kurenai's face stiffened.
She forced a stiff smile and said dully, I see, so there are such miraculous things.
This grilled meat is pretty good, let's eat more. After all, as an adult, Kurenai thought more deeply.
She believed Hinata's explanation was just an excuse to hide a secret, so she had no choice but to change the subject abruptly. Jing Liangjie, sitting nearby, gently set down his chopsticks.
That is not an excuse. Actually, you can come to my place and see for yourselves. You have to see it to know whether it's true or not, right?
Since Jing Liangjie had spoken, did that mean Hinata's words were true? After all, Jing Liangjie was now the Acting Hokage. An Acting Hokage would not lie, and lying about such a matter would be utterly meaningless. At that moment Yuhi Kurenai's heart was deeply stirred. If things were really as Jing Liangjie said, then his home must contain something that could make one stronger.
Perhaps it really was manga. Although Yuhi Kurenai was shocked inside, she did not show it on the surface. Meanwhile, Inazuka Kiba beside her was full of longing.
Aburame Shino on the other hand kept a cold expression, revealing nothing of his thoughts.
Inazuka Kiba eagerly placed several pieces of meat into Jing Liangjie's bowl with his chopsticks.
Jing Liangjie tilted his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face.
Inazuka Kiba, just say what you want to do. No need for this. Kiba's actions were too obvious, everyone at the table could see his deliberate flattery.
However, such behavior did not annoy anyone.
After all, Kiba was much like Naruto, a hot-blooded idiot. Kiba scratched the back of his head and said somewhat sheepishly, Lord Liangjie, is what you said true? Can reading manga really make you stronger?
Jing Liangjie shook his head.
Kiba's expression immediately turned sour as if he felt wronged.
But that's not fair, you said earlier that reading manga could make you stronger. Jing Liangjie laughed and explained, this only gives you a path to become stronger, not an instant boost.
Kiba's eyes burned with renewed passion. So that's it. Lord Liangjie, can you teach me? I'm going to become Hokage. I need to become really strong. Kiba Inazuka realized that he had misunderstood all along. Regardless, the fact that Ryosuke had a method to make him stronger was more than enough.
Sasuke, standing nearby, was somewhat displeased and glared coldly at Kiba.
The Tomo in his Sharingan spun ceaselessly as he said fiercely, Ryosuke and I doesn't have time to deceive you.
Kiba was startled. It was then that he noticed the changes in Sasuke. He seemed more composed than when they graduated. And was this still the same aloof, cocky little brat he knew?
Wait, what did he just call Ryosuke-sama? It seems Sasuke has grown strong too, and this is likely all thanks to Ryosuke-sama. By now Kiba was beginning to believe it.
Moreover, due to his own nature, his speed of growth was intrinsically linked to his ninja dog. Kiba suddenly raised his head and stared at Ryosuke with blazing eyes. He hugged Akamaru, who was perched on his head, and asked anxiously, then will Akamaru also become stronger?
Ryosuke gave a wry smile.
It was established that ninjas could grow stronger by reading his manga. But could a dog also become stronger by reading his manga?
Ryosuke was uncertain about that himself.
But this was clearly not the time for him to voice his doubts.
He reached out and gently ruffled Akamaru's head. If he has the confidence, I think it's possible.
This way he wouldn't risk being wrong, nor would Kiba feel he was being treated differently. In simple terms, it was a non-committal response. Kiba, however, said excitedly, I believe Akamaru can do it.
Ninja dogs were different from ordinary dogs. Take Akamaru for instance.
Although he couldn't speak, his intelligence was not in question.
It seemed Akamaru was an exception, as other ninja dogs and cats could talk. Yet Akamaru couldn't speak, and only Kiba could understand his barks.
But reading a manga shouldn't be an obstacle for him, he could grasp the meaning.
Perhaps it could even make him stronger. Meanwhile, Kurenai, Yuhi and Shino Aburame were clearly still in a wait-and-see mode. If Kiba also became stronger, Ryosuke's words would gain credibility. The meal went well, and Kiba enthusiastically arranged a time with Ryosuke to visit him the next day.
After the meal, the two parties exchanged pleasantries for a while before going their separate ways. Originally, Ryosuke had intended to invite Sasuke to stay at his place. But Sasuke adamantly refused. In the end, Sasuke returned to his clan's compound. Ryosuke shook his head with a wry smile and headed home himself. On the other side, Team 8 didn't split up. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Kurenai's spirits were high and she excitedly proposed, since Hinata has improved so much lately, how about we have a little test? Kiba was naturally the first to agree. He was always enthusiastic about such things. Besides, it was a chance to showcase his growing strength, so why not? So the group made their way to the training ground in high spirits.
Kurenai hung 2 bells from her waist.
The rules are the same as before, take these 2 bells from me.
Kiba, brimming with enthusiasm and confidence, declared, I won't lose, Kurenai-sensei. That remains to be seen. Kurenai said with a meaningful smile. Kiba immediately initiated his jutsu, dropping low to the ground. A blue chakra surged through his limbs. His speed skyrocketed in an instant and he lunged for the bells at Kurenai's waist. But unexpectedly, this Kurenai was merely a shadow clone. Shino, watching Kiba's back, calmly said, behind you. The entire training ground was filled with Shino's insects. Shino naturally served as the team's scout. During this time, Hinata had yet to make a move. In contrast, Kiba was performing exceptionally well. He initiated his jutsu in the blink of an eye. Akameru Fong, passing Fong. Kiba transformed into a human drill, spinning fiercely towards his rear. Kurenai chose to evade the brunt of the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Shino rushed forward, aiming to snatch the bells from Kurenai's waist. But she managed to dodge it. A smile appeared on Kurenai's face, though she was slightly out of breath. Taijutsu and ninjutsu were not her forte. You two are coordinating well now, so I'll have to get serious. And Hinata, you need to be careful too. Kurenai had been keeping an eye on Hinata, wondering why she hadn't acted yet. At that moment, Kurenai unleashed her genjutsu, enveloping even Hinata within its range. Kiba's face fell instantly. Kurenai's illusionary arts were renowned throughout Konoha. When they regained their senses, all Kiba could see was a vast expanse of pink earth. Kurenai-sensei had vanished. Before them stood a giant maple tree surrounded by a forest of cherry blossoms. Kiba halted his attack and turned to look at the other two. What do we do now? Shino hesitated for a moment before speaking. Conventional methods of breaking a genjutsu won't work, as Kurenai-sensei's illusions are extraordinary. Then Shino turned to look at Hinata. This test was all because of Hinata. It was her increased strength that prompted Kurenai's spur-of-the-moment decision. But earlier Shino had noticed that Hinata hadn't made a single move. Could she have some kind of secret weapon? Hinata walked towards Shino and Kiba, getting closer. Shino felt as if he was seeing an illusion. Hinata's eyes were growing brighter and brighter. When she stood before them, her eyes burned like molten gold. A faint oppressive pressure radiated from Hinata, washing over them. Shino and Kiba were both affected, involuntarily lowering their postures. It was unmistakable. This was not the Hinata they knew. Kiba stared at her in astonishment. Her indifferent gaze was like that of a sovereign looking down from on high. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Kiba would never have believed this was the shy, introverted Hinata of before. With a dignified expression, Hinata looked forward and said calmly, "Leave this to me." With that, she gripped the sheath with one hand and slowly placed the other on the hilt. She assumed a flawless Iato stance. A distinctive aura emanated from her, like that of a battle-hardened samurai. Yet Kiba still felt doubtful. Could this alone break the entire illusion? But at this critical moment he didn't dare interrupt. Suddenly a flash of light erupted. It was like the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. This gleam of light. So blinding. Inuzuka Kiba lacked the vocabulary to describe this blade of light. After pondering for a long time, gazing at Hinata's solemn expression, Kiba could only stammer out a single word: terrifying. If this were an enemy, Kiba felt he would never want to oppose Hinata. That streak of blade light seemed to cleave the world in two. The condensed aura. It appeared to be on the verge of forming a sword momentum. In a land where samurai were the norm, Hinata's technique might have nearly reached the level of a swordmaster. Shino Aburame stood frozen beside her, dumbfounded and speechless. Neither of them had expected Hinata to possess such profound swordsmanship. Moreover, this sword art seemed capable of breaking illusions. Both of them looked at Hinata with anticipation. Hinata's face remained as calm as an ancient well. At this moment a heavy pressure still emanated from Hinata. Good heavens, if this were to strike a person, how formidable would it be? The entire sky split open. The ground as well neatly cleaved in two. And through this rift in the sky the three could clearly see the outside world. As if cutting through solid matter. Once the sky was split in two, the entire illusion vanished without a trace. In truth, Kurenai Yuhi stood not far from the three. At that moment Kurenai's lips parted slightly, her face filled with astonishment as she stared at Hinata Hyuga. She seemed almost unable to believe that her illusion had been broken so easily. And now the aura radiating from Hinata was far too intense. Even Kurenai had to lower her head like a humble subject bowing before their emperor. Yet this aura came and went swiftly. When Kurenai raised her head again, she found that the pressure that had enveloped Hinata had vanished without a trace. This state was Hinata's true nature.
Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Kurenai would never have imagined that Hinata could undergo such a stark polarized transformation. But it had truly happened.
Kurenai walked over slowly, a delighted smile spreading across her face. It seems you no longer need to undergo the assessment. Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka had not made great progress, but Hinata's improvement was astonishing. Even Kurenai marveled at Hinata's growth. The most crucial point was that the method Hinata employed was not the usual technique of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was renowned for its Byakugan and gentle fist. Yet Hinata was now using a blade.
If her face were concealed, Kurenai would have mistaken her for a samurai from a warrior family. For in that instant when she drew the sword, Hinata's will condensed into a blade, slicing through the illusion.
For those with exceptionally strong willpower, ordinary illusions held no effect.
In comparison, Kurenai believed that even without this method Hinata would have found another way to break the illusion she had set. Kurenai clapped her hands and addressed the group.
It's getting late. Everyone head back early and be careful. Kiba, when you go to visit tomorrow, make sure to be mindful. Don't always be so reckless.
Kiba scratched the back of his head and gave an embarrassed smile,
watching the three walk away into the distance. A gratified smile appeared on Kurenai's face.
Although Shino and Kiba had not improved much, their teamwork was growing increasingly seamless.
Coupled with Hinata's current strength, Team 8 seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, distinctly different from the fledgling team they once were.
Gazing into the distance, Kurenai murmured to herself, could Lord Ryosuke truly be so formidable?
The method Hinata used was something Kurenai had only heard of.
If anyone could truly achieve it, it would be the samurai of the Land of Iron, not the ninja of Konoha.
But what had just happened caught Kurenai off guard, deepening her astonishment. At this moment Kurenai couldn't help but feel anticipation. Kiba would be visiting Kyo Ryosuke tomorrow, perhaps he too could become strong.
As a teacher, Kurenai naturally wished for her students to grow stronger.
Summer nights always passed quickly. Kiba awoke from his sleep.
With a jolt he threw off the covers and scrambled out of bed.
Damn, I promised to visit Lord Ryosuke today. It's getting late, I'm going to be late. What do I do?
Kiba's mother suddenly punched him.
Stop your fussing. Go wash up. Here's a gift, don't forget to take it when you leave.
Kiba's face darkened as he rubbed the lump on his head.
Yet he dared not show any displeasure.
Once his mother turned away, he made a grimacing face. But Kuro, his dog, noticed it all. By the time Kiba left home, he already had 2 lumps on his head.
Still, once outside, he was brimming with excitement.
I'm the man who will become Hokage.
Nothing can defeat me. Charge. With Akamaru on his head and the gift in hand, Kiba dashed out energetically. Kiba's mother sat on the roof snickering. That boy doesn't take after me at all. But that acting Hokage.
Her eyes held a strange, hesitant look.
Kuro slowly crawled over and said calmly, this Konoha belongs to the younger generation. We shouldn't interfere too much.
Kiba's mother patted Kuro's head, her gaze fixed on the distance.
You're right. Kiba stood outside Kyo Ryosuke's house hesitating. Was it really as Kyo Ryosuke had said? What if he was lying? But now that he was here, he couldn't just turn around and leave. Kiba's heart grew even more anxious. Just then the door opened. Kyo Ryosuke greeted him with a warm smile. Since you're here, why not come in? Why are you standing at the door?
The usually boisterous Kiba now seemed restrained.
Excuse me.
After taking off his shoes, he stepped inside slowly.
Kiba awkwardly handed the gift to Kyo Ryosuke. This is something my mother made. Please don't mind it, Lord Ryosuke. Kyo Ryosuke glanced at the lumps on the boy's head, couldn't help but chuckle, then accepted the gift. Ah, dumplings. It seems Sister Kiba's skills haven't faded. Kiba's eyes widened in shock. Sister. Sister Kiba. Kyo Ryosuke smiled. I was very young back then. Sister Kiba was a very gentle person. Kiba finally understood why he had been beaten today.
Suddenly a skewer of dumplings appeared before him.
A gentle voice came. Come on in.
Suddenly a skewer of dumplings appeared before Kiba. A gentle voice slowly reached him.
Come over.
It was at this moment that Kiba Inuzuka realized that the distance between himself and Lord Liangjie was not as vast as he had imagined. And at this time Jing Liangjie slowly led Kiba Inuzuka to the side of the bookshelf. Now Kiba Inuzuka saw that the bookshelf was filled with a dazzling array of manga volumes, more than he could ever find in any store. Kiba Inuzuka's mouth hung open. He looked left and right, unable to calm his restless heart. He was still at an age full of energy and curiosity. To Kiba Inuzuka these manga were as enticing as the king's treasure. Jing Liangjie was not surprised by his reaction. If he himself had seen so many manga at that age, he would have been astonished too.
Kiba Inuzuka was so excited that he stammered, trembling as he asked Lord Liangjie, "Did you draw all of these? How much time did it take?"
Kiba Inuzuka noticed that on the spines of the manga the author's name was clearly marked. All of them were Jing Liangjie.
A dense row of the same signature lined up before him. This meant that every single manga was drawn by Jing Liangjie. Looking at these works, Jing Liangjie felt a sense of accomplishment. Although he had borrowed some inspirations from memories, these were still works he had poured his heart and soul into stroke by stroke. Jing Liangjie thought for a moment, then said calmly, "If you want to become Hokage and grow strong, you must start with these books. They can make you stronger." Hearing is false, seeing is true. Though Kiba Inuzuka was somewhat stubborn, he believed in this principle and hurried forward. But as he looked around, he fell into a common predicament. His eyes were already dazzled by the choices. If not for Lord Liangjie standing by watching him, Kiba Inuzuka felt he would have plopped down on the floor. Suddenly a book caught Kiba Inuzuka's eye. God King. Just the title alone was imposing. He took the manga down from the shelf. On the cover was a large emblem of a black axe resembling the national crest of some country, solemn yet rugged. One could tell at a glance that this nation might be extremely martial. At this moment Jing Liangjie standing nearby had a peculiar expression. This manga had been created quite by chance. At that time Jing Liangjie thought that since manga could be drawn and make him stronger, the story should not be limited to those he had seen in his previous life. So he recalled the background stories of some characters from games and illustrated them. This God King was derived from a popular game in his previous life. With excitement, Kiba Inuzuka slowly opened the pages. On the flyleaf were two bold lines: "When the human king dies, the world is shocked. When the God King dies, everything starts anew." The moment he saw these words, a rugged figure appeared in Kiba Inuzuka's mind, raising a heavy axe to challenge the lofty God King and cast him down from his throne. Beside him stood a blood-red lone wolf. Just then Akamaru, perched on Kiba Inuzuka's head, suddenly raised his head and howled. It seemed to awaken the DNA hidden within Akamaru. A deep wolf howl echoed through Jing Liangjie's room. Kiba Inuzuka gave an embarrassed glance at Jing Liangjie. Then he held Akamaru in his arms. "I'm so sorry, Lord Liangjie." Akamaru must have lost control for a moment. Jing Liangjie didn't mind merely waving his hand to indicate he should continue reading. In truth, Jing Liangjie knew that when Kiba Inuzuka opened this book it would resonate deeply. It was because in the manga the protagonist Darius and the lone wolf beside him were partners. They grew together and became stronger together. From the hand of Noxus to becoming a God King. The relationship between Darius and the lone wolf mirrored that of Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru. Besides, aren't dogs just a domesticated form of wolves? Perhaps this could even trigger a reversion in Akamaru. Kiba Inuzuka, holding Akamaru in his arms, slowly sat down on a cushion nearby. Jing Liangjie had redesigned the entire room. It no longer looked messy, and beside the bookshelf he had placed several cushions for readers to sit on while browsing. At this moment a peculiar scene unfolded in Jing Liangjie's living room. Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru, man and dog, were utterly absorbed in the manga. From time to time Akamaru would extend a paw to hinder Kiba Inuzuka from turning the page, as if he couldn't keep up with the pace. In Kiba Inuzuka's perspective, a vast and magnificent world slowly unfolded. Darius was born in a small town located in Noxus. This was a peculiar nation that revered martial prowess and conquest. Iron and blood were the only truths. By chance Darius joined the army, and with his axe he carved a path built on blood and flesh. Kiba Inuzuka became more and more engrossed. It was then that Darius met the lone wolf. They fought side by side, gradually achieving some success. Although small misfortunes separated Darius from his brother and his lover, the lone wolf never abandoned him. At this point Kiba Inuzuka was startled. The surrounding environment seemed to change. Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru became alert, their four eyes anxiously scanning the scene around them. The air was thick with the smell of blood, a scent only found on a battlefield. Then a loud shout caught Kiba Inuzuka's attention. Unmatched martial strength. The voice was bold and heroic. Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru exchanged glances, then slowly walked forward. As they drew closer, Kiba Inuzuka saw more clearly. A massive lone wolf followed behind a man clad in armor wielding a giant axe. One man and one wolf charged toward the army ahead. Unparalleled courage and power were displayed in full by this man. His axe gradually turned red. As for the lone wolf, its fur was also completely stained with blood. But it was all worth it. Only one person remained standing in the vicinity. The man in heavy armor suddenly raised his axe. Despise the rise of Noxus and you will die without a burial place. As if sensing something, Darius abruptly turned his head, his eyes fixed directly on the spot where Kiba Inuzuka stood. At the same time a streak of light flashed and plunged into the foreheads of Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru. In the room Jing Liangjie looked with surprise at the two figures sitting on the cushions. Their bodies were enveloped in a thick blood-red glow.
Jing Liangjie was astonished. This was a sight he had never seen before. Could it be that the abilities they had acquired were completely different from others? After a long time Akamaru suddenly opened his eyes. The blood-red radiance vanished, but his sleek fur now carried a faint trace of bloodlight. Akamaru's body began to swell, growing larger and more elongated. Its face underwent a dramatic transformation, and most importantly a pair of blood-red fur added a touch of menace. Akamaru slowly rose to its feet, its limbs becoming powerful and its fangs sharper. Yet at this moment it gazed anxiously at Inuzuka Kiba, who was shrouded in a thick crimson mist. The blood mist seemed to intensify and Akamaru still had not awakened. Thump thump. Jing Liangjie furrowed his brows and walked slowly to the door. Who could be visiting at this hour? Jing Liangjie gently slid the door open.
Inuzuka Tsum entered accompanied by Koromaru, a gentle smile on her face.
So how is it? Has that kid caused you any trouble? Jing Liangjie shook his head, then pointed toward Inuzuka Kiba, who sat beside the bookshelf. No, but it's still not a good time to disturb him.
Seeing Inuzuka Kiba enveloped in the dense blood mist, a flicker of worry also crossed Inuzuka Tsum's face. Is he all right?
Jing Liangjie smiled calmly.
Don't worry, this is all part of the necessary process.
Though even he didn't fully understand why this was happening. But in any case, this was a process of transformation. The system wouldn't harm him, would it? After all, hadn't the previous inheritance of the lone wolf succeeded?
So this one couldn't be any worse, could it?
Jing Liangjie watched quietly.
Inuzuka Tsum, as if she had been here many times, casually pulled up a stool and sat down. The mist enveloping Inuzuka Kiba grew denser. From the outside he was no longer visible. Inuzuka Tsum's worry deepened. Yet she remained calm enough not to disturb him, as it was clear that Inuzuka Kiba had reached a critical juncture.
Meanwhile, within the mist, Inuzuka Kiba was locking eyes with a man who had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. Darius, holding a bloodstained axe, strode toward him closer and closer. The overwhelming stench of blood and an immense aura of intimidation forced Inuzuka Kiba to take a step back. Darius stood before him. His eyes brimmed with boundless authority.
Cowardice I will not tolerate.
Darius slowly raised his axe.
Just as Inuzuka Kiba expected him to strike down, things took an unexpected turn. Darius extended the axe's handle toward Inuzuka Kiba as if waiting for him to take it.
Inuzuka Kiba swallowed hard. Gazing at the axe, he felt an inexplicable allure and almost involuntarily reached out and slowly grasped it. At the same time, Inuzuka Kiba felt a surge of power within him, a strange unfamiliar energy. When he opened his eyes again, the man had already turned and walked away. The figure grew more distant.
Inuzuka Kiba extended a hand to call out, but the words would not come.
Looking down, he found his body encased in thick armor. The armor reeked of blood, as if stained with the remnants of slain enemies. Yet it fit him perfectly. Outside, the blood mist finally dissipated.
Inuzuka Tsum rushed forward impatiently just as Inuzuka Kiba opened his eyes.
She recoiled, her mouth slightly agape, startled by the sight before her. An intense aura of killing intent and bloodlust permeated the entire room.
Inuzuka Kiba blinked and the overwhelming presence vanished as quickly as it had come.
Soon the room returned to normal.
Inuzuka Kiba looked at his mother with a sour expression. "Mom, why are you here too?" A smile appeared on Inuzuka Tsum's face. "I was a bit worried about you, so I came to check. But you've really surprised me, kid." Inuzuka Kiba now wore a thick suit of armor and carried a crimson axe.
His entire demeanor had changed, exuding an air of natural authority. As his mother, Inuzuka Tsum, could tell at a glance that Inuzuka Kiba had grown much stronger.
Moreover, he now carried a certain leadership quality.
Still somewhat dazed, Inuzuka Kiba examined himself and realized he was still clad in the armor and clutching the axe.
The shock in his heart was no less. Yet his first instinct was to look for Akamaru. The dog-turned-wolf came over, rubbing affectionately against his pant leg. Puzzled, Inuzuka Kiba crouched down and gently stroked Akamaru's now smooth fur. "Akamaru, you've changed too." Though wolves had evolved into dogs, it was quite extraordinary that Akamaru had now reverted to a wolf form. But Inuzuka Kiba smiled at his own armor. If something even stranger could happen, why couldn't Akamaru become a wolf? Only then did Inuzuka Tsum notice Akamaru.
She pointed in surprise.
"Is this Akamaru?" After confirming repeatedly, Inuzuka Kiba nodded.
As a major clan of Konoha, the Inuzuka were deeply connected to their ninja dogs. The dogs were their partners. Now that Inuzuka Kiba had confirmed it, there was no doubt this blood-red wolf was indeed Akamaru. Akamaru looked like a young wolf that hadn't fully grown, but its size was already considerable. It would surely become a fine partner. Inuzuka Tsum patted Inuzuka Kiba's shoulder with approval. "Good boy, you didn't embarrass me." Then she turned and began to converse with Jing Liangjie.
Seizing the opportunity, Inuzuka Kiba slipped out with his manga books and Akamaru.
He always felt constrained in front of his mother.
Meanwhile, a mechanical voice echoed in Jing Liangjie's mind. Inuzuka Kiba has obtained the inheritance of the Hand of Noxus.
Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Divine King inheritance.
Inuzuka Kiba has obtained the inheritance of the Hand of Noxus.
Congratulations, host, for earning 200 system energy points. For now, the inheritance Inuzuka Kiba received was merely the state of the Hand of Noxus, far from the true Divine King's legacy.
Only through continuous enlightenment could he obtain the full Divine King inheritance.
After all, a legacy worthy of the throne of the Divine King would not be mediocre. Inuzuka Tsum and Jing Liangjie sat facing each other.
A wistful look appeared on Inuzuka Tsum's face.
I remember when you were just this small and now you've grown up. Jing Liangjie smiled faintly. Sister Tsum, you're still as young and beautiful as ever, not aging at all.
Inuzuka Tsum waved her hand. You little rascal, you always know how to make me happy.
But you're not young anymore, don't you plan to settle down and start a family?
A few lines of embarrassment appeared on Jing Liangjie's forehead. He laughed it off. Isn't it still a bit early?
I'll think about it in a few years. Truly, even in a different world the same issues arose. Jing Liangjie felt a bit awkward, but Inuzuka Tsum grew more animated as she spoke. Meanwhile, Inuzuka Kiba, who had just stepped out of the house, dashed straight to the training ground like an unleashed wild dog. During this process, Kiba could sense that his body had grown significantly stronger. In the past, such high-intensity activity, especially with the added weights, would have left him gasping for breath. Of course, this was under the condition of not using chakra. But now Kiba was relying purely on his physical strength. Arriving at the training ground, he saw Team 8 led by Yuhi Kurenai as well as Might Guy Niji and Tenten.
Kiba shouted directly Kurenai-sensei and ran over with an excited expression.
At that moment, Might Guy was the first to notice something was off. Might Guy furrowed his brow and muttered softly, such a heavy killing intent.
Looking up, he saw Kiba clad in armor.
If not for how familiar Kiba's face was, Might Guy would have already assumed a battle stance. When Kiba reached Yuhi Kurenai, she too was astonished.
Yuhi Kurenai looked at the dramatically transformed Kiba and said in surprise, Kiba, how did you end up like this?
Kiba scratched his head sheepishly before speaking.
Kurenai-sensei, you know I went to see Lord Liangjie today. I can feel that I've become much stronger now.
Yuhi Kurenai thought to herself this was far more than just becoming stronger.
His aura had undergone a complete transformation.
Such a dense killing intent was only faintly visible in some veteran ninjas who had weathered countless battles. And now it appeared on Kiba, a change too immense. At this moment Yuhi Kurenai was also curious. With such a dramatic shift in appearance, she wondered how great the change in his actual strength was. Yuhi Kurenai glanced at the others training and said, since we're training anyway, why not test your strength right now?
Kiba was brimming with excitement.
He could feel his power growing, but he didn't know exactly how strong he had become. Taking a test now suited him perfectly. So Kiba agreed without hesitation.
All right. Let's start right away.
He slowly tightened his grip on the axe, and at that moment both of their expressions shifted dramatically. It had been somewhat subtle before, but now Kiba's aura had undergone a complete revolution. He was like a seasoned general who had fought 100 battles. However, Might Guy did not flinch. He flashed a bright smile, his teeth gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. With several weights falling to the ground, Might Guy looked at Kiba with a relaxed expression and said slowly, let me be your opponent. Hearing this, Kiba struck immediately. A loud crash echoed as the ground beneath his feet cracked like a spiderweb, the very spot where he had just stood.
Might Guy's pupils contracted slightly. Good. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be this excellent. At that moment Might Guy also showed him the appropriate respect. Might Guy vanished in an instant and the two clashed fiercely in midair. Might Guy's fist struck against Kiba's axe.
Both retreated a few steps, but it was easy to see that Might Guy had only stepped back 2 paces while Kiba had stumbled back 7 or 8. At this moment Might Guy did not let his guard down because a piercing wolf howl caught his attention. A blood-red figure burst into Might Guy's field of vision.
The Inuzuka clan was closely tied to their ninja dogs. Naturally, Might Guy knew that for the Inuzuka combat was always a one-man one-dog affair. But what he saw now was a wolf.
Might Guy was somewhat surprised, but in the heat of battle there was no time to ponder. Akamaru's sharp fangs were getting closer and closer. Might Guy abruptly withdrew, causing Akamaru's attack to miss.
No sooner had one wave subsided than another arose. Just after dodging Akamaru's fangs, Might Guy sensed a massive danger approaching. He stepped back 2 more paces, barely evading the axe swung by Kiba.
Through this exchange, Might Guy realized that Kiba was now following a pure taijutsu path. It was similar to his own style. However, Might Guy could also feel a powerful energy within Kiba's body.
With that thought, a faint white aura appeared on Might Guy's own skin.
Now Might Guy's expression was focused, he was clearly serious. Kiba swung his axe again, channeling the strange energy within him. A massive phantom of an axe appeared. With just a single hook, Might Guy found himself involuntarily flying toward Kiba. Yet at this moment Might Guy showed no sign of worry. Following the momentum, Might Guy threw a punch at Kiba, but it landed on the axe. Kiba staggered back several steps. Cowardly moves, I will not tolerate them. Akamaru. Akamaru responded with a wolf howl and then pounced toward Kiba. Might Guy was a little puzzled, but he watched quietly. Suddenly something astonishing occurred. Akamaru's body became increasingly transparent, finally floating behind Kiba. Kiba's eyes locked onto Might Guy. Now Kiba seemed like a lone wolf with a proud aloof gaze and a chilling killing intent. He swung his axe fiercely and the strange energy moved in harmony. The axe moved with incredible speed, but Might Guy was not worried. He suddenly accelerated several times, appearing behind Kiba to evade the violent strike. If not for that, Might Guy might have been hit by that axe. Even Might Guy had to admit that this attack carried substantial weight. A bright smile spread across Might Guy's face. This is the true essence of youth burning. Kiba swung his axe again. A high-pitched wolf howl resounded across the entire training ground. Might Guy took Kiba's axe strike head-on, but then he frowned. At this moment Might Guy could clearly feel that something unexpected was happening to his body. His movements had slowed considerably and he felt a strange layer of something on him. Kiba now flashed a bright smile. The reason Delirus could fight with ever-increasing ferocity was precisely because of this peculiar mark. When the mark reached 5 stacks, Delirus's abilities would surge dramatically, but correspondingly his rage would also rise. The two clashed again, but Might Guy noticed that Kiba seemed to grow stronger and faster with each exchange. After taking another axe strike, Might Guy found an opportunity and subdued Kiba. Though defeated, Kiba's face still beamed with a bright smile. He looked at his own arm and the axe in his hand. I have truly become stronger again. At this moment Kiba Inuzuka finally understood what Hinata had said earlier. The sensation of growing stronger was truly magnificent. Now all the chakra within Kiba Inuzuka's body had transformed into that mysterious runic power. However, Kiba Inuzuka did not become weaker, instead he grew even stronger. Yet something had subtly changed. Previously Kiba Inuzuka relied solely on his clan's secret techniques. Coordinating with Akamaru, he could achieve greater attack power. But now, under the alteration of the combined power, Kiba Inuzuka and Akamaru's fusion had resulted in this current form. Strictly speaking, the former Kiba Inuzuka was an assassin, but his skills were not top tier, merely average. However, the current Kiba Inuzuka had transitioned into a warrior, and one with an elite warrior template. As long as he continued on this path, Kiba Inuzuka would only grow stronger. Due to the battle, the others had temporarily set aside their training. Shino Aburame's expression remained unreadable. But the others showed varying degrees of congratulations. The previous training and the current sparring match. Kurenai Yuhi had observed all these events. Yet her confusion deepened. Apart from Shino Aburame and herself, it seemed everyone else's path had deviated from that of a ninja. Nevertheless, they had become stronger. At this moment Kurenai Yuhi's mind was filled with profound bewilderment. Although she admired Jing Liangjie for creating so many distinct paths completely different from the ninja way, Kurenai Yuhi could not help but worry. Were these paths truly correct? Having never experienced it herself, she found it difficult to comprehend the feelings of others. Yet everyone had indeed grown stronger. Akamaru had now returned to his original form. Still, it drew exclamations from the crowd. A wolf and a dog are entirely different beings. Though they share blood ties, Akamaru had now reverted from a dog back into a wolf. Such a phenomenon was quite peculiar, explaining why the group was so astonished. Kurenai Yuhi stepped forward and said with concern, Kiba Inuzuka, although your strength has increased, I can sense that your attack methods have become somewhat monotonous. Remember, you will not always face opponents like Might Guy. In comparison, Might Guy is not proficient in genjutsu stealth or various unique ninjutsu. Kiba Inuzuka's future opponents might be enemies from other ninja villages. They could be cunning rogue ninja. But in any case they will not be Might Guy. Such an enemy only knows how to sue out other numbers. This meant that Kiba Inuzuka's singular attack style would lead to inadequacy against such adversaries. If the enemy investigated his background or found a system to counter him, then Kiba Inuzuka would likely suffer greatly. This was a very real concern. Hearing this, the others fell into contemplation. Comparatively, Kiba Inuzuka's problem was more severe. The attack methods acquired by the others could more or less avoid such issues. Unexpectedly, Kiba Inuzuka showed no sign of worry. He still wore a brilliant smile. Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei, I've actually already thought of this. But the voice in my mind tells me there's no need to fret, because as I grow stronger these won't be problems at all. Kiba Inuzuka was fully aware of his own condition. Each time he grew stronger, his body also became more robust.
For simple ninjutsu and weapon attacks. A sturdy body could even withstand them directly without fear. For a warrior, injury is but a trivial matter. As long as death does not occur, one can slowly recover. But for a ninja it is different. The most obvious point is that ordinary ninjas need to form hand seals to release ninjutsu. While some talented ninjas can perform seals with one hand or even use seal-less ninjutsu. Therefore, when dealing with ordinary ninjas, injuring their hands can render them combat incapable. In Kiba Inuzuka's impression, as long as one does not die, they will not lose combat effectiveness. And now Kiba Inuzuka is exactly like Darius. The runic power within him does not require hand seals to be mobilized, and it can be used for all aspects. Kurenai Yuhi sighed. Since you understand, that's good. But I'm growing more curious by the day. In truth, Kurenai Yuhi had only met Jing Liangjie a few times, so naturally she did not know him well. Such circumstances naturally bred a lack of trust. For over a decade the only paths were those of ninja and samurai, no others. Kurenai Yuhi's mindset had become somewhat fixed. Yet now Jing Liangjie had proposed alternative paths and even created several distinct ones. Inevitably confusion arose in Kurenai Yuhi's heart. It was only natural that she found it difficult to accept immediately. Looking at Kiba Inuzuka's radiant smile, Kurenai Yuhi had no choice but to suppress this matter in her heart. Seeing that things were spiraling beyond her imagination, she decided to pay a special visit. If she did not experience it personally, the suggestions might not be reliable. After all, the systems that had emerged were quite complete. To be honest, Kurenai Yuhi also felt a hint of envy. If not for her concerns, she might have already been unable to restrain her excitement. In this world where wars frequently break out in villages of all sizes or in constant friction, strength is the only authority. The stronger one's power, the greater their influence. Even if one does not seek power, protecting what one cherishes requires strength. No one would ever complain about being too strong. At this moment Kiba Inuzuka's transformation was evident to all. Kurenai Yuhi felt a measure of joy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jing Liangjie was also struggling to keep his composure. Sister Tsum, I'll handle these matters myself. No need to trouble you. A helpless expression appeared on Tsum Inuzuka's face. Fine, I won't bother with you. But my son still needs your help. Though Tsum Inuzuka was usually boisterous, she was undoubtedly a qualified mother in such matters. Jing Liangjie nodded, and the expression on his face showed relief. At least he had managed to change the subject. If not for this, Tsum Inuzuka might have talked for another hour. Suddenly her expression turned grave and she said in a low voice, Danzo's defection, was that you're doing? That's right, what's wrong? Jing Liangjie frowned and asked with confusion. Tsum Inuzuka did not hide it and spoke directly. Someone has already spotted traces of Danzo near the land of snow. Jing Liangjie narrowed his eyes, a thought forming in his mind. He nodded slightly and said, Sister Tsum, I understand. By the way, would you like to pick a book to read? Hearing this, Tsum Inuzuka was taken aback. Inuzuka Tsum paused for a moment, startled. After brief reflection, however, she shook her head in refusal. I'll pass, I've already reached my peak, further advancement seems impossible. Kyo Ryosuke sighed faintly, disappointment lingering in his breath. Though he voiced no objection, he could plainly see Tsum wished to remain exactly as she was. After all, a tranquil life as a parent mattered more than anything else. Yet opportunity had not vanished entirely. Once this concept spread wider, perhaps Tsum would reconsider. Kyo Ryosuke nodded silently, no further words were needed. This was her choice, hers alone. Since Tsum had no desire to read these manga now, he would not press her. Perhaps most crucially, there simply weren't enough manga yet suited to her. Some titles remained unwritten. Legacies like Darius's were undoubtedly rare and extraordinary. Now that Inuzuka Kiba had inherited Darius's legacy, this manga volume might have already faded into ordinariness. Moreover, Darius's fiery spirit might resonate deeply with the passionate Kiba. Yet it might hold little relevance for Tsum, the devoted mother. Rising to her feet, she smiled warmly. Ryosuke-kun, if you ever have time, come visit me at the Inuzuka compound. You've always loved ninja dogs, haven't you? I'll even gift you one. As Tsum walked away, Kyo Ryosuke murmured softly, ninja dogs. Perhaps I no longer need them. His gaze shifted, then a sleek black wolf puppet's fur gleaming obsidian dark dashed toward him, trailing behind a cheerful Pikachu. Glancing at the deepening twilight, Kyo Ryosuke stretched languidly. Ah, the hour grows late. Time to prepare dinner. A gentle smile touched his lips as he rolled up his sleeves and began arranging ingredients. Bathed in the amber glow of dusk, sunlight poured through the window, casting the entire room in warm honey light. Pikachu and the lone black wolf named Dahe sat quietly beside him, eyes fixed on the raw meat resting upon the cutting board, hunger shimmering unmistakably in their gazes. The cat stretched lazily, then settled onto a shelf. A sharp rap, knock knock knock. Startled both Pikachu and Dahei, their ears pricking upright instantly. From its perch the cat cast a dismissive glance toward the door, its languid posture and aloof expression seemed to mock the pair's startled fuss. Kyo Ryosuke frowned slightly. Don't steal any bites, I'll answer the door. Pikachu and Dahei exchanged a glance, two beings who'd only just met, yet their eyes flickered with sudden unspoken understanding. In a flash, faster than thought, Pikachu snatched two generous slabs of meat. Kyo Ryosuke heard the rustle, turned, and saw exactly what he'd expected. A knowing smile crossed his face. Still he paid it little mind. Opening the door, he found himself mildly surprised by the visitor standing before him. Please come in. If my memory serves, your name is Aburane Shino. Shino gave a slight nod and adjusted his glasses. My apologies for the intrusion. He held a small gift bag in hand, his expression unreadable, neither pleased nor displeased. Kyo Ryosuke greeted him with a warm inviting smile and waved lightly. You've arrived just in time, I was about to dine alone and solitude weighs heavier than one expects. He led Shino into the living room, served steaming tea, then returned to the kitchen to resume preparing ingredients. Soon everything was ready. Kyo Ryosuke had often mused aloud and inwardly that this shinobi world's technological tree had grown wildly askew. Some advancements mirrored modernity, others clung stubbornly to antiquity. He heated the pot, poured in oil, then added finely sliced onions. Ingredients stood neatly arranged nearby. Kyo Ryosuke gestured casually with his hand. You haven't eaten yet, have you? He asked. Shino appeared reserved, offering only a quiet, respectful nod. My sincerest apologies, Lord Ryosuke, I truly did not mean to disturb you. Kyo Ryosuke placed a glass of freshly squeezed juice before him, then set down a bottle of his own distilled ergwotu. You're too young for sake, how about juice instead? Shino accepted without hesitation. Kyo Ryosuke prepared sukiyaki, tender strips of marbled beef curled gently under the heat. Fragrance bloomed throughout the living room, rich, savory, irresistible. Shino unconsciously swallowed, his throat betraying his hunger. Kyo Ryosuke chuckled softly and repeated, make yourself at home. A quiet warmth stirred within Shino's chest. Lord Ryosuke carries no airs, what a genuinely kind soul. In that instant the distance between them narrowed markedly. Though outwardly composed, Shino rose and began assisting with the preparation, quietly, naturally. Shino sipped his juice, his expression turning solemn. Lord Ryosuke, I have come seeking your counsel. A subtle smile graced Kyo Ryosuke's lips. If I'm not mistaken, this concerns Kiba. Shino nodded silently. Kiba has grown stronger. As his and Hinata's comrade, I cannot afford to fall behind, else I shall become nothing but a burden to them both. Shino knew full well, though the Aburane clan ranked among Konoha's noble houses, its inherited techniques had long confined its members to reconnaissance roles. They possessed no exceptional prowess in direct combat. Yet now, Hinata and Kiba's transformations had ignited within Shino a profound sense of urgency. Relying solely on ancestral jutsu would never bridge such a widening chasm. Thus Shino understood, he would inevitably seek out Kyo Ryosuke. Since the visit was inevitable, arriving sooner rather than later made perfect sense. Resting his chin upon steepled fingers, Kyo Ryosuke smiled. I wonder, have Kiba and Hinata mentioned it to you? The path to strength lies right over there. He gestured toward the bookshelf. Only then did Shino follow his gaze, until now his reserve had kept him from surveying the room fully. Now his attention settled upon the shelves, dense, towering, brimming with volumes. Judging by their covers, they were all manga. Most striking was Kyo Ryosuke's name, every single volume bore his authorship. Shino blinked in genuine astonishment. Could it be? Lord Ryosuke is akin to Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. Kyo Ryosuke shook his head and drained his cup of ergwotu in one smooth motion. Internally he scoffed, how could I possibly resemble that lecherous old man? Driven by curiosity, Shino rose to his feet. He approached the shelves, slowly selected a volume at random, and drew it out without hesitation. Yet as he read on, Shino could not find himself immersed in the story. His temperament made him far less fervent about things than others his age. This same nature prevented him from becoming engrossed in even the most passionate manga. Jing Liangjie too found himself at a loss looking at the current Shino. The only thing that was certain was that to grasp the abilities within a manga one must achieve a deep resonance with it. Without such harmony a mismatch would inevitably occur. As a result there would be no chance of acquiring the power. Shino flipped through several books in succession, yet found none that piqued his interest. Disheartened, he returned to the table. Shino was puzzled and somewhat disappointed as he returned to the table. Silence spoke louder than words. Jing Liangjie tapped his fingers rhythmically upon the desk. He too fell into deep contemplation. Having drawn so many manga, some had slipped from his memory. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jing Liangjie. I know a book that is perfect for you. Come, let me show you. He led Shino to the very back of the bookshelf. From a corner he pulled out a manga volume. Upon closer inspection one could see that an entire small corner was dedicated to this particular genre. The prominent spots were reserved for passionate battle manga while these darker more profound tales were relegated to the shadows. But Shino possessed a maturity beyond his years and the secret arts of his clan granted him a most unique system of power. Most importantly, he might find a profound connection with these stories. Shino accepted the manga and looked at the cover. The Chronicles of the Zerg. The title alone was enough to capture Shino's attention, for the system he inherited was quite distinctive even within the world of shinobi. And Shino's specialty was after all the manipulation of insects. Yet even he had never imagined that insects could be the subject of a manga. Shino opened the manga with a sense of curiosity. This book was an impromptu creation by Jing Liangjie. It borrowed the template of the Zerg from interstellar lore, weaving many storylines from it, with much of the content being Jing Liangjie's original creation. At this moment Jing Liangjie was uncertain whether Shino would truly acquire a new power. But he could no longer interfere, he could only wait patiently in silence. Shino, however, gradually became captivated by the story. Through the perspective of the mother Zerg he witnessed the rise, fall and resurgence of the entire race. What intrigued Shino even more were the unique combat units within the Zerg swarm. The insects of the Aburame clan were all parasitic insects. These insects could be cultivated differently to grant them various abilities, but only a select few could ever become truly combat capable. Most were used for reconnaissance or other specialized functions. But the insects in the Chronicles of the Zerg were entirely different. They came in a vast array of forms, and even the weakest among them possessed battle capabilities. What was more crucial was that these creatures obeyed commands without any need for training. Furthermore, they were incredibly easy to cultivate. Suddenly a loud hum filled Shino's head and he involuntarily closed his eyes. When Shino opened his eyes again he beheld a colossal nest. A bloated mother Zerg vast as a mountain stood before him. One after another eggs hatched. Lowly Zerglings. Slightly more capable worker drones. And countless other insects whose names Shino did not know. These insects were numerous and served a multitude of purposes. Unable to resist, Shino stepped forward to observe them more closely. He studied their movements and approximate offensive capabilities. At that moment Shino was like a professional entomologist examining the Zerg with rigorous scrutiny. Through this process Shino gained a general understanding of the Zerg. Yet a question began to form in his mind. These insects operated on a system completely different from that of shinobi. To adopt such a system would certainly conflict with the ways of the ninja. At this Shino hesitated. Had anyone known of his current state they would have been utterly astonished. Those who had previously acquired abilities had done so by resonating with the manga's content, accepting it without conscious thought. But Shino was completely different. He remained in a state of calm independent reflection, a stark contrast to his earlier desperate hunger for power. And precisely because of this the world being recreated around him grew clearer and more defined. The sounds of insects squirming and gnawing echoed all around him. It was as if something was calling out to him with deep affection. Shino's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Very well, then let us try. He who hesitates will never accomplish great things. Shino was never one to be indecisive, nor did he lack courage. In that moment he chose to embrace the Zerg. Shino closed his eyes, gently recalling his first encounter with his parasitic insects. As a child his first reaction had been fear and unease. But gradually he had come to accept them, sensing the unique emotions of insects through their every movement. He realized that insects possessed a loyalty found in no other creature. He had spent most of his life in the company of insects. Seeing the fierce appearance of the Zerg now, Shino felt not discomfort but a hint of joy. Unbeknownst to Shino, Jing Liangjie, who stood beside him, had silently taken a step back. For one by one insects were appearing all around Shino. Without any command they formed a protective ring around him as if guarding his safety. Jing Liangjie was familiar with Shino's abilities. The parasitic insects unique to the Aburame clan were excellent for reconnaissance, and their relationship with the clan was more akin to partners or loyal servants. But what he saw now was something entirely different. Even if Jing Liangjie could not understand the emotions or language of these insects, he could see it in their movements. This bond transcended friendship and mere connection, it was far closer to a profound kinship. And at that very moment a bizarre waist-high creature materialized beside Shino. It had green skin resembling a nutrient tank or a culture chamber, though a mouthpart was faintly visible. Thinking back he realized. Wasn't this a miniature version of the mother Zerg? Jing Liangjie was taken aback, never expecting Shino to have actually grasped something so profound. Clearly the Zerg Shino had obtained were a scaled-down version. With time and cultivation they might grow stronger, but for now why had he not awakened? Yet why at this moment had Shino still not woken up? Having dealt with Kiba Inuzuka, Kyo Ryosuke appeared far more composed, yet this situation was utterly unprecedented. Nor had he anticipated this turn of events. Time ticked away second by second, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon Shino Aburame.
He stood ready to intervene forcefully should anything go awry when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Shino Aburame has acquired mind control and assumed the identity of the queen insect. The host automatically gains mastery over this legendary entity.
Congratulations host, you have earned 400 energy points.
At the system's announcement, Kyo Ryosuke exhaled in quiet relief. At least no catastrophe had occurred, yet a ripple of unease stirred within him.
It seemed that extraordinary manga granted powers in uniquely unconventional ways were otherwise such apprehension would be unnecessary.
At that moment Shino Aburame slowly rose to his feet, staring astonished at his own arm, more precisely at the parasitic insects resting upon his palm. The parasites pulsed with unusual vitality, an occurrence wholly alien to Shino's experience. Ordinarily they stirred only when fed chakra.
This sudden anomaly defied explanation, unless indeed the parasites had undergone some profound metamorphosis. Only such a transformation could account for their present state, and Shino sensed it unmistakably.
They radiated an emotion unmistakably akin to joy, a sensation faintly perceptible before yet now intensified beyond measure. The intensity of this feeling struck him with startling clarity. His body too felt subtly altered. And then at last he realized he could hear the parasites' emotions, their joy, their sorrow, their simple thoughts, crude yet vivid. Such communion was the lifelong aspiration of the Aburame clan. Understanding this, Shino's face lit with unrestrained elation. Today's encounter had proven astonishingly fruitful. His attention now shifted from himself to the nearby object, a chamber resembling a nutrient vat clearly housing an exceptional insect.
With cautious reverence Shino touched the queen insect, and instantly a peculiar sensation bloomed within his chest, submission emanating directly from the queen. In that instant he became its sovereign, its will inseparable from his own.
A single command would compel absolute obedience, as though the queen were an extension of his very being.
Stunned, Shino lifted his head and met Kyo Ryosuke's calm, unwavering gaze. Lord Ryosuke, what has happened? Kyo Ryosuke offered a faint knowing smile.
You already hold the answer within, why ask me?
Shino fell silent. The surreal visions he'd witnessed earlier had evidently bestowed something extraordinary upon him. This nutrient-like vessel and the newfound telepathic bond were surely insights gleaned from reading the manga itself.
Overwhelmed with euphoria, Shino struggled to articulate his awe. Even after imagining this moment countless times, reality surpassed all expectation. Words failed him entirely.
Kyo Ryosuke merely smiled and waved gently. Keep the manga for now, you'll find much worth revisiting.
It grows late, do take care on your way home.
Grateful Shino nodded deeply. My apologies for the intrusion, I shall take my leave now.
With that he cradled both the manga and the queen insect and stepped out into the evening.
He walked without pause, fearing unforeseen complications, yet arrived safely at the Aburame compound at last.
As he approached, his gate lamplight still glowed warmly within.
Shino Shibi sat quietly upon the veranda.
You've returned, what is that you carry? The object in Shino's arms was impossible to overlook. Shibi noticed it immediately, his sharp eyes fixed intently upon the bundle nestled in his son's arms. A subtle frown creased his brow. Years spent mastering entomology had honed his perception to razor precision. He identified the creature almost instantly. Though bizarre in form, it was undeniably a colossal insect, yet its bloated silhouette radiated an unnerving visceral sense of danger. That dissonance baffled him most. How could so seemingly feeble a creature evoke such profound peril?
Shino carefully placed the queen insect beside him, then declared, Father, look.
Instantly swarms of parasitic insects converged around him, circling like loyal vassals honoring their sovereign. Shibi's brows lifted in astonishment. He clapped Shino firmly on the shoulder.
Well done, son. You've mastered them completely.
Any lingering doubt about the creature's nature dissolved, his focus narrowed entirely onto his son. But Shino shook his head. Father, it is not mastery I possess, but understanding. I hear their thoughts and they obey my will without question.
Shibi frowned anew. What nonsense was this? Yet Shino's conviction left him deeply unsettled. Could it truly be possible? Even Shibi himself could barely discern the insect's emotional subtleties.
To him such cognition seemed fundamentally impossible. Their behavior appeared random, their minds infinitesimally small.
Shino gazed at his father with solemn intensity. Father. This is only the beginning.
These abilities came solely from reading manga. I know you find that unbelievable. Shibi's lips twitched involuntarily. He stared incredulous. This boy had always been remarkably mature, yet now, had he lost his senses? Yet even as doubt surged, Shibi reached forward and lifted the queen insect into his arms, his gaze returning transfixed to its strange form. No chakra signature emanated from it, yet danger coiled thick and palpable around it. Questions crowded his mind, yet he remained still, watching in silence. Then abruptly Shino spoke. Father, I must enter the forbidden grounds.
Shibi's expression hardened, grave, unprecedented, and deeply foreboding. Shikibi Aburame's expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he spoke in a calm tone.
Do you know what kind of place the forbidden grounds are?
Entering them is no simple matter.
Shino Aburame however nodded and replied with extraordinary determination, I am fully aware of what that place is and I must go and regardless. Shino's resolute attitude caught Shikibi somewhat off guard, and it was precisely this that stirred a deep sense of puzzlement within him. What could possibly be so urgent? Nevertheless, since it was his own son, Shikibi hesitated for a moment before eventually giving his consent. Shikibi walked ahead while Shino followed closely behind, still cradling the somewhat bulky insect mother in his arms. Walking in front, a trace of surprise flickered across Shikibi's face. The way Shino held that thing suggested extreme tension, indicating that it was of paramount importance to him. Yet if it was so important, why was this the first time Shikibi had ever laid eyes on it? At this thought, the confusion on his face deepened. This period of contemplation did not last long, however, as Shikibi soon led Shino to the Aburame clan's forbidden grounds. It could be said that this place was simultaneously the safest and most dangerous location in the entire clan. The clan cultivated the insects they needed according to their own requirements. Some of these bred insects were successes, some were failures, and many more were creatures that defied all control. These uncontrolled insects now lay hidden deep within the clan's forbidden grounds. There were both advantages and disadvantages to this. Although these insects were uncontrollable, their constant struggles against one another could occasionally produce specimens of exceptional quality. It was akin to the ancient art of grazing. Thus Shikibi would periodically venture into the forbidden grounds as well. Shino carried his pet to the entrance of the restricted area, carefully set the insect mother on the ground, and only then let out a sigh of relief. Watching Shino behave in this manner, Shikibi let out a light chuckle before speaking. Now can you tell me what this is all about? This insect is quite peculiar and your anxiety must have a reason behind it, correct? Shino nodded, then raised his head to look at Shikibi with a grave expression. Father, there is something I wish to tell you, and I hope you will not be angry with me. Although the Aburame clan might appear rather somber from the outside, their interactions were not as dull as outsiders perceived. Yet at this moment Shino was unusually serious. Could something truly momentous have occurred? But the village of Konoha had been remarkably peaceful these past few days, with no rumors of any major incident. Could Shino simply be overreacting? After a moment of deliberation, Shikibi finally spoke. Tell me, what is this important matter you speak of? Shino took a deep breath before answering. Father, the path of our clan stretches out before us with its end clearly in sight. I wish to venture down a different road. Upon hearing these words, Shikibi's expression shifted drastically and he rejected the notion sternly. No. You may be too young to understand what you are saying, but let me tell you this, I harbored the very same thoughts when I was young. But in the end I failed. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to forge a new path? Especially for our Aburame clan, which is unique in its ways, switching to a different path at this juncture would be incredibly unwise. Yet gazing into Shino's unwavering eyes, Shikibi let out a heavy sigh. He himself had entertained such thoughts in his youth, only to be thoroughly humbled by reality. He never imagined this would come up again. And now it was happening with Shino. Shikibi spoke with earnest persuasion. Unless one is a true genius, creating an entirely new path is not something achieved by mere wishful thinking. Shino, however, shook his head. Father, I believe you have misunderstood me. I am not the one who created this path. Hearing this, Shikibi's expression changed once more and he spoke with a hint of surprise and suspicion. So you mean to say that you have taken someone as your master, wishing to break away from the clan's traditional ways? But there is truly no need for that. After all, the cultivation system of our clan is highly compatible with other methods and will not impede your growth in any way. Shino, however, pointed to the insect mother resting on the ground. My path of development lies within this creature. This is something I received from Lord Ryosuke, otherwise I would never have dared to entertain such a notion. Shino was a remarkably level-headed individual, nothing like the hot-blooded Kiba Inuzuka. In most situations he preferred to plan meticulously before making his move. But the emergence of this insect queen had shattered his composure. This was an unprecedented opportunity, a monumental leap forward. How could a young Shino not yearn to seize this chance? Shikibi furrowed his brow, studying the insect mother on the ground. I can tell that this insect is rather peculiar and likely possesses considerable destructive power, for it gives me a profound sense of danger. But it is still just an ordinary bug at the end of the day, without any real potential for growth. Shino smiled, understanding that his father was judging these insects through outdated perceptions. Father, how about we make a wager? Hearing this, Shikibi's interest was piqued. Alright, what exactly are we betting on? Shino pointed to the insect mother on the ground. Father, since you believe this creature's development is limited, why not witness it for yourself with your own eyes? I wager that it will astound you. Shikibi pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Very well, we have a bet. If you lose, you will extinguish this idea completely. If you win, I will allow you to walk this path as you wish. At these words, a hint of joy appeared on Shino's face. Great clans had their conveniences, the wisdom of predecessors to draw upon, and abundant resources to utilize. But at the same time they forfeited a certain degree of freedom. This was both the drawback and the benefit of belonging to a great clan. Generally speaking, the logic behind Shikibi's words was sound. Yet this opportunity was simply too rare to pass up, and Shino could not bring himself to ignore it. Fortunately, the two had now made their wager. If he won, Shino would be able to set foot upon this new path. Shikibi looked toward the insect mother, raised his hand and gestured for Shino to proceed freely. Without a word, Shino simply cast a glance at the insect mother, and through their psychic connection the creature understood Shino's intent perfectly. Jigu jigu. The insect mother writhed as if trying to communicate something.
Shikibi watched from the side, utterly bewildered. But Shino understood exactly what the creature was saying. It needs resources. Without hesitation, Shino killed 2 low-level insects with a kunai and placed them before his pet.
Upon seeing the meat, the insect mother devoured it ravenously, quickly consuming both low-level insects.
2 milky white eggs stood quietly nearby.
Shikibi raised an eyebrow and remarked with some astonishment, "Did you cause this insect to lay eggs?"
There was a process of interaction between Shino and the insect mother.
All of this was observed closely by Shikibi. And now, with the insect mother laying eggs in an instant, it was clear that Shino was responsible for it unless something unexpected had occurred.
Yuhi Shimi was filled with doubt. Even if this queen insect could lay eggs, what then?
There existed a natural gestation period, from oviposition to hatching. Yuhi Shimi spoke aloud. "Even if testing is required, now is not the time. It seems our wager must be postponed."
Hearing this, Yuhi Shina stepped forward and waved his hand in refusal. "Why postpone?
Father, you speak only of ordinary creatures found in nature, but what you behold is no such thing." Yuhi Shina raised an eyebrow. Could this creature truly hatch instantaneously?
Yet what followed left Yuhi Shimi utterly unprepared.
Within merely 1 or 2 minutes, Yuhi Shimi saw movement within the egg, as if something stirred, struggling fiercely beneath its shell. Had Yuhi Shina's claim been correct after all? Was this no ordinary organism?
After another 2 or 3 minutes, fissures appeared across the egg's surface. Emerald green ichor oozed onto the ground, and from those cracks emerged 2 grotesque alien beings.
Their forms bore little resemblance to insects. Instead, they resembled human hands. The moment they emerged, they darted swiftly toward a single direction. They advanced with astonishing speed, leaping rather than walking, then lunged violently onto 2 colossal insects. Like grasping hands, they clamped tightly onto the massive insects' heads. Though startled by their agility and velocity, Yuhi Shimi remained skeptical of their efficacy. These 2 rampaging insects possessed formidable strength, while the newly hatched creatures appeared frail and fragile by comparison. Predictably, it would take but moments before the pair were obliterated, just as Yuhi Shimi had anticipated. Indeed, within a minute the hatchlings collapsed onto the ground, torn violently in half.
Their mangled remains lay exposed for both Yuhi Shimi and Yuhi Shina to witness.
Yuhi Shimi said, "Do not despair, this bears at least one significant advantage: the drastically accelerated hatching rate represents a truly terrifying evolution.
Such a phenomenon was unheard of before.
It is also a compelling subject for further study." At these words, Yuhi Shina smiled mysteriously.
"Father, do you truly believe those 2 hatchlings perished so easily?" A jolt of alarm surged through Yuhi Shimi. Was there some hidden contingency?
Yuhi Shina's words compelled Yuhi Shimi's full attention toward the 2 enormous insects, where he soon detected something deeply amiss.
The beasts staggered wildly, then collapsed headfirst onto the earth.
Almost immediately their flesh and tissue began undergoing unsettling transformations. Something seemed to writhe within them. Soon their bodies split apart with eerie precision, and from within crawled 2 jet-black insects, sleek and streamlined. Each bore compound eyes of obsidian black, granting exceptional vision, and razor-sharp side-like forelimbs that conferred formidable combat capability.
Yuhi Shimi stepped forward, voice trembling with excitement. Could these be parasitic organisms?
He quickly confirmed it. The 2 black entities were unquestionably parasitic in nature.
They now rested quietly beside Yuhi Shina, massive creatures nearly the size of adolescent boys.
Their thick obsidian carapaces and scythe-like limbs exuded palpable menace. Yuhi Shimi raised an eyebrow.
This was indeed a promising concept, employing parasitism to generate diverse biological variants. Though both black insects had burst forth from the same colossal hosts,
Yuhi Shimi sensed subtle distinctions between them, perhaps attributable to variations in maternal physiology yielding divergent offspring.
This very discrepancy revealed deeper truths. These insects possessed extraordinary adaptability, and from these 2 enigmatic entities Yuhi Shimi sensed a faint, chilling aura of danger.
Before Yuhi Shimi could utter a word, the 2 insects launched themselves forward, razor-edged forelimbs slashing lethally through the air.
The cultivated insects shattered like tofu under their assault, reduced instantly to fragments.
One ceased its rampage, the other continued its slaughter. The one that halted did so not out of exhaustion, but lowered itself deliberately, as if gathering scattered flesh. It then pushed the grisly morsels toward the queen insect, who emitted a soft resonant chirp before lowering her head to devour them ravenously.
Only the queen's gnawing echoed in the silence.
Her mouth gaped wide, revealing rows of serrated chitinous teeth resembling a meat grinder. Within moments the flesh dissolved into fine powder.
Yuhi Shimi watched astonished.
Were it not for her unmistakable form he might have mistaken her for some wholly alien lifeform. He then noticed the queen's silhouette had grown noticeably larger. And yet she regarded the scene with serene satisfaction. At last her expression softened, revealing a youthfulness long concealed. Father, do you now concede that my claims have been vindicated?
Moreover, I assure you unequivocally what you have witnessed is but a fraction of their capabilities. Yuhi Shimi stood profoundly shaken. It defied all reason.
In Yuhi Shimi's understanding, insects simply did not behave thus, they resembled large highly evolved mammals instead. And they operated with astonishing systemic sophistication.
At that moment the queen laid another cultivation egg larger than the previous one.
As the queen's own form expanded, this new egg swelled to nearly the size of a child. At last Yuhi Shimi had no choice but to concede their wager. Yuhi Shimi rushed forward 2 steps, urgently halting proceedings. Pause immediately.
I refuse to risk catastrophe now.
As the black insects slaughtered. The imprisoned insects deep within the forbidden sanctum grew, enraged agitation rippling through their ranks. To continue would surely unleash a swarm. This was no trivial matter. Over centuries the Yuhi clan had amassed profound reserves, and should these insects erupt en masse,
the consequences would be catastrophic and devastating.
Yuhi Shina raised a hand, and with no further command the 2 insects obediently returned to his side.
Translucent saliva glistened at their jaws.
Upon approaching Yuhi Shina, however, they assumed gentle, affectionate postures. Yuhi Shimi rubbed his eyes.
He had not misseen, it was unmistakably affection. As if Yuhi Shina had become one of their own, a true kin among the insect host. At that very instant the queen insect stirred once more, with unmistakable intent. Shino Aburain turned to look. At this moment the broodmother was no ordinary insect, it was the path to Shino's strength, the very core of his being. Any sign of abnormality would draw Shino's utmost attention.
Just then the egg beside the broodmother began to hatch. A bizarre insect half the size of an adult human emerged. Strictly speaking, it resembled a zerd more than a normal bug. Strangely, its forelegs were like 2 drills while its large sharp pincers were rather flat. It stood right beside the broodmother. But now it turned its head toward Shino Aburain, its antennae raised as if exchanging information.
A peculiar expression flickered across Shino's face. Shibi Aburain watched in bewilderment.
Despite spending decades with insects, he could not comprehend a single word of this communication between insect and man.
After a minute Shino nodded and said, "All right, but be careful." Upon receiving Shino's command, the construction drone began its work, heading downward.
In an instant sand and stones flew and a massive gap opened before Shibi Aburain.
Shibi sighed, thinking it was something grand, but it was just building a nest. He need not worry too much.
Seeming to catch Shibi's reaction, Shino approached with a strange look and said bluntly, "Father, it tells me it wants to build a nest underground and the area might be quite large."
Shibi waved his hand with a smile. A nest, how big could it be? He clearly dismissed the matter. After all, in his memory some insects lived underground and their nests were not huge.
The broodmother then hatched 2 more construction drone eggs. The 3 bugs split up and the surrounding sandstorm grew fiercer.
Shibi instinctively pulled Shino back, but as soon as his hand touched Shino, 2 pitch-black insects vanished in an instant.
Shibi's pupils contracted. Amid swirling smoke, all that remained in his place was a log. At the critical moment Shibi had narrowly saved himself with the body replacement technique. Looking back at Shino, Shibi now saw the 2 insects guarding him like loyal subjects protecting their king.
Shino waved his hand, looking somewhat awkward. "Go protect the broodmother." Only then did the 2 insects radiating murderous intent cease their attack on Shibi. Shino apologized sincerely, "I'm sorry, father. Because these insects only recognize me now.
In their understanding you showed hostility toward me just now, so they followed their primary directive and tried to kill you."
Shibi's mouth twitched. "Shino, I think something is wrong."
Shino stepped forward and said solemnly, "Father, strictly speaking I have already become part of the Zerd, so there is nothing impossible about this."
As he spoke Shino slowly removed his sunglasses, revealing pitch-black eyes. Seeing this, Shibi was greatly alarmed.
The Aburain clan had always used their bodies as vessels to raise parasitic insects. In battle they had to remain absolutely calm or the insects would go berserk. For this reason the Aburain clan wore sunglasses. Through the lenses they only saw a grey world, reducing sensory stimulation.
This helped them control their emotions. Shibi said sternly, "Shino, put your sunglasses back on." Shino shook his head. Countless parasitic insects emerged from his body, all stored within him. Yet they did not lose control, something Shibi found unexpected. They swarmed around Shino, their orderly movements seeming to convey joy. Shibi sighed. "Perhaps you are right. Maybe you can truly walk a different path." Boom. Boom.
The rumbling beneath his feet diverted Shibi's attention.
What was happening? In just a few seconds, 2 construction drones pushed a huge boulder out of the ground.
Shibi's jaw dropped. These insects were incredibly strong and they had carved out such a massive space. Then Shino spoke. Father, I forgot to tell you, the broodmother reproduces quickly and has special units, so the territory needed is about the entire underground of the Aburain clan. This was probably the day the school beauty was shocked the most. But since he had already agreed, backing out now seemed improper. Shibi could only grimace and nod in agreement.
Shino sat quietly watching the insects expand their territory.
A thought slowly surfaced in his mind. These insects were indeed powerful, but all his chakra had been converted into psychic energy. It was enough to control the insects, but what about personal defense? Thinking this, Shino's eyes lit up. He would need to visit Lord Ryosuke again. Shino had a good night's rest, but Shibi stayed up all night keeping a close watch, fearing the insects might cause trouble.
Fortunately, with sunglasses on, dark circles were invisible.
When Shino said he wanted to visit kill Ryosuke again, Shibi nearly lost his composure. His parasitic insects seemed on the verge of berserking.
Shino, you're going again. Isn't this enough?
In Shibi's eyes, the appearance of these Zerg was both power and trouble.
It was a double-edged sword. If mishandled, it would cut the wielder.
But Shino said solemnly,
Father, my current power is still too limited.
My psychic energy cannot even defend myself.
Without these Zerg, I would be as good as an ordinary person. Shino had not only gained power, his body was also being subtly transformed.
He had become more like the brain of the swarm, its master. His own strength had diminished greatly. In Shino's view, the only solution was to kill Ryosuke.
Shibi sighed.
Shino could feel it himself, and Shibi had sensed it too, he just hadn't spoken. Now that Shino had brought it up, a father could not stop him. On the other side, Ryosuke calmly observed the strange creature before him.
The Blade Queen, every part of her body was a razor-sharp weapon.
She seemed like a natural-born war machine.
Like Shino Aburain, what Shino had gained, Ryosuke also possessed, and even better. But after a moment's hesitation, Ryosuke did not accept everything. Fortunately, as the system's host, he had that right. The Blade Queen was the legendary combat unit obtained yesterday.
Knock knock knock, someone seemed to be at the door.
Jing Liangjie cast a glance at the Blade Queen. From existence to nothingness. A miraculous transformation was occurring on the Blade Queen's body.
She gradually faded from sight.
Opening the door, a trace of surprise appeared on Jing Liangjie's face.
The person at the doorway was someone he had never expected. Jing Liangjie stepped aside, allowing Yuhi Shino to enter.
Yuhi Shino walked in, no longer as restrained as before. The two entered the living room.
Yet Jing Liangjie felt puzzled. According to his original expectations, Yuhi Shino at this stage should not have come directly to his doorstep.
Could something have gone wrong? At this thought, Jing Liangjie's gaze involuntarily fell upon Yuhi Shino. It seemed that Yuhi Shino had sensed Jing Liangjie's gaze and perceived the doubt in his heart.
Yuhi Shino spoke first. Lord Liangjie, I have come to seek your assistance. The uniqueness of the Bug Clan was something Jing Liangjie was well aware of. Guessing that Yuhi Shino had encountered some difficulty, Jing Liangjie revealed a faint smile.
There is no rush. Take your time. What exactly is the matter? Yuhi Shino lifted the warm teacup and took a small sip.
Lord Liangjie, although the Bug Clan's abilities are formidable, my own combat strength has diminished significantly.
Therefore, could you please help me find a solution?
Upon hearing this, Jing Liangjie found himself somewhat troubled. As the master of the Bug Clan, Yuhi Shino at present could only wield rudimentary mental energy. When facing danger, this would indeed cause significant problems.
As development progressed, these issues would diminish or even vanish. This phase represented the most difficult period for Yuhi Shino. After much contemplation, Jing Liangjie's gaze settled upon the bookshelf beside him. With so many manga volumes here, surely one of them could resolve Yuhi Shino's predicament.
Jing Liangjie rose to his feet and led Yuhi Shino to the bookshelf.
Right here. I believe you may wish to take a look. Perhaps you will find what you seek.
Yuhi Shino's eyebrows lifted, a flicker of delight appearing in his heart. It seemed there truly was a solution, though from the current appearance he would need to search for it himself. However, Yuhi Shino believed that here he would certainly find an answer that suited him. Due to the Bug Clan's influence, Yuhi Shino could no longer follow his old path. The energy within his body had already changed. This was also part of the reason he was unwilling to return to his former ways. Yuhi Shino slowly stopped before the bookshelf and casually withdrew a volume.
It was quite evident that Yuhi Shino was not the chosen one.
Having read halfway through a book, Yuhi Shino still felt no special resonance. Thus he understood that this volume could offer him nothing. He then closed the book carefully and placed it back on the shelf. Indeed, there were numerous manga volumes here. Yuhi Shino searched through the room continuously, yet with each attempt his frustration mounted. Jing Liangjie slowly approached and gently patted Yuhi Shino on the shoulder before speaking.
Do not worry. I believe you will certainly find the path that suits you. The Bug Clan's abilities were not particularly formidable. What mattered more was quality and quantity. In the initial stage, the improvement they offered Yuhi Shino was negligible and might even weaken him. However, as the Bug Clan's numbers and quality continued to develop, Yuhi Shino's abilities would grow increasingly powerful. Therefore Jing Liangjie felt no concern upon Yuhi Shino's arrival.
Even if Yuhi Shino found nothing in the end, the feedback from the Bug Clan he had previously obtained would eventually enable him to grow stronger. Nevertheless, Jing Liangjie had also heard that dual ability users were worth anticipating. Upon hearing Yuhi Shino's words, he agreed to the request. At this moment Yuhi Shino seemed to have grown considerably resolute. Of course, finding it would be ideal. If I cannot find it, then it is my own shortcoming. Yuhi Shino appeared remarkably composed.
To others his process of comprehending strength seemed somewhat muddled.
But Yuhi Shino was entirely different. Throughout the entire process Yuhi Shino remained relatively rational and clear-headed. He also naturally came to understand that comprehending something from a manga seemed to require resonance and a certain degree of similarity.
Or perhaps some unknown reason.
Yuhi Shino possessed limited information and could only discern these things. Just then Yuhi Shino picked up another manga volume and began reading quietly. Observing Yuhi Shino seated upon the cushion, Jing Liangjie was greatly astonished. How could he have found that book? The volume in Yuhi Shino's hands left Jing Liangjie somewhat taken aback. In his memory this book had been placed in the corner. How had it appeared here? However, Jing Liangjie sighed. I suppose Yuhi Shino will not be able to comprehend anything from this book either.
Perhaps I was overthinking things. A trace of bewilderment appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. Compared to Yuhi Shino's calm expression, Jing Liangjie seemed somewhat expectant. He seemed eager to confirm whether Yuhi Shino could indeed obtain something from the manga volume.
After Yuhi Shino opened the book, he perceived an extremely novel world through the illustrations and scenes depicted within. This volume, titled Mechanical Ascension, began its narrative from an entirely different angle. The protagonist described in the manga seemed to inhabit the outer world. A star system whose name was utterly unfamiliar. More crucially, the beings of this star system. Their way of life appeared to differ enormously from that of the ninja world. This very fact left Yuhi Shino in awe. Not knowing what to think, Yuhi Shino marveled at Jing Liangjie's rich imagination. After all, these were entirely fresh concepts. No one had ever proposed such ideas before. In other words, these worlds were all constructed through Jing Liangjie's imagination. However, Yuhi Shino soon became completely absorbed. In this world their path did not seem to be the only one. Yet the manga's protagonist deliberately chose an extreme route. Perhaps this truly echoed the title of the manga volume. Mechanical Ascension. Observing Yuhi Shino's current demeanor, the corners of Jing Liangjie's mouth slowly curled upward. It seems this has come to fruition. But why this particular volume? Jing Liangjie clicked his tongue in astonishment. It was not that the content of this manga was unsatisfactory. It was merely that by any consideration its style seemed somewhat incongruous with the ninja world. Jing Liangjie chuckled softly, rolled up his sleeves and turned toward the kitchen. I doubt he will become too deeply absorbed. Pikachu, Dahei, you must not steal any food. Dahei and Pikachu huddled together, letting out a whimper. Dahei tilted his head, his eyes fixed upon Yuhi Shino seated upon the cushion. Time passed slowly. The fragrance of spicy tofu wafted through the entire room. Yet Yuhi Shino's expression suddenly changed, his pupils losing focus. He appeared utterly dazed. From Yuhi Shino's perspective, the entire world had shifted, subtly yet unmistakably. Thick mist enshrouded the space. Shino frowned. This must be the same phenomenon as before. Having experienced it once already, Shino quickly deduced that this place was the illusion conjured by the manga book. A spark of curiosity ignited in Shino's eyes. The surrounding environment, veiled in dense fog, intrigued her deeply. The world here felt uncanny, shrouded entirely in mist, the sun obscured distant lands invisible. Fortunately, within a radius of roughly 1 meter, Shino could see with perfect clarity. She chose a direction and strode forward. Now profound bewilderment gripped her. Based on her prior experience, if this truly were an illusion emanating from the manga book, it should have been vibrant, teeming with life and activity. So what then was this? Bang! Shino slammed headlong into a massive slab of rusted metal. She pulled up her pant leg, bruises bloomed where she'd struck. Her brow furrowed sharply. Yet for a shinobi such an injury was trivial. Shino pressed onward, only to halt abruptly after taking just a few steps. Impossible. Could this even be an illusion? Shino murmured, her brows knotted in confusion. In the previous illusion, the one with the interstellar insectoid race. Though the creatures loomed close enough to touch even within arm's reach, they remained intangible phantoms beyond physical grasp.
Shino had tried touching them before. Those grotesque chitinous forms ignored her presence entirely.
Her fingers passed through them as though through smoke. But just now, mere moments ago, she had been injured.
Her calf still throbbed with dull insistent pain. This was no illusion. This was real. A wave of primal unease surged through her. She did not fear those monstrous insects, not anymore.
She had confirmed they were mere phantoms incapable of harm. But this situation was utterly different.
This fog-drenched world concealed unknown dangers, perhaps many.
And Shino had no idea where they lurked or from what source they arose.
Often the unknown is the most terrifying of all.
Shino stood frozen, hesitation flickering across her expression. Should she advance or remain rooted where she stood? She clenched her teeth. Then resolve hardened within her and she stepped forward once more. A strange scent hung in the air, foul yet laced with an eerie intoxicating sweetness. This dissonance prickled at her nerves. Still breathing it in, Shino continued her advance. Ahead lay a heap of refuse, less garbage than shattered mechanical fragments. As if each piece had once belonged to some vast intricate machine.
Shino paid it little mind. After glancing briefly she moved on, yet something puzzling soon occurred.
Mechanical debris multiplied ahead, increasing in both number and ruin. Some parts were fractured beyond recognition. And that peculiar scent grew ever stronger, thickening the air. Shino paused, surrounded by a desolate plain of twisted metal shards. She stood as though inside a colossal steel graveyard.
Suddenly, two silhouettes emerged from the mist ahead.
Towering figures moving purposefully toward some unseen destination, directly within Shino's line of sight. Silently Shino drew a kunai and advanced with cautious precision. Yet the pair moved swiftly, forcing her to pursue them relentlessly for a long exhausting stretch. Only then did she finally glimpse their true forms. Robes black and voluminous, garb bizarre and alien.
Most striking was the bold crimson X emblazoned across their chests.
Suddenly, they stopped.
Shino's breath caught.
Had she been discovered? They had now crossed beyond the zone of scattered mecha fragments.
Visibility improved markedly. Shino's pulse quickened, her strength had not yet fully returned.
If these two whose capabilities were wholly unknown detected her,
disaster might follow.
Without hesitation she pivoted, retreating deeper into the encroaching mist. Only then did she realize this truly was a vast sprawling junkyard. Below stretched a colossal circular crater.
A mountain of scrap, towering surreal, rose from its depths.
She had been navigating blindly within that mound, no wonder she hadn't recognized the terrain.
Without warning,
a shrill alarm pierced the silence.
Anomaly detected.
Eradication authorized by enforcers. The two figures snapped their heads upward, locking gazes directly with Shino's position. The warning echoed not only in their ears, but hers as well. She had seen no third person here.
There could be no doubt Anomaly referred solely to her.
No time for deliberation, Shino ducked low and sprinted forward.
Ahead mist-thickened, visibility plummeted.
An ideal refuge, perhaps enough to elude pursuit. Earlier she had surveyed the derelict yard's topography from above. She chose a path and bolted. Fortunate indeed, her bearing was true, her memory precise. A natural depression concealed her, just as a hand seized her arm with sudden iron force. Shino whirled, kunai slashing toward the intruder.
Clang!
To her astonishment the blade snapped cleanly in two. And the figure before her stood unscathed. Awe raw and overwhelming flooded Shino's being. His face was not flesh, but forged steel. Two crimson optical conduits pulsed from the back of his mechanical cranium. Even the hand gripping her arm was cold, seamless alloy. He was no man, he was pure artifice. His scarlet optics flared, scanning her from head to toe with clinical precision, before he spoke.
Stay silent. Follow me.
His body flowed like a fish through water. With effortless strength he lifted a slab of metal, revealing a narrow tunnel carved from tangled wreckage.
Hearing footsteps drawing nearer outside, Shino hesitated not, and followed him into the gloom.
The air reeked of decay and scorched metal. She trailed closely behind him, watching his fluid serpentine motion. The subtle synchronized tremor of every gear and joint. A flicker of astonishment crossed her face. Cybernetic enhancements existed in the shinobi world, most notably Suna's puppetry arts. Yet puppets were mere weapons guided by chakra threads. Even so, none approached the sophistication of this being. Each undulation of his frame, each micro-vibration of his components propelled him forward with uncanny grace and power. This entity, both grotesque and flawless. After traversing the intricate tunnels, the space ahead finally widened and a dim light source appeared.
Yunu Jinai looked at this crude little cave with some surprise. Strangely, there were 2 nutrient pods here.
The mechanical being draped in a tattered cloak sat aside as if relieved of a great burden.
Where did you come from? Why are you a human? Yunu Jinai's pupils contracted. A human? Aren't you one? The mechanical being let out a hoarse laugh. We were once human too.
A somewhat resonant voice came from the side.
Another mechanical being stepped forward.
Around his neck hung prayer beads forged from steel. He appeared to be a monk made of machinery.
Yunu Jinai observed everything before him, seemingly at a loss.
These beings looked nothing like humans. He noticed that the exposed parts of their bodies had no skin, only mechanical components. The monk stepped forward, a glint of rainbow light flashing in his eyes.
I am Lao, his name is Ku. Come with us, boy.
Yunu Jinai did not refuse. At this moment he had no right to refuse. Whatever the situation, at least these two had no hostility toward him yet. The 2 enforcers outside, however, were a different matter. He did not know how long they had traveled through the tunnels. The air was thick with the scent of wasteland, but fortunately the dense fog had dissipated.
Thud. Thud. The dull sound immediately seized Yunu Jinai's full attention. It seemed to be the tolling of a bell. Scattered mechanical beings slowly approached an ancient church.
The crowd seemed to be growing.
But Yunu Jinai noticed that all of these beings were mechanical. Ku gently tugged at Yunu Jinai. Yunu Jinai followed the procession inside.
These people looked solemn, their heads raised, gazing ahead.
A mechanical chip hovered high above. Devout prayers rose all around.
Flesh's weak machine ascends.
Ring the bell once.
Pull the lever, start the pistons and pumps.
Ring the bell twice.
Press the button, ignite the engine, fuel the turbine, infuse life.
Ring the bell thrice.
Sing in unison, praise the god of machines.
The solemn atmosphere made Yunu Jinai feel deeply unsettled.
Yet at this moment he seemed to understand something.
After the crowd dispersed, someone came before Yunu Jinai and spoke. For tens of thousands of years human psychics and we have coexisted in relative harmony.
Until they initiated the psychic project.
Advocating the so-called mind over matter transcendence to sainthood.
Our living space was further eroded.
And now it is time to strike back. Are you willing to join us? Yunu Jinai froze.
At this moment he did not know how to answer. Would he have to transform his body into the likeness of these mechanical beings?
Yunu Jinai shuddered.
If it were only partial, it might be acceptable. But being turned into a complete mechanical being was unacceptable.
As if sensing Yunu Jinai's hesitation, Ku spoke softly.
You need power now, and the only way to obtain it is this, for now it can put you into the state of a flesh and blood vessel.
Part of your body tissue will be replaced by more powerful mechanical components. Time passed minute by minute and Ku simply gazed at Yunu Jinai.
After a long deliberation.
All right.
The cleared room exuded a strange odor. Flesh was cut open, nanochips implanted beneath the subcutaneous tissue.
Yunu Jinai felt no pain, as if anesthetized.
A mechanical eye quietly appeared in his left socket. On the left side of his face a faint electric blue mechanical pattern slowly emerged and his arm was covered in thick armor.
Yet it now possessed far greater power.
As his fingers opened and closed, the sound of mechanical sensor bands whirred incessantly.
Yunu Jinai looked ahead and murmured, scan and analyze. Yunu Jinai's left eye flickered. Every object before him was scanned into his vision and transmitted deep into his brain.
A smile spread across Ku's face as he extended a hand.
Welcome aboard. Just then Yunu Jinai felt his vision blur, as if everything around him was becoming indistinct. In a daze, a voice slowly reached him. It was Ku's voice. I believe you will come back. The moment he opened his eyes, Yunu Jinai jolted awake.
Jing Liangjie was sitting right in front of him, a gentle smile on his face.
You're finally awake.
If you hadn't woken up, I would have been worried something had happened to you.
Yunu Jinai nodded slightly and said apologetically, I'm truly sorry for causing you concern, Lord Liangjie.
At this moment he felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. He anxiously examined his own body.
Zzz. The sound of electromagnetism filled Yunu Jinai with delight.
Jing Liangjie also turned his gaze to him. Yunu Jinai's left eye had been replaced by an electronic eye, and beneath it was a thin electric blue electronic pattern. His left hand had become a mechanical arm. Apart from lacking skin, it looked no different from a human arm. The system's somewhat mechanical voice rang out again.
Yunu Jinai has obtained the preliminary qualification for mechanical ascension.
Congratulations, host, on mastering the controllable state of the mechanical ascension flesh and blood vessel. Congratulations, host, for receiving 400 system energy points.
A bright smile curled at the corners of Jing Liangjie's mouth. He hadn't expected Yunu Jinai to actually comprehend something from that book.
At this moment Jing Liangjie could sense that his own body had entered a controllable state. With a mere thought certain organs could transform into mechanical form and switch back freely. If he advanced to the next stage, uploading consciousness data even without breaking through his physical lifespan could reach immortality. But judging by Yunu Jinai's current state, that goal seemed still far off. Yunu Jinai stared blankly at his own transformation. If not for the cold sensation from his arm, Yunu Jinai would have doubted whether he was dreaming. He slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed intently on Jing Liangjie. "Lord Liangjie, could you conduct a test with me?" Jing Liangjie chuckled softly, then pointed toward the kitchen. "Haven't you shed this mortal shell yet? Don't you feel hungry?" Growl. The sound came at just the right moment. Yunu Jinai's face flushed slightly. "I'm truly sorry, then I'll help myself." Just then a knock came at the door. The door was already open and a head poked in. Jing Liangjie glanced over and waved. "Ah, it's Changpu. Come on in." Changpu was dressed in a classic floral kimono. She seemed to have carefully prepared her appearance. Changpu nodded slightly, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. Still she slowly walked over. When she saw Aburame Shino she was a little surprised. Her gaze lingered on Jing Liangjie. Even the mechanical arm and the electronic eye on Aburame Shino could not divert Changpu's attention. The three sat down. Aburame Shino and Changpu looked at the food on the table with some astonishment: mapo tofu and fish-flavored shredded pork. These ordinary homestyle dishes were something they had never tasted before, and now they seemed extraordinarily novel. Changpu sat down and slowly handed over the small bag she had brought. Jing Liangjie took it casually. Through the gap a few skewers of three-colored dumplings could be seen. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow. "These are the three-colored dumplings from Ji Chuan's shop. There must be a huge crowd there. Was it very tiring?" Changpu looked at him with tender eyes. After just a brief exchange of glances, Changpu immediately lowered her head. There were few people today, so it wasn't tiring at all. Jing Liangjie gave a slight smile, knowing she was lying. The three-colored dumplings from Ji Chuan's shop were always a bestseller. Every day many people came to buy them, and if you arrived late you couldn't get any left. However, Jing Liangjie was also a bit puzzled. How had she become so kind all of a sudden? He had visited Ichiraku Ramen before. But back then Changpu hadn't acted like this. On the other hand, Aburame Shino, who had seemed so restrained, now showed no trace of that awkwardness. He picked up his chopsticks and softly said "itadakimasu." Then he buried his head in the meal. The fragrant delicious rice topped with some mapo tofu and coated in the sauce. After just 2 bites, Aburame Shino felt as if he had discovered a new world. His eyes lit up. He scooped a small portion of fish-flavored shredded pork, mixed it with the rice, and found it an entirely different delight. Aburame Shino had never tasted anything so wonderful. Perhaps it was the novelty, but regardless he was wolfing down the food with great enthusiasm. Even Changpu, who was watching from the side, felt a flicker of doubt. After taking 2 bites herself, she instantly understood why Aburame Shino had become like that. Jing Liangjie set the 3-colored dumplings aside and said softly, "I didn't prepare any dessert, so I'll use these 3-colored dumplings as a treat for you." Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Changpu, I have a special secret recipe for a noodle dish called Dan Dan noodles. I'll teach it to you another time." Changpu's face flushed red. She stammered, "Liangjie-sama, you really want to teach me?" Jing Liangjie felt puzzled. Wasn't it just a noodle recipe? Why was she so nervous? Little did he know that such secret recipes were usually passed down only within the family, especially under Ichiraku's teachings. Changpu had been deeply ingrained with that idea. Jing Liangjie was confused, but he lowered his head to eat. However, Changpu's mind began to wander. Could it be that Liangjie-sama is using this as a way to respond to me? What should I do? I'm not ready yet, this is so worrying. The meal ended. The three savored the 3-colored dumplings, their expressions different but all carrying a faint sense of happiness. Aburame Shino looked up at the two, then very self-consciously took the bowls and chopsticks to the kitchen. Soon the sound of water came from the kitchen as if he was washing the dishes. Jing Liangjie was a bit puzzled. Hadn't Aburame Shino been so restrained earlier? Now he was acting as if he were at home. Moreover, every time Jing Liangjie looked up at Changpu, she would shyly lower her head. Jing Liangjie wondered silently. Can anyone explain what just happened? Time passed bit by bit. Finally Aburame Shino emerged from the kitchen and said eagerly, "Liangjie-sama, let's set off." Changpu looked startled. "Liangjie-sama, where are you going?" Jing Liangjie pointed at Aburame Shino's arm and said, "To test the power he has gained." Changpu stared at Aburame Shino in surprise. "Is that mechanical? Just like the things in the stories?" A bitter smile appeared on Aburame Shino's face. So she had only just noticed this unusual arm. Changpu placed the manga book she had been holding on the shelf, then picked up the sequel and smiled sweetly.
Liangjie-sama, if you don't mind, I'd like to come and watch too. Liangjie seemed indifferent. What's there to mind? Since you want to come, let's go together.
Once they left the house, Aburame Shino was no longer in a hurry, perhaps for some other reason.
Changpu walked half a step behind Jing Liangjie.
At that moment their posture was like that of a couple out for a stroll, while Aburame Shino lagged far behind.
The summer breeze was gentle, lifting Changpu's loose hair.
She would sneak a glance at Jing Liangjie from time to time. Then, as if guilty, she quickly lowered her head.
Ah! Changpu cried out in surprise.
She seemed to have tripped and bumped into Jing Liangjie's back. Changpu rubbed her slightly reddened forehead. Jing Liangjie turned around, his face carrying a hint of apology, and slowly extended his hand. Changpu quietly watched as his slender fingers brushed away her disheveled hair. A faint green light appeared at the tip of Jing Liangjie's finger. Changpu's eyes were full of shyness.
Liangjie-sama's hand is so warm. But that feeling did not last long, his fingers soon withdrew.
Jing Liangjie's face bore a gentle scholarly smile.
There, it shouldn't hurt anymore, right?
As a disciple of Tsunade, Jing Liangjie had some knowledge of healing ninjutsu.
Changpu looked at him almost mesmerized. But good times always pass quickly.
The three strolled leisurely to the training ground. A creature resembling a kappa standing on its hands zipped past them.
Shouts drifted away with the wind.
This is youth. If you don't finish in 20 minutes, it's 1000 frog jumps.
A dark line appeared on Jing Liangjie's forehead.
That guy Might Guy was really full of energy. Looking more closely, it wasn't just Might Guy. On the training ground were others. Niji, Tenten, Sasuke and Hinata were all there.
Soon they all came over, greeted Jing Liangjie, and then fixed their eyes on Aburame Shino.
Although each of them had changed to some extent recently, none had undergone such a drastic transformation as Aburame Shino, from a carbon-based lifeform to a mechanical one. Everyone seemed unaccustomed to Shino without his sunglasses and with a mechanical arm. And Shino himself was equally uncomfortable under so many stares. Aburame Shino's presence had always been low, but today he experienced the feeling of being the center of attention.
However, it wasn't a pleasant feeling. Jing Liangjie didn't mind. He told everyone to stop messing around, then stood opposite Aburame Shino. With a serious expression, he waved at Shino. Come on, use all your strength. Otherwise we can't truly test your progress. Yuhi Shino took a deep, steadying breath.
Facing Kyo Ryosuke, he felt immense pressure, far beyond the ordinary.
Amidst the onlookers' astonished gazes, Shino's arm began to move with deliberate grace.
One by one, gleaming mecha components materialized upon it. The entire limb surged with augmented combat potential, its power escalating by leaps and bounds.
Scan. His cybernetic eye blazed to life in an instant.
This ocular implant could gather battlefield intelligence and real-time, feeding precise data directly into Shino's neural pathways, enabling him to formulate optimal tactical decisions under duress. Yet Shino's expression grew increasingly incredulous, fueled entirely by the scan's startling output. No overt flaws detected, latent vulnerabilities remain untriggerable.
In essence, Ryosuke possessed weaknesses, but none accessible to Shino. Given Shino's current capabilities, striking such a flaw was utterly impossible. Shino swallowed hard. Though fully aware he stood no chance against Ryosuke, acceptance came neither swiftly nor easily. Ryosuke remained motionless, calm, unhurried, while Shino launched the first assault. A low resonant thrum of miniature engines reverberated across the training ground. The actuator rods strained to their limit, his arm seemed to propel his entire body forward. Ryosuke stood rooted, neither evading nor flinching, then swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. 3 identical Ryosukes appeared in place. Shino, however, remained eerily composed, and struck sharply behind himself. In that fleeting moment, Ryosuke had deployed shadow clone substitution and body flicker, all seamlessly and visibly materializing behind Shino without trace. Had Shino not possessed his acute danger sense, he would never have perceived the threat. Still, the punch missed its mark entirely. His fist slammed into a nearby oak tree with a thunderous boom. Heads turned in unison. Cracks spiderwebbed across the bark where the blow landed, a gaping cavity pierced straight through the trunk, light now streamed visibly from one side to the other. The strike bore extraordinary force and piercing velocity, a devastating near-instantaneous killing technique capable of catching even seasoned shinobi off guard. Shino's armored arm rippled like overlapping scales. Wisps of heat vented from minute apertures along its surface, yet the limb continued its frenetic, relentless motion. Spectators noticed the arm growing steadily hotter, its metallic surface glowing faintly crimson. Ryosuke raised an eyebrow, his expression still effortlessly serene. Forcing mechanical overload to amplify kinetic output. An impressively inventive approach. Ryosuke acknowledged Shino's mastery over his own augmentation was undeniable. After all, he'd grasped such advanced applications within mere hours. Yet regret lingered, too little of his body had been mechanized, the disparity in strength remained overwhelming. As Shino's fist hurtled toward him, Ryosuke finally shifted into focus.
Jet-black obsidian-like scales erupted across his left hand. Hinata clapped a hand over her mouth in awe. Lord Ryosuke is meeting that blow bare-handed, but those scales, they stir something deeply familiar within me. Poof. Sasuke tilted his chin upward, disdain lacing his voice. Such an attack could never fell brother Ryosuke. Leaning beneath dappled shade, Kakashi lowered his manga and adjusted his forehead protector. Has Shino's strength truly evolved this dramatically in just one day? Kakashi's perception diverged sharply from the crowd's. Knowing Ryosuke's true caliber, Kakashi watched Shino, not the victor but the rapid ascension. Others saw only overwhelming dominance. Kakashi saw breathtaking growth. Kakashi exhaled softly, gaze lingering on Ryosuke's tranquil composure, murmuring almost imperceptibly, now that is true genius. Boom. As anticipated, Ryosuke absorbed Shino's full force strike without recoil, his hand unmarked and scathed. Shino showed no surprise. When the first strike failed, he leapt backward, alert, vigilant, eyes locked unwaveringly on Ryosuke. Ryosuke lowered his arm, voice calm and assured, rest easy, I invited your utmost effort and I intend to see you wield every ounce of your ability. The remark puzzled the onlookers, yet Shino offered Ryosuke a quiet, grateful glance. Their movements ceased. An odd stillness settled, leaving spectators bewildered and silent. Might Guy shattered the tension with fervent declaration, truly electrifying. This is the very essence of youth. I can hardly contain my burning spirit. He immediately dropped into handstand push-ups on the spot. Kakashi lifted his manga to shield his face, an eloquent wordless disavowal. Just as confusion thickened, an eerie subterranean rumble echoed beneath the training ground. Kakashi lowered his book, gaze sharpening with grave intensity. What is this? Could it be some unique technique? Yet both combatants stood utterly unperturbed, gazing calmly at each other. Kakashi instantly deduced this phenomenon originated from either Shino or Ryosuke. But why sustain it for so long? Was it an exceptionally potent jutsu? His speculation lasted only moments, before a circular aperture yawned open beside Shino. Though large, Kakashi recognized it simply as an entrance. 4 worker bees emerged first, followed by 4 construction drones and 3 sleek obsidian-hued xenomorphs. The 4 construction drones advanced as a vanguard, the worker bees held rear position. Upon receiving Shino's silent command, the 3 xenomorphs lunged forward as one. Ryosuke glanced sideways, just then the Blade Queen had signaled her eagerness to intervene. He restrained her with quiet authority. Only because Ryosuke had deliberately suppressed his overwhelming presence as the swarm sovereign did these creatures dare act. Whoosh! The xenomorphs surged forward, blisteringly fast. Their side-like forelimbs cleaved the air with a grating visceral shriek, ideal for ambush, lethal in execution. The trio coordinated with flawless precision. One targeted Ryosuke's head, the other 2 converged relentlessly on his torso. Their assault flowed with disciplined rhythm, each using its body to shield allies mid-strike. Ryosuke's eyes flickered briefly toward Shino. Such surgical control could only stem from Shino's unseen direction. Ryosuke gave the faintest, almost imperceptible nod, acknowledging Shino's commendable performance. At that moment, the 4 defensive drones surged forward, clumsy yet resolute, their massive frames shaking the earth with each step. Simultaneously, the 4 worker bees stirred into action. 4 worker bee insects darted forward, their trajectories seemingly aimed directly at Jing Liangjie. 3 black xenomorphs moved with astonishing speed and extreme lethality. Yet Jing Liangjie remained utterly unruffled, effortlessly discerning that his opponent was not fully focused during combat. Yuhi Shino's expression gradually tightened, perhaps even he had not anticipated this. Even under the overwhelming assault of countless insects, Jing Liangjie fought with effortless grace. Glancing at the surrounding swarm, Yuhi Shino calmly commanded advance. All the insects surged forward as one. These were true members of the insect clan, though Yuhi Shino's hive remained modest in scale. Their nature as an insectoid collective was unmistakable. Each insect possessed a distinct role within the collective. Yet in extraordinary circumstances they would deploy the swarm tactics. The insect clan's most terrifying assets: sheer numbers and horrifying adaptive prowess. At present, Yuhi Shino served as both conduit and constraint for the insect clan. Were the clan allowed to proliferate unchecked, the shinobi world itself might be irrevocably transformed within mere years. The entire swarm descended upon him without pause, no respite, no opening. Yet Jing Liangjie never ceased his movements, not even for an instant. 2 onlookers gathered nearby. Each of Jing Liangjie's motions appeared strikingly economical, light fluid, seamless. Like a master choreographer executing his life's defining performance. He moved with serene precision amid the storm of insectal aggression. An eerie, haunting beauty permeated his every motion. A spectacle impossible to escape even for Yuhi Shino's sharp, observant gaze. This confrontation had been staged solely to assess Yuhi Shino's capabilities. He knew full well he could not prevail, yet he sought only to measure the outermost limits of his own potential. Seizing a fleeting opportunity. As Jing Liangjie deflected several insect strikes and momentarily diverted his attention, Yuhi Shino launched himself forward without hesitation.
Thud. His fist struck home, but Jing Liangjie's face remained suffused with a faint, unwavering smile. A palpable pressure emanated suddenly from Yuhi Shino's being. Enough, Jing Liangjie declared.
This spot has run its course, we shall cease now. At those words an involuntary impulse to obey welled up within Yuhi Shino's mind. Upon sensing the sovereign's presence the insects hesitated, confused yet obedient, and stilled their advance. Thus ended the clash, without victor, without verdict.
Yet all observers understood the unspoken truth. Though no formal conclusion was declared, Jing Liangjie had clearly triumphed. His superiority over Yuhi Shino undeniable.
Moreover, a long sword hung at Jing Liangjie's waist,
and used throughout the entire engagement.
He had fought barehanded, relying solely on his body and will.
The disparity between them was self-evident at a glance.
Yuhi Shino then directed his insects back into their subterranean tunnels, vanishing swiftly into the earth.
The excavated tunnel entrance was promptly sealed by construction beetle shinobi. Curious onlookers approached cautiously.
Shino, never imagined you'd look like this without your shades.
Kiba Inuzuka leaned in, eyes wide and grinning broadly. Since removing his glasses last time, Yuhi Shino had worn them no more. To everyone's surprise, the usually inconspicuous Yuhi Shino possessed an unexpected refinement. And the delicate markings beneath his eyes lent him an air of enigmatic allure.
Yuhi Shino scratched his head, visibly startled by the sudden attention. Legend held that like his ancestor Yuhi Shimi, he possessed such low personal resonance that even close companions occasionally forgot his presence.
Occasionally overlooked even by friends. This sudden spotlight left him understandably disoriented.
Jing Liangjie descended the training ground with a gentle smile. Placing a reassuring hand upon Yuhi Shino's shoulder, he remarked warmly,
"Well done.
Though newly awakened to these abilities, your adaptability is truly exceptional." A quiet smile spread across Yuhi Shino's face, his eyes shimmering with unspoken pride. To earn Jing Liangjie's approval was for him a rare and profound honor. With the demonstration concluded, the onlookers returned to their respective training regimens. Yuhi Shino, however, withdrew to the shade beneath a broad tree, manga volume in hand. His brow furrowed slightly, not over the pages before him,
but as if tracing the contours of some deeper, unresolved contemplation.
Noticing this, Jing Liangjie approached with a soft, knowing smile.
"Something troubling you? Any questions?"
To his mild surprise, Yuhi Shino nodded slowly. "Lord Liangjie, I understand my current combat capacity.
Due to the biomechanical integration, my mind now holds extensive mechanical theory. I've formulated a bold hypothesis, though I cannot yet say whether it is viable."
Jing Liangjie showed no astonishment. Yuhi Shino's clarity of thought and unnerving composure were well known. After assimilating such novel concepts, cross-disciplinary insight came naturally.
Jing Liangjie arched an eyebrow.
"So, what insights have taken root in that sharp mind of yours? Perhaps I can offer guidance, or even assistance, in certain areas."
Hesitating briefly, Yuhi Shino weighed his thoughts, then spoke. "Lord Liangjie, my present strength remains limited.
And the insect clan's earliest advantage lies in overwhelming numbers." Yuhi Shino knew full well he dared not expand recklessly. The village remained at peace, no crisis, no war.
Uncontrolled proliferation would inevitably destabilize the local ecosystem.
Insectoid physiology conferred extraordinary resilience and adaptability.
Left unchecked, they would soon become a cataclysm, nature's own plague.
Though these creatures obeyed his command absolutely, and though he maintained flawless control,
such a force once revealed could easily ignite global conflict.
Jing Liangjie frowned thoughtfully. "And precisely what is this hypothesis you propose?" A spark of fierce intellect flickered in Yuhi Shino's gaze. He extended his arm, the flesh and bone form now integrated with advanced prosthetics.
His left arm and both eyes bore cybernetic replacements, marking his evolution into the flesh-encasing phase. Tapping his metallic forearm, Yuhi Shino met Jing Liangjie's eyes with unwavering intensity.
"I wish to fuse the insect clan with mecha technology. Their assimilation and adaptation capacities are peerless. Perhaps we can forge a new lineage, the mechanical insect clan." Jing Liangjie rested his chin upon his fingers, lost in quiet reflection. Yuhi Shino's recent integration had granted him vast mechanical knowledge,
while Jing Liangjie himself had absorbed far more. Upon reflection, the insect clan embodied bioengineering at its zenith, whereas mechanical ascension represented the apex of synthetic engineering.
Their convergence might indeed ignite something revolutionary. After a moment's pause, Jing Liangjie spoke decisively. "If this vision has taken hold within you, pursue it boldly."
He felt genuine curiosity. Would Yuhi Shino succeed? Might this fusion unlock unprecedented breakthroughs in combat capability? Empowered by Jing Liangjie's affirmation, Yuhi Shino's resolve hardened. So, it possesses tangible feasibility.
Then I shall dedicate myself to realizing it. His strategy had shifted entirely. Unable to pursue quantity, he would now refine quality.
Transforming scarcity into singularity.
Such a conception was excellent.
Even Jing Liangjie had to admit that at this moment Shino Aburame's ability to conceive such an idea was truly rare. Moreover, judging from Shino's current demeanor, it seemed he was not merely speaking empty words. Clearly he had also entered the preparatory stage. Time passed imperceptibly.
Before long another day had slipped by. Seated in the Hokage's office, Jing Liangjie retrieved a scroll.
He rose to his feet and gazed out the window.
Perhaps this is also the butterfly effect. How did the timeline of the Snow Princess Ninja Chronicle shift to this point? Jing Liangjie had a faint recollection of this plotline. It seemed to be related to the affairs of the Snow Country as well. Jing Liangjie furrowed his brow slightly. In the original storyline, this movie arc was resolved by the 7th team consisting of Naruto and Sasuke.
But now Naruto was away on a mission and had not yet returned, leaving the 7th team incomplete.
Jing Liangjie hesitated at this moment. Should he accept this commission? Nevertheless, Jing Liangjie still instructed the Umbu to summon Kakashi. He sat in the Hokage's office quietly awaiting Kakashi's arrival. Before long, Kakashi appeared at the window. A vein of black lines emerged on Jing Liangjie's forehead. Do you people never know how to use the front door? Is it that all Umbu members are the same? Kakashi seemed somewhat embarrassed, but his mask covered most of his face, making it impossible to discern any expression. Jing Liangjie waved his hand and said slowly, "Never mind. There's a mission here. I need your 7th team to handle it. The situation seems a bit troublesome, so I decided to go with you." Kakashi was startled.
Lord Liangjie, this is no joking matter. After all, Jing Liangjie was the current Kage of Konoha. Though merely an acting Kage, he was still a Kage. How could he casually venture elsewhere? A faint smile crossed Jing Liangjie's face as he waved his hand. A rather strange woman appeared beside Jing Liangjie. Kakashi was greatly alarmed, even shifting his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. This woman who had suddenly appeared was extremely dangerous. Kakashi could sense an inexplicable aura emanating from her. It felt as though with a single move this woman could kill Kakashi. Jing Liangjie, in stark contrast to Kakashi's reaction, cast a nonchalant glance at the woman. "Activate biomimicry and handle my daily affairs. Notify me immediately if anything arises." The woman knelt on one knee. With utmost humility she said, "Yes, my lord." Right before Kakashi's eyes, the woman's body gradually transformed, eventually becoming an exact replica of Jing Liangjie. Kakashi was astonished. This transformation was vastly different from the physical changes caused by the transformation technique. Had it not been for someone familiar, it might have been impossible to distinguish. A bright smile spread across Jing Liangjie's face. "You see, it works now. Besides, Danzo is active near the Snow Country, so it's safer to accompany you." Kakashi fell silent. After all, that woman's disguise could not be seen through and her strength was considerable. What could possibly go wrong in the time it takes to complete a single mission? Kakashi lowered his head slightly. "Since Lord Liangjie has already made arrangements, I suppose it must be so." Jing Liangjie reached out and handed the scroll on the desk to Kakashi. "Take a look, this is our mission objective." By now Kakashi had no choice but to accept. He took the scroll and began reading. But after reading for a moment, Kakashi frowned and asked with some confusion, "Lord Liangjie, this seems like an ordinary mission, and only an A-rank mission at that." Kakashi saw nothing dangerous in the scroll. Such a mundane task was hardly worth Jing Liangjie's personal involvement. Actually, strictly speaking, it barely qualified as a B-rank mission. Jing Liangjie shook his head and said, "Kakashi, I must tell you, this is no ordinary mission. You'll understand the specifics when you get there." Though Kakashi was filled with doubt since Jing Liangjie had spoken thus, he could say no more. Kakashi could only nod in agreement. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. At the designated meeting point, Kakashi lounged against a tree idly reading a manga while Sasuke sat on the grass nearby. Sakura Haruno tilted her head in confusion. "Kakashi-sensei, our 7th team is short-handed. Are we still taking on missions? And who are we waiting for before we set off?" Kakashi stared with a deadfish-eye feeling that today Sakura seemed exceptionally noisy, chattering like a sparrow in his ear. "Just wait patiently." A few minutes later, Jing Liangjie approached slowly, carrying a backpack and accompanied by a black wolf. A smile graced Jing Liangjie's face. "Sorry I'm late, it's all Big Black's fault." The black wolf known as Big Black whimpered beside him. Originally Jing Liangjie hadn't planned to bring Big Black, but the wolf insisted on following him when he left, causing the delay. Sasuke's eyes lit up. "Brother Liangjie, does this mean you're coming with us on the mission?" This matter wasn't a secret, and since the four of them would be acting together, there was no need to hide it. Jing Liangjie replied straightforwardly, "That's right, I'll be executing this mission alongside your 7th team. However, to be safe, I won't use my real appearance outside." After speaking, Jing Liangjie formed a hand seal.
His skin turned wheat-colored and his facial features became relatively angular, making him look more like a member of the Inuzuka clan.
Kakashi nodded from the side. Perfect, Lord Liangjie brought a wolf which fits perfectly for disguising as an Inuzuka clan member. The four of them set off. This mission left Sakura somewhat puzzled. It seemed more like a leisure task. Nevertheless, Sakura was brimming with excitement along the way.
I never expected our mission target to be the Snow Princess. I have to get her autograph.
Jing Liangjie nodded thoughtfully.
The Snow Princess portrayed by Yuki Fujikase seemed quite famous in the shinobi world.
The public knew her by her stage name Fujikase Yuki.
They were completely unaware that this renowned Snow Princess had a hidden identity. The atmosphere among the four remained pleasant throughout the journey.
Finally, after much effort, they reached their destination.
However, upon arriving, Jing Liangjie's forehead creased with black lines and he turned to Kakashi.
This isn't where we're supposed to meet the client, is it?
Jing Liangjie hadn't had time to thoroughly examine the scroll, so he was utterly confused.
Unexpectedly, Kakashi nodded.
It seems this is exactly where we're supposed to meet our client.
Moreover, they've gifted us 4 movie tickets. This is a perfect opportunity to rest and learn about our mission objective. The mission was a simple escort task.
Their duty was to escort Fuka Koyuki, the actress portraying the Snow Princess, to the Land of Snow for filming.
Tickets in hand, the group entered the cinema. Sasuke seemed uninterested and Kakashi appeared equally bored.
However, Jing Liangjie was intrigued by films from the Naruto world and watched with great interest.
Beside them, Haruno Sakura, like an ardent fan, waited in eager anticipation the moment they entered the theater. Time ticked by second until the movie finally concluded. The group exited the cinema and strolled through the streets.
Since there was still time before the meeting, they decided to relax and ease the fatigue of their journey.
Just then a white horse galloped down the street. Riding upon it was a woman dressed in a traditional kimono.
Her eyes sparkled with charm and a light smile graced her lips. Clad in her traditional kimono, she resembled a princess in flight. A hint of panic flickered across her face as if she were fleeing from something.
Sakura erupted in excitement, shouting, "Everyone look! Kakashi-sensei, look!"
Kakashi glanced at the woman, his brow furrowing slightly. That face seemed familiar.
Did he know her? Sakura, unable to contain herself, exclaimed with excitement, "It's the Snow Princess! We just watched her movie."
She matched the character from the film perfectly.
Only then did Kakashi realize. He raised an eyebrow.
"So she's our mission target," he said.
Sakura nodded enthusiastically, but her expression soon turned to worry. "Is the Snow Princess being pursued by someone?" Sasuke commented coolly from the side.
"She seems to be evading someone, which means there's a chaser."
Sakura hesitated for a moment, then spoke up.
"If she's being pursued, we should help her."
Without further ado, Sakura led Kakashi and Sasuke towards the woman.
Jing Liangjie watched from afar with a faint smile but made no move. The white horse drew closer. It became clear who was chasing Fuka Koyuki. The pursuers behind her were on horseback, clad in armor and wearing masks, looking like villains from any angle. Fuka Koyuki urged her horse faster and her pursuers quickened their pace as well. Jing Liangjie remained silent, but he had already recalled the events of this incident.
The pursuers appeared to be ordinary people, so Sakura and Sasuke only used basic taijutsu techniques. Kakashi simply followed behind them without making a move.
After weaving through several streets and alleys, Sakura and Sasuke successfully subdued the pursuers.
However, after an explanation,
Kakashi looked somewhat embarrassed as he faced their client Tsunade, who was apologizing to him.
Sakura and Sasuke, seated nearby, also wore awkward expressions. It had all been a misunderstanding. Tsunade, with his mustache, also looked embarrassed. He cleared his throat and spoke, "I do apologize. You must be the ninjas sent by Konoha. The mission is simple.
We just need you to escort us to the Land of Snow for filming." Kakashi remained courteous towards the client. Kakashi nodded slightly and said, "In that case, the four of us will accept this mission." But as he glanced around,
Kakashi was surprised to find Jing Liangjie was nowhere in sight.
He turned his gaze to Sasuke.
Sasuke shrugged.
"We lost him. Liangjie probably followed the target."
Sakura, standing nearby, broke into a smile. "Don't worry, sir.
One of our companions has gone to protect the Snow Princess."
Tsunade sighed but felt considerably more at ease. Regardless, Fuka Koyuki was no longer completely out of contact. She had someone watching over her. Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Jing Liangjie followed Fuka Koyuki into an izakaya.
The moment he entered, he spotted her at a corner table drinking beer. Jing Liangjie chuckled softly and walked towards her table.
"Boss, 1 rum for me." He carried his rum over and sat down beside Fuka Koyuki. Fuka Koyuki furrowed her brows, glaring at him with anger. "This seat is all ready. Before she could finish she noticed the massive black wolf beside Jing Liangjie. She then looked at the headband on Jing Liangjie's forehead. You must be the ninja Sanday hired. Please tell him I don't want to go back. Jing Liangjie took a sip from his cup. This rum tastes quite good. I think you should give it a try. He ignored her objection. The two of them conversed like old friends. His casual familiar attitude made Fuka Koyuki frown slightly, but she ultimately said nothing. Jing Liangjie ordered some snacks. The edamame paired wonderfully with the aroma of the rum, and the crispy fried tofu was also exceptional. Jing Liangjie quietly savored the izakaya's delicacies, finding them quite delicious. Fuka Koyuki sitting nearby found the situation increasingly strange. Aren't you a Konoha ninja? Why are you eating on your own? Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly. My apologies, that was rude of me. You should try some, it's quite good. Fuka Koyuki was taken aback. What was wrong with this person? But this gesture seemed to bridge the gap between them, giving her a feeling of meeting an old friend. After a moment's hesitation she picked up her chopsticks and tasted the food. Gradually the two became more familiar with each other. Fuka Koyuki looked at Dahei, who was sitting on a stool nearby. Dahei was quietly eating grilled meat, its behavior unlike that of an ordinary wolf. Fuka Koyuki tentatively reached out her hand and asked. Is this a real wolf? Can I pet it? Her hand was just above Dahei's head when in an instant the wolf's fangs were bared, its eyes fixed intensely on Fuka Koyuki. An invisible killing intent made Fuka Koyuki shiver. Jing Liangjie smiled and patted Dahei's head. It's okay, he's just shy. Dahei let out a low whimper, lowered its head and resumed eating the grilled meat, completely devoid of the fierce aura it had just displayed. Fuka Koyuki tentatively rubbed Dahei's fur, and seeing no resistance, a brilliant smile bloomed on her face, warm like the winter sun. A radiant smile bloomed on Fenghuo Xiaoxue's face. Dahei continued to eat with his head down, paying no attention to Fenghuo Xiaoxue's movements. Under such circumstances the distance between the two kept narrowing. After a long while Fenghuo Xiaoxue finally spoke. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I don't want to return to the film crew or shoot this movie, so please go back. Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow and said. Who said I came to take you back? The mission we received is an escort mission. That is to say, I only need to ensure your safety. Fenghuo Xiaoxue's face showed a trace of joy. However, the worry on her face remained unresolved. Unfortunately, Santefu will come looking for me, but I can delay it for a while. Under Jing Liangjie's recommendation, Fenghuo Xiaoxue also ordered a glass of rum and took a small sip. She immediately made a smacking sound. This taste is so strong. As she said this, Fenghuo Xiaoxue fanned her mouth with her hand as if trying to remove the spiciness. Jing Liangjie sat beside her, a faint smile on his face. Uncle, another order of edamame. They ate and chatted, and Fenghuo Xiaoxue suddenly said. Judging by your appearance you must be from the Inuzuka clan of my village, right? Stunned for a moment, Jing Liangjie nodded. A look of envy appeared on Fenghuo Xiaoxue's face. Perhaps the life of a ninja is more interesting than mine. Isn't being an actor also good? Jing Liangjie raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Fenghuo Xiaoxue sighed. She closed her mouth as if unwilling to say anything. However, Jing Liangjie knew everything clearly. On the surface Fenghuo Xiaoxue was just an actress, but she was a bona fide princess. The reason she didn't want to return to filming was very simple: she didn't want to go back to Shuizhigua. After the death of the king of Shuizhigua, Fenghuo Xiaoxue's uncle seized control of the government. Strictly speaking, her country had been usurped by her own uncle. Perhaps Fenghuo Xiaoxue felt that returning would only bring more sorrow and also carried some danger. Although Fenghuo Xiaoxue did not reveal her true situation, yet she still revealed a lot of information during her conversation with Jing Liangjie. From time to time she complained about the things she encountered as an actress. Perhaps Fenghuo Xiaoxue thought that as two strangers who hadn't even exchanged names they only had a certain degree of obligation. Thus Fenghuo Xiaoxue could speak freely. However, as time gradually passed, a trace appeared on Fenghuo Xiaoxue's face. A lovely flush of red. Fenghuo Xiaoxue had been eating and drinking beer throughout this process. Not every girl is like Gangso. After a few drinks Fenghuo Xiaoxue was already a bit drunk. Soon after she lay down on the table. Yet a faint smile lingered on her face as if she was having a good time. Jing Liangjie leisurely finished the food in his bowl. Uncle, the bill please. After paying, Jing Liangjie picked up Fenghuo Xiaoxue and walked towards the film crew. On the way Jing Liangjie shook his head and said she's really naive. It seems Santefu has protected her well. Dahei, you must never be like her or you'll be deceived without knowing it. Dahei looked up, gave Fenghuo Xiaoxue a disdainful glance and let out a soft bark as if seeking praise from Jing Liangjie. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face and he walked faster with Fenghuo Xiaoxue in his arms.
Seeing Santeifu come out with a surprised expression, Jing Liangjie chuckled and said, "I'm the ninja for this mission.
My companion should have explained about me. Where is her room?
I'll send her back."
Santeifu was clearly worried, looking at Fengua Xiuxue with closed eyes, hesitating to speak. But after smelling the alcohol on her, Santeifu let out a sigh of relief.
"It's fine, it seems she's just drunk.
Lord Liangjie, please come this way."
Seeing Santeifu's respectful demeanor, he guessed that Kakashi had said something. Jing Liangjie didn't mind and carried Fengua Xiuxue to her room. After gently placing her on the bed, he walked out. And the truth was exactly as Jing Liangjie had guessed. Kakashi had told Santeifu that he was a high-ranking official of my village. It was only because the team was short-handed that he had temporarily chosen to join this mission. Naturally, Santeifu became respectful. Jing Liangjie never cared about such small details, but it was fine this way, at least it saved him from Santeifu ordering him around. Jing Liangjie returned to the team and the three were still as usual.
Zhuozhu glanced at Jing Liangjie with a strange expression on his face.
"Brother Liangjie, did you already know about these things and didn't tell us?" Jing Liangjie was stunned for a moment, then quickly recalled. The three had previously had a misunderstanding with Santeifu. Jing Liangjie turned his head and said with a light smile, "As a ninja you still have many aspects to improve, and observation is one of them." It had to be said that this diversion was quite successful. Zhuozhu seemed encouraged and nodded vigorously, saying, "I understand, Brother Liangjie.
I will double my efforts."
If Zhuozhu knew what Jing Liangjie was thinking, who knows how he would feel.
The reason he didn't tell Zhuozhu and the others was simply that Jing Liangjie wanted to watch the fun.
After all, it was just a misunderstanding and nothing serious would happen.
Letting them make a fuss was fine. Soon after, Kakashi came to Jing Liangjie's room with a frown. "Lord Liangjie, this mission is somewhat troublesome. The most important thing is that it takes time." This time they had to escort from the local area to Shuizhigua. The time would certainly be longer, and Kakashi had also learned from others that the actress playing the Snow Princess seemed unwilling to go to Shuizhigua and had a strong resistance to it. If not for Santeifu's earnest persuasion, Kakashi would have considered giving up this mission. At this moment Kakashi still didn't know Fengua Xiuxue's true identity. And Jing Liangjie didn't intend to reveal all the information at this time. So at that moment he just waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, there's no big problem. If worst comes to worst we can take her by force, but we must ensure her safety on the way." Kakashi's mouth twitched, but thanks to his mask he didn't embarrass himself. He couldn't help thinking to himself, forcibly tying someone up and taking them away doesn't seem very appropriate. Soon the boat was ready. Taking advantage of Fengua Xiuxue still being drunk, Santeifu gathered the people and decided to set off immediately. Kakashi had no choice but to lead his team and board the ship. The journey was calm and nothing seemed to happen. However, looking at the sea, Kakashi had a bad premonition. Kazahana Komari also gradually regained consciousness. Seeing that she was on a ship, she was initially stunned. Then she realized the situation. After walking out of the room, she looked at Sandeya with a cold expression. "Where are we heading?" Kakashi, who was reading a manga nearby, suddenly spoke up. "We are going to the land of snow." Instantly Kazahana Komari's emotions became agitated. The current situation was quite clear. She was still deeply resistant to going to the land of snow. At such a moment Sandeya had few options. Meanwhile Kakashi remained indifferent nearby. This matter had nothing to do with him anyway. Sandeya furrowed his brows and spoke softly. "We are only going for a trip, filming some scenes and returning. Nothing bad will happen, and we have Konoha ninja protecting us. Besides, we still have to go, don't we?" Sandeya seemed to imply something. At this moment Kazahana Komari's mood also sank. "If that's the case, then fine." Kazahana Komari finally agreed. Kakashi was content to stay out of it on the side. At least this mission hadn't caused any trouble. However, at this time doubts arose in Kakashi's heart. If it were merely fear of danger with Konoha ninja escorting them, nothing dangerous should have occurred along the way. After all, the land of snow was a small nation. Compared to other countries, their ninja were few in number and not of the same caliber as those from Konoha village. As for pirates and bandits on the road, that was not even worth mentioning. A small ninja village could likely handle the matter. Kazahana Komari could not possibly be unaware of this. There must be something being concealed here. However, after a brief thought, Kakashi let it go. This mission had shown signs of something amiss from the very beginning. Kyo Ryosuke had also joined this mission ostensibly to track down Danto. But if that were the only purpose, there would be no need for Kyo Ryosuke to be involved. Kakashi raised his head, his eyes fixed on Kyo Ryosuke, his thoughts running deep. "Miss Huaxiao, you must have foreseen all of this, haven't you?" Kyo Ryosuke lifted her head. "Why do you ask that?" "However, I do know certain things.
By this time Haruno Sakura had already left the ship's cabin. The spacious deck was already crowded with crew members. Each had their own duties. Kyo Ryosuke walked out leisurely with his hands behind his back. Impressive, quite convincing. Haruno Sakura nodded enthusiastically beside him. Absolutely, Princess Fion's acting skills are excellent. Otherwise so many people wouldn't adore her. Kakashi agreed wholeheartedly. I must admit Kazahana Komari's acting truly brought a princess to life. A corner of Kyo Ryosuke's mouth curved upward. He revealed a somewhat meaningful smile. I won't deny that. However, Sandayo, I think you must have something to tell us, don't you? Kyo Ryosuke had no intention of concealing this matter. After all, the truth would come out eventually, and hiding it now could lead to trouble later. Sandayo's expression grew uneasy. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead. What are you talking about? We're perfectly fine, aren't we? While others showed no reaction, Sasuke's expression turned cold. Since brother Ryosuke says you're hiding something, then you must be. Kakashi furrowed his brows and stepped forward. He knew how dangerous concealed information could be. If this were a highly perilous mission and Sandayo had hidden the true circumstances, it could easily result in unnecessary casualties. This was no joke. It was much like that bridge construction mission before. They had assumed it was merely an ordinary low-rank mission, but who would have imagined so many hidden dangers? If the 7th team hadn't taken the mission, and if the 7th team hadn't been so strong, they might have perished there. Kakashi's expression was equally grave. Mr. Sandayo, if you truly have something to conceal, please speak plainly. Otherwise we will have no choice but to abandon this mission. This only panicked Sandayo further. How can you do this? You accepted the mission and now you want to back out midway. Kakashi was now certain that Sandayo had indeed concealed something. This is hardly our fault. If the information you concealed leads to the injury or death of our ninja, it would be a grave loss. I must be responsible for my subordinates. Hearing this, Sandayo sighed heavily. So it seems I have no choice but to tell you, do I? Sandayo's eyes grew somewhat weary. Gesturing toward the cabin, Kakashi nodded in agreement. At this point the group entered the room. Only Sandayo and the members of the 7th team were inside, with Kazahana Komari sitting not far away. Sandayo glanced at Kazahana Komari. However, Kakashi's expression grew strange. Logically speaking, Sandayo was Kazahana Komari's manager and should hold the dominant position. So why did Sandayo's gaze toward Kazahana Komari seem so unusual at this moment, as if a loyal subject were looking upon his princess? After seeing Kazahana Komari nod in agreement, Sandayo dared to continue. Very well then. I will no longer conceal anything. In fact, the real name of Fujifumi Yuki is Kazahana Komari, the princess of the Land of Snow. Haruno Sakura was instantly stunned. What? She's actually a princess. At this moment Haruno Sakura finally understood why Kazahana Komari's portrayal of a princess had been so flawless. She was after all a princess herself. She was merely acting as she normally would. But in an instant Haruno Sakura grew puzzled. If Kazahana Komari is the princess of the Land of Snow, then why is she acting in films? Even for a small nation like the Land of Snow, a country's princess would never be allowed to appear in public as an actor. Although she was popular, an actor's status was far inferior to that of a princess. Even Haruno Sakura understood the distinction. Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke calmly. From what I understand, the current ruler of the Land of Snow is Kazahana Doto, the former king's younger brother. And there has been no news of a princess. In that case your situation must be quite dangerous. Sandayo sighed heavily, his face appearing years older in that moment. That's right. After the king passed away, Kazahana Doto seized control of the government. He is a traitor. Haruno Sakura covered her mouth in shock. So you were driven out of your homeland by rebels. Although the words were harsh, Sandayo had to admit they were accurate. However, what puzzled Haruno Sakura was that Kazahana Komari sitting nearby showed little emotional reaction, as if none of this concerned her at all. Words breed misfortune. Haruno Sakura fell silent. After all, this was an internal affair of another nation, none of her concern. Whether or not to accept the mission now rested solely with Kakashi. Would they likely decline it now? It had already escalated to a matter between nations. Kakashi fixed his single visible eye intently upon Sanbofu and asked coldly, so then our return to the Land of Snow will inevitably place us in peril. Indeed, I sincerely apologize. Yet once filming concludes we shall depart immediately. Sanbofu bowed his head, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Kakashi said nothing more, turning his gaze aside as he murmured softly, let us hope so. Though small and relatively weak, the Land of Snow held decisive geographical advantage. Should Fubuki know to be alerted to their presence, they would almost certainly confront the full might of an entire nation. Bang! At that very moment the ship shuddered violently, groaning with a deafening crash and rocking sharply from side to side. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply, just as he'd forewarned. As a leader, Kakashi bore ultimate responsibility for his team's lives.
Sanbofu's expression turned pale. What is happening?
Without hesitation he strode toward the deck. He intended to ascertain what transpired outside, when suddenly a panicked sailor burst into the cabin. Terrible news, honored sirs.
Enemies are attacking our vessel.
If this continues, the ship will surely sink.
Sanbofu's face twisted with urgent anxiety.
With many aboard, a sudden sinking would unleash catastrophic consequences.
Under such circumstances, direct confrontation was their only recourse. Sanbofu pivoted and approached Princess Fubuki no Yuki.
Your Highness, please remain concealed here, we shall investigate the situation outside.
Kyo Ryosuke nodded solemnly to Sanbofu, signaling he would stay behind to safeguard the princess. The others followed Sanbofu out onto the deck. Silence descended upon the chamber. You seem utterly unsurprised. Even now I still do not know your name.
Princess Fubuki no Yuki rose gracefully and spoke with quiet composure.
Ryosuke's lips curved into a radiant smile.
Why should I be astonished? I foresaw this long ago.
Allow me to introduce myself, I am Ryosuke.
She inclined her head slightly, then turned wordlessly toward the window. Beyond the glass stretched an endless expanse of sea, no enemies visible from this vantage point. The horizon remained placid, unbroken.
Ryosuke sat nearby, eyes gently closed, one hand resting tenderly atop Koro's head. An uncanny, effortless rapport hung quietly between them.
Neither spoke again, yet the silence felt neither strained nor hollow. Meanwhile on deck, Kakashi's brow lifted sharply.
Several shinobi stood upon the water's surface ahead.
By appearance they were shinobi of the land of snow.
With no alternative, Sanbofu stepped forward and shouted across the waves. What exactly do you intend? 7 shinobi stood motionless upon the sea, weapons drawn, men who radiated menace and lethality. The masked leader stepped forward. Surrender the princess, or die. Sanbofu's face flushed iron gray.
He slammed his fist hard against the railing.
Damn fools.
Someone must have leaked our location.
Sanbofu had never imagined they'd be discovered so swiftly, and his gaze shifted instinctively toward Kakashi. His own men were ordinary civilians, capable enough against ruffians, yet utterly powerless before trained shinobi.
This time Kakashi offered no protest. His charge was clear: protection, and he would ensure their safety without fail. At that instant Uchiha Sasuke stepped forward from the shadows.
Kakashi-sensei, leave them to me. Kakashi raised his eyes, appraising the enemy shinobi with measured scrutiny. Sasuke, are you certain you can handle them alone? A faint icy smirk flickered across Sasuke's lips.
Mere rabble, clay pigeons and shattered tiles.
An overwhelming aura of confidence surged from Sasuke, as though these shinobi possessed no capacity to resist him at all. Kakashi's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Sasuke's transformation grew ever more pronounced, his arrogance deepening with each passing day.
And as if reading Kakashi's silent skepticism, Sasuke met his gaze directly.
A fledgling hawk now fully grown soars unchained across the heavens. Youth without audacity is youth squandered. Hearing those theatrically grand words, Kakashi flushed faintly, but acknowledged their truth. Very well, go ahead. Sanbofu froze, glancing uncertainly between Kakashi and Haruno Sakura, who remained unmoved. Surely you don't mean to send only this boy against them? Kakashi nodded calmly.
Rest assured, he may be brash, but his skill is genuine. These opponents pose little challenge to him. Kakashi had already assessed them meticulously, at most chunin, outmatched in both technique and experience by Sasuke. Victory seemed inevitable. Kakashi stood serene and composed. Sanbofu, however, trembled with mounting doubt, his confidence crumbling like brittle ice.
Sasuke leapt from the ship and plunged downward in a swift, controlled descent. Within moments he stood before the Snow Country shinobi. Their masked leader tore off his veil and laughed wildly.
A mere child dares challenge us.
How laughably presumptuous.
Perhaps this revealed the stark disparity between villages. In Konoha, youths already fought with lethal precision, prodigies wielded power rivaling seasoned veterans. In smaller nations, hidden villages, adolescents remained raw and untested. Such divergence bred profound perceptual gaps. A chilling detached smile played upon Sasuke's lips. Still descending, he clenched his palm, white flame cold and searing bloomed within his grasp. Never scorn the youth for his poverty. In an instant Sasuke vanished, then reappeared. His blazing hand struck the lead snow shinobi squarely in the back. The shinobi stiffened rigidly, too stunned to react. By the time awareness returned, it was already too late. The white flame ignited upon contact like tinder, bursting into roaring conflagration. Yet even as the fire intensified, his body grew colder, numbingly so. The flame proved colder than ice itself. Frantically he formed hand seals. Suten water bullet technique. Surrounded by open ocean, torrents of water cascaded over him, drenching his entire form. Yet when he looked up, Sasuke's mocking smirk greeted him. Terror gripped him anew, the flames refused to yield to water. Like a parasitic curse they clung relentlessly, every countermeasure failed utterly. His breath faltered, weakened, and finally ceased. The remaining shinobi witnessing this erupted in fury. The other 6 ninjas, seeing their leader taken down, retaliated in fury. Ice release, ice dragon break. A water dragon emerged from the ocean, surging forth with layers of ice crystallizing on its surface. The ice dragon charged menacingly. Sakura Haruno was startled and asked doubtfully, "Kakashi-sensei, is this the unique bloodline limit of the Snow Ninja?" As it happened, only Kakashi had been here before. If anyone understood this place, it would be Kakashi. Unexpectedly, Kakashi shook his head. "This is not a true bloodline limit," he said. "The ice release they use merely borrows from the unique geographical environment of the Land of Snow. Once they leave this place, the ninjutsu they use will change drastically." Sakura was astonished. It was the first time she had heard of such a strange ninjutsu. However, the worry in her eyes diminished. Sakura waved and shouted, "Go for it, Sasuke-kun." Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was in the midst of battle, curled his lip and ignored Sakura's call. Sasuke's speed increased further and he threw a fierce punch at the roaring ice dragon. Several ninjas stood dumbfounded, then burst into wild laughter. "Am I seeing things? This brat is actually using his body to withstand ninjutsu, how foolish. Indeed, kids should just stay home. Why become a ninja?" But the enemy's mockery didn't last long, as the situation before their eyes had undergone a dramatic change. An ice dragon about 5 or 6 meters long was shattered by Sasuke. The parts that touched his fist were almost reduced to powder. Under the refraction of sunlight, countless ice crystals filled the air. The ninjas who had been mocking, their mouths wide open, their faces filled with shock. "This guy. Is he even human? How can his body withstand ninjutsu?" Sasuke glanced at them with disdain. Ever since all the chakra in his body had been converted into fighting spirit, he had discovered that his physical condition was also improving rapidly. The punch just now was simply coated with fighting spirit on the surface of his body and then thrown fiercely. Sasuke hadn't expected that the combined ninjutsu released by these guys would be so pathetic. To some extent it was also a miscalculation of his own strength. Sasuke's performance not only amazed Sandae's men on the boat but even more so the Snow Ninja themselves. But soon they made their next move. One by one they placed their hands on their collars and then tore them open, revealing the armor underneath. Several ninjas wore smug smiles and one even arrogantly said, "This chakra armor is a special product of our Land of Snow. Now I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over the princess?" Kakashi's expression was somewhat strange. Sakura, standing beside him, also sensed something was off. She turned and asked Kakashi-sensei, "What's going on? Why do they seem so confident when they show their armor? Is it really that powerful?" Kakashi's mouth twitched. "In terms of effect, it's indeed a decent product. The chakra armor can effectively block enemy attacks, especially ninjutsu. It can absorb most of the ninjutsu's power. Only a small fraction of the power actually lands on the wearer." Sakura glanced at Kakashi and understood. No wonder Kakashi's expression was so strange. This chakra armor was indeed quite strong. But unfortunately for them, they were up against Sasuke. As the name suggests, the chakra armor ultimately defends against ninjas who use chakra. Perhaps a few days ago Sasuke would have been restrained by this armor, but now it was impossible. Sasuke's body no longer had any chakra. All his energy had been converted into fighting spirit. The chakra armor could only be used as ordinary armor. Relying on their armor, these ninjas actually charged forward with a kunai in hand, seemingly unafraid of Sasuke's attacks. Sasuke channeled the fighting spirit in his body and ruthlessly launched a brutal charge against these guys. There was no technique involved, he simply used the fighting spirit as propulsion to increase his speed and deliver a powerful impact. This crude application might have been somewhat immature, but the effect it achieved at this moment was excellent. The ninjas standing in front were sent flying and almost instantly blood began to ooze from their mouths and noses. In a single second as they collided, these ninjas suffered massive internal damage. The other ninjas began to panic. What's going on? In just an instant Heiji and the others are already like this. Sasuke wore a cold smirk, standing still and watching quietly. Two ninjas who had not been attacked were unscathed. They had not yet been hit by Sasuke, but their faces were the most grim. Something's wrong, retreat quickly. Report what happened here to the Snow Shadow. But as soon as the words were spoken, they were terrified by the smile on Sasuke's face. They thought Sasuke would strike directly, forcing them to run back. But things happened too quickly and too unexpectedly. These ninjas simply couldn't react. They were once again sent flying by Sasuke. This time Sasuke threw out a small flame which grew rapidly in the wind, gradually splitting into 3 small sparks. Under Sasuke's control, the flames quickly ignited on the ninjas' bodies. The scene was spectacular. Not far from the cabin, several burning figures were on the sea surface. they wailed in agony. Perhaps the pain from the flames was too intense. Some chose to end their lives while others tried to save themselves. Unfortunately, no matter what they did, jumping into the sea or using ice shields to put out the fire, they achieved nothing. The flames still burned on their bodies. As time ticked by, their cries grew weaker and gradually some lost their vital signs. They slowly sank into the ocean like discarded broken bottles. Seeing this, Sakura let out a long sigh of relief. Great, Sasuke-kun isn't hurt, that's wonderful. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Apart from the appearance of the chakra armor combined with their actual performance, he had already anticipated that these people were far from a match for Sasuke. And the chakra armor was quite good, but it was completely useless against Sasuke, merely serving as a layer of defensive equipment. Kakashi's single visible eye crinkled softly at the corner, a subtle curve of quiet satisfaction as if pleased by Sasuke's current conduct. Sakura Haruno cast a triumphant glance towards Santaifu and arched a brow. Well, isn't Sasuke-kun's strength truly remarkable? These adversaries stood no chance against him, utterly powerless in his hands. Santaifu possessed deep familiarity with shinobi arts and thus understood instinctively. Though Sasuke appeared young, his prowess was unquestionably formidable. Moreover, these opponents' strength was disappointingly hollow. While their chakra reserves rivaled those of a Chunin, their actual combat capability bore no resemblance to one. Kakashi smiled faintly. Such disparity arises from differences between villages. Though the shinobi world employed standardized tiers of power, such classifications held firm only within major hidden villages. Yet in smaller nations the rules diverged significantly. These fighters were in truth quite capable, had it not been for Sasuke's current lack of chakra entirely. Sasuke had already boarded the vessel, arms crossed firmly over his chest. At his feet lay a fallen shinobi, barely conscious, half dead. He had deliberately spared this one, perhaps intending to extract information from his lips. Kakashi gave a slight nod and stepped forward, halting precisely beside the prone figure. Sasuke, you've done well. Let me handle what comes next. A rare intact captive, wasting such an opportunity would be unforgivable. Compared to others, Kakashi possessed refined mastery in genjutsu. Drawing truths from this man would prove neither difficult nor time-consuming. Kakashi slowly drew his tanto, then approached. In an instant the shinobi lifted his head, his gaze vacant, disoriented, as if unaware of where he was or what had transpired. Kakashi advanced several measured steps, blade held steady in hand. Speak. Who sent you? And why did you seek the princess? The shinobi blinked, eyes growing even more bewildered, yet his lips parted, voice fragmented and weak. My name is Shirai Sanyu. I am a shinobi of the Land of Snow. We came to take the princess. This order came directly from the Yuki Kage. Kakashi paused, then comprehension flickered across his face. The so-called Yuki Kage could only refer to Fukadoto, the reigning monarch of the Land of Snow. So Santaifu's account held true after all. The secret had indeed leaked. Yet Kakashi remained puzzled. Why would Fukadoto abduct the princess? According to Santaifu, Doto had seized the throne. His ascension was a successful coup. Under such circumstances, allowing Fuka Sasetsu to escape would have been unthinkable. Yet she had escaped, undoubtedly alive and unharmed. Thus her release must have been Doto's deliberate choice, intentional, calculated. Then what precisely had changed? How could they encounter an ambush before even reaching the Land of Snow, dispatched no less by Doto himself? Every detail defied logic, shrouded in contradiction. But there was no turning back now. With the hostile shinobi eliminated, the ship resumed its voyage, and within mere hours it anchored. At last they arrived at their destination, the Land of Snow, a realm perpetually veiled beneath ice and snow. Stepping ashore onto the frost-laden ground, gentle snowflakes began to descend. No wonder the land bore such deep drifts and glacial ice. It was forged by this unique, unrelenting climate. Sakura too felt a quiet thrill stir within her. Fire country lay inland, its climate warm, snowfall rare, occurring only a handful of times every few years. Sakura cherished snow deeply. Meanwhile, the moment Kakashi set foot on land, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Santaifu. Something about Santaifu was profoundly off. From the moment he disembarked, his expression had grown strange, uneasy, almost feverish. Kakashi asked nothing, but followed silently. Yet the further they walked, the more anomalies accumulated. Suddenly Fuka Sasetsu halted, her face cold as she turned to Santaifu. We're not here to film scenery. She gestured sharply toward the group. None of them carry filming equipment. Though Sakura and Sasuke had paid little attention before, they now realized it instantly. Santaifu had claimed that once filming concluded others would depart, yet clearly he had no intention of honoring that promise. Santaifu's face twisted, he dropped to his knees. Princess Sama, the truth can no longer be concealed. For years we have gathered a resistance force to overthrow Fukadoto's tyrannical rule. It is this very ideal that brought you here today. Continue onward, you shall witness all we have prepared. Before he could finish, Sasetsu whirled and fled. Santaifu recoiled in shock until he saw Kaori Asuke sprinting after her, his expression softening slightly.
Santaifu sighed deeply, then fell silent.
Beside him Kakashi observed with quiet curiosity. Since you've already assembled a resistance, perhaps you'd allow us to accompany you shortly.
My comrade will bring the princess back safely.
I suppose there's no other choice.
Santaifu exhaled again, acknowledging that this crisis stemmed entirely from his own concealments.
Now that Susetsu had fled, all he could hope was that the shinobi would return her unharmed. Kyoryosuke trailed far behind Susetsu. Catching her would be effortless, given his speed.
Yet he knew she needed space to vent, not confrontation.
Finally she dashed into a grove of snowdrape trees.
Exhausted, she leaned against a trunk, breath ragged.
Tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Footsteps drew nearer, she stiffened, then slowly raised her head. Seeing Kyoryosuke, she simply looked away, continuing to cry without sound. Kyoryosuke found himself utterly at a loss. Comforting women was decidedly not among his strengths.
With no recourse he tapped Dahei's shoulder. Go on.
Dahei hesitated, then patted gently towards Susetsu, lowering his massive head to nuzzle softly against her calf.
Instantly her tears ceased. Fengua Shashua's fingers unconsciously stroked Dahei's head.
I really envy you not having to think about so many things.
Dahei whined, looking at Fengua Shashua with a somewhat bewildered expression. It seemed he didn't understand why Fengua Shashua was saying this.
Jing Liangjie watched quietly.
By now Fengua Shashua's mood seemed to have eased considerably.
Though tears still clung to her face, Fengua Shashua had calmed down. A faint smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face as he said softly, feeling better now. Fengua Shashua nodded, her gaze distant and tender. After venting her emotions, the resentment within her had greatly diminished. At this moment Fengua Shashua was more filled with confusion and fear about the future. Jing Liangjie stepped forward, his eyes fixed intently on Fengua Shashua. Have you never thought of overthrowing Fengua Nuteo's regime and reclaiming what is rightfully yours? Fengua Shashua did not look at Jing Liangjie, she only shook her head repeatedly.
It's impossible. Our strength is too weak. Overthrowing Fengua Nuteo's rule is utterly impossible. A glimmer of encouragement and confidence seemed to flicker in Jing Liangjie's eyes.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
If you never try naturally, you can't achieve it. But you haven't even tried, so how can you be certain it's impossible? Fengua Shashua fell silent.
At that moment she found herself at a loss for words.
She could only silently think to herself, indeed I haven't even tried, so how can I deny it?
At that moment the falling snow ceased. Time seemed to slow down and Fengua Shashua's heart was deeply tormented. Should she choose to reclaim what was hers or give up? Fengua Shashua knew she had been running away all along, running from the snow country, running from her father's death, running from Fengua Nuteo. But now Sandaifu had brought her back to the snow country, back to this familiar place. Perhaps it was truly time to make a choice. In this situation running away wouldn't solve anything. Jing Liangjie gently patted Fengua Shashua on the shoulder.
Take your time to think. If you want, I might be able to help. Fengua Shashua was stunned. How could I trouble you with this?
In fact, it was Sandaifu who tricked you into coming here. They had known each other for only a short time, just a few hours, yet Fengua Shashua already regarded Jing Liangjie as a friend. And Jing Liangjie's group numbered only 4. 4 people plus those Fengua Shashua had brought. No matter how you looked at it, overthrowing Fengua Nuteo's rules seemed impossible.
Fengua Shashua's eyes flickered as if a seed of doubt had been planted in her heart. But when she looked up, she saw Jing Liangjie's encouraging expression. Fengua Shashua grew even more conflicted.
Facing the might of a nation, for Fengua Shashua this question seemed to have only one path.
Fengua Shashua parted her lips slightly as if about to say something. Just then Jing Liangjie smiled and said, it seems I shouldn't hide too much from a friend.
With that, Jing Liangjie dispelled the effect of his transformation technique. Fengua Shashua was stunned, the image of Jing Liangjie before her underwent a dramatic change. Jing Liangjie then explained, this is my true appearance.
My name is Jing Liangjie and I am the acting Hokage of Konoha.
If earlier Fengua Shashua's surprise had been due to Jing Liangjie's changed appearance, now it was because of the information revealed in his words.
You are the Hokage of Konoha.
Jing Liangjie showed a kind smile.
What? Don't I look like one?
Fengua Shashua was momentarily speechless, stammering for a long time without forming a word.
A mischievous glint flickered in Jing Liangjie's eyes. Of course you could also consider my other proposal, that the snow country be incorporated into Konoha. Then under Konoha's protection the snow country might flourish even more.
Jing Liangjie wasn't doing all this out of pure kindness. Naturally there was profit to be gained, otherwise who would willingly wade into such troubled waters? Earlier Fengua Shashua had still harbored some doubt. But after Jing Liangjie stated this proposal, the suspicion in her eyes vanished. If there were no benefit, Jing Liangjie's help would clearly indicate a larger scheme. After all, this was the ninja world, there weren't that many naive do-gooders. Now that Jing Liangjie had directly stated his terms, it oddly gave her a sense of security.
Fengwa Xiuxue couldn't help but think. Perhaps incorporating the snow country into Konoha would have some benefits. At least it wouldn't be like this. On one hand, the snow country was currently ruled by Fengwa Nuteo. On the other hand, its unique geographical environment, while rarely attacked by other nations,
meant that the people's lives were not prosperous. Compared to the outside world, it was a world of difference.
But once linked with Konoha, the situation would surely change dramatically.
And this was precisely what Fengwa Xiuxue was pondering now. After a long deliberation, Fengwa Xiuxue nodded in agreement. Seeing her nod, Jing Liangjie was visibly pleased. After all, part of his goal had been achieved. Jing Liangjie reverted to his previous appearance, slightly raising his head and speaking calmly.
Since that's settled, let's head back first.
Now that you've decided to incorporate the snow country into Konoha, we must first find a way to take it back from Fengwa Nuteo. Jing Liangjie walked ahead, Fengwa Xiuxue a step behind the two, retracing their steps one after another. Biting her lip, Fengwa Xiuxue said uncertainly.
Can we really reclaim the country?
With just a few of us, it seems a bit insufficient.
Jing Liangjie's mind couldn't help but recall the characters from the original story.
A wry smile appeared on his face. No wonder Fengwa Xiuxue had never wanted to return.
Who would want to come back?
Sandefu had prepared a rebel army which sounded formidable, but the actual number was only 50 or 60. Relying on 50 or 60 people to overthrow a nation's regime, how could that be easy? Although Sandefu was an utterly loyal retainer determined to restore the former glory of his master's house, the things he did were far too unreliable. Meanwhile, Fengwa Xiuxue, seeing the expression on Jing Liangjie's face, misinterpreted his thoughts and her own face showed worry. She couldn't help but say, if it's not possible now, we can take our time to plan. After all, this is always a difficult matter. But Jing Liangjie had never intended to rely on Sandefu's forces from the start.
Don't worry. Since I've brought it up, it means I have confidence.
Fengwa Xiuxue began to panic, for at that moment she had no idea where Jing Liangjie's confidence stemmed from. If the entire Konoha Corps were here, perhaps she might have felt assured. But as it stood, there were only 4 reliable combatants. Santaifu was beyond hope, and his subordinates were likely just as unreliable. Others might not know, but Fengwa Xiuxue was all too aware. She had been watching Santaifu's little schemes over the years. However, those were merely minor skirmishes, so she had never paid them much heed. Yet she never expected Santaifu to be so audacious as to drag her to snow country. This was no joke. Being discovered by Fengwa Nuteo would lead to no good end.
Humans are creatures that seek benefits and avoid harm.
How could Fengwa Xiuxue not see such an obvious choice? Moreover, from the very beginning, Fengwa Xiuxue had no desire to reclaim her country. After all, under Fengwa Nuteo's rule, snow country seemed to have suffered no particular calamity. The most crucial factor was that Santaifu's resistance force was far too small. As they walked, the two had already returned to the camp where the others were stationed. Kakashi raised his hand in greeting to Jing Liangjie. Jing Liangjie responded with a smile.
I've brought her back. I wonder what your next move will be.
Jing Liangjie turned his gaze towards Santaifu, clearly addressing him. The moment this topic was raised, Santaifu perked up. I have assembled my troops in a secret village. All it takes is one command from the princess and we shall rise up to reclaim our homeland. It must be said that Santaifu's thinking was exceedingly simplistic and far too naive. Setting aside the radical changes Fengwa Nuteo had wrought in snow country, even the sheer might of a nation against a single village was a foregone conclusion, was it not? Unlike other great nations, snow country was a small state where the ninja village and the country were one. The king Fengwa Nuteo was also the current snow kage. This cohesion was formidable. Just as Jing Liangjie had initially found no fault with the fire country system, after all his strength was still weak back then, now as his power gradually grew, a restless ambition began to stir within Jing Liangjie. In a world where strength reigned supreme, the great ninja villages still had to bow to the edicts of the nation and obey the daimyo who spent his days idly in ignorance. This situation infuriated Jing Liangjie. But the time was not yet ripe and he had no intention of taking action. Nevertheless, he needed to lay some groundwork, and snow country was one of his pawns. One day Jing Liangjie would overthrow these existing institutions. Above all, Jing Liangjie had not forgotten that the true crisis in this ninja world was not the other ninja villages but the Otsutsuki clan. Yet this did not hinder his current plans in the slightest. Jing Liangjie followed the group as they advanced slowly, finding nothing tedious about the journey. At that moment a cave came into Jing Liangjie's view. Santaifu exclaimed excitedly, "We're here. Once we pass through this, we'll reach the secret village and everything will be fine." Jing Liangjie turned his head to look. Beside the cave a railway seemed to cut straight through the mountain. A slight twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. It appeared that Santaifu was even more dim-witted than he had imagined. Feng Huanuteo had already built a direct passage here, proving that the so-called secret village was as transparent as glass in his eyes. Unable to discern such a glaring disparity in strength, Jing Liangjie could only attribute San Taifu's blindness to his overwhelming desire for revenge. Sure enough, upon arriving at the so-called secret village, Feng Huaxiaoxue's face fell with disappointment. Not only was the village sparsely populated, at most 70-odd people, but only about 50 of them could be considered combat units. To overthrow a nation's government with such a force. Was this a joke? Moreover, most of these men were samurai, not ninja. In a world where the age of samurai had passed and ninja held dominance, what could these ordinary samurai possibly accomplish? Yet San Taifu stood before them delivering a pre-battle speech. It must be said San Taifu had a certain charisma when it came to such matters. The samurai were all fired up as if they could hardly wait to march on the royal capital. And San Taifu's words grew even more impassioned. Jing Liangjie glanced at Feng Huaxiaoxue, who offered him an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize San Taifu's thinking had become like this." These people were utterly insufficient to overthrow Feng Huanuteo's reign. Perhaps in San Taifu's delusion, once Feng Huaxiaoxue stood up in rebellion, people from all over would rise in support, crushing Feng Huanuteo beneath their feet and toppling him from the throne. But reality would likely not go as San Taifu imagined. After all, people are creatures of habit, content with the status quo. Snow Country had not fallen into major chaos, and due to its unique geographical isolation it was relatively secluded. Other nations had no reason to pick a quarrel with it. Nor was there any country that would invade Snow Country. Naturally, the citizens of Snow Country would not step forward to answer San Taifu's call. Fortunately, night was already falling. San Taifu decided to stay in the secret village for the time being and wait until the next day to declare war on Feng Huanuteo. Time passed slowly. The group of ninja, each of them except for Jing Liangjie, was holding a manga volume quietly reading. Feng Huaxiaoxue felt bewildered. Were the Konoha ninja also lazy and indolent? But upon closer inspection she froze. The manga volumes in their hands had the author's name on the side, and that name was none other than Jing Liangjie's. The 3 volumes all looked different. Could it be that these manga were truly drawn by Jing Liangjie? At that moment, curiosity about Jing Liangjie began to stir within Feng Huaxiaoxue. Biting her lip, she slowly approached and asked Liangjie, "What are they doing? Did you draw all these manga?" To Feng Huaxiaoxue's inquiry, Jing Liangjie did not evade but answered straightforwardly, "Yes, I drew these manga. If you're bored, you can take a look too." With that, Jing Liangjie handed over his backpack. Feng Huaxiaoxue had always been curious about what was inside. Now was the chance to unravel the mystery. She eagerly took the backpack and began perusing it. Hearing the commotion, Sasuke couldn't help but look over curiously. All along the way, Jing Liangjie had carried that backpack. Sasuke wondered, was it really filled with manga? Everyone looked on with anticipation while Jing Liangjie slowly opened his backpack. Zuozhu was somewhat surprised, never expecting the backpack to be filled with comic books. Kakashi, however, was not surprised. After all, the earlier conversation had already hinted at this. Feng Huaxiaoxue, on the other hand, looked at the comic books in the backpack with curiosity. The spines of the comics were all uniform, each bearing a signature. These comic books were all drawn by Jing Liangjie. Feng Huaxiaoxue quickly stepped forward and said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be a manga artist." Jing Liangjie's face broke into a slight smile. "How about it? Want to pick one and take a look? Maybe there could be some surprises." Feng Huaxiaoxue did not know the secret within. She raised an eyebrow slightly. What surprises could there be in a comic book? But it looks interesting enough. Feng Huaxiaoxue simply took it as a way to pass the time, casually picked a comic and started reading. But as she read, she began to notice something. The genres depicted in these comics were very novel. Although Feng Huaxiaoxue is a princess, she had been making films in recent years. She worked hard to become a better actress, so she was naturally more sensitive to such things. She immediately noticed what others could not. Feng Huaxiaoxue slightly raised her head, her beautiful eyes carrying a soft light. She looked like a mischievous child who had found a favorite toy. "Liangjie, this comic is really interesting, but I don't really like this type of comic." Jing Liangjie tilted his head slightly. The comic in Feng Huaxiaoxue's hand was a hot-blooded action manga. Generally, boys are more interested in such comics. No wonder Feng Huaxiaoxue wasn't interested. He spread his hands slightly and said calmly, "Don't worry, there are many other types here." Jing Liangjie had prepared many comics naturally with various genres precisely for this kind of situation. Feng Huaxiaoxue leaned in for a closer look. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement. The backpack looked small, but it contained many comics. And indeed, just as Jing Liangjie had said, there were many types of comics inside. This filled Feng Huaxiaoxue with delight. "Then I'll see what comics there are." Fenghua Xiuxue began to pick through them one by one, then took a book in her hand. She said in surprise, "I didn't expect you Liangjie to draw picture books that little girls like." Fenghua Xiuxue held a comic in her hand. Judging from the cover, the characters were quite cartoonish. The composition was also full of childlike charm, indeed like a picture book that children would enjoy. Jing Liangjie was taken aback but didn't deny it, nodding slightly. This comic was one he had prepared just in case for children, and it was also one he had drawn early on. But unexpectedly Fenghua Xiuxue seemed to have taken an interest in this type of comic. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly as she said joyfully, "This Snow Princess comic is really good.
I'll take a look at this one." With that, Fenghua Xiuxue put the other comics back into the backpack. The corner of Jing Liangjie's mouth twitched. But upon second thought, if one could truly comprehend the abilities in this book, it wouldn't be bad at all. Right now Jing Liangjie almost regarded the Snow Country as his own. How could he be stingy with these comic books? If Fenghua Xiuxue gained ability, she could better rule the Snow Country, and in turn his own power would become stronger. Kakashi and the others, seeing this, also put down their own comics. At this moment they were also curious whether Fenghua Xiuxue could obtain the inheritance from the comics. But at this moment Fenghua Xiuxue was focused on the comic in her hands and didn't notice the strange looks from others. Perhaps even if she had noticed, she wouldn't have said anything. After all, their interactions were few. Fenghua Xiuxue and Kakashi's group were not even acquainted. She had only barely become friends with Jing Liangjie, and between them a pact had been formed. Fenghua Xiuxue slowly opened the comic. On the blank title page were several large characters that looked like they were built of ice and snow. She lives in the snowy mountains, accompanying the lonely wind and snow. Frost piles up into a castle guarding the Snow Queen. Then Fenghua Xiuxue continued flipping through. However, the later content puzzled her. It was set in a palace. The protagonist's attire was very clear. She was unmistakably a little princess. The elder sister and younger sister were playing carefree in the castle. One morning the two sisters sneaked out of their room. While playing, the elder sister displayed the ability to create ice and snow. Fenghua Xiuxue was astonished. Continuing to read, she discovered that this was the protagonist Aisha's innate magical ability to create ice and snow. The two sisters built an ice kingdom on the wide castle floor. They were naturally lively and they frolicked wildly in the ice kingdom. But just then the younger sister was accidentally hit by Aisha's magic. Time passed by second by second. Fenghua Xiuxue was engrossed. Although the art style of the comic was full of childlike charm and the logic was somewhat flawed, it undoubtedly satisfied the deep-seated fantasy within Fenghua Xiuxue. Powerful magic, a princess in a kingdom, these were perhaps what Fenghua Xiuxue deeply desired. After all, though both were princesses, her fate and Aisha's were vastly different. As she read on, a look of worry flashed in Fenghua Xiuxue's eyes. After healing her sister because the powerful magic was difficult to control, Aisha hid in her room for several years. Until the king died and Aisha came of age. According to tradition, Aisha was to succeed as queen upon adulthood. At that moment an accident occurred again. Aisha's sister Anna fell in love at first sight with a prince. The two of them came hand in hand to meet Aisha. Aisha couldn't accept that they had hastily pledged themselves to each other. So she argued with Anna. In anger, Anna pulled off the glove from Aisha's hand. With her magic out of control, sharp ice shards appeared on Aisha's hand. The scene erupted in chaos. Amid the uneasy, shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Aisha, already lacking self-confidence, couldn't bear it anymore. She pushed through the crowd's obstruction and fled into the North Mountain. This time Aisha fully embraced her power. In an instant the wind and snow turned violent, covering Beichin in an instant. And as Aisha sang joyfully, winter had come. Aisha created a creature made of piled snow. On the high mountain she built a castle made of ice and snow. Crystal-like ice steps appeared in an instant. Aisha stepped onto the ice stairs one by one, and her long dress transformed in a flash into a magnificent gown made of ice crystals. At that very moment Fenghua Xiuxue felt her vision blur as if something was obstructing her sight. The instant she reached out her hand, she froze. In her palm lay a single snowflake, pure white and crystalline. But how could there be snow here? Lifting her head to look around, Fenghua Xiuxue was stunned. This was not the environment she knew. All around, a vast expanse of snow covered the land. As far as the eye could see, there were endless snow-capped mountains, and she herself stood on a mountainside. In an instant, panic flooded the young girl's heart. Suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar place was an extremely terrifying experience for Fenghua Xiuxue. Though she was the princess of the Snow Country, she had never possessed any talent for ninjutsu since childhood. Moreover, being a girl, her physical constitution prevented her from becoming a warrior. Thus Fenghua Xiuxue was an utterly ordinary person. A mountain wind blew, carrying the bitter chill of a winter night. Fenghua Xiuxue couldn't help but curl up.
She had been resting in her room earlier and her clothes were not very thick. Now amidst the ice and snow she appeared frail. Where is this place?
How did I get here in an instant? Feng Hua Xiaoxue murmured involuntarily. But no one could answer her.
Looking around there was nothing but a vast white expanse as if the entire world was reduced to this single hue.
Silence reigned all around. Feng Hua Xiaoxue looked up and saw what appeared to be a building atop the snowy peak. She glanced around once more.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue confirmed that except for that structure above there was likely no one else around. She wrapped her arms around herself. Bracing against the wind and snow she trudged upward. No matter what, her primary goal now was to seek help from others or she would truly freeze to death here. There were no pedestrians around, no houses in sight. The only option was to climb the mountain. That building, which looked like a dwelling, might have someone living in it, or at least it could provide some shelter from the bitter cold. Having grown up in the snow country, Feng Hua Xiaoxue knew that snowflakes were not only beautiful but also extremely dangerous.
Without shelter one could easily die here.
In such a situation, hiding in an igloo could maintain body temperature to some extent.
But Feng Hua Xiaoxue was not foolish.
Building an igloo on the spot and hiding inside would indeed restore some warmth. However, doing so would waste a great deal of energy. If no one came to rescue her, she would only freeze to death here. The wind continued to blow, carrying hexagonal ice crystals. Under the mountain wind's force, the soft snowflakes struck her face with a stinging pain. At this moment, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's eyes were fixed on the summit. That was the hope in her heart. Though fraught with uncertainty, she firmly believed that above was her only chance of survival.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue trudged upward, her steps faltering. Plop. With a careless step she fell into the snow.
It took great effort to climb back up. Her body was covered in pure white flakes. At that moment the cold seemed to subside.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue felt as if she was growing warm. What she saw also became blurry.
Under such harsh conditions her body was reacting to the environment. If this continued, she would develop snow blindness. The warmth spreading through her body was also a bad sign. She would only feel hotter and hotter. Gradually she would remove her clothes only to freeze to death in the snow. As her consciousness faded, Feng Hua Xiaoxue seemed to hear a crisp voice.
Shuabao, look. There seems to be someone ahead.
Overwhelmed, Feng Hua Xiaoxue collapsed. She felt as if she had fallen into a warm embrace, but it was surely an illusion.
Yet how could there be anyone around? It must be a hallucination.
After a long while, Feng Hua Xiaoxue's eyelids twitched and she groggily opened her eyes. The voice she had heard earlier came again.
Shuabao, look. She's awake.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was a pair of sky blue eyes seemingly made of ice crystals, incredibly beautiful.
Then came hair as white as snow. Feng Hua Xiaoxue shuddered involuntarily and scooted back.
Then she recalled a legend. Legend had it that when heavy snow seals the mountains, the snow woman living on the peak descends, luring travelers to their doom. The snow woman had hair as white as snow, pale skin, and a beautiful face, but beneath that beauty lay infinite danger. If anyone let down their guard, the snow woman would summon the wind and snow to claim their lives. At this moment Feng Hua Xiaoxue was filled with fear. The woman before her matched the legend exactly.
Could this be the snow woman? The woman frowned.
Her eyes were filled with sorrow as if the fearful gaze had wounded her. She rose slowly, her ice blue dress shimmering like diamonds.
Go. Head west and you might find someone.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue was stunned. At first she didn't understand, but then she noticed something strange. The woman before her seemed familiar.
White hair, an angelic face, radiant eyes, and an ice blue dress. Feng Hua Xiaoxue remembered. She had seen this woman in a manga before.
She looked exactly the same. Hesitantly Feng Hua Xiaoxue spoke cautiously. Excuse me, is your name Aisha?
Aisha was surprised. Feng Hua Xiaoxue's attire was completely out of place with the surrounding city. How could a stranger know her name? But Aisha nodded. Yes, my name is Aisha.
But why are you here? For an ordinary person, this icy wilderness without tools
could easily lead to freezing to death.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue was at a loss for words.
Doubts filled her heart. How had she arrived here inexplicably?
Then the image of Jing Liangjie's warm smile flashed through her mind.
Maybe there's a surprise in the manga.
Feng Hua Xiaoxue recalled Jing Liangjie's words. But now her face was bitter. This was not a surprise but rather a shock. Feng Hua Xiaoxue felt herself fortunate. At least she had not frozen to death in the snow. Had she not encountered Aisha, she might have lost her life by now. Now Feng Hua Xiaoxue rose to her feet and surveyed her surroundings. A magnificent castle appeared in her field of vision. This was probably the castle every little girl dreamed of.
Exquisite ice crystals formed an elegant and noble chandelier. The steps made of ice blocks were crystal clear and translucent. Looking around, the scenery was beautiful, offering a clear view of the outside world. However, Feng Hua Xiaoshui was stunned. Aisha watched Feng Hua Xiaoshui cleaning her castle with confusion. Standing nearby, Shui Bao was equally puzzled. What exactly did this stranger intend to do? But at that moment Feng Hua Xiaoshui suddenly understood. Everything here was so familiar, just like the plot in a comic book. If that were truly the case, things would become troublesome. Feng Hua Xiaoshui turned to face Aisha and said seriously, Aisha, I don't know how I got here, but I have to tell you some bad news. What news? Feel free to share. Aisha frowned slightly and asked with doubt. Feng Hua Xiaoshui paused for a moment. Then she gave a brief self-introduction. After weighing her words, she said, Aisha, you may not know it, but because of your magic the entire kingdom is engulfed in a blizzard. If this continues, your kingdom may suffer great losses. Hearing this, Aisha covered her mouth in shock. But a flicker of suspicion passed through her eyes. The news was too startling, and it was only natural for Aisha to feel such an emotion. However, after careful consideration, Aisha realized the news was likely true. She had indeed been releasing her ice magic without restraint. Thus the entire kingdom began to snow, with heavy snow sealing the mountains and covering houses and land in a silvery white. If it lasted only a day, it would be harmless. But if it continued, problems would surely arise. Aisha became panicked, pacing anxiously back and forth in the room. What should I do now? I don't have the ability to control all this. Although Feng Hua Xiaoshui knew what would happen later, she still frowned deeply. Though the comic had described it clearly, that the power of true love could melt the ice and snow, what was unfolding before her eyes was a real experience. Would the logic from the comic still work? Moreover, there was a prince with hidden ambitions lurking in the kingdom. After a moment of thought, Feng Hua Xiaoshui decided to tell Aisha what she knew. At first Aisha was skeptical. But as she listened to Feng Hua Xiaoshui's account, she grew more and more convinced until she believed it completely. The wind outside suddenly grew fierce. The falling snowflakes turned into ice crystals. As Aisha's expression darkened, the entire mountain peak was shrouded in a raging blizzard. At the critical moment, Feng Hua Xiaoshui suddenly spoke. Actually, there is a way. We just need to play along and let that ambitious prince reveal his true nature. In Feng Hua Xiaoshui's view, this was simple because she knew the subsequent plot. All she had to do was send the prince back to his domain to face the appropriate punishment. Then let Na and Aisha reconcile. In this way the ice and snow spreading across the capital would melt away. Aisha hesitated but ultimately agreed. After all, everything Feng Hua Xiaoshui said made sense. At such a time Aisha herself was at a loss, so it was better to follow Feng Hua Xiaoshui's advice. Soon Na came to the mountain. The two began to argue. In a fit of emotion, Aisha injured Na. The treacherous prince and his men used a crossbow bolt to shoot down the chandelier, knocking Aisha unconscious. Afterward, ignoring Na's pleas, the prince declared Aisha guilty of treason and sentenced her to death. At that moment the prince's ambition was fully exposed. Things seemed to differ little from the plot. The only difference was that one more person was locked in the dungeon. After a long while Aisha awoke. Looking at her surroundings, she sighed. I never expected things to turn out exactly as you said. Aisha seemed to mature in an instant. Though trapped in danger, Feng Hua Xiaoshui remained calm and gave a playful smile. Princess Aisha, it's time for you to take the stage. Aisha nodded slightly and an ice crystal appeared at her fingertips. The crystal spread toward the shackles on her hands, quickly freezing the chains and manacles together. As the temperature dropped, the iron shackles cracked. Aisha flexed her fingers and the ice spread toward the shackles on Feng Hua Xiaoshui's hands. The two regained their freedom and broke through the wall. But this commotion quickly drew the attention of Prince Hansi. Hansi was tall and handsome, but his face was now shrouded in sorrow and gloom. I didn't expect you, monster, to escape. But because of you, Na is dead. The plot had subtly changed. Aisha still wore a smile, but a closer look revealed the intense anger on her face. Despicable wretch, do you think you can achieve your goals like this? Taste the chill of ice. Layers of ice rose from beneath Aisha's feet. One after another ice spikes spread outward from around her. They moved faster and faster like a mighty dragon, their target being Hansi. A flicker of panic appeared on Hansi's face. He had thought Aisha would give up upon hearing the news. But to his surprise, the tactic didn't work. Hansi drew his longsword and roared, "Seize that monster. She is a menace." Having said that, he quickly shifted his position to evade Aisha's attack. Archers began to fire. Aisha, unhurried, raised one hand slightly. She shielded both herself and Feng Hua Xiaoshui under a barrier made of ice. The soldiers were pinned to the ground by protruding ice spikes, instantly losing their combat ability. Seeing this, Hansi finally panicked and fled. But at that moment an arrow flew and hitting the cape on his back squarely. Hansi stumbled and fell to the ground. Knowing what was to come, Ai Sha had made arrangements, having already notified Xue Bao. And now An Na had also recovered. That arrow had been shot by An Na. Hansi tried to unfasten his cape. But as he stood up, a sharp piece of ice crystal rested quietly against his neck. At that moment everything seemed to reach a conclusion. Hansi was taken back to his kingdom and faced the punishment decreed by the realm. Anna and Elsa reconciled, and Elsa came to understand the true meaning of love. The troubles that had plagued the entire kingdom were resolved as well. Warm sunlight once again bathed the snow-covered kingdom. The snow melted, yet Olaf nightly gazed at his own form with a tinge of sorrow. Elsa let out a soft laugh. A thick layer of ice enveloped the entire square, and an extraordinarily long slide of ice gradually materialized. Before long a group of children had gathered around the square. They frolicked and laughed around Olaf, molding snow into balls for a snowball fight. Playful children enjoyed themselves merrily on the slide. Laughter and joy once again filled the square, with Elsa and Anna joining in the fun. The two frolicked and played just as they had in childhood. Fenghua Xiaoxue watched from the side with a smile. Elsa glided over the ice, her song echoing through the capital. The entire kingdom radiated vitality once more. At this moment the kingdom welcomed its queen Elsa. Yet Fenghua Xiaoxue's expression suddenly darkened. It seemed oddly out of place amid the family reunion scene. Elsa's cheerful voice rang out, "What's wrong, my friend? Is something troubling you?" Fenghua Xiaoxue let out a sigh. "I wish to return now, but I can find no way. I am at a loss as to what to do." Elsa rested her hand on her chin, seemingly lost in the same worry. Yet this feeling did not last long. Tiny ice crystals appeared at Elsa's fingertips, crystal clear yet tinged with a faint blue. She gently moved her fingers, then placed them on Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. "Though I'm not entirely sure why, a voice tells me this may allow you to return." The pale blue ice crystal dissolved the moment it touched Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. In return, a diamond-shaped crystal-like pale blue mark appeared on Fenghua Xiaoxue's forehead. She reached up and touched it. She felt nothing unusual, only a cool sensation that seemed pleasant. At this moment the most noticeable change was in her senses. Fenghua Xiaoxue looked around in puzzlement. Snow still fell within this small area, yet she no longer felt the cold. Instead she felt a sense of familiarity from the falling snow. This was unprecedented. She tentatively reached out a hand. As she waved her hand, the falling snow seemed to dance in rhythm with her movements. She ran forward and leaped suddenly. A platform of ice crystals appeared beneath her feet. As she swung her arms, a slide of ice materialized as well. Fenghua Xiaoxue rode the wind, accompanied by snowflakes, moving with agile grace like a spirit of the blizzard. Elsa, watching from the side, also reached out a hand. The wind and snow wrapped around Elsa, making her dance gracefully. After a long while, Fenghua Xiaoxue's initial excitement finally subsided. With a smile on her face, she spoke earnestly, "Elsa, my friend, it seems the time has come for me to leave." Elsa smiled sweetly. "May you always be happy in the days ahead." Fenghua Xiaoxue gave a slight nod. A platform appeared beneath her feet, and the wind and snow converged into a slide. Amid the swirling snow, Fenghua Xiaoxue grew smaller and higher, eventually vanishing from everyone's sight. At that moment San Taifu watched Fenghua Xiaoxue anxiously. "Lord Liangjie, is the princess all right? Why hasn't she woken up yet?" Had it not been for Jing Liangjie's earlier efforts to stop him, San Taifu would have been unable to resist checking on the princess. Ever since reading the manga, Fenghua Xiaoxue had fallen into this strange state of unconsciousness. Kakashi and the others knew this was a special circumstance from the history they had comprehended through the manga. Although they had little personal experience, they understood it was inevitable. Thus they also joined in preventing San Taifu from interfering. Earlier, Fenghua Xiaoxue's body had been trembling and even her face had formed frost. Despite his extreme anxiety, San Taifu was held back by Kakashi and the others. When the frost finally disappeared, she remained unconscious for a long time. At this point San Taifu could no longer contain himself. Kakashi fixed his listless gaze on him and said, "This is perfectly normal. Perhaps she will even thank us when she wakes up." San Taifu's face showed both anxiety and deep anger. "I don't care what you say, but I must ensure the princess's safety now." Though his words were harsh, San Taifu was genuinely worried about Fenghua Xiaoxue's condition, and Kakashi had nothing to say in response. At that moment Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Clearly in her drowsy state she had heard their argument. Kakashi no longer blocked San Taifu. With tears streaming down his aged face yet a joyful expression, San Taifu rushed to Fenghua Xiaoxue's side. "Princess, you're finally awake." Just waking up, Fenghua Xiaoxue was still a bit dazed. But she slowly extended her hand and a transparent ice crystal appeared in her palm. Fenghua Xiaoxue stared at the crystal, stunned. "This is real. I'm not dreaming."
Kakashi standing nearby narrowed his eyes slightly. If the ninjas of the Snow Country had obtained their snow release through underhanded methods, then what Feng Huaxiaoxue used was truly a bloodline limit.
The power difference between the two was not proportional.
Meanwhile the system's voice rang out slowly. Feng Huaxiaoxue has acquired ice magic. Congratulations host on obtaining the power of ice and snow.
Congratulations host on gaining 200 system energy points. A smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face.
In a sense the ability Feng Huaxiaoxue had acquired was extremely powerful.
Ice magic controlled wind and snow and naturally ice as well. However, Jing Liangjie could sense that Feng Huaxiaoxue could only manipulate a small area for now. To affect an entire nation would require much more training.
But for Jing Liangjie the ice power he possessed was somewhat different from ice magic. It seemed to be a part of his very being which he wielded with great proficiency.
Moreover, its power was far greater, even capable of influencing the weather of a small country.
Such an ability was formidable in warfare. Jing Liangjie chuckled and stepped forward.
Santaifu, I told you not to worry. Perhaps Feng Huaxiaoxue will even thank me.
Feng Huaxiaoxue raised her head slightly and said earnestly, I truly thank you this time.
Boom.
It sounded like something had exploded outside. The sudden change put everyone on high alert. Santaifu was the first to react, rushing outside to investigate, only to find the lifeless bodies of his comrades. Fury surged through him like wildfire.
Yet Santaifu's strength was utterly insufficient to confront the assailants head-on. Fortunately, Kakashi and his team emerged just then.
What has transpired here? Kakashi lifted his gaze, his lazy fish-like eye instantly locked onto the intruders, their uniforms identical, each bearing a distinctive forehead protector.
These were shinobi from the land of snow.
A portly man wearing armored bracers stepped forward.
Surrender the princess, or perish. His gaze was hostile, eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the assembled group.
Another figure slowly advanced.
Of all people, it's you.
The copy ninja Kakashi.
Kakashi raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. So it's you, Roga Setsubo.
As their eyes met, hatred crackled between them like live current.
Kakashi remained outwardly unruffled, yet Roga Setsubo ground his teeth, seething with venomous rage.
It's time we settled our score. Kakashi spread his hands lightly. No matter the past, we stand now as enemies, do we not?
Roga Setsubo lunged forward without hesitation.
Kakashi did not flinch.
Hands flashing in rapid succession, Roga formed hand seals. Ice release Wolf Fang Blizzard technique. Whoosh. Whoosh. Gale force winds howled across the peaks. Then, crack.
The jagged summit of the towering mountain shattered violently, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction.
An avalanche was imminent.
At that very moment, cascading snow surged forward like a tidal wave, bearing down upon Kakashi.
Mid-descent, the snow coalesced into colossal wolves, their heads thrown back in savage echoing howls.
Their razor-sharp fangs sent chills down the spine, and their numbers were legion. They charged Kakashi with earth-shaking momentum. Kakashi showed no sign of alarm. His left hand steadied the blade's hilt, his right already gripped the handle.
Shatter, mirror, flower, water moon. Roga Setsubo frowned in confusion.
Kakashi drew his sword, but took no further action, standing motionless as if entranced. This baffled Roga utterly. How could the legendary copy ninja be reduced to such helplessness, failing even to evade?
Yet Roga sensed no illusion, this was no clone. With no time for doubt, he abandoned restraint entirely. The spectral wolves slammed into Kakashi. Fangs tore deep into flesh.
Crimson blood welled slowly, staining the pristine snow crimson. Yet Kakashi's expression remained utterly unchanged.
Muscle and sinew had been shredded away, leaving only splintered bone, jagged and raw.
His viscera lay exposed upon the frozen ground.
Roga felt a disorienting unreality, as though the scene belonged to a fever dream. And yet, it was undeniably real.
Then, suddenly Roga's instincts screamed.
Danger. From behind.
He rolled sharply left, just barely evading the strike in a graceless, desperate tumble. A deep cleaving furrow now scarred the earth where he'd stood. It looked as though carved by a master swordsman's blade, yet Roga saw no foe. This defied all logic. Roga lowered his center of gravity, every sense sharpened, listening, watching, waiting. Then, impact. A blow struck him from behind. He collapsed face-first, spitting blood onto the snow. No, impossible. He had focused every ounce of awareness, yet sensed nothing. No sound preceded the strike. Such a devastating blow should have thundered, yet silence reigned absolute. Roga pressed his ribs, two had snapped clean in that instant. Only his armor had spared him worse injury. Yet to onlookers reality had inverted. Everything unfolded in startling contradiction to perception. Fuyuto stared dumbfounded at Roga Setsubo. Boss, what's happening? Beside him, Tsuruwa Fubuki narrowed her eyes slightly.
He's fallen under a genjutsu.
They watched stunned as Roga unleashed his technique only for the snow wolves to veer wildly, crashing instead into the cliffside.
Huge gouges marred the rock face, while Roga's face twisted in bewildered shock.
It was absurd. Kakashi stood mere paces away, yet Roga aimed his jutsu at empty stone. Then Kakashi moved calm, unhurried, striking from every angle around Roga's blind spots. Roga remained oblivious, reacting too late, too slow.
Only genjutsu could explain such utter disorientation. Fuyuto shouted desperately, "Boss! He's on your left, watch out!" Yet Roga ignored the cry completely, as if deafened by the illusion itself. A faint languid smile touched Kakashi's lips. Once such foes might have posed genuine difficulty.
Now, they held no weight whatsoever. After all, their strength relied solely on thick chakra armor, capable of deflecting most ninjutsu.
But Kakashi himself possessed no chakra at all. Though spiritual pressure bore resemblance to chakra, as a form of energy, the chakra armor offered negligible defense against it.
And if one could not even dispel illusion, how could one hope to stand against Kakashi?
At that moment Kyo Ryosuke gestured gently. "Kakashi, this opportunity belongs to Princess Fuyumi." Fuyumi blinked in surprise, then her eyes gleamed with eager anticipation.
She had yet to test her newfound abilities in battle.
Surely with several elite shinobi observing, no harm could come to her. Yet Santaifu stepped forward agitated. "Lord Ryosuke, surely this is unwise. The princess is but an ordinary woman." Fuyumi shook her head firmly.
"Step aside, Santaifu, I command you as princess of the land of snow." Though resentment burned in his eyes, Santaifu yielded, bowing aside.
After all, it was the princess's decree. By now Roga bore multiple wounds, each deliberately restrained by Kakashi's mercy. Kakashi slid his long blade smoothly back into its sheath. Shatter, mirror, flower, water, moon.
The genjutsu dissolved.
Roga's vision cleared, he saw them all again. Relief flooded him, profound and visceral.
That prior sensation, so suffocating, so humiliating, had been unbearable. What he heard, what he saw, bore no relation to truth. His senses had betrayed him utterly. How could any warrior fight when perception itself lied? Roga studied Kakashi warily. "No wonder you bear the title, Copy Ninja, truly formidable." He still could not fathom the source of Kakashi's sudden overwhelming power. Yet Roga's vigilance reached its peak until in the next breath he froze. Kakashi yawned casually, then strolled toward the crowd, clearly done with battle.
Fenghua Xiaoxue stepped forward from the crowd.
Beside her, Santaifu looked on with a worried expression.
In Santaifu's eyes, Fenghua Xiaoxue was not the formidable Fengyun princess from the movies.
She was merely a young girl. Now she had to face these vicious snow ninjas, and 3 of them at that.
It was utterly inconceivable.
Thus Santaifu could not help but worry. He furrowed his brow tightly, his small eyes fixed unblinkingly on Fenghua Xiaoxue. His fingers even trembled slightly, as if still in disbelief.
"Lord Liangjie, can the princess truly handle these men?"
Santaifu recognized the 3, or rather recognized the armor they wore. The craftsmanship and defensive capabilities of their armor far surpassed that of ordinary ninja. This was the armor that Fenghua Nuteo issued to high-ranking personnel of the Shui country.
In other words, these 3 ninjas were equivalent to leaders. Even fighting ordinary ninjas made Santaifu uneasy.
Let alone engaging the leaders of these ninjas. Jing Liangjie's face bore a confident smile as he slowly walked to Santaifu's side. He gently patted Santaifu on the shoulder.
"Rest assured, nothing will happen. Do you not have faith in Fenghua Xiaoxue?" Santaifu was stunned. "No. Of course I have full confidence in the princess." Though he said this, he still let out a sigh. "Hope everything goes smoothly."
After all, there were several ninjas watching. Santaifu felt that even if an accident occurred, the ninjas present were fully capable of rescuing her. Perhaps earlier Santaifu had not been so confident, but now, having witnessed Kakashi's strength, his confidence had greatly increased. The ninja leader, who was clearly the boss of all, had gained no advantage in his battle with Kakashi and was at a complete disadvantage. This undoubtedly proved something. Langya Shueban looked astonished as Fenghua Xiaoxue walked closer and closer.
"The princess.
They send the princess to fight us."
A smug smile crept onto Langya Shueban's face.
If he had been filled with fear and caution during his fight with Kakashi,
then now he was completely relaxed. After all, he knew some information about the princess.
Since leaving the Shui country, the Princess Fenghua Xiaoxue had been working as an actress and had never become a ninja.
Hence she had no combat ability whatsoever.
A smile spread across Langya Shueban's face as he held a kunai and said casually, "In that case, please come with us, princess." How could a princess of the realm be with these traitors?
As the leader of the snow ninjas, Langya Shueban knew the princess well.
The princess was a mere commoner. Her stepping forward now meant he could easily take her away. With this thought, his smile became even brighter. After all, he was about to complete the Snow Shadow's command. However, when he looked up and saw the indifferent expression on Kakashi's face, his own expression darkened. Lang Yashuebun bore a grudge against Kakashi, but he truly could not understand why Kakashi's strength had grown so rapidly. And now Kakashi was not stopping him. Was there a trap?
The previous events had terrified Lang Yashuebun.
He had no ability to retaliate against Kakashi, not even able to locate Kakashi's true position.
This was a great humiliation for Lang Yashuebun.
Through the whispered explanations of Dong Xiong Dongyu, he realized what he had done earlier. This made him feel Kakashi's terror even more. According to rumors, Kakashi was the copy ninja and he had fought Kakashi before, but never had Kakashi possessed such overwhelming dominance. But now Kakashi seemed like a different person. His exquisite illusions made it impossible to discern reality. At this moment, Feng Huaxiuxue, seeing that Lang Yashuebang was not attacking, grew impatient.
Since you want to capture me, you are my enemies.
If you do not strike, do not blame me for being ruthless. Strictly speaking, these were all citizens of the Shui country. But now by choosing to side with Feng Huanuteo, they had become enemies of Feng Huaxiuxue.
Lang Yashuebang's face darkened. He could not believe he had been underestimated.
He rapidly formed hand seals. Ice release one-horned white whale. A snow-white whale as if sculpted from ice leaped out of the snow. Its high-pitched cry caused Feng Huaxiuxue to slightly flinch.
However, she did not lose her combat ability. In just a second she reacted.
Go! Feng Huaxiuxue gently waved her right hand.
The frequency of snowflakes falling increased.
Lang Yashuebang, however, sensed something unusual. It was not that the snow was falling more heavily overall, but that the snowfall in this area had intensified while other areas seemed unaffected.
Lang Yashuebang frowned slightly, feeling a premonition of doom. Though the ninjas of the Shui country all used ice release, it was ultimately a shortcut, not a true bloodline limit.
They could not control the weather to produce more snow. But now the situation had changed dramatically. Feng Huaxiuxue had not formed any hand seals yet. More snow fell in this area and a thick wall appeared before her. The wall appeared to be made of ice crystal clear, allowing one to see Feng Huaxiuxue hiding behind it.
Lang Yashuebang wore a mocking smile. I was so cautious, but it's just an illusion. The princess has quite a sense of humor.
Creating such a massive ice wall out of thin air required a vast amount of chakra and a unique bloodline limit to execute.
And Lang Yashuebang happened to know this well.
Though the Shui country was located in a snowy mountain region, no clan possessed such a bloodline.
Ice release was a powerful bloodline limit. If the Fenghua clan truly had this ability, Lang Yashuebang would surely have known. Lang Yashuebang commanded the white whale to charge at the wall.
However, he remained cautious, afraid of overdoing it. But to his astonishment, when the whale struck the ice wall, the wall remained intact while the recoil shattered the whale into ordinary snow on the ground.
Lang Yashuebang was shocked. Impossible. How could this happen?
Lang Yashuebang shook his head wildly, unable to believe what he had just witnessed.
Wait, Lang Yashuebang thought of a conjecture. Perhaps only one scenario could explain his futile return this time. Only a true ice release possessed such formidable defensive and offensive capabilities. Lang Yashuebang also noticed a startling detail.
Having accomplished such an astonishing feat, Fenghua Xiaoxue's face showed no expression and her complexion appeared healthy. This did not align with the aftereffects of Fenghua Xiaoxue forcibly using such an ability. In other words, Fenghua Xiaoxue indeed possessed the ice release herself.
Lang Yashuebang's pupils constricted.
If that were truly the case, then Fenghua Xiaoxue had become both a certain danger and a great asset. At the same time, this added tremendous difficulty to the pursuit.
Meanwhile, Jing Liangjie chuckled lightly and said, "It seems these fellows are afraid."
But at this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue had no intention of letting the three go. She struck without mercy, rapidly shooting out transparent diamond-shaped ice shards from her hand. Although Fenghua Xiaoxue had never experienced real combat, she had learned a great deal during the filming process.
Especially in this kind of battle, Fenghua Xiaoxue knew that she must never give the opponent any chance, or else even more unfortunate events would occur.
The ice spikes in her hand shot out like they cost nothing.
However, Fenghua Xiaoxue's combat experience was still lacking, so these attacks were effortlessly dodged by Lang Yashuebang.
Dongxiang Dongyu relied on his armor and robust muscles to withstand this wave of attacks head-on.
And indeed, Dongxiang Dongyu managed to endure it.
The ice shards cut into the armor, leaving wounds of varying depths, but these were nothing more than superficial injuries.
However, the only female ninja appeared quite distressed.
There was a deep bone gashing wound on her arm, cut by the ice spike shot by Fenghua Xiaoxue.
Moreover, Haichuexiue felt her body movements becoming somewhat stiff.
It seemed to be due to the ice spikes that Fenghua Xiaoxue had just shot.
Haichuexiue frowned and said, "Everyone be careful.
The ice crystals the princess shoots have a peculiar effect, they slow us down." The expressions of the three changed. Only then did they look at Fenghua Xiaoxue with caution. The armor on Dongxiang Dongyu's hand transformed, forming a shield of moderate size.
This shield was just enough to block Fenghua Xiaoxue's attacks and protect his body. Heichueishue's armor transformed into a pair of wings, granting her temporary flight. Santeifu fixed his aged, clouded eyes on the battlefield. His slightly open mouth revealed the astonishment within him.
I never imagined that Her Highness would actually achieve this. Santeifu had thought that if the princess could engage the 3 snow ninjas and not fall behind, that would be good enough. But Santeifu did not know that Fenghua Xiaoxue still had strength in reserve. The abilities she had used before were merely experiments, yet she never expected them to be so powerful. Now Fenghua Xiaoxue's eyes were fixed tightly on Langishu Ebung. Having a preliminary understanding of her own strength, she launched an even fiercer attack. It was as if a blizzard had descended upon the place. Gale winds swept the snowflakes, which now cut like knives across Langishu Ebung's body. The chakra armor could only block energy attacks. It also seemed somewhat limited to chakra. Facing an attack akin to a natural disaster, Langishu Ebung felt a hint of despair. His eyes were filled with profound shock. Langishu Ebung had encountered many enemies in his life, but never had he felt as hopeless as today. Those enemies either possessed formidable combat abilities or vast chakra reserves. Yet Fenghua Xiaoxue's attack revealed not a trace of energy fluctuation. It was as if she were a deity born with the power to command the wind and snow. In an instant the storm dismembered Langishu Ebung's arm. At that moment Fenghua Xiaoxue seemed to be crowned amid the blizzard like a lofty monarch, pronouncing Langishu Ebung's guilt. After the great storm, the pure snow was stained with filthy red. Dongxiang Dongyu and Heichueishu stared in disbelief, their legs trembling slightly. This had transcended the realm of ninjas. It was more like a god wielding the authority of nature. In an instant Heichueishu suddenly kicked Dongxiang Dongyu hard. The force was immense, sending Dongxiang Dongyu flying toward Fenghua Xiaoxue. An ice spike abruptly appeared. Dongxiang Dongyu's eyes widened as he stared at the ice spike lodged in his chest. He struggled to turn his head, looking at Heichueishu in disbelief. You. Dongxiang Dongyu lowered his head in resignation, his body gradually stiffening. Heichueishu, seizing this opportunity, turned and fled. Thanks to her ability to fly, she managed to escape Fenghua Xiaoxue's attack range. Fenghua Xiaoxue wanted to pursue, but Jing Liangjie stopped her. Let her go. It's better to let Fenghua Nuteo be prepared. A meaningful smile appeared on Jing Liangjie's face. Although Fenghua Xiaoxue was confused, she still obeyed Jing Liangjie's instructions. Back in the village, Kakashi said coldly, "Why does Fenghua Nuteo want to take the princess?" Kakashi was not stupid. He could naturally think that there must be many hidden aspects. For instance, Fenghua Nuteo's persistent desire to take Fenghua Xiaoxue. Santeifu was speechless, stunned. Meanwhile, Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly removed the necklace from her neck. What he wants is probably this necklace. Father left a treasure, and I suspect the key to the treasure is this pendant. Fenghua Xiaoxue also knew that she herself had little value. Otherwise Fenghua Nuteo would not have let her go back then. This was the real reason Fenghua Xiaoxue had never wanted to return. Although Fenghua Nuteo had usurped the throne, he was still Fenghua Xiaoxue's uncle. There was still a bond of kinship between them. But when Fenghua Xiaoxue returned this time, this bond of kinship would vanish. What shattered all this was the treasure left by the old king. Kakashi took the pendant and examined it carefully, but found no sign of anything unusual. It looked like an ordinary necklace, nothing special about it. Santeifu felt he had no room to interject. His eyes darted and he said, "Let's eat something first." Santeifu had his own plans. From the previous performances he had understood. This team of my ninjas seemed far from ordinary. If they could help Fenghua Xiaoxue, that would be for the best. Jing Liangjie waved his hand. Kakashi, I'm hungry too. Let's eat first. The agreement with Fenghua Xiaoxue was not something to be discussed in front of so many people. At least not at this moment, and there was no need to make the atmosphere so serious. Kakashi hesitated for a second, but after glancing at Jing Liangjie he nodded and said all right. The climate in the snow country was rather cold. They were having hot pot. Thin slices of lamb were placed into the bubbling oil-slicked broth. Within seconds the meat was thoroughly cooked. Jing Liangjie took a light bite and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Santeifu kept pouring sake beside him, wearing a flattering smile. He was a shrewd man who saw things clearly. He knew that while Kakashi was the nominal leader of the team, all the real decisions were made by Jing Liangjie. Santeifu's goal was also simple in this war: to overthrow the regime. He wanted to secure the help of these ninjas, or at least ensure the princess's safety. Kakashi remained indifferent. During the hot pot, Jing Liangjie cast occasional glances at Kakashi, which puzzled Sasuke, who was sitting nearby. "Brother Liangjie, what's wrong? Is there something strange about Kakashi?" Jing Liangjie chuckled softly and said calmly, "Aren't you curious?
Kakashi has taught you for so long, but has anyone ever seen his real face? Sasuke stopped moving his hands. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a glance as if they both felt the same. Then while eating they occasionally stole a look at Kakashi. Unfortunately Kakashi's movements were swift. Neither of them managed to catch a glimpse of his face beneath the mask. Fengwa Xiaoxue wore a bright smile. She poured herself a cup of sake, raised her glass and looked at Jing Liangjie. Liangjie, I really love the surprise you prepared. This is for you. Fengwa Xiaoxue raised her glass and finished it gently. Jing Liangjie did not hold back, he drained his cup in one gulp. The sake carried a faint fragrance and the slightly warm temperature was just right. Santai Fu was somewhat astonished. The princess had never shown such a demeanor before, this was a first. He couldn't help thinking to himself, this Lord Liangjie is truly remarkable. Santai Fu knew very well that Fengwa Xiaoxue had possessed no special abilities before. After all, he had taken care of her for years and nothing unusual had ever occurred. But in just the past few hours the princess had completely transformed. Not only had she gained the power to control the wind and snow, but more importantly Santai Fu saw in Fengwa Xiaoxue the dignity and confidence befitting a princess. This seemed to make it even more favorable for Fengwa Xiaoxue to reclaim the snow country. Time passed unhurriedly and the meal was soon finished. The night in the snow country was very quiet. Perhaps due to the low temperature there were no sounds of animals around. Just then the door to Jing Liangjie's room was knocked. Jing Liangjie was still awake. He turned his head slightly and looked at Fengwa Xiaoxue at the door. Is there something you need? Fengwa Xiaoxue nodded slightly. There are indeed a few things I want to ask you. Jing Liangjie wrapped a coat around himself and stood up. The two of them walked slowly to the corridor outside. Jing Liangjie frowned slightly. What is it? He guessed that it might be something not suitable for others to hear, perhaps related to their agreement. Fengwa Xiaoxue paused before speaking. Tomorrow are we really going to confront Fengwa Nuteo and overthrow his regime? I'm afraid I won't do well. Since returning to her room Fengwa Xiaoxue had tossed and turned, unable to sleep, thinking only of these things. For her, governing a country felt distant. Although she was the princess of the snow country, she had left after her childhood and had never lived a princess's life, nor had she ever dealt with state affairs. Now with her newfound strength and Jing Liangjie's help she could certainly reclaim the entire snow country. But then came the problem. Jing Liangjie let out a soft laugh. So that's it. Some things you can only know if you can do them well by doing them. Besides, this is rightfully yours, I think you should take it back. Fengwa Xiaoxue gazed into the distance deep in thought. Her faint words seemed like dreamy murmurs drifting away with the night breeze. This all feels unreal, like a dream. But I do want to see what treasure my father left behind. Jing Liangjie chuckled inwardly. If she knew that the old king's treasure was a large geothermal heating system, he wondered if Fengwa Xiaoxue would be delighted or stunned. But the fact that she had such thoughts proved that she had already accepted the decision. Fengwa Xiaoxue turned around, her eyes fixed on Jing Liangjie. After joining the Leaf Village, what will become of the snow country? Now that she had taken her proper position, Fengwa Xiaoxue felt she should be responsible for the people of the snow country. Jing Liangjie wore a confident smile. Trust me, the snow country will only get better. Fengwa Xiaoxue beamed a radiant smile, just like the first time she met Jing Liangjie. I don't know why, but I trust you. Fengwa Xiaoxue had great faith in her instincts. Moreover, what she had seen over these days led her to another conjecture. The ninjas from the Leaf Village displayed overwhelming strength, far surpassing those from other nations. If it had always been this way, perhaps the world would not be so chaotic. It was evident that the change in the Leaf Village had occurred only recently. Jing Liangjie, as the acting Hokage, was likely the one who had brought about this transformation. To say that Fengwa Xiaoxue believed in the Leaf Village was less accurate than saying she believed in Jing Liangjie. With a wave of her hand, a snowflake flew from her palm into the distance. Carried by the night breeze, it flew farther and farther. Jing Liangjie nodded to Fengwa Xiaoxue and said, it's getting late. Rest early. We'll start tomorrow. Watching Jing Liangjie walk away, a serene smile slowly curled at the corners of Fengwa Xiaoxue's mouth. I hope everything goes this way. The night grew deeper. The moon was shrouded by dark clouds and the whole world fell into darkness. Time slipped away quietly. Dawn broke at the horizon. Santai Fu nervously put on his armor. The heavy armor weighed heavily on his body, but a brilliant smile shone on his face. The people beside him were also filled with excitement. Santai Fu spoke nervously, today is the day we restore our nation. Everyone must present their best. The people beside him responded loudly. Zuozhu stood by watching, quietly curling his lips in disdain. With just these people they want to restore their country. He wondered if they were foolish or simply naive. After all, with such a small force to confront the army of the snow country, it was nothing but a pipe dream.
Not to mention the fact that even a single ninja squad would likely prove too much for them.
Kakashi commented from the side, for once Zuozhu is not wrong. Like Zuozhu, Kakashi also held little faith in Santaifu's endeavor. Yet he dared not be certain whether this attempt at restoration would succeed or fail.
Kakashi stroked his chin and glanced sideways at Jing Liangjie, who stood nearby with an air of nonchalance. The greatest variable was still Jing Liangjie. The group marched in a grand procession. Guided by Santaifu, they arrived outside the royal palace. Fenghua Nuteo had indeed proven himself capable in seizing the throne of the Snow Country, for no sooner had they arrived than he emerged with his men. The forces Fenghua Nuteo brought were clearly superior to those behind Santaifu, both in skill and numbers.
It was evidently an unequal battle.
On the surface, Fenghua Nuteo appeared as a stern middle-aged man clad in thick armor, exuding an aura of imposing authority.
Xiaoshuet, I didn't expect you to come here after all. But it's just as well, saves me the trouble of sending someone to find you. Hand over the key.
Fenghua Nuteo remained calm and self-assured, seemingly confident in this unequal confrontation. Before Fenghua Xiaoshuet could speak, Santaifu roared, Fenghua Nuteo, you traitor. Today is your end. Fenghua Nuteo, you usurper. Today is your doom. Fenghua Nuteo sneered contemptuously, old fool, with just these people behind you, I wonder where you find the courage. Fenghua Nuteo waved his hand. A machine loaded with arrows slowly began to operate. The sight of the countless arrows packed within was enough to send chills down one's spine. Santaifu, however, wore a calm smile. Fenghua Nuteo, killing me will do you no good. I have already sent word to all the regions, your regime is about to be overthrown. Ha ha. Fenghua Nuteo laughed heartily, then said coldly, do you think they will heed your command and raise their troops? Santaifu's face instantly darkened. Fenghua Nuteo, what do you mean? A traitor deserves death at the hands of all. Fenghua Nuteo did not move to attack, he simply stood aside, waiting patiently as if biding his time. Thus a long time passed. The scout Santaifu had dispatched returned to him. Lord Santaifu, they refused to send troops. The scout spoke in a low voice, his face showing uncertainty. One by one the scouts returned, but none brought good news. Santaifu was stunned. How can this be? How did that traitor deceive them? Fenghua Nuteo strolled leisurely as if he had never taken Santaifu seriously. As long as they can live in peace, does it really matter who sits on the throne? I have been watching your schemes all these years, mere trifles. Old fool, it's time to wake from your dream. Santaifu's longsword clattered to the ground, but he had no heart to pick it up. Tears streamed from his eyes. He knelt in the snow. Princess, I am a failure. I have brought ruin upon you. Santaifu had long since secretly contacted the powerful generals around the royal city. Yet at the critical moment these men chose to stand by and do nothing. Santaifu knew that the forces he had brought were utterly insufficient to confront Fenghua Nuteo. He had led the princess straight into a trap. At this thought his sobs grew even more sorrowful. Fenghua Nuteo waved his hand. Since you refuse to cooperate, I have no choice but to resort to force. The machine word and arrows flew out one after another. Though Santaifu's men resisted desperately. The sheer number was overwhelming, an unceasing relentless assault that left them exhausted. Soon people were wounded and fell to the ground. Fenghua Xiaoshuai, standing nearby, furrowed her brow and shouted enough. A massive ice wall rose before them, shielding the group. It also blocked the incoming arrows. Fenghua Nuteo looked at Fenghua Xiaoshuai in surprise. I didn't expect my niece to have such skills, but they are useless against me. A light flashed across Fenghua Nuteo's armor. He charged straight at Fenghua Xiaoshuai, moving with speed close to that of a jonin. Kakashi yawned, seemingly bored by the scene. Without any visible movement from Fenghua Xiaoshuai, a fierce wind mixed with snowflakes swept toward Fenghua Nuteo. The snowflakes condensed into ice in midair, becoming razor-sharp blades under the gale's force. They sliced through Fenghua Nuteo's armor. After the assault, Fenghua Nuteo remained standing unscathed, though his expression had darkened considerably. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. So this is the ultimate version. Impressive, it can withstand such an attack. A strange light shimmered on Fenghua Nuteo's armor. Perhaps it was this layer of light that caused Fenghua Xiaoshuai's attack to miss its mark. However, it was not entirely ineffective. Fenghua Xiaoshuai's attack was not chakra-based, and while the armor's defense was greatly enhanced, many parts had sustained damage. Fenghua Xiaoshuai furrowed her brow. A massive snow monster rose from the snowdrifts and charged toward Fenghua Nuteo, each step leaving a huge footprint. Fenghua Nuteo's face grew even grimmer. What kind of technique is this? He asked, disbelief in his voice. His eyes were keen. He could naturally tell that the technique Fenghua Xiaoshuai employed was entirely different from the ice release used by the Snow Country ninjas. It resembled a bloodline limit. Moreover, it contained not a trace of chakra. This was a severe blow to Fenghua Nuteo. Furthermore, Fenghua Nuteo narrowed his eyes observing the several ninja-clad individuals beside Fenghua Shoshue.
According to the information provided by Haichu Eishua, these ninjas were undoubtedly far more powerful.
This time Fenghua Nuteo felt cornered. The moment he hesitated, the massive snow monster dealt him a heavy slap, sending him crashing into a snowdrift. Thus the de facto ruler of the snow country had changed. The group returned triumphantly to the capital. Yet the affairs of the snow country had stirred up considerable commotion, involving as they did the complete overthrow of a nation. Gangsho stared in disbelief at what she saw. But what she learned from the crowd was even more astonishing. In response to Gangsho's confusion, Jing Liangjie offered a faint smile and slowly opened the locked room. Inside were countless more manga volumes that had never seen the light of day.